station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. The Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ is now live here with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton with us as well, and we have you on the Odyssey app, the fan cams, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And this is turning into as fun of a week for me as free agency in terms of the movers, the shakers, the surprise moves, the surprise cuts, and it is happening to head coaches. We got a jam-packed show for you today. Thank you for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. And we'll start with the big one that happened in Baltimore. John Harbaugh is out.
Man, I think it's actually more fun. Way more fun than free agency. This is I love this. Like, this is wild.
Yep.
Chaos, mass hysteria, and then Harbs already getting seven phone calls. Who's the mystery team?
Well,
who's the mystery team that currently has a coach?
Schefter said that it was likely that he was not called by every team that has an opening. Like, not just Baltimore. He's saying that there are multiple teams with current head coaches that they have not fired that reached out.
Had to be, because he said 7, and there's only 6 other openings besides Baltimore, so you had to have at least one, maybe more. Like
he said it was more.
Yeah, so it's that's. I mean, there was some chatter that there was like some infighting between him and Lamar, like some tension, I should say, not infighting, but tension. And 18 years, it's a long time.
Yeah, and Diana Rossini reports that a key point in the dismissal was his refusal to entertain any conversations about potentially moving on from the offensive coordinator, Todd Monken.
Which I didn't watch like a lot of their tape this year. I have no idea if Todd Monken was a problem or not. All I know is that yesterday, every single analyst that I trust that watches tape and follows along was like, yeah, and he shouldn't. That was it's a ridiculous thing if you guys were making a stipulation that he had to fire Todd Monken.
How many MVPs did Lamar win with Monken? One.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And he should have won it last year. He was better than Josh Allen last year.
Should have been two.
So, a big decision with that. So Monken's offense, Bobby, is how different. We're going to tie this into the Commanders and what they did, saying Cliff Kingsbury was too collegey for Jaden Daniels. How non-pro is Monken's system?
No, these lines have become so blurred, like between the college and the NFL level in terms of concepts that, the pro style has like just been super committed to, that college has started picking up, and then, college concepts that the pros have started picking up. That's why Chad Pennington doesn't happen anymore. Of like, you sit on the bench for 3 years and then you're just ready to play, and we'll just bring you out into the world after you've incubated for a while. But Monken's generally, I would say he's more college like 10 years ago. But like spread stuff and different things like that have like now like blended their way into the NFL at this point. But I mean, at this point, it's been pretty common NFL concepts. But from a decade ago, the same sort of stuff that when we were watching Scott Linehan, people were like, why don't we do more stuff like that?
Period.
And, yeah, that.
Period. End of sentence. Because my follow-up question to that is, how different and unique is someone going to have to be to take over that offense for Lamar with whoever they hire? And then,
they might go defense and just hire a different OC.
But the OC still may have to be different and unique.
Here he did a coaching clinic with Baltimore, and he listed the 6 basic elements to a good offense. Todd Monken did. Don't turn it over. Be explosive, score touchdowns in the red zone, be good on third down, don't have lost yardage plays, have an athletic quarterback who can make off-schedule plays.
Oh, what an innovator.
Like, I mean, it's just honestly,
turn it over, score touchdowns.
That was one of the things that they liked about him, though, too, was that like Greg Roman was who was the coordinator before Todd Monken. Greg Roman was so stuck in his ways, whereas if your principles are this, like Monken has, hey, these are my principles, that they're basically results or the way that you want to see things happen, then you can always evolve to fit whatever that is. If your principles are, well, you have to do cover 3, you have to do this, you have to, have this concept in there, well, then now that sounds like an immovable thing that you're not very flexible to.
I compare Harbaugh's agent getting these 7 phone calls in 45 minutes to Kevin Stefanski, and it feels like I'd be a little bit more on edge if I was Cleveland Like, did we throw away something and not have the right structure in front office and all the things surrounding our head coach that all these other teams are lining up in order to try to interview him, New York Giants included? With Baltimore, it kind of just felt like more of a it's time.
It's time. And I don't think this is an indictment on John Harbaugh.
Don't tell Ravens Twitter that.
Yeah, well,
holy mackerel.
Yeah.
You talk about a case of the haves and have-nots yesterday in the National Football League and from fan bases. We're sitting here along with Jane Slater celebrating, our early offseason victory is making a timely firing of Matt Eberflus, and the Ravens are saying, no, MVPs and playoffs, it's not good enough. And Raven fans, right, other fan bases are lining up and salivating over the thought of Harbaugh, New York Giants included, and a lot of Raven fans are like, he did jack squat. He walked into a ready-made situation.
Yeah, no, we gotta get rid of Harbaugh. We got rid of John Harbaugh.
We gotta play Stavros, whatever his name is. We gotta go find his audio.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's
have Joe Flacco just coach the team, coaching quarterback. Guarantee that'll be in his next bit.
Yeah, I mean, was it ready? It was a good situation. It always is. It's always been a good situation. But I mean, at the end of Billick, they had to make a change too. It kind of got stale. And things get stale. I mean, 18 years, 20 years, 15 years, anything more than about 10 seems like an inordinate amount of excessive time.
He was there so long. Who's the third winningest coach in Ravens history?
Ted Marchibroda.
Ted Marchibroda with 16 victories. That's the third winningest coach in the history of their franchise.
And Bobby, you said that Harbaugh's success completely flip-flopped with the way things had been going.
Yeah, it's weird. You don't normally find. I'm trying to think of somebody who's similar. Maybe Andy Reid, who's considered like an eternal choker and then flipped his
finisher.
Yeah. He became all of a sudden like, oh yeah, he's you can't beat him in January.
Yeah,
but he had become Harbaugh early on was thought of as like that's the guy who elevates teams in big games. Like he is every single one of the first 5 years he was the coach of the Ravens, he won at least one playoff game. Mm-hmm. Think about winning a playoff game each of the first 5 years that you're head coach. Multiple playoff games in a couple different playoff runs. And then they had that 2012 season where they looked like an awful football team down the stretch. They went 4-5. They barely snuck into the playoffs, winning the division. And then they go 4-0. They beat the Broncos, that Peyton Manning Broncos team. They get to the Super Bowl. They beat a really good San Francisco team. And at that point, it's like just thought of as like Harbaugh this is like just got like the gamer. This is the clutch gene coach right here. And then it totally flipped the rest of his career where he became the guy who had 12, 13, 14 win teams who were like, oh, they're the number one ranked offense. They're the number one ranked defense. And then they blow it in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. He won they went 4-0 in that last run. He's won 3 playoff games in the last 11 years.
Wow.
And that was after he won 9 his first 4 or 5 seasons as a head coach, 9 playoff games. He's won 3 since. And it's bizarre that you see somebody who, man, they started meeting all the regular season expectations, and now he can't win in January.
Eliminated from the postseason for the first time since 2021. He had just signed a 3-year contract that was under contract through the 2028 season. And as you said, in 8 seasons with Lamar, 3 playoff wins. And advance past the AFC Championship 0 times. Final season, the drama was there. They were the preseason betting favorite to win it all. They finished 8-9. And a losing record for just the 3rd time under him. And again, standards, right? 3rd time with a losing record, it's time for you to go. They went 3-6 at home, worst record at home in franchise history. He was booed off the field after the 44-10 loss to the Armpit, and there was a large number of empty seats for the final 7 games. Derrick Henry criticism after that Patriot game, December 21st, did not get a carry in the final 12 minutes of the game despite holding a double-digit lead in the 4th quarter, and they advanced past the divisional round only once since winning the Super Bowl 13 years ago. And I love the meme that got put up for that missed field goal on Sunday night. Wide left.
Harbaugh fired.
Wide left, Harbaugh fired. Wide right, Harbaugh fired. Down the middle, through, Tomlin fired.
Yeah. So you mentioned the home games. After they beat the Bears, they had 4 home games left. They beat the Jets. and they lose to the Bengals 32-14, the Steelers 27-22, and the Pats by 4. Like that's an awful way. You had the whole division sitting right in front of you with 4 home games left out of 6, and you wind up losing 3 of them.
My New York Giants concern is through the roof.
Yeah, John Harbaugh is a great coach. I wouldn't want him anywhere near the Cowboys division. Like in any respect. I forget head coach. I don't want him coaching any unit around here. I think he's really, really good. Now,
will his age play a role?
So he went viral last week for allegedly slipping, that he was losing his mind. We played the audio when Will was here, but I don't know if you saw it over the holidays. They had interviewed all the coaches. They were like, which current NFL head coach has more rushing yards than Bo Jackson? And he couldn't name it. He went through every coach, and they're like, it's Jim. And he was like, oh, my God, I forgot my brother.
You think that's a crazy indictment?
That he went down every division. It was like, was it this? He started naming Dan Campbell. Well, Dan Campbell's a tight end. They wouldn't have handed it to it. Like
he's thinking of running back.
I know.
He was thinking.
But still, like you go down the divisions, you go, oh, yeah, Jim used to scramble, but he's I'm honestly surprised.
That just might say he hates his brother and didn't watch him play.
That's true. Well, no, because they went on this like drooling, like just praise of how great he's the most underrated quarterback of all time and started going through all the things that Jim did well. But John, I'm surprised he didn't start more of a trend across the NFL when he had success in Baltimore of teams hiring special teams coaches. Because special teams coaches are often thought of as like, you're sort of a head coach. You've got to know all the personnel across the roster, what they do well, how you can use them, and like that there's not more special teams guys that get that credit.
They all want these young, offensive-minded guys. That's probably what happened.
Meanwhile, what the hell is happening in Washington, D.C. as Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt are out? It seems like they're trying to dress up the Kingsbury thing to say, well, mutual parting because Kingsbury could get a head coaching job. Meanwhile, we have not heard Cliff's name attached to any head coach openings. Philosophical disagreements there are the reports in D.C. from our sister station, 106.7 The Fan, that Dan wanted to run the ball. This sounds like a Pete Carroll old school thing. Dan Quinn wanted to run the ball more, have less spread, less college-y stuff for Jaden Daniels, less no huddle. Meanwhile, Jaden and Marcus Mariota were like, no, every quarterback loves running no huddle and having it wide open and having the spread offense elements in there. Kingsbury and former Dallas Cowboy, who Dan Quinn took over there, Joe Witt, gone.
Coach Bro, 19 points on their opening drive this year. 19. That's brutal. Brutal.
Wait, 19 points total?
They scored 19 points in their opening drive.
It's the script.
Yeah, it's the script. It's his script. Yeah, that was a dead man walking by about week 12.
Quarterback also played 7 games.
Wait, who was dead man walking?
Coach Bro.
So you think this was an expected move?
Look, the guys in Vegas I talked to knew it was happening. They said that's what they said.
I'm sure they got tipped off, but I don't think it was like an expected. Adam Peters and Cliff and Adam Peters hated each other. Apparently, this is what this came down to. Their GM, Adam Peters had big problems with him.
Really?
Asking people yesterday, Adam Peters had big issues with him, and you can say Coach Bro, if he ends up with the Eagles replacing Kevin Patullo as the offensive coordinator, I don't think you're going to be complaining about him very much.
We'll complain about. Well, I won't complain about him, but by about week 12, or what was it? What's his stat? Like week 8. That was always a stat. Like after like week 8, like he would always
the fall off offensively.
Outside of the 1 year with Jaden.
I thought you summarized everything, and this is a scary thing in the National Football League when you think you have it set up for years to come, the story of the Commanders.
Last year, everybody's like, the Dan Quinn meltdown in Atlanta is like a complete, 1 year ago, basically. Less than that, like 11 months and 2 weeks. Dan Quinn, the Atlanta failures, that's out of our heads. He's no longer, the choke guy. Oh, his culture's working. Joe Witt Jr., wow, what a great job he's done. My gosh, under Dan Quinn's leadership, he's going to get head coaching interviews soon. Cliff fixed everything that he messed up and didn't learn in Arizona and at Texas Tech. And with Jaden Daniels, like these two, as long as Cliff doesn't get poached, this is the next great quarterback coordinator combo for as long as they want to have it. And he's out there just destroying Aaron Glenn, flexing on him in the playoffs as here's my resume. How's yours look? And then it's a year later, and less than a year later, Joe Witt gets his play calling duties stripped in week 11. There's statements having to be made of Dan Quinn's going to return in Washington. He's not going to be let go. Cliff is just out, and it's like, this doesn't work. And now people are wondering, like, is Jaden Daniels ever going to be healthy? He got hurt like 3 games in a row.
That's wild.
Life comes at you fast.
Yeah, it does.
So that is just a little bit of what happened yesterday around the National Football League. We are hyped and wired for it every single day this week on DFW Sports Station. RJ says the Cowboys have 8 days. They have 8 days to find the Matt Eberflus replacement or else. And Bobby made some calls to figure out how desired this job actually is. Inside the Star with the DC Search and the Eberflus replacement next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with GiveMeTheVin.com. You got that car just sitting there. It's in the garage. It's rusting. You're supposed to fix it.
Protecting your home has never been this easy.
DFWsecurity.com.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Matt Eberflus fired. We can call it whatever we want, I guess. Yesterday, 8 o'clock, while Daryl Moose Johnson was on with us here on 105.3 The Fan, and the Tolos went crazy in celebration. RJ Choppy says they have 8 days to get their replacement. We'll get to that in a second. But Choppy also asked yesterday in the Red Zone, your daily football segment at 9:20 from here on out, here on Sean and RJ, how desirable is this job? Why would you want it? And where would this rank across the rest of the league? Where did we kind of end up after going through the openings?
Let's see. There were some openings that were potential, like Buffalo is a potential opening because they might fire their coach. They would blow out the whole staff. Pittsburgh, another one.
And now you have Baltimore and Washington added to the list.
Yep, added to the list. Detroit, we said maybe not right now, maybe in a couple of years see how their contracts shake out, but maybe 1 or 2 jobs it was more
out of the ones we listed, but I think it's probably like a middle of the road job. Like, I think it's probably like middle of the NFL gig.
Yeah, and the only reasons that we said that the Cowboys could be as good or better than some of the others were the other rosters were older, and we had to throw in living in DFW in order to fix the argument in our favor.
Well, and what you want. Like Brian Flores, this would be a top 5 job to Brian Flores. Because to Brian Flores, it's like as a stepping stone and what it can do to get me where I want to go, like how you view it. So if he wants to become a head coach again and like just, hey, I need to spring somewhere.
Why would Brian Flores want a dumb young defense?
So
you're just talking about what happens if you succeed in it.
Yeah, like the idea being like, oh, yeah, well, if I can make that
like
better.
This personnel matches Flores saying, that's a top 5.
No, yeah. It's not like, oh, my gosh, that's exactly what I've always wanted, that group of players. It's more just what the opportunity presents.
All right, well, Bobby actually made some phone calls on this topic yesterday.
I did. So I reached out to a few different people around the NFL outside of Dallas trying to get unbiased opinion about the gig. And I asked a few different people who work in the NFL about, hey, is this Is this a desirable defensive coordinator job? And I heard back from 3 people. I don't have gang of 7. I got gang of 3, the 3 amigos. First reply back said, yes, it's the biggest stage in sports. You have exciting pieces on the defensive line. Overshown and Bland are good players, and it's a team that's going to give you their best available resources this offseason to spend building the rest of it the way you want, which, okay, makes sense. Like, all right, molded clay. Next one was not as happy. That's a lot of drama and extracurricular S to worry about just to take over bad personnel. Got to have a sizable ego to think you're going to fix it before you're the next one they're going to throw under the bus. So it's not like somebody who probably thought Eberflus got thrown under the bus a little bit. And then last one said, absolutely it is. They managed to win 7 games with one of the worst defenses I've ever seen because their offense is that good. Coaches would look at that and think all they have to do is make it an average unit to get the team to 12 or 13 wins and get a shot at a head coaching gig.
Which RJ has a study on that a little bit later on. Todd Archer has his list, ESPN.
He does, and Todd has a list of, how many does he have here? 6 names, I believe it is. This is, yeah. So Todd seems to be going down the track that he thinks they are going to run it back 6 times in a row and get a former head coach. That seems to be Todd's belief. So he started first looking at the top of his list at those guys. The first one he had was Brian Flores. He said the contract for the Vikings DC will expire this offseason. He could be a head coaching candidate again. Talks about the things that he did with the Dolphins. He said after the game, Schottenheimer could not praise Flores enough. True was same about Jerry Jones. Next one he listed was Raheem Morris, mentioning that he was fired head coach of the Falcons. I think Morris already getting head coaching interviews makes him less likely, because he's going to sit around and wait, and Schottenheimer, I think, has a schedule of, like, I need to have an answer by now, and I don't think Raheem Morris is going to be ready to give him an answer by then. And then the other one he lists is the guy we were just talking about yesterday, Jonathan Gannon. Other than that, if you were to look at guys who don't have head coaching experience, Archer lists 3 other ones. He says Adden Dirty, Seattle defensive coordinator, which you do not need permission, apparently, to interview Adden Dirty. Like, the Seahawks can't block it because he doesn't have play calling duties. If the Cowboys were telling him that he was going to be calling plays, it's no longer just a lateral move defensive coordinator to defensive coordinator, because he'd be getting new responsibilities.
Browns have requested permission to interview with him.
Denver assistant head coach, passing game coordinator Jim Leonard. And he mentions he has been high on the Cowboys list before. The Cowboys have had a love for him for a couple of years now. And then the final name he listed, one that we kicked around yesterday, Atlanta defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich. The Falcons improved in yards and points per game under Ulbrich. He was the Jets DC from 2021 to 2024, helping coach defensive tackle Quentin Williams, and he's obviously got the relationship with Aaron White-Cotton if you keep him.
Why is the countdown at 8?
Well, if you go back and you start from, this is day 1. Today is day 1. And the way the schedule shakes out, I guess maybe yesterday could have been day 1. With the Ravens.
You kidding me? You want the Joneses to fire him and interview him the same day and line up and get on the phone, schedule?
Yeah, I know, right?
We have breaking news, too.
I know. I got it.
Oh, no.
We'll wait on it.
I'm going to go vomit again.
Okay.
No, you should be happy.
Now, the good news is the Ravens are looking for an entire new staff. So they're not going to hire their DC anytime soon. You've got more time there. But the downside is that
they could just keep their DC too.
They could. You never know. They've got to hire a coach. They got to vet a staff. That's going to take time. But the rest of the league, you got about 8 days until probably about next Wednesday or Thursday, because what's going to happen is you have all these teams. How many teams on Monday of next week, or maybe Tuesday with Pittsburgh, are going to fire their coach? If Buffalo loses 24-10, McDermott's probably gone. If the Steelers if get worked, Mike Tomlin might just say, hey, I'm done. We don't know what's going to happen.
Tomlin, there's buzz around the league. Tomlin could get fired if they lose. He
may just walk away, too.
I know, but he could want to come back, and there's a scenario apparently where he could get fired.
So, and I know this team doesn't operate fast in any stretch, like you said. There's no chance they fired somebody yesterday and then started making phone calls. Okay, they fired somebody and took a nap. Okay, whew, that was so much work. We just got done with the season. The day after, I mean, I need a rest here, man. So I figure you've got probably until Wednesday of next week. Wednesday of next week where you're clear. You have the whole. No one's going to hire DCs probably till Wednesday of next week. Maybe one team does. Either way. You got a bunch of lists there. There's college guys that may be talking to not this team, but other teams may be throwing out.
They hired some college guys last year.
No, but the Cowboys, like you said, they want a former head coach.
Generally.
Now, Matt Patricia?
They've dipped into that before. They could. Matt Patricia just had a goodbye post up saying, goodbye, Ohio State.
Yeah.
It was such a great run here.
And he would fit the bill, right? Former head coach. He would fit the mold.
Yeah, I don't know how much culture he'd bring.
Not a lot. I think you got at least a clear 6 days. Most likely to be a clear 8 days that you have to yourself.
That's why they did it.
All to yourself.
That's why they did it when they did. They recognize there's a bloodbath going on in the NFL right now with coaching, and it's like, if we wait, there's going to be like 7 teams that get to hire defensive staffs before we start interviewing, and we can't have that.
The Jerry Jones official statement on Eberflus yesterday. Having known Matt Eberflus for decades now, we have tremendous respect and appreciation for him as a coach and a person. After reviewing and discussing the results of our defensive performance this season, it was clear that change is needed. This is the first step in that process, and we will continue that review as it applies to reaching our much higher expectations. We had got Quinnen Williams versus Dante Fowler. Not that they're fighting like Micah versus Tank, but 2 diametrically opposed views. Quinnen Williams was basically saying, it's on us, blame the players. Cover 2's been cover 2, cover 3's been cover 3, man-to-man has been man-to-man. Well, Nick Harris got a quote from Dante Fowler, who admitted to this year sucking for him. This is what Dante said, quote, "We got the guys." Don't know about that. Well, I do know about that. You don't. We just need to put them in the best position to make plays. I don't care how good you think your scheme is. You just got to evolve around your players. Take your players' opinions on some things and try to put your players in the best position to make plays. And I listened to John Machota yesterday. John had a nice rant on G-Bag. And then Clarence Hill was also saying, in the locker room, nobody was supporting what Matt Eberflus was doing throughout the year. So this is Dante Fowler waiting till the season ended to trash Matt Eberflus's approach, and Quinnen Williams is kind of going the opposite.
Look, I mean, I don't care how good the talent is. If they don't buy into what they're doing, they're gonna half-ass it, and not intentionally half-ass it. It's just like, if you have to buy into what the message is, period. I don't care how good of talent you are. The problem is, he's wrong. They don't have the guys. Like, the best position for half the secondary to succeed is on the bench. That's the best position for them to succeed. Not on the field trying to make tackles.
They have the guys to execute cover 3. Like, that's the thing that was so wild about this year, is that, like, you've got the guys to just do basic concepts, and it was apparently such a confusing, like, system or whatever he did, that it caused issues. Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com also tweeted yesterday. He said, Eberflus undermined his own messaging to the locker room by playing favorites despite those favorites performing poorly. Kyer Elam, Kenneth Murray, he didn't list those, but those are some that popped to mind. Several players were more than ready to move on after DC, if only for that reason, but not only for that reason. Players want a fair shot. And then Nicole Hutchinson, also from DallasCowboys.com, quoted it and said, can confirm this. So there were apparently a few players who were just like, why is Kenneth Murray out there? Or why is this guy out there? Why can't I know the Logan Wilson, Kenneth Murray thing was confusing to players as well. Like, we're like, why is he doing this?
877-881-1053 is the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line to hit us up with those Cowboy opinions. 877-881-1053. Mark Schlereth was on G-Bag, as he is weekly. Of course, he goes around the league and broadcasts games on Fox. He threw out a little bit of a different name and a familiar one for the replacement.
Yeah, I love Rawlis in Arizona, and he was Jonathan Gannon's right-hand man. I love Jonathan Gannon. I think both of those guys are great coaches, so that would be a direction that I certainly would go in. I think that there's a lot of guys that are waiting to get that, head coaching job. So we'll see exactly kind of how those things pan out. But there are some good coaches out there, and I love kind of having a dude that has been a head coach, that has been in that situation before. Although that didn't work out with Eberflus, but like I said, I love the Rawlis kid. I love he's a young guy too. He's in his 30s, and then I love Jonathan Gannon. I think he's a really good coordinator. And, ultimately he got caught up in an organization that went through, I think they used all 90 of their moves from a roster standpoint because of all the injuries they've had. So kind of impossible to win when, you're fielding two whole complete teams and you're playing nothing but backups.
Your face looks like that food poisoning is hitting you again.
Yeah, we can't hire this guy. He looks way too much like Travis Kelce to me, and I think that would just annoy me, like seeing his dumb face on the sideline. I'm sure he's a good coach. I know Nick Rallis did have a lot of positive endorsements across the league. He just called the defense recently. He's 31 years old. That does not seem like a guy the Cowboys typically go to.
The breaking news that Bobby was about to get to is next. 2 former Cowboy head coaches have entered the chat.
Uh-oh.
Next with the 6 a.m. Club here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy, promo code Tolo, boys and girls. Let's get on over there. You got games every single night. We're focused on the NFL as always.
fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The Commanders have blown out all of their coordinators. Some dissension. Hopefully, this sets back Jaden Daniels' development, and he's ticked off at the GM and Dan Quinn for getting rid of his boy, Cliff Kingsbury. John Harbaugh is done in Baltimore. Adam Schefter reporting Harbaugh is expected to emerge as a favorite for the head coaching job of the Giants. Now, does that mean that the Giants want him #1 on their list, or that Harbaugh in New York is supposed to happen? I was trying to figure out the language of this. Harbaugh is expected to emerge as a favorite for the head coaching job of the Giants. Is that just saying that New York will want him the most?
Yeah, like that would just mean that, that New York would have him at the top of their list. They haven't...
Not necessarily that Harbaugh wants them as well.
Yeah,
right?
but just like he's going to have the opportunity to take that job because that's who they would want the most.
So... John Harbaugh, the Giants are interviewing everybody, and that will now, and Kevin Stefanski was like kind of the lead Giants story yesterday, that Stefanski's got to be pissed that Harbaugh got run, because he may get bumped out of that job and multiple others. And now Adam Schefter, about 20 minutes ago, tweets that Mike McCarthy is scheduled and set to interview next week for the Giants position.
He's the one that is
Just
probably
like anything.
most upset about Harbaugh. I think Stefanski was going to get a job anyway.
Okay,
Mike is the one.
I'm just saying Stefanski may want the Giants job.
Yeah, he might. Yeah, he might.
You
prefer
think
the Giants
Harbaugh through the dominoes could bump McCarthy
could bump
out?
McCarthy. Yeah, that Harbaugh getting fired was probably Bobby's favorite thing yesterday, because that would have bumped Mike out of something.
Oh, no, I think Mike's getting a job now. There's just too many openings.
There's a lot.
Too many openings, and it was a bad coaching class. Watch Tomlin get fired in Pittsburgh, and then Rodgers wants to run it back one more year, and then we get Rodgers and McCarthy 2.0.
I would love that. That'd be amazing.
He fits Pittsburgh.
He's a Pittsburgh guy.
Obviously, a Pittsburgh guy. He fits the Giants, too. But, I mean, Harbaugh is just, he's got more cachet to him. And, I mean, I think they're both very, very similar. Like, Harbaugh doesn't run anything. Mike does, but he also doesn't. I consider Mike more of a walk-around coach, even though he has called plays, even though he is an offensive guy. I still consider him more the walk-around type.
I think he wants to call plays.
He wants to. Yeah, I don't look at him like. I don't look at him
if
like.
he calls plays, then he's not a walk-around.
Right.
He doesn't do it very well. So that's it. You probably view him as a walk-around coach because his success comes when other people are calling plays for him.
Pretty dramatic there,
Which
Nick.
I don't have a problem with. Just so do Jimmy's.
We also have Jason Garrett in the news that the Titans are the Giants version in the AFC of interviewing everybody. The Tennessee Titans are going to talk to Jay Jeezy. So Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett in the headlines.
Look, I mean, fewer losing seasons with the Dallas Cowboys than Mike McCarthy had, Jason Garrett. So he was...
and what you said, one under 500 total?
One under 500 season his entire time here in Dallas.
That's when Romo got hurt. It was Matt Castle.
That was 2015.
Ellen Moore, and
it was pretty bad. But it was Brandon Whedon, the prettiest spiral Jerry had ever seen in his life, according to him. But no, it is Jason Garrett getting the interview here, which is fascinating to me. I did say yesterday, like, I guess this is like with him turning down the Baltimore job years ago, like you had to sacrifice John Harbaugh because 15 minutes later, then it was reported that Garrett got a job interview finally. It's like, all right, here's your penance for now, turning that down. But the biggest thing is when you get fired, you have to pick the right job for your coaching rehab. Like when you pick your coordinator spot, it's like, all right, where am I going to go? That's why a lot of these guys are super selective. Eberflus was like, Dallas, comfortable. I'm familiar with it. And it's blown up in his face. Jason Garrett picked an awful rehab job in the Giants offensive coordinator. And he did it because it's like, it was nostalgia.
And my theory yesterday that maybe the head coach gets bumped and you see that happening, and then Jason takes over a dream job for him and he can eat Oreos all the time.
That could have been it too. But it's like, he picked one. It was like
Because that was under who?
Joe Judge.
It was Judge, yeah. So
what an awful situation. Columbo was on that staff. Yeah, Mark and Joe just butted heads like crazy.
Literally.
Which I kept trying to find the Joe Judge quote from yesterday, as he's the Ole Miss quarterbacks coach now, and he was out there, and they're like, how tough has this situation been? And he's like, my neighbor was Aaron Hernandez, and this is more difficult. It's like, geez, Joe, you had that one ready.
I didn't think that was real.
He was ready with that quote, just like, whatever, I'm going to find the right time to use this quote at some point in my life. But Jason Garrett, I think had he found the right job, like offensive coordinator gig, for him to just kind of go be stabilized and do this, he wouldn't have just disappeared. But he chose the wrong one out of being sentimental, and he's getting. I don't think there's any chance he gets the Titans job, but maybe he can get in there and he can sell people on, hey, this is the way and the process and everything else.
Are you ready?
Yeah, what's up?
Fan cam, Twitch, YouTube.
What are you doing,
Bobby?
What is that?
I've just lit the fuse.
Of?
Who are you hiring between the two?
Oh, I'm not even thinking about it. I'm hiring Garrett.
Yes, that's
Fantex will disagree, and I just wanted to light the fuse between you two.
No, I understand.
If Garrett,
This is tough for you. These are two of your guys.
These are my two. I love them both. Mike, objectively, is a better. He's a more.
You said coaches don't matter to records.
So
in terms of just executing and keeping a organization and keeping a roster on task and everything else, there is zero comparison between Garrett and McCarthy.
I don't think either team had their players quit on them.
McCarthy absolutely did in a couple different instances.
I would agree with Choppy, but Bobby was in the locker room.
Packers game, they quit. The Packers playoff game, they quit. They quit in 2020. He's lucky he was not one and done in 2020. That was awful.
Mm-hmm. And then I ignore
things that don't work in your favor in the argument.
No.
I know.
Every sport that played the pandemic, I ignore the title. I ignore the whole season.
I just want to see on the fan text who you would hire. You have to pick between the two. I guarantee McCarthy will come in with more votes. Go ahead and explain. Finish your point.
Look, I think that I've always said McCarthy is. I love Jason. I think Jason runs a CEO as good as anybody. I think he's as good
as anybody.
I mean, just the way he handles himself, he never gets razzled ever. I just think Mike and John Harbaugh have the exact same everything. Same record, same playoff record, same number of titles, same number of Super Bowl appearances. I think the same number of MVPs from their quarterback.
Yeah, except Harbaugh won one with Flacco, and Mike was literally dragged there by Aaron Rodgers.
That was the luckiest, most meaningless title I can remember.
You create your own luck.
I don't care when you're down 7 with 30 seconds to play and 70 yards away, and you happen to get a lucky throw downfield where two of the DBs mistimed their jumps.
But you're going to compare their successes of having Flacco for a decade and Rodgers for a decade.
He also had Lamar. Let's not forget that he had Lamar.
Yeah, he had Lamar in the back half. Yeah, and Lamar's a running back up until last year.
He's also a 2-time, should be 3-time MVP.
Should be basically 1-time MVP because he shouldn't have won it the 2 other times.
Bobby, just shut up.
Why do I got to shut up? His brain's stupid.
He's making us. Well, you're going to be the loser on the text. So.
I don't get. It does not matter what the text says in terms of we don't go by popular opinion on whether or not it's right or not. I'm telling you, McCarthy is a bum, and McCarthy's lazy. McCarthy is Pittsburgh Peter Griffin. He is out there just pressing. But what does this do? That's Mike McCarthy.
What's the text saying?
214 and 817 both vote Garrett over McCarthy. 214 says McCarthy walks circles around Jason Garrett.
It's the only walking he does.
702 says Garrett over McCarthy any day, all day.
I thought so. That was 3-1. I win.
I thought the point yesterday in the email was if you do hire Jason Garrett, which this is just a favor, he's never going to get the job, I don't think, but it's Tennessee, who knows what they do. You can be the CEO. You can't go anywhere near the offensive room, the play calling, because of how terrified and scared he was, especially in New York.
His roster building philosophy, his philosophy on building a team that wins is not bad. It's not wrong. The whole get everybody to buy in, don't get too high, don't get too low. This is the way that we approach things. That's not bad. The problem is that he's a terrified play caller who just goes, okay, let's try to run it here on 3rd and 5, and we'll live to see another day. That
break through the brick wall.
If he's got And he would never do it. He would never do it because he wouldn't trust it. But if he would hire Cliff Kingsbury or if he would hire whoever, Todd Monken, whatever, to be his offensive coordinator and actually just like attack things for him, and he could be hands off, he could like run a team.
I like it. I like his philosophy of let's not try to out scheme you. Let's not be smarter than you. I like it because I like just it is for a guy from Princeton who should be an intellectual
and supposed to be he got billed and hired as the next offensive mind.
For a guy that's very, very smart, he is a put him on the table and let's see who's stronger guy.
Yeah,
like that's what he is. Which I kind of like that, but. Yeah, I think he runs an organization right. I think he gives a plan to the drafting. The Cowboys seem to have a really good drafting plan with him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things I like for me about Jason.
McCarthy doesn't have a chance either unless Stefanski and Harbaugh say no. So
with the Giants.
Yeah, with the Giants.
Yeah.
He's not getting hired there unless those two guys say no. Let's see. The Lions fired their offensive coordinator, John Morton. It's kind of similar to Dan Quinn taking away defensive coordinator calls from Joe Witt in D.C. Well, Dan Campbell did the same thing to John Morton. Look, under Ben Johnson, they led the league in points with 33. They still scored a lot of points this year at 28, but people said that they failed to find an offensive identity. And then Phillip Rivers says, I'm not ruling it out. I do think I could coach at this level. There was a report that NFL teams were calling around trying to figure out if Phillip Rivers could be Jason Witten.
I wonder if he would coach, like if he were to coach next year, like let's say they ran into like a really bad quarterback situation. Whoever Phillip Rivers was coaching. Would he like at week 8 just be like, we don't need to sign anybody. I can do this.
877-881-1053 to hit us up already. An explosive hump day edition of Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We need a Brian Schottenheimer grade at 7:20. I will light this match again in the commercial-free expressway. We'll chop it up at 7:40. But what is wrong with Jake Ottinger, and did Cooper Flagg break through the rookie wall last night? DFW Sports Tuesday recap next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But let's go through the numbers. $5.5 million for the...
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Minute 10 remaining here in the opening period. Miller gets this one, a move out in front, he'll score! Logan Stankoven against his former team! From a high slot into the net, and the Canes have a 3-1 lead.
Hurricanes TV with the call as the Stars slide continues. Their sixth straight loss after the 6-3 outcome against, yes, as Tolos are pointing out to me, it's a good team.
Yeah.
That you're yeah.
It is.
But you're down 5-1. You're not supposed to be down 5-1 while losing 5 straight, now 6 against the Carolina Hurricanes. What is wrong with the Dallas Stars? Stars insider Jake Friedman in studio. What's going on?
Oh, we are concerned, boys. We are worried. We are in some state thinking, what the heck is happening? Because, listen, you look, midseason slumps happen. And the previous 5 games that the Stars had lost, 3 of them were in overtime, where you at least pick up a point. So I'm not in the business of moral victories by any means, but I'm simply providing a little context because you enter last night, and it's a game there should be some juice behind. You got Mikko Rantanen playing in rally for the first time since the trade. You heard it on the call right there, obviously, Stankoven. And there's enough juice behind this mid-season game that there's no reason to come out flat. And I think yesterday or last night was the first time I felt legitimately concerned for where this team is at right now, especially defensively, because that's been the whole key here is in this losing streak, you're giving up 4 goals. You're giving up 5, 6, whatever it is. And yes, thank you. Yes, Otter has not been better. And the body language, I'm a big body language guy, and it was not good last night. Not just Otter, but the entire team. And at that prominent position in net, you have to be able to come out and put your best foot forward with better body language. And him getting pulled for the first time since the postseason with Pete DeBoer. And we obviously know what happened after that.
Got pulled for the first time since DeBoer.
Correct. That was the first time Jake Ottinger had been pulled from a game under Glenn Goldson.
Tolo's responding on Twitter. Rob, Jake Ottinger happened. Taylor, midseason slump. It happens. They'll be fine. Sports Buckaroo. It's January. There's a 3-week Olympic hiatus. Colorado will be the 1 seed. Dallas will play Minnesota in the first round. They know the goal. Stanley lets them simmer for a few weeks. David Rice said you could be a Devils fan. We lost 9-0.
9-zip to the Isles, man.
Gabe, goals given up are insane, but Riedma is right. It's not all on Otter, but he has to be better. He can't blame another coach. And then Eric, they had the equivalent of a bye week and came back so flat-footed. Otter is in a slump. Backup is out for personal reasons. Ben and Sagan.
Which real quick, the backup, Casey DeSmith, was out for personal reasons, but back in yesterday.
So I thought Nico fired him. Huh? I thought Nico fired him.
That was Casey Smith.
Thank you. But Bobby makes a good point here that he just flashed over the monitor to me. The deserve to win meter on Money Puck, 41.5%.
All right, Jake, get out.
41.5% for the Stars?
You're done.
41.5% for the Stars, so they should have lost. This is the result that occurred should have happened.
It's always good to see Stank-assing. Always good to see Stanky. Not win anymore. But
how concerning is it?
The overtime losses don't bother me because you don't play that in the playoffs. You don't have 3-on-3. You don't have shootouts. And Colorado has got 2 or 3 regulation losses, and then the rest of theirs are all in the extra time. I just don't care about those.
Last one is a question for Riedma from Spieth Island. Where is Raleigh located?
Yeah. That's very Canadian of you.
Oh, do you guys say Raleigh? Or?
Like everybody else?
No.
You and Ocho.
Ocho Cinco?
Yeah, he on his podcast with Shannon, he called it Relia.
Relia?
Oh, no. Spieth Island's always coming after me, though. I appreciate that. Though the one tweet.
That is Canada, man. I got it all on record.
Say about real quick.
You got a final point?
Thank you. The tweet that said, hey, this team knows where they're at, and I don't want to say they're not catching Colorado, but there's a long-term approach here. The goal is the cup. I think that was the best response that you got. And I'm not just...
What, you trying to say they're slow playing it? Like,
No,
you know,
not necessarily.
we're not going to try to catch Colorado.
Yeah.
You're not catching them.
You're not.
We're not going to try it
But
just because the
there's
cup is our goal.
I'm trying to give you a little positive spin because you guys know I don't do negativity around here. There's enough negativity going on.
Your middle name is that.
Oh, please.
Thank you.
No.
And outside of Chicago, it's not like they played bums. Like Montreal's a good team, Carolina's a good team. Buffalo, for the first time in seemingly, a decade, has a decent team. So it's not like they're playing bums either.
Jake Reema, Stars Insider. Follow him on social media for all your hockey talk and knowledge, and on Instagram with the Jake Takes.
And you said goodbye to him before he just walked away?
I went like that. The head nod.
Waved him away.
Head nod.
Leave my presence.
When he said the negativity thing. Oh, no, when he actually did the puck drop or whatever, money puck.
Analytics, yeah, I get it. You're not an analytics guy. You went caveman hockey.
Mavs, back-to-back.
Coop's driving, and Brandon Williams launches a three. He hits it.
That's it.
That's all we got. There's nothing after
Okay. Mavs TV. I'm going to go back on my Victory Plus DVR and make sure there was no great follow-up from Followell as the Dallas Mavericks win in Sacramento 198. Kings had multiple chances from three to answer back, but Brandon Williams hits the game winner. And what about that Cooper Flag rookie Wall? He scores 20 on 8 of 15 shooting along with 6 assists.
18% is what Brandon Williams was shooting from three when he put that up last night, and said he just had to keep shooting confidently.
They
and
shot 41% as a team and 30 from three and won the game. Because Sacramento shot 42 and 29, along with 65 from the line. The Mavs were 67% from the line. An awful shooting night all around.
Sacramento scored almost 40 points in the first quarter, and then they end up with fewer than 100.
100 to 98 game these days? You know you're laying up some bricks.
They were.
From West Brick.
Yeah, they were. By the way,
get me ejected off the show.
Started a game at 10 p.m. is insulting. Make it 9:35, like a normal one.
Yeah, it wasn't 9:30?
No, it was 10 p.m. Actually, it was 10:08. It was 10:08 when this thing started because they had to wait for the previous game to get finished. 10:08. You start this stupid thing.
Max,
at 1 o'clock, this thing was over.
Max Christie was a guest recently on the KNC Masterpiece, and Anthony Davis was on the Peacock post game talking about how he was encouraging Max to go ahead and shoot more from deep.
You know, Max obviously has the confidence. He's shooting the from the damn. You good. I know it's me. It's me you talking to. I know. My bad, Chad. We make you feel like you're at home, boy. NBA, don't find me, you know.
We'll pay the fine.
It's like Bobby dropping S-bombs.
Just having fun in Dallas. He loves it here. He's loose. He was doing his interview. He saw Cooper Flag walking by. He's like, Coop, come get in here. And he pulled him over and had Coop wave to the cameras. He loves it here. This is great energy.
Way too good of a mood for the city. Always looking at him with that Luka stain. Brian Schottenheimer's grade for the season at 720 in the commercial-free expressway. We'll chop it up at 740. Let's get to some keg.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
The early portal winners.
Yeah, so The Athletic had a breakdown of who's winners and who's losers from the portal so far, and
Penn State.
Boy, there's some really awesome things in here, and there's some things that are very depressing. Penn State what, Chop?
They have taken 19 Iowa State transfers. They're basically pulling an Indiana. When Sig went over there, Sig basically combined the Indiana and James Madison rosters. And that's what Penn State's doing. They've taken 19 Iowa State players because of Matt Campbell. So they're basically combining their two rosters.
And they had to. They had to clean up in the portal because they didn't have a football team when James Franklin left, and then they got nobody on signing day. So big winners there. How do these teams...
Let me go raid the roster for the team that's 7th in the Big 12.
Exactly. Now, how do you win? These teams that keep popping up and becoming becoming contenders all of a sudden? How do they continue to win? It's because of the portal. So 2 of the big winners so far, they say Indiana and Texas Tech. That's how they've gotten to where they are, is because they do clean up in the portal. Oklahoma State is a winner. Eric Morris coming from UNT and going to Oklahoma State. So far, he's cleaning up. Just one of my favorite things in the world. The very top loser, number 1 on this list, is LSU and Lane Kiffin as the biggest loser so far, as they've had some transfer guys that they thought they were going to get, then they lost. It's obviously been a bad PR week for Lane Kiffin. He's had to, because that's what he's having away. Do I let them focus on this game, or do I have them here recruiting for the portal? Because, like, my team, we need to get things in order here.
Yeah, they thought they were getting Sorsby, but he obviously went to Tech. And then last night, did you see what happened last night with them?
No.
Sam Leavitt, the Arizona State quarterback, is courtside with Lane and 2 other players. When the news,
the boyfriend.
Yeah, when the news breaks,
the daughter's boyfriend.
The daughter's boyfriend, and the news breaks that the Washington quarterback Damon Williams enters the portal 4 days after he signed his contract with Washington.
Yeah,
he signs the deal 4 days ago, and then he enters the portal, and Leavitt is seeing this come across his phone as he's sitting there courtside with Lane Kiffin.
And then he goes, gentlemen, and walks away or something.
Yeah, and then he's like, all right, well, I got to make my next visit now, because I think he thinks that that's what's going to happen, is that there's the tea leaves.
They lost. I mean, he thought he was getting a bunch of Ole Miss players. He thought he was getting Trinidad Chambliss if he got next year. He's not. He's going to stay at Ole Miss. He thought he was getting the Ole Miss running back that, like, photobombed on the Pat McAfee. He's not getting him either. He decided to stay at Ole Miss. So
see, all your worry of inside
because he pulls his coaches back. That's what he's doing. He's been taking them back. And then the big one here, and this is the one that's depressing. North Texas is a big loser in the portal so far. They've lost.
You can't make any noises.
Yeah.
No noises from you with your little Texas Tech pose that you did on Instagram. You can't be whoring yourself around the world of college football. Someone's got to hold you accountable.
You can wear a jersey.
Someone's got to lock it up. Someone's got to zip it up for you.
You're allowed to wear the jersey of your wife's team. You cannot make the hand sign. You cannot do the guns up. You're a Texas fan.
The Athletic writes that the Mean Green had a historic season. They won a school record 12 games, made the American Conference title game with one of the lowest roster budgets in their conference. Their reward, getting their roster rated by Power 4 conference programs, including the one where their former coach is now running the show. They have 37 scholarship players in the portal right now, and 14 of those started 4 or more games for them last year.
And didn't 14 go?
They lost.
14 is the number that went to Oak State, right?
Yeah, I think that's what
Something
it was.
like that.
They lost. Their long snapper.
That's what Nick Harris goes. Our long snapper? You had to take our long snapper?
It's like walking by.
It's like someone breaking into your house. Like, you had to take my shampoo.
like you've got like if somebody's just like, struggling, they're on the side of the street, and you're just like, give me this last thing you own too. I'm just going to walk away from you. Bye now. But this is North Texas. This is exactly why we had the portal fight or the Cinderella seed fight that we did on the college football playoff, at least for me. North Texas did not deserve to get in the playoff because they lost, so I'm not saying they should be in the playoff. But I'm saying this is an example of why when you get to that level and you start showing what you did, and that's genuine, real, excellent football work from North Texas to identify players that were like low cost and be able to put a team out there. And then these bigger programs just go, oh, thanks, here, come over here. Like, they're lazy. They're lazy programs who just come through. They basically raid from the lower programs that do all of the personnel work. And
I mean, we're seeing this.
The one reward when you're left, like, gasping for air on the floor of the CFB landscape is, all right, you got to be the 12 seed, and now when you're having to fight against other G5 teams, you can tell them something that the others can't, which is, we can get you on the stage. We're good enough. We can get you on the stage, and it helps. That's why James Madison, for everything they lost, which they lost a ton, they've been able to kind of replenish a little bit more. It makes a difference.
And we got an Ole Miss LSU coaching decision?
Yeah, so they are going to allow them. Charlie Weiss Jr. and the running backs coach, who had been gone. He already left. So they're going to stay with Ole Miss for the Fiesta Bowl. That Fiesta Bowl's tomorrow night.
He's trying to get that running back to turn again.
Yeah, no kidding. So they're going to be, Charlie Weiss Jr. and Kevin Smith, the running backs coach, are going to continue to coach at Ole Miss. Oh, how gracious of them, 48 hours before the game, to allow them to go back to Oxford and allow them to prepare. These poor kids have had like 5 practices with no coach. I mean, they're out there doing this on their own. This is player led.
Lane
it's
is the
Pete
worst.
Rose.
Lane is the
Pete
absolute
Rose.
worst.
LeBron James, the player coach.
877-881-1053 for your Brian Schottenheimer grade. Where's my matches again? Where's my lighter? Let's set off a fire detector in here because we need to ask if this was actually an upgrade over Mike McCarthy when we go commercial free in the Expressway. Your Brian Schottenheimer grade on the home of the Cowboys next. But man, I just put it on my Instagram. Go ahead and follow me so I can follow you back. Wild Fork Foods with the seasoning and the seafood last night in the Sharif house. And I'm telling you, stop in 9 DFW locations. Of course, you're going to get your protein and your seafood. Go ahead and get your seasoning as well. This Polynesian pineapple rub, undefeated on seafood so far. Top 5 shrimp tacos I've ever had in my life that we made at the house. And then yesterday went ahead and pan-seared some fish. Again, the Polynesian pineapple rub at Wild Fork, and go ahead and get your fish in there as well. 9 DFW locations, and the website is wildforkfoods.com. That's wildforkfoods.com. And if you're trying to protein up for the new year, wild savings, $1.80 a pound on chicken thigh.
Brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
11:30 press conference today.
Oh, baby.
To mark the official end of the Dallas Cowboys season. It'll take place Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, 11:30 right here on DFW Sports Station. This is Sean and RJ along with our insider Bobby Belt.
I know we got a press conference last year because they hired Shotty, obviously. But I was trying to think back. I don't remember them typically doing these at the end of the season.
Do you remember? You usually remember this type of stuff.
They will have.
I feel like season ends and we don't hear from them until Senior Bowl usually.
I feel it's like 2 weeks after. I never feel anything's done this quickly. They're on a schedule, as Jerry would say this year.
I'm hoping. Now, yesterday Bobby said he thinks it's Schottenheimer, but I'm just hoping there's an increased sense of urgency after missing the playoffs in back-to-back years. I'm hoping.
But you would be happy with either version of it, right? Like whether it's just Jerry being more urgent or Jerry ceding to Schottenheimer wanting to be more. Either one would be good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You?
Yeah. No. And I think it is more. So Jerry definitely. This was not just Schottenheimer wanted to fire Eberflus, and he went in there. Jerry was like, "Listen to me. We need to do this." Jerry was going to fire Schottenheimer, or was going to fire Eberflus as well. Like he wanted to do it. But the timeline, the urgency of doing it, Schottenheimer, from my understanding, is he looked at the landscape and he was like, there are too many open jobs for us not to be in on the market because we're going to lose people.
Yeah.
So we got to start now.
So I've been waiting for this topic for 3 weeks. Yesterday, it got blown out. I had to call an audible after Matt Eberflus was fired during our morning hours. I need to know your grade for Brian Schottenheimer this season on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
Before we go into that, I just have to gag at Pelissero has now shared his report of Mike McCarthy's interview.
Oh, that's his boy. That's the connection there.
So he made sure to frame it as the Giants are scheduled to interview Super Bowl winning head coach Mike McCarthy for their head coaching job on Tuesday. You will always see in Pelissero's reports, if he reports on McCarthy, it is always Super Bowl winner. It's like, that's his title, guys. Got to call him that. So every single day, it makes me,
All right. Give us the good. Give us the bad. And was Brian Schottenheimer worth the Mike McCarthy change? Was he better? Where was he better? Where was he worse? 877-881-1053. Yesterday in Crosstalk, when I was asking everyone who their media bias was, and who has it been really hard to separate your true opinions from the relationship, I answered Shotty.
Okay.
And that's why I've been wrestling with this. This is an uncomfortable topic for me because even though he comes on here and insults me every single week, I always tell Bobby, we got to do good radio first, okay? Our tempers and stepping over each other, all that stuff's got to come backseat to doing great radio. That's most important. Ask my family. I put it over them. And Brian Schottenheimer has delivered and did deliver the best coach interviews in our 15 years, and it's not even close. So that's where when I'm weighing in with the bad stuff, it was hurting me. It was hurting me internally. Start us off, Ralph James Choppy, on how you grade Shotty's rookie year.
I think he met expectations.
Okay, what were the expectations?
There was a lot of unknown. We don't know. Obviously, we don't know anything about him.
Well, we thought we knew that he was passed over forever, conservative, and a dinosaur offensively. Those were the initial reactions. I still remember sitting at Hurtado Barbecue in Dallas when the news broke, driving home Friday night in the rideshare, and being half buzzed while flipping out over the hire.
Well, the news broke for you about a week earlier than that.
That's right. That's right. I did read that. Thank you for reminding me, Bobby.
I kind of liken it to my own grade as a child in high school.
Well, that's terrible.
Hey, listen, I was 116th out of 121. I still had an 82 average.
Okay.
Just a smart school.
Very smart. 40 of them went Ivy League, and then there was me. Go Vols. So I'll say he got an 81.
81.
78 to an 81.
Okay. What did you like, not like, and next year, areas of improvement?
I loved the interviews, obviously.
Okay.
That doesn't count.
No.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Look, honestly, there's nothing on the field I particularly loved. The offense was good. The offense has always been good, right? When Dak was healthy, when they were 12-5 every year, they were scoring 27 to 31 points a game. That's where they were this year, right in the middle of they were at 27 and change this year. So the offense is what it is. The defense was terrible, and we knew that. This is nothing like that is earth-shattering news. I don't think he did anything to give them a unique advantage. I don't think he necessarily did anything to take away as a detraction.
Okay.
They just kind of were what they were. So I think he met expectations.
81. Now you, though, did have them definitely in the room as the highest amount of wins. I know you probably said double digits.
Either 9 or 10. I thought they were going to. Yeah, I thought they were going to, because the offense was so good.
Okay.
I didn't expect the defense to be this bad.
Right. Okay. So 10-win team to a 7-win team.
Yeah.
Still getting an 81.
Yeah, I mean, look, I grade on the curve.
Okay.
I'm a grade on the curve.
All right, 81 from Ralph James. Roberto.
I go letters. I understand letters a little easier. B-. So he was the things that he did well. So the offense was exceedingly more modern than anybody had talked about. They used a ton of motion. They pushed the ball down the field. He threw it a ton. That the offense was. I don't know that there's anybody who can say he didn't exceed expectations on what the offensive design was. Everybody thought it was going to be Marty ball, and it was not. It was far from it. It was one of the more aggressive offenses in the NFL. So I liked that. Opened it up. Had a lot of success. The offense was, throughout the season, really, really good. I think he was the perfect head coach to have in place when Marshawn Nealon died. I don't know that there was anybody that you would rather have in there to kind of see everybody through that than Schotty. I do think that they've made culture strides. I mean, I don't know, Peyton, did you have that clip edited of Dak?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you've got that one. This is kind of goes to it. This is Tyler Booker talking about his rookie year on Hard Knocks, and Dak talking about he labeled this season something that'll probably upset some fans maybe, but he labeled this season a success.
Hey, Book, how was your rookie season, bro? It was a lot of fun, bro. You know what I mean? It was like a lot more fun than I expected. I get to play football every day. I don't got to go to class. I get to take care of my body. That's a lot more fun than what I thought it was going to be. What was the biggest surprise, if there was one? That shit handed me after the rookie did. No, I'm playing, but the big surprise, I mean, how close we are. That's love. Like, that's not given. That's not every locker room that they're this close. So, like, don't lose for a second. Like, this was a success. This was a good year.
Now, that'll make sense. But I'm saying that, so when you're talking about does Schotty's, like, message land with them, are they getting 53 guys moving in the same direction, which is a big reason why Trayvon Diggs is not here anymore. Are you getting 53 guys moving in the same direction? He's succeeding in that. Because clearly they're all buying into, no, we made progress this year and strides of, like, this is a success even to say that, what we did this year because we grew closer. So they're all buying into the value of that. So the messaging is landing. They respond to it and everything else. The negative he did, the Eberflus hire was bad. And he could have spiked it back. He did not.
What about fixing throughout the year and adjusting?
Like adjusting like game plan and attack style?
No, like just doing something with the defense to fix it and improve it and make it better.
So they did make the trade. He went into the meeting rooms more. I don't know how much you can do short of just firing people. And they started, I think it was 22 different people started a game on defense this year for them. So they had a lot of resources they threw at it. It was an error doing what he did. And he probably was, with his time management, just fell a little short in terms of oversight of the defense at times. Because you cannot have... it can't just be, it's bad, it's on Eberflus. But if Schotte's telling us the goal is minimum 20 snaps between special teams and everything else that everybody who's active has to have every week, like that's their goal. Well, then you can't tell me that it's all on Eberflus to say that Logan Wilson got 0. Why isn't your coach noticing Logan didn't get in the game? Instead of everybody at the end of it going, it slipped our minds.
Yeah.
None of us knew that somebody who was supposed to play 20 snaps had played 0. And a veteran who's standing on the sideline with his helmet on the whole time just like, am I getting in? And so that's bad. Some of those oversight things, I don't think that's unusual, though, for anything other than just a first-year head coach anyway who's working through learning how to do that stuff. So that's kind of expected. The biggest thing he gets dinged for me, is play calling past the 50 at times. And this was a Kellen issue early on, too. When the field tightens up, his design doesn't always adjust, it doesn't feel like. Or there were too many times where he'd say, I didn't like the play call that I got us into. Hopefully that comes with a little more. This is his first time calling plays in years. Maybe he needed some of the reps again. But I think I didn't love play calling past the 50. That would get too conservative at times. And the thing McCarthy did better.
No.
Yeah. The thing McCarthy did better.
Where's my lighter?
He manages their health better, I think. Like he manages their workload and everything else to the way we got into Oxnard.
They had 9 guys hurt.
People forgot about it. Yeah, it was
nine.
9 people got hurt in the first 3 days of training camp. And it was like, all right, are you going too hard too early? And then you get into the season, and it felt like there were always guys getting banged up. All of that's probably not on Schotty, but there's at least going to be a little bit of that's due to, are you working them the right way? And again, I do think that's a bigger problem if this is year 2 and those things are true. Because year 1, you're learning how to run practices and do things. But overall, I'd say it's a positive. I don't think if Mike McCarthy's here calling the offense, I don't think they win 7 games with that defense. I think they are a 3-win football team.
How do you view changing from McCarthy to Schotty, RJ Choppy?
I don't know that you could say they're a 3-win team with Mike. He's never really shown to be a 3-win coach.
We've literally never seen a defense like this one. They were the worst in NFL history at points per drive.
And I understand that, but Mike's offenses have been just as good or better with Dak Prescott.
The ones he called?
No, just in general. Like whether he's the play caller or not.
I think that matters.
Deion said, I still can't get that out of my mind when Deion said play callers don't matter. I can't get that out of my head when Deion said that. So I don't know. But I mean,
if you could go back and do it again, you can re-sign Mike for 3 years.
I would have done. I think the Cowboys wanted to do Mike for 3 years. Mike wanted 5.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think Schotty did a bad job. I thought Mike was a better coach. I think I would have done that. But in terms of like some of the second half fall offs with the offense is what bothered me the most.
Yeah.
Second, on the other side of the 50, I get it. You fall into the clutch with a crutch with Aubrey. I understand that. I don't like it. Also, it's his first year as a head coach. His first year making decisions on 4th downs. I just thought like sometimes the second half of these games, that offense went completely stagnant, and that can't happen. This is a good quarterback. You got 2 number 1 wide receivers. You got a really good number 3 receiver. You got a good running back. Your offensive line is not a problem. I mean, it had moments, but it's not a problem. The tight end could play. I mean, you can't be getting shut out in the second half.
I think that was. I'm gonna have to look it up. I think that was that's more recency in your head. I think because over the course of the season, I don't think their issues a lot of times earlier were bad starts. Like they didn't score a touchdown on the opening drive for like 3 months. They had that stretch against like Philly and Kansas City where they were having to come back and score in the second half. And so, I mean, I know in the last month of the season it was bad where they'd start out good and then they'd get blanked by Detroit or whoever else. But I think the majority of the season they were better in the second half.
So your grade again is?
I get about an 81.
All right, and Bobby, you're B minus.
B minus.
Okay. What are the Tolos saying so far?
214, Schotty gets a B minus, upgrade over McCarthy. 817, Schotty gets a C. B minus from the 972. 817 gives an F plus. I didn't know you can give F plus. 254 says Schotty gets a B. C plus from 682, and I'll give a B minus. I mean, his offense offense was at the top. Defense was historically bad. The culture improved, but you got to make the playoffs next year for sure. You had a healthy season of Dak. You have to be better than 7-9-1.
All right.
And real quick, if they had kept Mike, would they have still brought in Eberflus? Do you think Zimmer would have returned?
No, Zimmer's not coming back.
If they had kept McCarthy?
Huh?
If they had kept McCarthy?
Yeah, Zimmer wasn't coming back. Zimmer was here for a year, was anticipating the job would open up, and then wanted a crack at it, and he didn't get it.
All right, so I broke mine into 3 different areas: offense, defense, culture. Offense, I give him a 90. I'm going number grades as well. Scored a ton of points. Dak, very nice year. Some of the concerns, red zone, some of the disappearance, whether it's conservative or getting figured out, a 90. Defensively was really tough for me to figure out because I don't know how much true impact he could have had. But ultimately, at the end of the day, everything is under your watch. I gave him a 60. All right, so I'm giving him a D for the Eberflus hire and more being insulted every week for coming on here and be like, guys, I know part of this is PR you have to do. We're talking about a damn good coach here. Right? You guys are kind of silly for questioning him. So I'm not going to forget that Shotty and Jerry did that throughout the majority of the season, only to be proven massively wrong and incorrect. So there's a 60 for Shotty defensively. And then for the culture stuff, what I think is happening inside the locker room, I don't know. I give him an 85. So when I go to my calculator, my easy tip, and I go 90 plus 60 plus 85 divided by 3, I come up with a 78.
I think 78. You're right in the same kind of area.
No, we're all in the same area.
Yeah, that's
C plus B minus.
Splitting hairs.
Yeah,
splitting hairs, and that's okay. Like first year for a coach. Like Liam Cohen gets an A++, right? A++ for what he's done this year. Other first year coach, like what does Kellen Moore get? The first half of the year he was probably a D, but now the second half of the year, he's in the A range.
Yeah, my concern with Schottenheimer and really for everyone there, including Will McClay, my concern over there is I don't know if, like certain people in life, I know that you're going to figure it out. I know that you're smart enough. I know you have a track record, and you're going to eventually figure it out. I have that question about all of them right now. Like, okay, we get 2 nice picks in the first round. Will McClay going to find that right D end? Will McClay going to pick the right linebacker or secondary player? I don't have full confidence right now. Jerry Jones, I asked him this in the final interview. Why do you think, like, at what point does the self-doubt creep in to overwhelm you? Like, why would I think after 30 years of not coming close to your goal that you would have the answer in year 31? You wouldn't. You wouldn't have the answer. And then for Brian Schottenheimer, because Shotty, and again, I know a lot of this was PR, because he was so defensive and supportive of Matt Eberflus and brought him in the first place. And I'm not going to just say, oh, Jerry forced that on him. I'm going to go with what Bobby said and others. Jerry maybe picked it, but Schottenheimer supported it and did not come close to fixing it throughout the entire season. How do I know that you have the answers or the right input for the next replacement or the concepts on that side of the ball? I don't know that you do. So those are my worries heading into Schottenheimer's second off season.
And a lot of that, though, I would assume you would say you have to scale for it's the first time. Like, it's a lot more.
Yep.
These are graded on a curve a little bit to where it's like, if it looks like this in year 2, some of these things, it's an even worse year.
But here's where I counter back. I agree with you for the most part. Here's where I counter back. Brian Schottenheimer has seen and been around every damn situation for 20 years in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm. And so 20 years at home.
All that experience and all that osmosis, like, I expect you to be a lot further along, and maybe he was. I don't know everything inside the building. I expect you to be a lot further along than Liam Cohen. I expect you to be a lot further along than a brand new rookie head coach because you've lived this basically your entire life. So, yes, overall, I do agree with you. Second year, you're actually in the seat, but there should not be any disagreement, any football fight, any player issue, except for a death, that Brian Schottenheimer would be unfamiliar with because of how long he's been around.
Sure. The only caveat I give to that is, like, for instance, when I say that McCarthy did a better job probably managing their bodies, Brian Schottenheimer can see the way everybody's done it. And he can know, I know that doesn't work, I know that doesn't work, I know that doesn't work. And in his head, he can think, I believe this will work, but I've never been given a shot to implement it. And then when he walks in there and implements it, he learns right away, oh, nope, that doesn't work, can't do that again.
Yeah,
So,
and I also don't care if he beat them up in training camp. I said that at the time, and I don't even care if it proved out to be true that it hurt them, because I understand going in year one and setting the tone. I'm a believer in that. It's much easier to be a hard ass and back off and then come in and pretend to be a hard ass. So get Britt Brown some more help in the medical room.
So I don't. You may have said it. Maybe I missed it. But did you say whether you thought, is he an upgrade over McCarthy?
I think on paper it's very. It is impossible to sit there and argue and not think on paper that Mike McCarthy would be less than 7 wins. Like, that's on paper. 12-5, 12-5. Mike, win-loss. Based upon what I've heard, and what I think I know about Schottenheimer, I would have made the switch, and I'm fine with the switch as well. I don't think they're a 10 or 11 win team with Mike McCarthy, because Mike McCarthy also chose Mike Nolan and also had Mike Zimmer with historically bad defenses. It was time for Mike to go. I'd be happy if Mike took over the New York Football Giants, and Mike was good to us every Friday. That's just how I feel. I'm making the switch. I'm making the changeover, but I'm not going to sit here and be fooled by Brian Schottenheimer's amazing personality every Friday. I think we've shot it straight for 15 years. I'm not going to allow biases to kick in as well as we can. And as I heard Jesse Holly say yesterday, and Jesse pointed right at his camera, he said, this is you now next year, Brian. This is now you, because you're going to get your guy at DC. And Eberflus was the scapegoat, and Eberflus was the problem. Well, now they're going to start coming for your ass when you got your own personal pick, if that is what happens. So that's what I'm trying to balance and keep in mind.
I think he's, like I said, I think it's a B- now. If it's a B- next year, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
Because my expectation is I think he's going to continue to make them better. I think he is building something that, to me, he is ultimately, when we talked about Jason Garrett earlier and the way Jason Garrett wants to structure things and the way Jason Garrett believes, when I said Garrett could have been more successful if he would have just had an idea of how to, like, aggressively push offenses, that's kind of Schottenheimer with bigger personality. Like, a lot of the stuff he says Monday through Saturday is like a prettier way to say what Garrett has always said.
All right, basically C+, B- for Brian Schottenheimer's rookie season. Great exercise with the Tolos on the Franklin Franco fan text, 877-881-1053. NFL playoff power rankings at 8. Let's chop it up.
Oh. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no.
RJ Choppy.
Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop it.
It was then I felt the stranger kick me right between the eyes.
The stranger got you between?
The stranger. Not that stranger. The one we all know about. The one we live our lives with. I am brushing my teeth with the stranger now, Sean. The left hand.
What?
Oh.
Yeah. I read that it will help prevent cognitive decline.
You're an idiot.
Okay. Good. Because it makes your brain rethink everything. It fires neurons in your brain that you don't normally use. Have you tried brushing your teeth with your left hand?
Never.
I think it's easier to do the other thing with your left hand than it is to brush your teeth. I've got no tempo.
Yeah.
None.
I've never tried.
Holy cow.
As I'm sitting here,
I'm going to do it tonight.
Do it. Try it.
Which
it's
one?
Wild. Try doing it at 4:30 in the morning. Try doing it at 4:30 in the morning with one eye open.
Ate and shower.
It's like I got it's all over the map. It is wild. I am challenging.
So you think you're going to be sharper on this show because of this?
Already today. Look at me.
You've had a rough start to the new year.
I don't know, but yeah, it's follows.
Exactly.
Listen,
exactly.
I'm off a bye week. Okay, I'm off a bye week. All right.
How often do you listen to music while you brush your teeth?
I could say with certainty I've literally never listened to music when I brush my teeth.
Consistently listening to music is associated with up to a 39% reduced risk of dementia in adults while regularly playing an instrument was linked to 35% reduced risk. In highly educated people with 16 or more years of education, always listening to music was linked to a 63% reduced risk.
My
That's
dad
from
played the
Side
drums.
Post.
He was drooling on himself. So I don't know about that.
Hey, Pay, have you ever done this? Opposite hand toothbrush?
No, I've never thought about it. I've always gone right hand, dominant hand with everything.
They tell NFL defense, or they tell defensive linemen leading up to the draft to do this.
Really?
They'll tell them.
How have I never heard of this?
In training and stuff like that, they'll say start eating with your left hand, start brushing with if you're depending on what's your dominant hand. They're like just get used to using your other hand a little bit for some of these drills that we're doing where you're trying to be a little more ambidextrous.
This is crazy.
Make my kids start doing it today.
My tongue is going on the back of my teeth. I could feel like missed spots, and I'm like, this is just not going to work out. I'm going to have the worst breath in human history. So I am brushing with the stranger. Let's talk about the exciting whites, shall we?
Well, Cooper
DeJean. I refuse to say his name the way he wants it to be pronounced.
Cooper.
Okay, you don't get to pick your own name. But he is casually with Nikki Bella. Mm-hmm. And she had said yesterday at TMZ, they're just casual. They're just hanging out.
Oh.
Which is code for, just having a good time.
I'll take a little sip.
Yeah, having a good time.
Who is this woman? I don't know her.
She's a wrestler. She's a twin. She was married to John Cena. She was on Dancing with the Stars. I think she got with the partner and abuse allegations. She's a nut job.
But she is mid-40s.
Yeah.
And he is early 20s.
Yep.
When you were in your early 20s, younger than 20, let's say 25, could you have envisioned yourself with a 44-year-old woman?
In a relationship or just...
It was like Lisa Ann.
like
Aiden looks over. Boy, you're too young to be knowing her name.
He has Twitter. He knows how to search for videos.
In this situation, in a casual...
Yeah.
They've gone on dates, but they're mostly just...
man, you don't have to deal with them.
Netflix and shit.
No, I could not envision that. If you're just saying, could I envision, hanging out with somebody one time? Sure. But, I would not have, dated a mid-40s.
Yeah, not dated.
Not dated.
No. But, you also don't have to deal with the usual... it's a woman, so you're always going to have to deal with some stuff. But not the typical, crazy early 20s nut job stuff. I always say, if my wife and I dated when we were in our mid or early 20s, we never would have lasted.
How much older are you than Amanda?
4 years.
4 years. What's your difference? You're 11?
9.5.
9.5. Okay. Kristen's a year and a half older than me.
Well.
So Peyton, I think, said, this came up with Peyton a couple weeks ago. Peyton said he wouldn't, didn't you say you wouldn't have gone more than 3 years older than you ever?
I said I had never been with anyone 3 years.
Yeah, he was
younger.
desperate. He would have been with it. I mean, What did you set the dating profile to age-wise? Be honest.
Cause I was 25 when I started that, so I think I went 22 was the youngest. 22 to I think 28, so three below, 3 above.
And you always kept it 3 and 3?
Yeah, because I only did it for 1 year. I only did the dating app for 1 year.
Oh, okay.
All right, chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. This is a study that's perfect for me. Study shows that couples that pass gas with each other are healthier and happier couples. I could say I am always happier when I do this. Sarah, I think she would disagree when I'm sitting in bed and I do this.
Do you just, there's no hesitation?
No hesitation.
Zero. You don't hold anything in?
I don't hold it in. It's very bad for your gut biome. I don't do that. I'm not holding it in. I'll let them go. Doesn't matter. Church?
Yeah.
Don't care. Funerals? Don't care. A crop dust at the gym. I don't want anybody walking around me wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
But couples that do this, they say are happier.
Well, I don't believe that.
Does happiness matter?
Yes, it does.
No, happiness matters. But
Happiness does matter,
But if
Bobby.
you're just saying that, that clearly, if both of them are just so, flippant, then that seems like a careless happening to me. I just do what I want, and there's no concern for
respect.
Yeah, so.
But there's definitely is a comedic comfort positive advantage.
Yeah.
You feel yourself, but then I feel like you're sacrificing a little respect. This does not happen in my house at all. Zero.
You've not heard her?
Zero.
None.
Period. And it would change the way I thought about her.
Not even when you woke up in the middle of the night and she let one go and she had no idea.
Not that I can recall. And I couldn't stand for it.
Sarah's never done that in front of me.
I couldn't squat for it.
Sarah's never done
She's never done it?
No, I've never heard it.
And she doesn't. Does she laugh or does she get furious with you at all?
She gets kind of mad at me. I'm just like, well, this is. I'm not. My stomach is. I'm not getting an upset stomach.
Oh my!
You're just gonna listen to it.
Shaq said in an interview years ago.
Smell it.
Years ago, he said, "I don't believe pretty girls fart." He goes, "If you fart as a woman, I just think you're probably an ugly girl." Is what it is.
Chopping
Peyton,
it up.
where are you on this?
I've never heard Mackenzie fart. She's claimed she never does it, so I guess I'll have to believe her. But me, it's like, I mean, she'll get mad at me if I'm like right next to her and just decide to let one rip. But like if I'm on the other side of the room, I do it, a couple times. She laughs at it and just thinks it's funny. But if I fart on her, she's upset with me.
And of course, I know your stance on this.
Yeah, it's gross.
Oh.
And vice versa?
Yeah. No, she thinks fart humor in movies is funnier than I do, but she would never do this in person.
Chop it up, chop it up. Every hump day, commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a Tolo to start off the new year. That stands, of course, for Turn It On, Leave It On. 877-881-1053. For the final time this football season, it's power rankings. This is basically saying who you think is going to win and be in the Super Bowl. That's the criteria. 1 through 5, 5 through 1 on the Franklin Frankel fan text. Basically, your NFL playoff postseason predictions with your power rankings next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Never leave.
Let's go!
This is a nightmare of an exercise.
And a nightmare.
A terrifying exercise for NFL playoff power rankings. It's the final one. So don't ask any more in the group text. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I guess maybe we...
Yeah.
We'll see. How many teams will be left after this?
7. 6.
7.
8. 8.
You got it.
I'm just trying because it's 14.
You just wanted to say 6, 7.
It's 14. So.
We'll see. All right, so obviously the reason this is such a nightmare is how wide open it is. Mm-hmm. And I think we should go based upon who you think has the best chance to win the Super Bowl 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Now, what makes it even more complicated is whether you take into account or not the draw and the bracket and the seeding.
I think you have to.
Do it whichever way you want. 877-881-1053 on the Franklin Franco fan text. I don't know why you're so excited, like you're going to be right.
I'm not. No, none of us are. Yeah, there's no right or wrong in this thing. Crazy.
No, there will be a right. We're going to keep score. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for this week's power rankings here on Sean and RJ, along with Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Aiden. And Bobby is already looking stressed out.
I don't know how to.
There's no way. There's no way to. When you hear the 3 teams I have left out,
the AFC is screwing with me so bad. I don't know how to stack them.
Number 5, RJ, on who can win and who will win the title.
I put Denver here. Listen, I hate this team. I really do. They are going to ruin this entire playoff for me with their stupid defense and their bad quarterback. Nothing I hate more. I'm offended. I'm offended by bad quarterback play. And I will say this. The only chance they have to advance beyond their first-round game is if all the top seeds win and they play Pittsburgh. They will get run by Buffalo, they will get run by the Chargers, and they will get run by Houston if they play them. But if all the top seeds win and they play Pittsburgh, they're going to advance and they'll host the AFC Championship game. I have Denver at 5.
Number 5, as I'm still deciding, Houston. It's the Texans. And I don't feel great about any of this. Houston's been... They are just so suffocating defensively, and I really like DeMeco Ryans as a coach. And gosh, they're on what's their winning streak at now? They're the longest winning streak I think in the league. But they were 1-3 at some point or something ridiculous.
To start the year.
Yeah, they've won 9 in a row. They've been ridiculous down the stretch. That defense is so damn good. So I've got Houston 5.
Number 5, I have the Denver Broncos. Them having the 1 seed is the only reason why I think they have somewhat of a chance to make it to the Super Bowl. They just got to win 2 games, 2 home games. They're 8-1 this year at home, with their only loss being a 14-point loss to the Jaguars. Their defense has been legit all season. It's going to be low-scoring games, but I have the Broncos at 5 with a small chance of making it to the Super Bowl.
I also have Denver. Okay. And I almost left them out. One of these defensive teams is going to have a rough first quarter. It's going to be terrifying for them. Mm-hmm. Someone, whether it's Houston, whether it's Denver, whether it's Jacksonville, Seattle, someone's going to be down 10-0. And then we'll have the whole offseason discussion of, should defense really be like the new turnover and trend in the National Football League? And Denver's one of these teams, man. They've been screwing around, play with fire all year long. All their fourth quarter wins, all the Sean Payton magic. I can't stand Bo Nix. I can't stand their offense. I don't like them. Look, we're putting a 1 seed at 5 at best, unless Bobby has them higher. I'll go Broncos at 5.
Denver, their first round matchup will be against either Pittsburgh, awful, Houston, questionable offense, Bills, or Chargers. That's the team that they'll draw in the first matchup.
Number 4. I hate putting them this low. I think they're very, very good, but Their schedule terrifies me. They have not been in a dogfight, and it is New England. I love the quarterback. I like the coach. Like everything about them. They're going to play 2 home games.
2 games.
They're going to get 2 home games. Maybe 3, depending on how things shake out. But I have New England here at number 4.
I'm literally changing my list right now. Number 4 is the New England Patriots. I had them at 3. I'm going to bump them down to 4. Now, I love Drake May. I think that they feel still like they're a year too early. I don't totally buy it yet because the schedule has been weak. And I know they've won some big games. They beat Buffalo in Buffalo. They've had some big games this season, and Drake May's probably going to, or it's a coin flip, I guess, between him and Stafford for the MVP, but I don't know if I trust them to go through the gauntlet. So I've got the Patriots 4.
I hate doing this, put this team at number 4 because they were my number 1 for so long, but it's the Rams at 4. And it's because they're having to play on the road in the playoffs. They're going to run through
They have to play on the road at home.
Yeah, I mean, well, basically, yeah. But, I mean, and I know they lost to the Panthers a few weeks ago in Charlotte, but, I mean, it's going to be a different story. They have by far the best offense of any team in the playoffs. That might be the reason why this team can run the tables in the NFC playoffs, despite them playing all their games on the road, most likely. But I have the Rams here at number 4.
Biggest spread in the first round, right? 10.5? 10?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I would hope that's the biggest one. Number 4, Jacksonville. I've finally done it. I think for the first time this season, they are rolling. Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence magic. Trevor going into the Waffle House. His teammates getting him the grill. But it's not because of Trevor. It's because of the defense, Liam Cohen's coaching, and then Trevor Lawrence playing his best football of the year, maybe his career. I'll go Jacksonville at 4. Power rankings, 1 through 5, 5 through 1 here on The Fan.
Number 3. This is the 7th best team in the history of the NFL.
What? And they're 3 in your power ranking?
Well, they have a bum as a quarterback. It is Seattle. This is the 7th best regular season since 1978. 7th best. And you have teams up there like the 91 Washington Redskins, obviously the 07 Patriots, other teams of that ilk. Seattle's right there. I mean, they've had this is according to DVOA, so that value over average. So it's just Sam Darnold. You know, he's got a QBR that's outside the top 15. It's going to be very difficult for them to win the whole thing, as far as I'm concerned. So Seattle at 3.
Number 3 on this list, it was the team that I had at 4, and then I flipped him at the last second because I think he's finally going to step up and do what he needs to on the AFC side. I got the Buffalo Bills at number 3, and I'm buying into Josh Allen. And that was the way I was looking at it. I was thinking, all right, we got the matchup coming where if the Patriots win like I expect them to this weekend, and if the Bills win this weekend like I expect them to this weekend, like there's a decent chance that those are the two that end up meeting each other down the road. So I think that the Bills, I'd take them over New England at this point on a matchup. So I'm going to say Buffalo's number 3.
Number 3, I have the Jacksonville Jaguars, winners of 8 straight going into the postseason. The defense has been, one of the best in the league for a while this season. If you mix that defense with Trevor Lawrence playing at a high level right now, and look, I'm going to say this: even though they're playing the Bills, I think the spread's close to 1, maybe a pick 'em. I would be surprised if the Jaguars lost their first round matchup. I think they should beat the Bills.
He's not getting it every time we do it. Number 3, I keep being scarred by what happened against Buffalo when they came out with a statement, cost me money, and screwed me in the second half. I just wish they would have kept the foot down on the throats, and I would have felt so much better about them as an even more top-tier contender. But I'm going to have New England at 3.
New England at 3.
And I think Drake May wins the MVP, even though Cam Newton says he's a game manager.
All right, number 2. If Seattle didn't exist, this would be the 8th best regular season since 1978. But it's currently the 9th best regular season. The difference is they have the best quarterback in the playoffs. And that is the LA Rams that I have at number 2.
At number 2, I have apparently the 7th best team in NFL history. I have the Seattle Seahawks, and literally the only thing that stops them from being number one is I don't know that I'll ever believe it was Sam Darnold. I just don't know that I'll ever totally trust him no matter how well he plays. I can't fully go there. But outside of the question at quarterback, that is such a complete, scary football team, and that NFC West is a juggernaut. I mean, the fact that the Rams are ending up as like a seed below Carolina, like they're not even the top wild card is insane to me. But I got the Seattle Seahawks at number 2.
At number 2, I have the New England Patriots. I've had them up here top 3 for a while now. They have the MVP on their team. They've been the most consistent team in the NFL, I believe, this season. They're not the 1 seed in the AFC, but they're still the best team in the conference. The only thing that worries me is that with them being the 2 seed, they're probably getting 2 home playoff games, and they're 6-3 at home this season, 8-0 on the road. So if they do play Denver in the AFC title game, I'll be picking them to win.
Notable absences so far. I believe this speaks for everyone. Philadelphia and Green Bay, take note of that. Power rankings for the playoffs here on Sean and RJ.
Also San Fran, Chicago. Nobody's had those teams either, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. No, they have not. But Chicago, I don't even view as a big omission. Although, I think they could beat Green Bay. Number 2, same fear factor as Bobby, Seattle. The Seattle Seahawks, number 2. I think Aiden is getting very unhappy out there wearing his Green Bay Packer hat. He thinks Trayvon Diggs is going to save him. Seattle 2.
Number 1. I had him here on Christmas. I love the coach.
I can't believe
I love the defense. I love the running back. I love the quarterback. I think their biggest risk is their first game. If they win the first game, they are waltzing to the championship.
Whoa!
It is the Jacksonville Jaguars.
The AFC Championship or the Super Bowl?
The Super Bowl. It is the Jacksonville. That team is nasty. And, hot take, soft colors are better than hard colors on teams. You know, these teams, they got to wear red or black. No, teal, baby. Soft colors are better.
I think you have to back up your mouth.
Oh, $10. Throw $10 on it.
There you go. What's their odds?
What is it? Was it 18-1, something like that? 16-1? It's very high. They're like, it's a high number. But it's just San Fran's like 25-1 in certain spots.
Right now, Jacksonville plus 1,300.
13. Okay, so 13-1.
Okay,
they got bet down a little bit. But yeah,
Jacksonville, you think right now today will win the Super Bowl
if they get by Buffalo?
Okay,
I think that's the biggest risk.
I believe on December 17th that they were frauds in Choppy's power rankings.
Is that true? December 17th?
I dropped them out, and then they had them number 1 on Christmas Eve. Whatever the show Bobby and I did, I had them at number 1.
So the number 1 team is the only team this entire NFL season that has a shot that if they win the title, we will look back and say that's a great football team. That's a team that could hang with other Super Bowl teams, and that's the Los Angeles Rams. Because Stafford has played at a ridiculous level this year. They are such an efficient running game. They can get after the quarterback with Byron Young and Jared Verse. They are a really, really strong football team. They had their lapses at the end of the season, and I'm not totally comfortable that when you look over their history this year, here are their losses. At Philadelphia, playoff team. At the Panthers, the team they're going on the road to play this week. And at the Seahawks, playoff team. And then at the Falcons, who are borderline. So that's a little concerning there. But I have the Los Angeles Rams number 1 for Rams-Bills Super Bowl.
And at number 1, I have the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, the win on Saturday when they shut down the 49ers was one of the most impressive wins of the NFL season, I think, this year. When Nico said defense wins championships, he was talking about the Seattle Seahawks defense there, obviously. It's going to be tough for anyone to win in Seattle in the playoffs. I have the Seahawks 1.
End of their season scared me. Do not like their seeding where they ended up. And they need their red zone dominator to return, which he's supposed to. I also have the Rams at number 1. So there it is. Rams, Seattle, Patriots, Jacksonville, Denver for me. I left out Buffalo, Philly, Green Bay, and San Francisco.
I have Jacksonville, Rams, Seattle, New England, Denver.
I have Rams, Seahawks, the only one with the Bills, I guess. Patriots, Texans.
Seahawks 1, Patriots 2, Jaguars 3, Rams 4, Broncos 5.
Why you should be terrified of pizza and lasagna next. Then below the bell on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel in Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I'm going to start drinking chocolate milk.
Oh, the score! Ottinger mishandles the puck, and there he is! Welcome back! Seth Jarvis draws the penalty and scores the goal!
You need some chocolate milk with your voice cracking like a little kid. Hurricanes TV. Yes, I'm bitter as the Stars are now winless in 6 straight as they lose in Carolina 6-3 in Game 1 of a 6-game road trip as well. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan, below the belt at 8:40. This game was not close. The Canes were up 3-1 after 1 period, 5-1 after 2. Ottinger was pulled after the 5th goal. 5 goals allowed on 15 shots. And for the 3rd straight game, the Stars took more penalties than their opposition. That's what a lot of Tolos were hitting me up with last night when I'm like, what's going on with them? 5 penalties on the night. And they're back in action tonight in Washington. That's not going to be easy. Spittle points out Caps are currently in the playoff mix in the Eastern Conference, a much better team on home ice. So there you go with your Dallas Stars in a mid-season slump.
Very mid.
Very mid. Yeah, like Jake said, like they're in a weird spot, especially after this stretch where Colorado has like gotten such a lead on them, and the Stars have such a lead on being in the playoffs. They kind of know where they are. They don't really have now at this point basically any risk. Like they're not going to fall out of the postseason, and they're probably not going to catch Colorado. Now it gets really kind of tense because you could lose some of your edge as a team. You could lose some of your edge playing just blah hockey. And that's what they've done. They've played kind of just very average hockey, and we'll see what they do. We'll see what they do the rest of the, if they make moves or what.
All right, Bobby, you usually screw up my sports world and life with your takes and poisoning my mind.
That's what I do.
Towards not liking people. I haven't opened up a Bill Barnwell article in like a year and a half.
I even sent one in my email.
I know. I'm like, why are you opening this up? You're always referencing PFF and Barnwell every week.
Oh, because I like to live in misery, and I like to attack it. By the way, in that Barnwell article, he had Drake May listed as the MVP, and Will Chambers was trying to nominate him for worst take for that. That he goes, who would have Drake May as the MVP? And like, Will, have you paid attention to the NFL season this year?
We need to vet these people when they come back on air like this. We need to vet them to be like, how much sports have you been paying attention to?
Right. I mean,
besides Kentucky volleyball.
Will's been selling houses.
Well, he wasn't selling.
That's why he's back last month. But yeah,
longer than the last month.
They're working on Sundays all afternoon. They're working in those model homes.
Yeah.
So am I about to ruin lasagna for you?
Yeah, and pizza. Well,
pizza's not doesn't
you know
ruin
what?
it. Pizza
ruin lasagna, the most overrated Italian dish.
So, what's overrated about it?
This is what got
much.
This is
too
what
much.
Eat a small portion, fatso.
No. Yeah, it's too much noodle. And then I don't like meat. I don't like ground beef. I like ground beef in my Italian stuff.
This was the same take that got him nicknamed Tom Hagen because he's a fake Italian. Where he's like, oh, I'm Italian, but I don't like lasagna.
At least give me James Caan, okay? At least give me James Caan.
All right, so over the holidays, a number of TikTok users and social media users discovered a phenomenon that if you've seen the TV show The Big Bang Theory, which I know Aiden out there hates that show.
It's a good show.
Or if you've seen A Man on the Inside from Ted Danson, which is currently on Netflix, you would have seen they discovered the reality of a lasagna battery. Has your lasagna ever looked like this?
Oh my God.
And Aiden's going to throw the picture up on the fan cam. I'm just showing the guys here. That is a burn on the actual, because there's an electrical current running through that lasagna. So you can create a lasagna battery. So how this happens is they say that it's an accidental galvanic cell, a simple battery formed when acidic, salty foods like lasagna are baked or stored in a steel pan with aluminum foil, and using the food's moisture and salts as the electrolyte, it can create a small electrical current.
Like aluminum foil on top?
Yeah. So like aluminum foil on top of the pan. pan, and then with the salts and the food's moisture and stuff like that, it can actually create a small electrical current running through the lasagna. And so it's this phenomenon that's referred to because people use it mostly with lasagnas when they do that. It's a phenomenon called the lasagna battery. And a bunch of people were finding out on TikTok, like, why is this burned, or what's wrong with this thing? And it's because they created a battery accidentally.
Please shoot this down somehow. Tell me, because this is going to mess things up for me.
Can you?
How am I only hearing about this for the first time?
Yeah, well,
everyone is. I've never seen a black lasagna, and it's always cooked in a metal pan. You put foil.
Casserole dishes, a lot of people do them.
Yeah,
so they'll do like the glass ones, and that's fine. It's the steel pans you can't do it in.
My mom, when she would make them, and she didn't make them very often because my dad hated it too. She would make them in not like those tin ones, but it'd be like a stainless steel or a glass or whatever. So
because of this?
No, just that's what she always cooked all the ziti in, or any Italian dish she cooked it in like that same kind of type pot.
I saw her cook your Christmas.
It's fantastic. The amount I got. Great.
So Shane Street today,
I'm craving lasagna.
And NBC's Today Show actually interviewed Shane Street from the University of Alabama, their professor of chemistry, about this question. And he said that the way it happens is, he says the aluminum oxidizes to aluminum oxide, gives up electrons, and iron oxide in the pan is reduced to metallic iron, takes the electrons, and they said then it can create the electrical current with the tomato sauce containing water and dissolved salts to allow the charge.
Dumb question. Can you actually eat that, or are you going to get shocked?
I don't think you should eat it. It doesn't say if you should eat it or not. I think that we're just assuming you should not eat
People
that.
are doing this with charcoal for me now because I'm on a charcoal kick. I only want to grill over charcoal.
I thought you were anti-charcoal for a while.
No.
Were you? Okay. I thought you cooked with gas mainly.
No, I'm talking about. This is what happens when you talk to a barbecue moron like this.
I'm trying to educate the people. I know the answer already. I'm trying to
over the grill. I just want a charcoal taste. Going back old school.
I know. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, now I online it's like no, charcoal harms you. Like charcoal takes years off your life because of the fumes and the toxins and then this and that. So. You're screwing everything up for me. And now pizza you want to cause a panic with.
No, this is not. This one is just, you can ignore this one if you want. But this one has always existed.
This one's legit.
Yes, this one is.
I'm going to ignore the lasagna one. This is 1,000% legit.
Have you ever heard of the Pentagon pizza theory?
Yes.
So it's
that's
one
of the increase in pizza deliveries.
One of my favorite. So I always love these indicators. Like we read this story last year about one of the economic indicators that economists like to look at is how much pork consumers are buying. Because when they see pork, they go, are they subbing it for ground beef because the economy's bad? And so when they see an sell in pork in the U.S.,
wild pork,
they start
pork.
They start getting a little more negative about the economic outlook because they're like, oh, consumers are scared. So one of these here is the Pentagon pizza theory, which was created by Frank Meeks, who was a Domino's franchisee in Washington, D.C. in 1990. And he had done an interview with the Los Angeles Times, and he had talked about an extraordinary observation that he had, which was unusual late-night deliveries to the Pentagon, CIA, and the White House. Meeks had noted that on August 1st, the CIA had ordered a one-night record of 21 pizzas, and the following day, Iraq invaded Kuwait and started the Gulf War. And there have been just different instances of that where you've got guys who have, you've had different military conflicts or other things that were led by pizza increase. And he said in the interview, pizza orders are more accurate than news engaging Washington's political climate. And it was true again this past weekend as the Pentagon Pizza Indicator, which there is a website you can go to track pizza deliveries in DC.
It's like 700%.
It shot up right before the Maduro.
It makes 1,000% sense.
Absolutely.
I love whatever they can find these little areas, and then it's like they're just fun tells that you can't avoid that.
Even someone on the Poly Market too.
Yeah, they found this out. They went on Kalshi or Poly Market or whatever.
Bet Maduro is going to be caught and cleaned up.
Yeah,
that is so great. And look, you can look here. Literally, the Pentagon Pizza Index. We are currently at DEFCON 4. According to this, because
is that good or bad?
Just safe. The DEFCON, the lower you go is scarier. So DEFCON 1 is scary. We're fine right now, nothing too scary. But they literally track the pizza deliveries for all the pizza places in the area.
That's amazing, man. They named that perfectly. DEFCON. That's such a scary ass name.
It's badass.
It's such a scary term.
It really is. Speaking of the capture of Maduro, a very bad hombre. That's what he is. Speaking of him, there are, because it was around New Year's, and it is the first of the year. It's cold weather, so stars love to go down to the Caribbean or the Caribbean, if you want to pronounce it like that.
Like Billy Ocean.
Yep, Billy Ocean. Queen Latifah Mike Tyson, Natalie Portman, Chelsea Handler, Leonardo DiCaprio, stranded. All stranded down there because the Secretary of Transportation closed down the airspace around the South America, around the northern part of South America where Venezuela is. St. Bart's can't get to certain places.
What a dream if that was you and you didn't have to get back for childcare. You call your boss.
Yeah.
And you're like, I can't get back.
What am I going to do?
Now you're going to spend a lot of money.
Absolutely.
Because you go down for a 5-day vacation at most, all-inclusive, but no one's crying for these fools.
They've been taking boats to Anguilla. Is it Anguilla or Anguilla? I don't know.
Bobby knows.
Only to be turned away and sent back to St. Bart's or St. Martin, wherever they came from. Wherever they were. They've been taking ferries trying to get out. They're trying to get out of this area, and they can't do it. Why are they trying to get out?
I think the St. Bart's is where Brady got caught with that girl. Not caught, but seen. Dang it, Amanda knows. There's some young Alex Earl. She was dating some Miami Dolphin, some white receiver scrub, and now maybe she moved on to Tommy Boy.
This is bad. I don't need Leonardo DiCaprio trapped anywhere.
Yeah, who are you leaving? Who's the 1 seed that you want to be stuck there
Chelsea
forever?
Handler, easy. She sucks.
You want to be stuck with her?
Huh? No. You leave her
I want
behind.
her to be left behind. She can stay there the rest of her life. But did y'all ever see Heat?
Yes.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Fantastic. They are making a Heat 2.
Yes, they are.
There's been a lot coming out about it. Leonardo DiCaprio is supposed to have a role in it. It's supposed to be kind of like a prequel, I guess, but I think they're going to do some stuff into the future, too, and there's rumors that, like, De Niro and Pacino will be in it as, like, older versions of themselves. And so I don't need that movie being delayed any by Leonardo DiCaprio being stuck out there and not able to film his scenes.
I do like a DiCaprio movie. All right, throw in one more.
What is your favorite nerd hobby? Do you have a nerd hobby?
I mean, I feel like most of the stuff that I devote most of my time to is pretty nerdy.
Myles Garrett's teammate said that he unwinds with Dungeons and Dragons.
100% can see him being, like, when you've seen him do interviews and stuff, you can 100% see him being nerdy.
Yeah.
It's like they've seen him wearing Stranger Things t-shirts around the locker room, which I don't know that is nerdy or not. I don't really know. I've never seen Stranger
Things has a big Dungeons and Dragons element to it.
But apparently, he plays Dungeons and Dragons. That's how he unwinds. One of the ways that he goes. That's a role-playing game.
And what's your nerdiness?
Wait, why did you just go, that's a role play? That almost seemed like you'd never heard of it before.
I've never played it.
We're not familiar with it?
Not really.
I'd never played it. I saw a clip of that chick from the Daredevil show explaining what it is, and even after she explained it, I was like, that doesn't make sense. And the guy she was explaining to was like, how do you win? She goes, the point isn't to win, it's to tell a great story. It's like, well, that sounds like a weird game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I know. Sudoku. That little numbers, the numbers box thing.
I love Sudoku.
I love those.
I still love playing chess. Anytime I get it on the airplane, they get the screen. I love chess. I've always played it. I played it as a kid. I love
Not
it.
working.
Are you good at chess?
No, I'm terrible at it. I am good at Sudoku, though.
I'd love to see Peyton playing chess.
I'll play you right now.
My son's trying to get me to play.
Not add up.
You should play.
We should play each other. Yeah.
877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Stephen Jones says we need an identity. What does that need to be defensively? Inside the Star, in Below, the Belt, Hump Day edition continues on the Fan. But
If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Does identity matter? What are your team's pronouns? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Stephen Jones did his final interview of the season with G-Bag Nation on Friday, and they were asking him, obviously this was before the move had been made to move on from Matt Eberflus, so a lot of the discussions were about, hey, what are you guys thinking for the future, and doing different things like that. And when they were asked about the objective for defense in the upcoming year, Stephen Jones said, we've got to get an identity on the defensive side of the football. I don't think we've ever established what we were as a defense. We really weren't a team that created turnovers. We didn't get the ball. We gave up a lot of explosive plays. At times it felt like we were stopping the run, but we just got a lot of work to do on that side of the ball. I think everybody knows that. We'll go all in. All in again. So we went all in again on that side. But
that's not what I just said.
So this has always been one of the funniest things. If you ever want to trigger Broadus, then just ask him about, like, hey, what do you think the identity of the team is? And he gets so irrationally angry.
Why?
Because Ari Temkin used to ask him that on the post-game show every week, and Brian would tell him every week, he's like, "There's no. What is an identity? A team identity is not a thing." Like, he just would lose his mind.
I would fight with Broadus over that.
You should, because he will lose his mind about it. But Ari would forget that and ask him every week, what about the identity? And Broadus would snap. And so
why would he dismiss identity?
He doesn't think it's a real thing. He doesn't think he thinks either identity, you're good or you're not. That's kind of his thing.
Okay.
And that instead he's just there's no.
So in the draft room, Will McClay doesn't go in there and tell Broadus and others, these are the top 3 characteristics that we want in our players. That to me is an identity.
So I think Broadus would probably say those are traits, those are individual traits, and that collectively it's nothing. These are your preferences, but you don't go I am a. No, I think he is talking more about
because Jason Garrett, McCarthy, they always for some reason ran scared of this question. Okay, this is what we want our team to be, and they refuse to answer it. I always had a major problem with it.
So, and there are a lot of people in football who do believe in the identity. Steven just used it. Shotty's used it. There are a lot of people like Brian who think it's ridiculous to talk about identity. That identity is not a real thing. You either are good or you're not, and you just have these things that you do. So that's something that when you look at this and you try to figure out, I started thinking back on.
Now, I will say this. A lot of times identity is repeated as the same thing. What does everyone want to be as a football team? We want to be tough.
Yeah.
We want to be physical. It's the same crap that's recycled a lot of times.
Yeah,
but there are high-flying finesse teams. Now, no one would ever admit to being finesse, but our identity is big plays.
Which I don't think that's a bad thing, being a finesse
is just
team.
a bad. Well, it's not. It's not looked upon as great.
It's got a negative connotation to it, but I think it's
give me a positive finesse football team. I think of the Rams.
Yeah,
with Marshall Faulk.
Yeah,
I think
they won a Super Bowl.
But then people say they got beat up. Line of scrimmage, New England, the Buffalo Bills.
The two teams that gave even the Titans did give them problems in the Super Bowl because the Titans were a tough team.
Yeah, and I mean that happens. I think finesse football teams are similar to if I was to think I think a better the team I think of when I think of a finesse team in sports is the 7 seconds or less Suns.
Yep,
that's who I think of.
Yep,
and so that's a team that you can compete at a high level. People
wonder with Dirk and Nash and Finley, high flying, you beat them up inside.
So that's the thing is that finesse. It's funny because when you say finesse versus you say tough. When you say tough, I think people, some of the other things they think on the periphery are probably hey, you don't score very much. You're probably an uglier version of play. But there's no negative, it doesn't sound like a character indictment to say that you don't score a lot of points because you're tough.
Right. Like the
finesse,
old Miami Heat team.
Yeah, finesse, you could score.
Yep.
But it sounds like
you're fun.
It sounds like a character indictment, you're soft.
You're
weak.
soft, yeah.
When in reality, I think finesse is just a strategy. It's a way you want to play with your personnel. Or
the Showtime Lakers, right? Boston was tough. And Showtime was flashy.
Yeah,
and
Showtime one more time.
Fast break.
They were finesse. They were flashy. They dribbled so well with just one hand.
I knew that was coming.
I need to write down your top 10 takes that you repeat, and you need to come up with some new material.
Oh, baby.
I can go to your top 10 stuff. I'm going to do that.
Have you seen a great comic?
We need to come up with 2 lists and see how many we cross over on. And see if we
can match his...
the ones that cross over are the ones that he really does.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that would be the one. All right, so...
I'm going to start writing them right now.
This is something that I think, before Steven even said this, I definitely felt like the Cowboys were wanting to shift from this. So, if you've looked at in recent history, I think they want to pick a coordinator right now who's got a calling card. Like, there's something they're known for. Like, whenever they say Brian Flores, you know what Brian Flores is. Like it triggers certain thoughts in your head. Whenever people used to talk about Jim Schwartz or Jim Johnson from the Eagles, either one of them, it's like, oh my gosh, blitzing, they're all in your face.
Fangio, Spagnuolo.
Back in the day, the Seattle defenses, the Legion of Boom, it was like, oh yeah, it's that cover 3 and that physical like press style, and like there are certain things that are connected to that. Flores is the blitzing guy. Fangio, he's the scheme disguise guy. Mike Zimmer, he's all about the sim pressures. Dan Quinn is press cover 3. Even Rod Marinelli, when he was here, he was a very clear cover 2, like Tampa 2, get the defensive lineman up the field. Like everybody knows the system, knows the scheme. Matt Eberflus was a 3-4 outside linebackers or 3-4 linebackers coach for Rob Ryan in Cleveland. And then he ended up here, and Rob Ryan and Rod Marinelli are 2 so ridiculously, like, diametrically opposed perspectives on how to attack an offense. And Matt Eberflus came up with Rob Ryan and then was kind of molded by Rod Marinelli. So he's got some weird inconsistencies that don't totally match Marinelli, don't totally match Rob Ryan, but have kind of both of them. It definitely trends more towards Marinelli, but he ends up with this kind of like identity-less style of defense.
He's really a 3-4 guy?
That's where he initially started, 3-4 linebacker coach. And then he, under Marinelli, had transitioned. Because 3-4, you got to think, the most important part of Matt Eberflus's defense, according to him, was the 3-technique defensive tackle. The 3-technique defensive tackle does not exist in the 3-4, which is where he started and was a linebacker. And by the end of it, that was the most important position to him. And so it created kind of like an unholy mishmash. You remember Kellen Moore used to get the joystick criticism for this.
Michael Lombardi.
Where people were like, Broadus used to feel this way about him. He designs plays. He doesn't have a philosophy. It's just a collection of plays, and it doesn't feel like it's building towards anything.
Man, it's funny. I'll never forget how offended so many Cowboy fans were when they switched to the 3-4.
Oh, yeah, it was a big deal.
They felt insulted because Landry invented the 4-3. And they're just like, how dare you, Bill Parcells, make this a 3-4-T? I was like, boy, commitment to a scheme.
Yeah.
The fan base.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big deal. Well, and I mean, yeah, I get the Landry aspect of it, though, because, like, you got to remember when that happened, that was still 14 years after Landry was fired. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of people, to them, they go in their head like, oh, just the last thing. One more thing. We've never been a 3-4 team in the history of this organization. Now you're going to just wipe his memory away. But the last coordinator they had before Eberflus, who was similarly, there is no identity here, was Mike Nolan. Mike Zimmer had a philosophy, a very clear philosophy, what he liked to do. Quinn was the same way. They'll adjust to certain things. Dan Quinn played more man coverage in Dallas than he ever did at any time in his career because Dan was the thing that Dan deserves the most credit for is he absolutely walked the walk and talked the talk when it came to the discussion of molding your scheme to your players. Because Dan Quinn did a ton of things with players that he never would have done in Seattle or Atlanta or anywhere else that showed, okay, he recognizes this is what I've got. I can't do certain things that I've done in the past.
Yeah.
Mike Nolan was somebody who I remember the year after, somebody who was on that staff with Mike Nolan had said to me, and it was an offensive coach, but they're like, I've been in like football for several years. Like I've been around, Mike Nolan's been around most of the time that I've been around here. He goes, I've never known an offensive coach who's been afraid of Mike Nolan.
Damn.
He's like, nobody has ever thought about, like, how are we going to respond to his scheme?
Dang.
We've been worried about his players, if he's had a good collection, but nobody has ever been like, God, we can't handle this Peyton Russell chess match with him. We're just not going to be able to hang.
I'm playing a guy right now, playing Polo.
We're not going to be able to hang. So I think that to them, that's a clear and concise thing that they want. But I think it's also going to be, as I kind of described on Twitter yesterday, I think I said it on the air too, they're going to go buffet style shopping a little bit. So I think that they're going to look at things and go, all right, what are the things we know we want? Well, we want somebody in here who's going to believe in press man a little bit more. All right. And so we need Savone Revel because that's what he's good at. We need to be able to use Savone Revel because that guy's 1 year into his career. We just invested a bunch of capital. He has to be one of the important pieces in the corner group. So somebody needs to be willing to do that with him. I think they're going to come in here and go, if we don't have the edge rushers, we need somebody who believes in blitzing and who will come in here and like actually do that for us. And if we have deficient personnel, we need somebody who's going to disguise coverages and roll. Oh, it looks like cover 3. We're rolling into cover 4. We're doing these things. So I think when they go down those line items, they're just going to take that to somebody and say, I need whatever your identity is. I need it to look like this. You need to do whatever else you want around it, but it's got to be this. It's got to be these things. And I think if you look at some of the names we've seen so far, Ulbrich, Flores, Jonathan Gannon, they all kind of check those boxes.
Below D-Belt Hump Day edition. Every day 8:40, more football. Every day it's locked in at 9:20 with the Red Zone. But yesterday, more chaos in the National Football League. How worried do we need to be about John Harbaugh ending up in the NFC East? Final hour, Sean and RJ after this.
After we get you over to
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time. NFL offseason news is sustaining me. It's giving us life here on Sean and RJ. Peyton is getting it in the Lucius room. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, RJ Chaffee. I'm Sean Sharif, and Aiden has it covered on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And even though these were like kind of possibilities, it still hits me as shocking when it actually does take place, like John Harbaugh gone. Mike Tomlin, yeah, maybe if it happens and they lose their first-round playoff game, I'll still be like, wow. Raheem Morris, we talk about it throughout the year, and then it hits, and it's still like, wow. And yesterday, John Harbaugh, after 18 seasons, gone in Baltimore. Diana Rossini reports, humongous point of contention. He refused to part ways with the offensive coordinator, Todd Monken. Today's topics, of course, on TV will be how much blood is on the hands of Lamar Jackson. I had a differing view from you guys, specifically Bobby, over Lamar's post-game comment. I thought he kind of used the loss as an excuse not to give Harbaugh a vote of confidence. I did not hear the prior questioning, though, in the press conference, which I'm usually big on, but it sounds like I'm more right, so I'm just going to stick with that narrative. So now Baltimore is open. Just like with draft picks. Normally you're like, oh, who's Baltimore going after? We should go after them as well, even though they have sucked defensively as of late. Who's going to be their head coaching candidate? The Washington Commanders, the storybook, the fairy tale last season with backwards hat Sergeant Slogan, as RJ would call him, and Bobby's man crush, Cliff Kingsbury, and maybe a Cowboys defensive coordinator candidate in the past, Joe Witt. Blown out. See you later.
Blown out.
Kingsbury and Witt gone. Trying to sell it as, well, Cliff, we want to let him pursue head coaching opportunities. Man.
So kind of them.
Huh?
You don't often see NFL teams with such just a big heart and a big conscience, especially in Washington. For years, they were just so bad, and they're just gone the other way. Now they're just giving guys opportunities.
Yep. That got ugly, though, right? You're not buying that Cliff is going to interview all of a sudden.
No, Adam Peters, it doesn't sound like the GM there. It doesn't sound like they got along. And so, a lot of tension. That has just, boy, his stock, Kingsbury, it has been a up and down roller coaster for the last decade.
Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy have entered the chat. Garrett is going to interview Friday for the Titans head coaching job. The New York Giants are going to interview Kevin Stefanski today. That was the news before John Harbaugh got fired. And then you have Mike McCarthy interviewing with the Giants next week. So we have openings. We need to rank the openings at 877-881-1053. Rank the openings. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco text line. Before that, though, I tried to do a little bit of homework. Little side project.
Your homework, you're giving out 90s and 60 grades earlier.
I know. And it shows I can't be a teacher because...
Sounds like a kid's about to go to kindergarten.
Yeah, he's going back today, thank God. My wife is free. Why? Why, school district, is it 2 weeks and 2 days? Why did you not start that back on Monday? Why do we have to wait Monday, Tuesday?
Teacher service.
Well, what does that mean?
They got to go back to school and change the
They should have got their ass back in Thursday and Friday.
Yeah.
And get tuned up.
Nah, so Thursday was New Year's Day.
Not you, Mrs. Whitehead. We love you. All the rest. Okay, so part of the Schefter report was that in the first 45 minutes after Harbaugh was fired, his agent got calls from 7 NFL teams.
Interesting.
And RJ, Twitter did some math.
Yeah, because there are 7 openings if you count Baltimore. Now, unless the Ravens, immediately after firing him, called his agent to ask about his availability, that means that at least one team currently with a head coach, potentially currently in the playoffs, called John Harbaugh's agent.
Schefter confirmed, and quite possibly more to come.
Or possibly also the agent lied about how many calls he got.
True.
That too.
But that doesn't make the segment fun.
Agents would never lie.
So, well, what's the big benefit of being like 6 to 6, 7? 6, 7. I'll even do it. So I just had a little fun trying to find the mystery team and who I would be worried about. But this is a fruitless exercise because it's really kind of impossible. So I'm just going to run down the list. All right. It's not New England. Could be Buffalo.
Yeah. Buffalo.
It could be Miami.
I don't think so, but yeah.
It could be the Jets. Well, you don't think so. Before Harbaugh gets fired, they're like, McDaniel back. If there's no one else we love in a weak class.
Yeah, I don't think of Harbaugh. I don't think of Harbaugh on like that South Beach team like being a fit.
Yeah, but do you think of Troy Aikman and John Harbaugh is a fit?
Yeah, that's true. Aikman probably likes him.
Aikman and now advising, he loves him, no doubt about that. So Buffalo, Miami, the Jets, the Steelers are in play.
That was the first team that came to my mind.
I was wondering whether Cincinnati's out because they just announced Zach Taylor back, but I'll keep him out of it for the point of this exercise. Jacksonville's out. Houston is out. Indy, like Cincy, just announced Steichen is back, so I'll keep them out, although I wouldn't care. It wouldn't matter to me if I had announced that the guy's coming back if I love John Harbaugh that much.
We should have Peyton call that number on the air.
What is that number? Oh, John Harbaugh's number? Okay.
Just see it live.
Denver's out. The Chargers are out.
That'd be funny.
I think that'd be hilarious. I think the Chiefs are out. And then the Raiders already have an opening.
Unless the Chiefs are sitting there having like side talks with Andy. Just about
Andy wants to come back.
I know. Maybe they're thinking like maybe the call they made was, hey, sit out a year.
Yeah.
This is Andy's last year.
The Commanders are right down the Beltway. Just think about that. And chaos is happening there, which no one saw coming. The Bears are out. The Vikings are out. The Lions are out. The three teams I've not named yet that I skipped over were the Green Bay Packers, the Dallas Cowboys. The Cowboys are out. But my fear factor, my scary thought.
Oh no!
Is that Philly gets eliminated, and Howie Roseman goes and gets John Harbaugh, who left where to go to Baltimore?
Philly.
He was a Philly specialty. It just hit me while refilling the coffee. I was like, no.
They worked together for 8 years.
Howie
and John Harbaugh.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
That's my fear. San Francisco's out. The Rams are out. The Seahawks are out.
So if we're gonna open up wild possibilities, because I didn't think John Harbaugh was getting fired, I would say.
But it was a discussion.
49ers, I don't think so because they've had such a good year.
Yeah, there's no way.
McVay keeps doing this flirting with I could just walk away. So if he's given the Rams any indication of that, and they're like, hey, we want to keep tabs because Sean is threatening again, privately, that he might walk away if they win the Super Bowl this year. So just sit tight for us.
And then he and his brother could live together in the same house.
But I haven't heard that stuff for a couple years, even though they did just have a baby. The Saints are out. Falcons are open. Tampa Bay. ...
Another one.
And Carolina is out.
Carolina's out.
Well, there you go. You were right. I'm told the Dolphins, from Josina Anderson, I'm told the Dolphins have been in touch on John Harbaugh per league sources.
There you go.
So you were correct.
Well, I named 12 possibilities.
I know, but I said no, Dolphins are out.
Well,
so you were right.
I think you were just thinking, this is you're teetering on McDaniel, you'd think.
Yeah.
You think you were teetering, and then this could change your mind. It'd take something like this.
And it could be more than one team, too. It doesn't have to be all 6 openings and just one. I mean,
right.
It could be 3 openings and 4.
Yeah.
I think McDaniel may just hire a GM, though, who won't fire him, since he's going to be part of that process. So.
You got Troy Aikman there.
Yeah,
you got Troy Aikman. All right, so Josina's saying it's Miami. Perfect timing. Let's rank the openings. How do you want to do it? 5? How many are there now?
There's 7. There's 7 now. And I think we all have Baltimore number 1.
Baltimore's number 1, yeah.
I haven't even ranked them. I just did. I was worrying about my homework.
So I had the other 6 ranked, and then I'm like, well, shoot, man, Baltimore's.
I have Baltimore number 1. I am gonna.
Let me. I'll be the pain in the ass in the segment. Shocker.
Mm-hmm.
Why does Baltimore have to be 1? Let me make my case.
Well, I'll say this: they're the only ones with a quarterback.
The only one?
I think so.
Okay.
That we know.
I mean, Titans and Giants think they do.
So look, obviously Lamar is a superstar, but I feel like Lamar is difficult and Lamar is unique. Some player rep papers came out. Since Lamar wasn't being represented by an agent, he tried that thing with his mom, and he's like, I couldn't get in touch because the microphone on my cell phone was broken. The speakerphone was broken. So, like, I think Lamar has been blessed to be in a media market like that where they're not going to dig, and they're not going to attack, and they're not going to pry. And I just wonder, Lamar getting older and not having the same burst and running around, if it's as a dream situation as what would appear on the surface. That's my counter to Baltimore 1.
Can I add something?
Please.
I think Lamar is he's obviously the biggest selling point. I also didn't say you had to keep him.
Oh.
You could trade him. Someone's going to give you 2-3 ones for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's attractive.
Okay, so you both have Baltimore 1.
They've got Lamar. That team always drafts well. They have for 20 years. They have $20 million in cap space. Yeah, Baltimore's number one. That's a job where they generally like stability. So, yeah.
Yeah. I have the...
Yeah, when I write down the rest of the 7 teams, it's definitely Baltimore.
I have the Giants number 2. I like Jackson Dart.
Neighbors. Say whatever you want about Cam.
I do.
A ton of top picks defensively.
I also think that comparatively speaking to the other teams, they've got good ownership. Compared to the Titans, who've got a disaster, the Falcons are a disaster, Cleveland's a disaster.
Their problem is they just pick wrong.
I was going to say, the Giants have been in position for a long time, but are they good owners? Like, I mean, we were mocking when the New York writers said that.
You got to hear the end of a sentence, though, compared to the rest.
I don't know that Tennessee's worse.
They fired Mike Vrabel because he went to the Patriots Hall of Fame ceremony.
Yeah, I mean, like,
That's
the Giants are one-and-dunning coaches like every other year.
All right, so you have the Giants, too.
Titans are 2. Titans have a ton of cap space. They've got a young quarterback that they think they can function with, and Tennessee seems like a much softer market for a coach to get in there and get their feet wet and not have to worry about New York-like intensity. So Tennessee's number 2 to me.
Why are the Falcons not 2?
So what are you wanting out of the job? So
I want ready-made.
Do you want to build something that you created and you were a part of, or do you want to go in there and push somebody over the top? If you want to push somebody over the top, Falcons are probably 2.
Yeah, Falcons have probably the best win now talent, and it depends what you think about Penix and his health, because Florio says Kirk Cousins is about to be cut.
Yeah, I like Atlanta. I had Atlanta.
I've got Atlanta 5 because I was viewing it more from like the view of like a coach who wants to come in there and make their job for the next decade.
Yeah, but going to Atlanta doesn't. I'm not looking at you as
I don't trust Arthur Blank.
John Gruden and Tony Dungy. They're not like on any doorstep.
I know, but I just don't trust Arthur Blank not to like screw me over the second something goes wrong.
Okay, that's fine. But back to your original point, I think it's a stupid thought for a coach to be like, I need to go in. Like, you can go into any of these spots and be like, I did the job. Yeah. I did the work. Not, I need it to be as worse as... I'm not mocking you here.
No, not worse, but yeah, like have your fingerprints on it. Do you want to... Like Switzer went in and won a Super Bowl that nobody respects him for.
Right. Totally, and none of these apply.
No, I know. Not even close. That's what I said. The Falcons would be... You'd still get your respect.
You would.
Yeah.
But in terms of resources to like build a juggernaut, because the Falcons are into some bad contracts,
and that doesn't win out to me over taking over a dumpster fire.
I have Atlanta 4th. I have one team ahead of them. I think it's the team that is the most livable of all the cities that are on this list, of all these teams that are free agents.
Vegas.
And I love Fernando Mendoza.
You do?
I think you're in. I think he's going to be great. I have them as the 3rd best job behind Baltimore and the Giants.
Ooh.
Because to me, it's all about the quarterback. I don't care about anything. I don't care about anything else. That livability, that plays a little bit, but I think Vegas because of Mendoza.
I had Ravens, Titans, and then it's Giants. Because I think that the Giants, they do have some talented players. They're going to have high draft capital. They've got some workable cap flexibility. And then after that, I initially had the Cardinals next, but it is the Falcons. Because the Cardinals, the Bidwell family, they're nuts. Like, they are so difficult. And that's honestly, the reason why the back 3 for me being Cardinals, Raiders, Brents, like, that's awful, like, ownership. I don't want to screw with those owners at all, any of them. And, like, they're just kind of separately. I'm staying away from whoever's got the Deshaun Watson contract, whatever ownership group would make that deal and do everything else that they did. Now, obviously, this could all change with Bills and Steelers if those open up. Those would be different rankings, but to me, there's only like 4 really tenable jobs.
I got so I went Baltimore, Giants, Vegas, Atlanta, 4, Tennessee, and then I have Cleveland, and I'm with you. And then Arizona's last. They don't have
golf.
What?
A lot of golf.
Lot of golf.
Great golf.
Ton of golf. And you're 2 hours away from. I can use my snowboard. 2 hours from Flagstaff. Okay. 5-hour drive from Vegas, but there's casinos down there. Talking Stick. All the spring training
You
facilities.
play guitar to the old people in Surprise?
Absolutely. If I can learn how to play.
Yep.
If the Bills opened up, would you have them ahead of the Ravens?
Hell yeah. Oh, the Ravens? Yes. Because I trust Lamar. I trust Josh's future more than Lamar.
I trust Josh more than Lamar. The only thing is like that core in Buffalo's a lot older, and that's the only thing that I wouldn't be sure of.
877-881-1053. As much football as you can handle every day on Sean and RJ. Choppy with some bad news. History says that Cowboys defense, we just need it to be average. We got a playoff team with that offense, right? Choppy says it ain't happening. The Red Zone after this on 105.3 The Fan. But start the new year off right with a game-changing financial plan called Trajan Wealth.
Call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone every day at 9:20 here on your home of the Cowboys and Texas Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt.
Touchdown.
We'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Are you going to this press conference today?
Yes, I had to. I had to wear my badge to bed last night because I will forget it otherwise. So, yep, I'm going to be out there.
Did you go to sleep with it on?
Mm-hmm.
No, you did.
Yes, I did. I did. I'll forget it otherwise. I will leave it, and then I'll be mad, and I would have had to have gone home. And now
Put it around your door handle. Put it.
I literally left it on top of my bag last week and forgot it.
Yeah.
You just because I picked up my. No, I just kind of picked up my bag in a hurry, and it fell off, and I didn't even see it.
11:30 on this station. Cowboys end of season press conference. We have any predictions? I think Jerry's gonna keep up this mindset and tempo of urgency. That's my guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they'll talk about, it's going to be a full process and we're going to do it. But I think they are. Jerry had the whole pronto line with us, and I'm sure similarly he's going to say, we got to do it with some urgency. And they need to. They got to get some stuff done.
And I think he'll talk about spending. That'll be the tease for the fan base. That'll be what's used to keep us on the hook in the offseason, that we're going to spend big. Those are my predictions.
Yeah. No, I think hinted at aggressiveness for the free agency, revamping the defense. That's going to be the hope right there.
Will Steven do anything to kind of give us a positive Steven Jones soundbite or clip versus drought versus scheming pressure?
He will be the most. He'll give. I bet he'll give the best red meat as much as somebody can. He'll give the best red meat of being critical of Eberflus. I bet when he gets up there, he will be the one who most is just says that Eberflus was completely unacceptable.
All right. A lot of people have just been saying all you need is an average defense. That's it to go along with this offense, and you're a playoff team. Choppy's about to deliver bad news, but we just got a new list of names from Albert Breer, NFL Insider, reset Todd Archer's as well after Breer's.
Yeah, so everybody's been throwing their lists out there. This is pretty much the same as some of the other names that we've heard, or a lot of the same crossover, except there was one that has not been mentioned nearly as frequently. He writes that...
By the way, does this group and crop sound a lot sexier and better than... I forgot the other names that were there when Eberflus was available, but this is like... This is like fun shopping.
Cowboys didn't even get around to hiring DC till March.
Yeah.
Because they didn't get Schottenheimer hired till January 25th or something.
Oh, yeah.
So, it was late. But he said, I'd expect the Cowboys to move fast in looking at defensive coordinator candidates with Matt Eberflus officially out, and looking at Brian Schottenheimer's background, it'd be easy to look at guys who've worked with Dan Quinn as fits. Schottenheimer and Quinn forged a strong relationship on Mike McCarthy's staff to the point where Quinn tried to bring Schottenheimer to Washington with him. Along those lines, Jeff Ulbrich and Raheem Morris are available with the idea of a run at Flores or Ohio State defensive coordinator Matt Patricia.
Oh, baby.
Also floating out there.
Oh, yeah. You know why?
Oh, God.
Hang on.
Oh,
Because
Lord.
Shotty is a pencil guy here, and Patricia, he's under the hat.
I think Shotty's markers.
I think he has one mechanical pencil, which, by the way, mechanical pencil, very underrated eraser.
Greater confidence.
Okay.
I was going to say greater confidence. That shows greater confidence that Shotty has in the things that he does, because he's got a Sharpie. It's permanent. There's no erasing. Patricia's always trying to go I did that wrong. He's trying to
I love the pencil. Patricia would be even better with the pencil if he licked it. The old lick the pencil before you write guy.
Gross.
That's key. That's key.
Oh,
I would...
Has Matt Patricia done enough to rehab his image?
No.
Anybody who wore shorts in December in Detroit, I'm down with. Okay, I'm down with. And RPI. He's an RPI guy.
What's that?
It's the college you went to. Rensselaer Polytechnic. RPI, it's a very smart school. Good hockey program.
This is a problem. So here's a few reasons why if they were to go with Patricia. One, his ending in Detroit was very similar to Eberflus ending in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
Where it was really bad problems with players.
Is he 3'4"?
Typically, I mean, he's
a Belichick disciple. He can do anything. He can coach offense if you want.
4-6.
Whatever he can let Shotty be a walk-around and coach the offense.
He's been away for a little while, been exiled. Maybe he's figured some things out. I don't know.
I'm sure he learned great personality from Ryan Day.
2021, when Mike Nolan got fired, Patricia and Quinn were available. And the Cowboys looked at it, and I remember the thought being you hear from people at the organization, they were not high on Patricia. They did not give Patricia nearly the weight that they gave to Dan Quinn. That they liked Dan Quinn a whole lot better. Like, it was kind of like we don't really want to mess with Patricia. Again, maybe he's changed. Maybe Schottenheimer likes him more, and that would carry the day more. But I remember there being people in the Cowboys front office who were very hesitant to entertain Patricia, and so that would be a little odd, I think, to do that now. Now, he did a great job with Ohio State, but
wow, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah,
I got all the top talent in the country.
Mm-hmm.
I watched him a little bit on on Belichick's podcast with Michael Lombardi. Now, they were all just busy. I mean, it was weak and generic, and Jordan Hudson was running it anyway. But I don't know, I just have such an unlikability factor. That whole boy genius thing out the window after what happened with the Lions, where I'm like, oh my God. And then the Belichick did him no favors making him the offensive coordinator. That was a complete disaster. But give me Jim Schwartz before that. Give me definitely Flores before that. And what would be the system?
With Patricia, I mean, he's heavy into blitzing and different things like that. He's going to have some Flores-like ideas, but it's not going to be as aggressive or as well-designed as Flores.
Well, RJ Choppy delivering the bad news of the day.
Since 2010, there have been 75 teams in the bottom 5 of scoring efficiency. Okay? Of those, just 35% ended the next season with a top 15 scoring efficiency defense.
Okay. 35% go to top 15?
Correct. So just 35%.
Okay.
Now,
that seems like a pretty high number to me. A bottom 5?
A bottom 5. So there's been 5. Obviously, there's 5 a year. Right, so you go from 27, 32 to...
What's the efficiency metric, like points per drive or what?
Scoring efficiency defense. I don't know. I didn't say what it was, what the individual metric was. Between 2015 and 2024, bottom 5 strength of schedule adjusted defenses, 28% went from bottom 5 to top 15. Now, you've got to account for a couple of things with this. One, change of coordinator. You know, how many of those bottom 5 changed coordinators? How many of those bottom 5 had massive injury situations?
Yeah.
Right, that would play into it. How many, lost their, had a much easier schedule the following year, which the Cowboys will have an easier schedule.
Yeah.
Next year.
We'll go through that.
They should at least, theoretically.
It looked easier.
Theoretically, they would.
Yeah.
So you got to play in those, and you don't know how many of the top bottom 5 went to that top 15, had let's say if you lost 10 guys,
right.
like Bobby said,
and hopefully we lose 10.
Literally, yeah.
I'm being literal.
But also, how many of those bottom 5 had 2 first-round picks the next year?
Right.
That you're probably going to use on defense.
Yeah, and similarly, though, how many of those bottom 5 didn't have their second or third round pick, though, too?
Okay, so where's the bad news? Because all I'm hearing right now is there's a 30% chance they'll have a top 15 defense, and that has me giddy.
That has you giddy?
30% of a top 15. Top 15. Like, if you get me to 17, 18 right now, I'm taking that as a win. Like, you get me to 19, 20, I think I may have a chance. You tell me top 15, 30% made that jump.
Okay, see, I looked at this as bad. Horrible.
Cowboys were...
I'd prefer it to be 60, but it's not going to be 60. I was thinking that the stat was going to be like there's an 80% chance you're still a bottom half defense. 85% chance you're still 15 or below, or 16, however many damn teams there are.
It's a 65% chance you're 15 or below still.
Yeah,
Cowboys were...
Maybe I'm just spinning it.
4th worst in 2020 under Nolan in points per game allowed. And then they switched to Quinn. They became 7th best in the NFL the next year. They were 25th in points per drive in 2020, and then in 2021 under Dan Quinn, they went to 3rd in points per drive.
That's good. That's so they're one of the...
They're 2 of the 30%.
Yeah, they would be. They would be part of that. And then, it depends on who you get and how they are. Like, I saw this thing about Jeff Ulbrich that when he was with the Jets, he has a year one regression. That was a problem for him. That's one of those things. So year one, they went to, I believe, let's see, it was 32nd in points per play allowed, per pass play allowed. So pass, it was very, very bad. They went all the way down to 32nd. From a rush perspective, they went to 22nd. So first year, there's a first-year regression. And then, right after that first year, number 1 and then number 6 the following 2 years.
How much of a leader is Quinnen Williams going to be? Because one of the things that's known about Jerry is he talks to everyone. And as Broda says multiple times, who's in Jerry's ear at the end of the day? Does Quinnen Williams love Jeff Ulbrich from his time there? And does he strongly advocate? I'm trying to think of leaders on the team. I'm just covering every possible angle here. Who are the leaders on the team that are tied to some of these candidates? Who's Dak Prescott, who he's faced? We know that Brian Flores put him and Schottenheimer in a blender, so I would imagine Dak is super impressed with him. Quinnen Williams played for Ulbrich. Who had Raheem? Who had Schwartz? That's what I'm trying to think of, just in case Jerry talks to players in the exit interviews. Which have already happened, I guess.
So Quinnen did have
loud voices, leaders.
Quinnen and Jeff Ulbrich seem to have a good relationship. They did have an instance in 2022 where Quinnen felt like he was slighted by something Ulbrich said publicly and discussed it. But Quinnen also got into a damn near fist fight with Aaron Whitecotton on the sideline one time that was very public in 2021, I think it was. So they had always talked well of each other. Ulbrich, under him, the passing game coordinator in Atlanta being Mike Rutenberg, if you were to bring them over as a tandem, Rutenberg was the linebackers coach with the Jets during that Robert Saleh era. And Rutenberg was given a ton of credit for Jamian Sherwood transitioning from safety to linebacker and becoming a really good player there. And he was the one who was praised by most people as he's the one who turned Quinnen Williams' brother, turned Quincy Williams into an all-pro linebacker. And Quincy Williams is a free agent this offseason. And Quinnen's here.
Let's build the Antetokounmpos.
You've got as long as that Jets defense wasn't bad for those 3-4 years, as that offense was just terrible. I don't hate the idea of basically just putting that Jets coaching staff here, the defensive one. Aaron Whitecotton coaching with Jeff Ulbrich and Mike Rutenberg. I can roll with that, and I think that makes them much better.
It's the Red Zone every day at this time here on Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We have another Anthony Davis report. We'll talk about it in Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next. But
Roger that, Sally.
ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Kings trying to snap a 5-game losing skid. Into DeRozan, 3 seconds. DeRozan running 3, off the heel, and the Mavericks come back and steal one here in Sacktown.
Back-to-back wins. Kevin Hagelin's pumping his fist and Bobby Belt is clapping. Why?
Did that game end like right before y'all's show started?
10 o'clock start.
I'm saying.
Crazy.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
But you should
had to
not
watch the rest this morning.
Well, you should not be applauding and clapping.
Oh, because you want us to keep losing.
Yeah.
I
know, they're picking 7 right now.
Tough to lose to an
no, they're picking
8-win
9.
team.
Although we did last week.
Yeah, although we were trying. It was down 10.
Yeah, no, you're right. This is one of the things that I've talked about with the Cowboys. I agree, and I know all the reasons it's better to lose. But in the moment when I'm watching the game, sometimes I have a hard time.
But here's
with that.
my counter to that is your level of ridiculously false belief. Damn it, Corey's wearing that stupid slogan.
Hashtag Tolo Go, baby.
We haven't had this out yet, but I don't want to have it today. I don't want to fight. Tomorrow,
You want a Tolo Go
Wear the same
here?
shirt tomorrow and we'll do it.
No.
You never had the ridiculously false, irrational belief while watching any of these Mavs games that you did when the Cowboys were on their 3-game winning streak.
No, yeah, that's very fair.
You allowed yourself to believe a little bit with the Cowboys.
Absolutely. And then, if you look at the college game last night, one of the 3 players that we've continually talked about, Darren Peterson, was freaking unbelievable last night. So whether it's him, whether it's DeBonsa, whether you want to go Boozer, this draft, it looks incredible at the top of the draft.
Where would Cooper Flagg go amongst these picks? I want to challenge this thing I saw online.
Cooper Flagg would be number 1. He'd be number 1 next year, and the year after that, and the year before. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
In the past, how many do you think would have gone ahead of him?
I was going to say, I didn't say the year before that because Wemby would have been number 1. But
favors the bold.
Yeah, Cooper Flagg would have been number 1 last year, this year, next year.
You see Wemby high kick those balls out of the net,
dude,
while hurt.
The fact that guy has become the fully realized version of himself, that's terrifying.
What's scary is
against the Mavericks he did. That opening night he was the fully realized version. He hasn't totally been it since. But.
What if he isn't yet?
He's just kind of in that training stage of Luke Skywalker.
He's been good. He's just not been the 45 a game that everybody's like, oh, he's going to score 45 every night now because the Mavericks couldn't stop him.
But their team has been good too, and I think that is the most encouraging thing for them. And Castle and
24-11-3. Oh, maybe the Warriors will save us.
Yeah, it's the same numbers he had last year.
The Athletic has come out with this. The door is not closed on the Warriors trading for Anthony Davis. A trade would likely have to include Draymond Green or Jimmy Butler.
Oh, God.
But the Warriors have been against moving them at this point. Golden State has also discussed the Davis deal with the Mavericks, with team sources indicating door not completely closed. The Warriors... find someone who loves you the way Steve Kerr loves Draymond Green.
Right.
Like, seriously, the Warriors, against the notion of either trading Draymond, $26 million this year, or Jimmy, making how much, Choppy?
Jimmy has got to be $57 million.
$54 million.
Does it say when those deals expire? Because that's one of the things that was intriguing about the Hawks offer is if you pick up KP and other pieces, they all expire.
So no realistic pathway to finding a deal that works financially if they're going to be married to those two.
So that means that it's the Warriors getting in the way of Draymond Green coming this way. That makes me feel less optimistic about their ability to evaluate stuff again.
Also, just watch what's happening with Washington trying to pick up Trae Young, because I think that is the piece that needs to happen prior to...
Why does Washington want him?
That is a great question, because they looked at the conference finals from, 5 years ago and still think that can work, or maybe, they...
Who's the last 20-10 to where the rest of the league has been like, ugh, stay away? Or a player of Trae Young's ilk where it's... And I'm not talking someone who was John Morant or a pain in the ass.
You're saying just because of on-court stuff. I mean, don't you think eventually kind of Westbrook got to that point? Or do you think his skill set had diminished I don't think Trae Young's skill set is that great anyway.
Probably. And it wasn't 10 assists. It was like 10 rebounds, but probably Antoine Walker.
Okay, that's a good one because Antoine was a chucker. He was a black hole.
Was Arenas like that at the end?
Ooh, Gilbert. Where did Gilbert go from Washington to?
Jail, I think. He went to Orlando for a half a season and then 17 games with Memphis, and he was gone.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we do have a press conference today where the Cowboys will announce a partnership with ZipRecruiter to help find their defensive coordinator for this year.
Why hasn't Jerry thought of that before?
DC brought to you by ZipRecruiter.
Yeah, that's the first approach that I think is going to happen. I wish, because Ed Werder's getting his dream that we don't get to talk to Jerry and Steven, so Ed Werder's so happy right now. He's celebrating.
What do you think that makes him?
I've never seen someone cry so much that's so established. You're Ed Werder. Machota put out something the other day.
Are you
that was said on one of y'all shows or quoted it, and Ed was like, I said this the day before, John. And I'm like, you're Ed Werder, man. What are you crying about?
Man, if you've been spit out the bottom of Mosley's podcast, that'd be miserable too.
Hey, I blame Ed for keeping Matt going along on that.
I would love for today, though, for Jerry and Steven to be side by side of Shotty. And Shotty
they will be side of him.
And Shotty to say, hey guys, here's the plan. Or a question be aimed at Jerry and Shotty say, I got this one.
This is your
and
first
then
press
just
conference?
lay it all down there. No, I just would love this. I would love if Schottenheimer really has this much control of things and he can fire defensive coordinators and do things, I'd love him to say,
look,
I'm running this now.
That's not even on Shotty. I blame the media. That's on the media.
I was going to say, the media.
Jerry questions.
Well, it's not just that. It's the media talks, they just got done talking to Brian 3 times a week every week. They kind of have heard from him on a lot of this. That's why they don't get to talk to Jerry as often. They're like, let's throw something to Jerry.
Why would you ask anyone but Jerry your question? I don't blame the media at all. Why would you ask Stephen Jones a question like that?
I would ask a salary cap question to Stephen.
Huh?
I would ask a salary cap question.
I would ask the coach. That's what I would do.
Why? To get a more boring answer?
Whoa.
No, because Shawnee's not boring, but Jerry could give you...
It's your Friday gold.
Jerry could give you the gold.
What's a question you want to ask? A question during this press conference, what would be something you might ask them?
How much input Brian Schottenheimer will have on the defensive coordinator, and did he feel like he had that with Eberflus?
Okay, so let's say you ask that.
What a pro.
Schottenheimer sort of we're a team. We all talk about these things. And look, Jerry always respects this. Jerry will go well, what do you mean by talk or input?
Back in 1964,
I've got a lot of input. Some of you don't know this. I've actually brought Jimmy Johnson into the building today, and Jimmy's going to be advising on everything. And they're going, wait, what the hell did Jerry just say? Jimmy's here? That's the way that Jerry will just go I could take this 80 different directions, and all of them are going to be interesting.
Yeah. Schottenheimer, especially now, he's a little more seasoned, and I'm he's really buttoning up some of these answers.
Oh.
And they're
even with y'all?
No, not with us.
Oh, okay.
Insults can't be buttoned up when he's taking shots at me. But no, Brian's going to give you a good answer.
Yeah.
But he's going to give you Jerry. He may not cover for somebody.
He got asked. Archer asked him after the last game. He's like, "What's the case for Matt Eberflus to come back?" And Shotty goes, well, we'll sit down and we'll look at it. When the case is made, the case is the case. And it's like, whoa, what did you? That was the most nothing.
There is no case.
Shotty he doesn't give you a bunch of answers like that. But if there's a specific question that it's I don't want to answer, he'll talk around.
Would you be furious if they were Aaron Whitecotton is being elevated to the defensive coordinator position?
Yes.
We're not going to get anybody else.
Yes. Because I'm a sucker for names.
And we're bringing back Pickens, so we've done all of our free agent shopping.
That's not going to be what they're going to say.
I've heard multiple segments from you, Kevin, and that would not take up the allotment of money. So why did you just throw that?
Because that's what I think. That's not what they think.
You think what?
Resign Tyler to a left tackle deal, something like that.
God.
Sign Pickens, and now you know what, guys? We can roll this money over into next year.
Yeah,
and next year could be the year that we really go after things.
What they
just hold on with us just a little bit longer.
No, they're going to spend this year.
I'm willing. Dang it! You just stole my thunder. I'm willing to make some type of fun bet with you.
All right, I will shave my head.
No, you have to grow your hair.
Oh, no.
We have to go backwards.
No deal.
We have to go backwards.
No deal.
That they spend a certain amount or sign like 2 higher name free agents.
Okay.
I'm falling for the Jerry sell.
No,
I'm falling for it.
I think you're right because it makes sense.
I think he's scared and worried about the fan base a little bit.
Ooh, okay. Is that
why he was so nice this year?
Still here.
Yeah, that kind of sucks that would be the reason.
What'd you say, Corey?
Is that why he was so nice this year?
Yes.
Because the year before he's
and I think he's scarred from our incident too. He didn't want to come across that way again. But no, I think he was falling to on the sword to the fan base a little bit by being, because this has, when they make the playoffs, he can kind of have a little attitude pushback.
Right.
But this hasn't happened since when? Back-to-back missed years.
2.
An all-time bad defense. So we can maybe do something fun on that. How do they normally sit, left to right? Steven left.
It's typically, it goes Jerry on the he's far right typically, and then it'll be Steven kind of towards the middle, and then Shotty.
Steven kind of towards the middle. Just give me left, middle, right.
Shotty, Steven, Jerry. It has rotated. They don't always do it the same way, but it's typically.
This picture has Steven on the left.
Because that was his introductory press conference.
That's the introductory
when
one.
When they've typically done wrap-up press conferences, coach is usually on the far left.
Okay.
Left out of it.
And you want it in the middle today, right, Corey?
Yep.
Okay.
Just like when he was announced as head coach, I want him to be the one that's like, I'm here, guys. Because head coaches don't have control of teams anymore. Right?
But none of us actually think Jerry has control either.
Jerry has control. Jerry can reject it. Jerry has just ceded a lot of it. Like
he's not your normal general manager.
He's just submitting to a lot of
what
consensus.
What a hot take! You're saving hot takes for the end of shows.
That's why I wouldn't ask him anything. That's why I know he's going to give you a good soundbite.
Right.
But I think it's a pointless task. You're just getting a soundbite out of it.
He told us more than Shotty that they were firing Flus. We got that out of Jerry.
I didn't hear that. I wasn't here.
So
you heard it because that was the one interview you listened to while you were gone.
You listen more out of the room than in it.
And you yourself, when we're prepping for things, you always have way more questions before the interview for Jerry than you do for Shotty.
Well, yeah, he doesn't have responses for anything. All right, 11:30, State of the Cowboys press conference. We know the state of it. Let's see where it's going, and let's see if there's Does anyone want to bet that Jerry doesn't lead the way in minutes? No, Chad, you wouldn't take that bet,
One
right?
answer will lead the way.
Yeah,
in minutes.
first answer.
All right.
Steven or Shotty?
What's that?
Steven or Shotty?
Second?
Who has more minutes?
Oh, Shotty.
Steven would prefer
Shotty
to
get
just
at
be
least
like,
some. Steven may get more off-season questions, but Shotty's answers will be longer.
They have a tendency to say this is for Jerry and Steven, and so then they'll usually back-to-back answers.
Because I think Shotty's going to have to answer a few Eberflus ones. Let's see what happens. Full recap tomorrow. The KNC Masterpiece is next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush. the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
Well, gentlemen, I hope that there's a lot of Tologo action happening today. I'm wearing my... You gave me the shirt!
So I guess I can't really complain. That's a fair point.
Tologo, baby. That means turn it on, leave it on, get it on. And I would appreciate if anybody out there that is partaking in those three things, turning it on, leaving it on, getting it on, go ahead and text in. Let us know, 877-881-1053. Or you can tweet us.
Are you impressed with that person's multitasking ability if they're able to do all those things and text in about it?
Dude, so here's the thing. I think you get caught up in multitasking because Mike used to yell at you and tell you that you couldn't do it. And you were like, yes, I can. And then he never got to watch and experience it. I've seen it happen before. You and I have shared a room. Yeah, this has happened. Bobby looks a little, he's sticking around to do some extra work.
In a professional capacity.
I'm open-minded. I'm not choppy. You can say whatever you're going to say.
And you know how you stayed with Broadus and shared a room with Broadus in Oxnard.
Serial killer who makes his bed every morning.
Exactly. I remember going in there and seeing how nice and tidy it was. And so Kevin and I would sleep next to each other in different beds, obviously. And I would watch. I would see how Kevin does his work, watches a show, and listens to a podcast all at the same time. And I was like, this is insane, but I appreciate it. And so, Kevin, I think there are people out there that can multitask. I think some people will wait till they're done. Or in the middle of the beginning of it.
I get
They'll
you.
say, you know what, I need to let people know I'm Tolo going right now.
Okay, I got you.
No matter how much Sean hates it.
All right. Well, I appreciate that clarification this morning. Want to know how everybody else out there in Radio Land is doing? 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line. If you want to join in on the conversation, or the Twitch, or the YouTube, so many different options. Alec Medford, how are you today?
I really don't know how to follow that up, if we're being honest. I think I'm doing great, I guess.
Were you doing better before you heard all that?
Yeah, kind of, but...
You don't know that.
I mean, he probably does.
You know what? Fair point, Majors.
Thank you, Alec.
Don't back down to that. You are the foremost expert about how you feel. Corey doesn't know how you feel better than how you feel.
Don't let Kevin tell you how you feel.
But now I'm having the existential crisis about how I feel or how I don't feel, or if I even know at this point. Now I'm flustered.
Good job, Kevin. Now you screwed up his mind right at the beginning of the show.
So did Bobby.
Well, you know what? Whatever I can do to delay from the inevitable of talking about how much the Stars absolutely suck right now. Give me cut number 5. What the hell is going on with this team?
I'm going to start drinking chocolate milk.
See?
Oh, the score! Ottinger mishandles the puck, and there he is! Welcome back! Seth Jarvis draws the penalty and scores the goal!
I want to say some great work done by Alec Medford right there. Can you play that clip one more time with absolutely no context? I love this transition.
I'm going to start drinking chocolate milk.
Oh, the score! Ottinger mishandles the puck, and there he is! Welcome back! Seth Jarvis draws the penalty and scores the goal!
I have to know what the conversation was before the chocolate milk. Because I wasn't aware of this. I usually have to, I don't know why I do this. I do watch things with the sound down because my family wants to talk to me. But where'd that come from?
I mean, they had to find something to talk about if the Stars weren't going to decide to be competitive in the first 2 periods.
Well, I also do know chocolate milk's a good post-workout drink because it does have the nutrients that you need and some protein, some calcium that helps get the everything rolling there. So that's probably where they were going.
Now, I did the study. We'll probably roll it out tomorrow.
Chocolate milk?
Not necessarily. I can work on that.
All right.
About why the Stars, for being such a good team, they are so mediocre 5-on-5. And take a look at what happened yesterday. They did eventually...
Bless you, Kevin.
End up scoring 3 goals, but 2 of them were on the power play, and so you scored 1 5-on-5 goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
and Carolina scored 2 goals, but you got outscored 4-1, 5-on-5, and especially early in the game when you fall into that 4-1 hole. Both sides had 1 power play goal, so you were getting worked 5-on-5, man.
Yeah, and I do wonder how much of that does have to deal with your lack of physicality. Again, Kevin, you've reverted in these last 5-6 games now. I feel
oh my gosh,
that you've kind of reverted, and I don't know if it's because you're afraid of injury and losing some people right now in this part of the season, or if you're just like, man, we got to figure out how to get to the break, and then we can turn it on after that. You got a month before that.
Exactly.
You got work to do before it, and they're not. I don't think they're doing the dirty work that I'm used to seeing them do that sets up for all these really good opportunities 5-on-5. That dirty work in front of your own net sets things up. That's where the opportunistic Dallas Stars are. If you can add in the opportunistic Dallas Stars and their power play, then you're a good team. But whenever you're missing the things that you're doing around on your defensive end that can help push out what you do best offensively, that's when you struggle like this.
This is really jarring.
I wonder if because Gulletson is such a genius at power play, if he just doesn't have that yet, the thing figured out with what they do 5-on-5.
I mean, well, okay.
I'm not going to just blame it all on Gulletson here, but
I would be fine if we could at least identify the problem and work on it, as opposed to, hey, we just got to get to the break, because like you said, it's a month away. And here's the part that is so staggering to me. Between November 4th and December 21st, the Stars lost 6 games. Now in the last 2 weeks, they've lost 6 games.
That's a bad streak, dude.
Yeah,
this is a very bad streak.
And that's one of the reasons, like, man, because I know we'll talk about the Mavericks in a second. It sure is a good thing that you've built up this cushion. Because, like, the Mavericks obviously can't afford this, or their season is done. The Stars have been so freaking good to start off the season. The only reason they weren't the best team in the NHL is you're looking at a juggernaut in Colorado that is on pace to set all kinds of records. You're able to kind of absorb this, but, man, it feels like it's going to be tough any run of the season where you go 6 games and get 3 points.
Yeah, no,
that is brutal.
Yeah, no, this team they have to find.
Ottinger looked terrible last night,
and that also lends itself to what you're doing in front of Ottinger.
That's fair,
and
I agree with that.
Did you like getting a goal that was slingshotted in by the other goalie? Did you love that idea? No, I still think what you're doing in front of Ottinger, he's got to be better. But
handling the puck and shopping the puck.
But in front of him, not good enough either. So that area right there has work to do, because, again, that sets up your offense so well.
And look, and that's something that's been building throughout the year. We'll go back to this. I know, you know, I feel like a lot of people in our audience know that the amount of shots on net are not always the end-all, be-all of who really controlled the puck. But, man, when you're on the wrong end of that night after night after night after night, it starts to tell you there's some semblance of a trend, and certainly the defensive downfall is a part of that trend.
From the 5-6-1, there haven't been many unwatchable Stars games this year, but last night's game got turned off quickly. Otter stunk, and the team energy was in the toilet.
I can see it.
That's something, not just in this stretch, but doesn't it seem with this team too early, Gulletson's had to point out that he didn't like the effort from his team.
Yeah.
I know they were winning, and he had a night where he was like, I just didn't like our energy. And I was like, man, is this the right time to call out energy on a back-to-back for one? And then on top of that, you are a winning team. Do you need to do that yet? But there have been too many times already, and now you're on this stretch where they have looked as if, it's fine, to start a lot of games.
Yeah. Look, it was crap across the board, and you get right back into it tonight against Washington. Now, I guess one good thing, since we're about to talk about the Mavs, is the game is once again at 6 o'clock, but you find yourself an underdog on the road again against a team that, in theory, you are better than. And, like, the Stars have been really good on the road, but they were pretty sizable underdog last night, and for good reason. And now I can't help but wonder, being a slight underdog tonight, how this is going to play out. You desperately want 2 points. I don't care what it looks like. You need to get 2 points if you're the Stars. Now, go ahead and give me cut number 6 because we've had this fella on the show, and here's a big three-pointer from Brandon Williams.
Coops driving, and Brandon Williams launches a three! He hits it!
Now, I was fascinated by what Sean said. And I know a lot of people feel this way. We were clapping and fist pumping, and he's like, you want the team to lose. I get it. It's tough in the moment, but you did end up getting the win over a Sacramento team that you just lost to, I don't know, like a week and a half ago. And so that's 2 straight. And at least the Dallas Mavericks get a win over a team that they're better than, since they've picked up a whole lot of wins against teams that I don't think that they're better than in like Houston, Denver, Detroit. But I thought it was another good win. You continue to see more from Brandon Williams that I think is really positive for the future. I think it was the last game he got like his 1,000th point in the NBA. And so I really appreciate what he has been bringing to this team. And it looks like he's a piece that should be here for a while.
Alec, I don't know if you're with me on this one, but I think that the Mavericks should be beating the teams that they aren't better than, and definitely losing to the teams that they are better than.
I got you.
So that their records will go up while the Mavericks are like stay in that area.
Okay.
And now you're in the opponent's over there going, dadgummit, they got us again. They tricked us. And you're out there going, hey, we're staying in range. This is part of the plan. This you got to bring those teams up, Kevin. Otherwise, the 8-win teams are never going to have enough wins for you to be in the spot that you want to be in.
Okay, so if you would have lost this game, you'd have been like, there you go, Sacramento, that's 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we're still okay, Alec, it feels like you're ready to jump on board with this line of thinking because you could help move Sacramento past you in the lottery odds.
I like it because then you're showing me that, hey, next year you could be serious while being totally unserious this year and helping your future. But I'm going to dub that majors math.
Okay.
I like it.
All right.
Thank you.
it.
Anthony Davis was a beast on the boards last night, not particularly efficient offensively, but something that we have talked about is you saw Brandon Williams once again, you saw Najee Marshall, Cooper Flagg continues to have kind of his workman-like 28-6 game.
Just touching the wall.
Yeah, that sometimes you get used to. You know what? I went back because you said that, and I looked up the full context of that quote where he's like, you got to touch it, you got to feel it, you got to taste it. And it was a lot of wall discussion.
Yeah.
And I had just seen the clip or the shortened version of like, you might be hitting the rookie wall. And I was like, sure. But I had not seen like the full in-depth like romance novel version of the wall.
Yeah, it was. I told you, he just kept going on about the wall, and at some point that wall does have to come down. You know, like it will. And I'm kind of terrified for the rest of the league when it does, because he does. It does look like he's all over it right now. But that right there, Kevin, I feel like we're seeing this consistency out of the guy that you told us we were going to have.
Yeah.
You say workman-like, and you're just like, he gets his points, he gets his rebounds, he gets his assists, he gets a couple steals, he gets a block or two. That's just what you get with this guy on a night-in, night-out basis. Does he have the team to run with him on a nights like last night? It looks like he does.
Yeah, and then you can't help but wonder, like, you move on from Anthony Davis, you get assets for the future, you either settle in at your natural lottery position or maybe even you get lucky and move into the top 3. Then your mind starts to run wild about, hey, are you now going to have a whole bunch of 25 and under players that are ready to go run with Cooper? And how long is that going to take? What's that going to look like? I get all of that.
And that conversation, too, like Anthony Davis is kind of injury aside, what he can do, unicorn type, right? Like
sure.
You don't
He's
find
an awesome player.
You don't find big guys that can reel in 16 like that, on an easy night, or 25. You've seen him do that before. You don't find guys that can do that easily, that often, and they can stay healthy either. So is there a guy that's in that next generation that you're looking at that you're like, this is the guy that will be great next to Cooper? and also be the guy that takes on some of the physical load that it does take in that power forward center position. I know Anthony Davis doesn't want to play center. I don't care. But in that area, because Gafford's not going to be around forever as you're doing this too. He might be one of the expendable parts. Derek Lively hasn't proven that he can stay healthy. So what is that stretch? What is that person that you're looking for is the right guy for him?
Yeah,
we can continue
fair
working on finding that.
Fair. I mean, but I would just say if you're looking for a potential combo guard, take a look at what Darren Peterson did last night for Kansas. He helped architect their comeback. He's an unbelievable player. I feel like I've been very clear, much like a lot of people in the NBA. You would love to see DeBonsa, somebody to take a look at. And this is a later pick in the draft, but just watch this player, Zuby Ejiofor.
Oh, yeah.
He plays at St. John's. He played at Garland.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon was on the team with him, and he would hype him up, and I was like, is this like I know this guy, or is this legit hype? And then you would see him play, and you're like, oh, holy crap, he is really good. I think he's somebody that you can get if you pick up a secondary pick that might have that level of like toughness that you were just describing. But again,
is he one of the ones that you saw, Brandon? They were all swirling their shirts over their head and
no, that was way
Justin
earlier.
Bieber song.
That was way earlier, because then I'd be like, no.
Oh, it's a great story.
Oh,
Alex.
That is a real thing that definitely happened. That was way earlier in Brandon's basketball career. But keep an eye out on him as maybe a secondary pick right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, new year, new predictions. So give us one sports hot take for 2026, but I feel
Let's
like...
get something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10
now
will win a chance for a pair of tickets, or you will get a pair of tickets to go see TNA Impact live at the Curtis Colwell Center a week from Thursday, January 15th. Those tickets are courtesy of TNA Wrestling. You can go buy from them right now, or you can...
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, Milton steps up and throws an interception to the 40. He was looking for Span Ford, but he threw it right in the arms of Bobby Okereke. I mean, right to him.
Yeah. What a great call from Brad Sham. That is something I will miss about this season. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a new year, new predictions. 877-881-1053. Give us a blazing hot sports opinion for 2026. Would one of you fine gentlemen like to start? Would you like me to go to the text?
Go ahead and go to the text, Kevin.
All right. From the 214, Cowboys won't win 6 games next year. Is that a hot enough take for you, Corey?
Nah.
Oh, okay.
It's getting ready to boil.
I think this will not be a hot
now,
enough.
You say 3 games. Now we got something hot going.
Okay.
Now we're cooking with grease.
From the 214, we miss Liam Bichel.
That
could be a hot take or just about the last segment.
No, that is definitely a hot take. This again.
I feel like you agree with that take. Sure.
The Mavericks are going to make the playoffs, gentlemen, and screw over everybody's desires to finish with a very high draft pick. And so we're going to have to settle for your kid from Garland, Kevin.
Okay,
as the only possible pick that we have out
face
there.
Doobie.
Yeah.
All right. Do you really? Is that your hot take?
I think the Mavericks are going to make a run that puts them in position to be in the play-in game.
Okay.
And then they're going to win a play-in game, and you're going to tell everybody, look, if they lose the playoff game though, or the play-in game, then that puts them in position to still get the number 1 overall pick like last year.
Okay, Alec, I'm going to need to do some work on my hot pick because we were going to do this on Monday. Just too much fun stuff to talk about. And on Monday, I wrote the Stars will win the Cup. Do you think that feels like that's become a way hotter
like the
take?
NBA in-season Cup?
No, the Stanley Cup. It feels like in the last couple of weeks that has become a really hot take with the way that the Stars have been playing right now. So instead, I'm going to pivot like a coward.
Oh.
The Rangers will finish below 500 again. You know, they have finished above 500 one time in the last 9 seasons.
Won the damn World Series that year.
That's true. Yeah. And if you tell me...
What about the last 10 seasons?
They twice.
Okay.
So...
I do like how that number worked.
Did I arbitrarily stop it right there? That's a fair point.
Why is 5, 10, 50, why is 20, why round numbers like that the one that makes us feel better?
And you know it's really funny because... I think of 25 as a round number, even though people are like, that's an odd number. But yeah, that's a good question. But it was because they had the run of 6 straight losing seasons, and then they won the World Series, and then they haven't been above 500 the last 2 years, though they were at 500 this past year. I'm going to say they're going to finish out a decade of baseball in this kind of like scope and have one winning season. I think they will finish below 500 again because much like everyone's excited to see what the Cowboys will or will not do in free agency, you've seen what the Rangers will not do in free agency, and it's mostly discussion of we have to improve from within. And so that's going to be, I hope I'm wrong, but that's going to be my sports hot take is that the Rangers finish below 500.
I got a question
I hate it.
to ask you and you guys. This person has now texted in a couple times.
Oh, great.
Y'all love shoddy interviews and press conferences. Y'all like culture over wins. And then they said Cowboys will miss the playoffs again, but it's okay since y'all have great interviews with Shoddy. We don't have any interviews with Schottenheimer. So we don't benefit from that. We got one.
That's true. We talked to him one time.
They got cut short. And anyway, that's a long story. So we don't do that. But did he not coach the offense well this year?
For the most part.
Well, I completely understand. I understand
for the most part,
there are things that you and Bobby hated that he did because I personally think he didn't trust his defense. Now, you guys are like, when you don't trust your defense, you should even go more. And sometimes they get a little more conservative. I thought he was a good coach when it came to what his responsibility was.
Yeah.
He had a defensive coordinator and a GM that went light on making sure they had the talent. That was bad. And so now what we're hearing is the first thing he did was stand up and raise his hand and say, we got to move on from this and get something new because I didn't like what I saw. I'm going to give Schottenheimer a chance a little bit longer than to say, oh, he just does great interviews and he's a miserable coach.
Yeah, and like if we were 2, 3, 4 years in, I feel like I would go along with that a lot better.
Yes, exactly. If we saw the same thing like that over and over, I feel like I'm hoping that I see something different from Shotty.
And if you know anything about me, I'll just speak for me. I hate when we run press conferences. We have content to get to.
Yeah,
all right?
Kevin is like, I've done work.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, I don't agree with that whatsoever. From the 817, the Texas Rangers, Alec, all right, it's going to start out bad, but then it's going to get good, okay? The Texas Rangers will finish dead last, I'm assuming in the American League West next season, but then win the World Series in 2027.
Oh.
All right, but you'd make that trade, right?
Oh, that's a fair trade. Yeah, I'm taking that 100%.
From the 214, I'll read most of this. Miriam Adelson has leverage on Adam Silver, so the Mavericks get the number 1 pick again. That would be badass. If you could pick between DeBonsa and Peterson, oh my gosh, that would be freaking awesome.
Leverage, like how'd they acquire that leverage?
You know what? That's a good question.
Listen to the CIA podcast. They have thoughts.
From the 210, Stars win the Cup and Robo wins the Conn Smythe. And you know what? For another time, I did the research on the Stars salary cap and figured out a way that we can make that happen if he wins the Conn Smythe. But I love it. Bobby, you have moved your microphone into position, I'm assuming, because you have something to say.
I want to give my hot takes for you. Okay, because I think you're gonna.
Are they about sports?
Yeah, and one of them is just particularly painful to me. One, Chris Young's going to be fired before the end of the season.
Ooh,
he'll be an in-season firing. Cody Campbell and the Texas Tech Red Raiders are going to win the national championship next year.
Ooh.
And then the one that this will hurt me because in some ways it would validate someone that I hate. Not really, but people try to claim it. The Mavs win the play-in, and then they beat the Lakers in the first round. And not even because I believe that necessarily, more just because it feels like that would be a way that it would taunt me because of how comfortable I've gotten telling Sean that the Lakers were going to have a better record and he'd owe me a bottle of liquor. But that's just kind of what I'm feeling because they're just so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed now, these Mavericks.
And then after they've done that, then Nico is rehired, and they're like, he's actually been ghost managing this thing the whole time, and Bobby has to be like, dadgummit.
You'd have,
and then he reveals like Wizard of Oz. He's going to take off his Nico mask, and it's going to be Mike McCarthy.
And then he takes off the Mike McCarthy mask. He's actually Liam Neeson from The Naked Gun.
Oh,
wow.
What a twist!
Thank you.
Man,
well done, script writers.
You guys have either watched the new Naked Gun or been watching too many episodes of Scooby-Doo to come up with this evaluation.
Is it a hot take to say that Harbaugh had to go? That this was time?
I mean,
I think he's a good coach.
I might be the wrong person to ask, but I thought it was time.
I think he's a good coach. I think he's a very good coach. What he's accomplished. I mean, Tony Dungy pointed out 10 out of 12, all the things that he's done. And but like I feel like I saw a team that wasn't invested in what he was doing anymore.
Yeah.
And when I watched some of the footage behind the scenes in Baltimore, the energy seemed low in that place.
And I think people get too caught up with like your overall resume. And like, sure, he's the favorite to be the Giants coach now. Great. Because the Giants are like, hell yeah, I'll take that. But the Ravens aren't in that place. The Ravens are, we're ready to go. We're ready to be in the playoffs. We're ready to win right now. We feel like we've constructed the roster appropriately, and you can't get us over the hump. Look across every sport. How many times have you seen a manager who's an objectively good coach or manager, but you just can't get that last little bit, and you got to go?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that happens all the time. All right, Alec, what are you thinking? What's your hot take for 2026?
Not going to lie, Kevin. You took mine, but I had another.
Oh!
I actually have something non-DFW related within the NBA. I do not think that the OKC Thunder will make it back to the conference championship.
Yeah, what has happened to them?
They've lost their last two. They look a lot more human. Their ideal starting lineup has not been very good this season in terms of win-loss record. They just seem slower. They seem like they're slowing down, and it feels very reminiscent, to bring it back to DFW sports, of the 2024 Texas Rangers, where it was that postseason run, man. It took a lot out of us. It's a bunch of young guys on that team, or just people that haven't really seen that level of success and had to make that deep of a run. So I think they might be kind of feeling the effects of, we're playing in the triple-digit realm of games because we are so good and we don't know how to handle it. So I think that they are going to slow down and they're not going to make it as far in the postseason, just making the conference even more weird and even more wide open, which I think makes it fun. I think they're still really good, and I think they're going to make a playoff run. Obviously, they're still very, very good, but I think the amount of games played and the amount of time spent on the floor for such a young team is probably going to catch up to them.
Kevin, in all the coaches we've ever talked to that have been at that level, won a championship, they all know you can't drive in that gear all the time.
Sure.
You have to downshift a little bit and then work your way back up into it. There has to be somewhere else to go.
Yeah.
Because if you're in that max, you're hitting that red line all the time on nights that really aren't even red line nights.
You're going to crap out.
Yeah, and you're going to run out of gas.
Yeah. No, I think that is...
How quickly they can fill their tank back up is the question.
Yeah, I think that is fair. From the... let's see.
There's a lot. There's a lot of texts.
There really are. From the 817, hot take. This is interesting. The greatest thing to happen around AT&T and Globe Life next year is going to be the Arlington Grand Prix IndyCar race.
Dude, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Be prepared for descending stars from all over the world.
Man, and what a year for that. Both in terms of the IndyCar race, in terms of the World Cup, like a lot of spotlight is going to be on Arlington this year.
972 hot take: Cody Rhodes loses the belt to Drew McIntyre. After Cody
I think
Rhodes,
that's possible.
After what Cody Rhodes did in the Naked Gun, I think that's definitely something that's up for grabs.
Do you know he's also going to be Guile in the upcoming Street Fighter movie?
That. He's perfect for Guile.
I can see
Even
that.
has the tattoo on his neck that represents America.
Yeah, that's true. From the 682, the Dallas Cowboys will hire Brian Flores and make it to the NFC Championship game. Well, hell yeah. I would love to see what they're actually willing to spend to make that happen.
You still have to add players for Brian Flores.
Oh, you mean
it's not
just magically get better?
You can't just scheme up that. He has to actually have players that can do it.
I'm pretty sure you can scheme pressure. From the
you can.
We just couldn't.
You just have to have players that can do it.
Gotcha. And not have a coordinator who's somebody you traded for a different player. And he's like, the hell we are going to play that guy. From the 469, Corey Seager plays 130-plus games and wins the MVP. However, that is followed up almost immediately by, from the 817, Wyatt Langford wins the AL MVP. And one of the reasons this came up, besides it obviously being the new year, Kennedy Landry threw out a prediction for the Rangers and said Wyatt Langford goes 30-30. And she added, Langford going 40-40 would be too big of a jump. But the 23-year-old hit 22 home runs with 22 stolen bases in his second big league season through a trio of oblique injuries. So let's have him jump up to 30-plus home runs, 30-plus steals. That feels like that would be a step in the right direction. And if he can do that and the Corey Seager thing comes true, well, then here we go.
I saw our friend Mike Bassick made a comparison of Wyatt to Pete Crow Armstrong.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty impressive what Wyatt's done.
I like it.
Get ready.
And then I don't know if this is a prediction as much as this is just what they want to happen. Trade Dak and get Kyler Murray. I mean, that would be pretty stunning.
After what Dak just did?
If that happened, hey.
He might finish second in MVP voting this year. Yet again.
I don't think that will happen. No, it won't. The best he'll finish is third.
You don't know that.
I guess that is true. I feel very, very confident.
I'd vote for him.
He'll win it next year.
Okay. Now,
that's my bold pick.
We saved the hottest take for last.
That's for 27, Bobby. All right.
Whatever hot takes you think you heard, we saved the biggest one for last. From the 214, Will Grier will go down as the greatest Cowboys quarterback in franchise history.
I love this person.
We better start soon. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're switching things around today, so it's time for Gridiron Gravy, a major coaching change and another opportunity for Garrett. Next on The Fan.
Coming up.
To sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Tyler Luke from 44. Snap good. Hold it. The kick is no good. It is wide right. And the Steelers are the champions of the North.
Man, if you haven't heard it, there's an alternate clip circulating around there about how it would have sounded if Al Michaels made that call. And it is very amusing, the continued level of disinterest.
Does he wake up from a snore?
And he goes, and the kick is up. Well, it looks like it's going to be no good, and that's it for me.
You know, that's interesting because there are still some times whenever I hear Al Michaels and I'm just like, this feels classic. You know, and then there are other times where I'm like, he doesn't care at all because he's Al Michaels, and I wish I didn't have that because the other part still feels cool.
Yeah.
I know you don't get affected much by it, but I think it's part of that ambiance.
I get you.
That you hear you heard a Summerall voice.
See, for me, it used to be Keith Jackson when he's like, "Oh, doctor," and that I love that.
When I played Madden back in the day, Summerall's voice was on it, and so when you'd hear that, it was conditioning. Essentially, it was programming, if you will.
Oh, I like that. Right now, the comparison, not the idea. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and sip it.
What do you like better? Mike McCarthy he's scheduled an interview to be the Giants head coach for next week, or Jason Garrett is going to interview for the Titans head coaching job on Friday.
Jason Garrett gets the job.
Whoa!
And the Titans go 8-1.
Okay. Will that be better than the Cowboys record?
No. I think the Cowboys are going to be better.
Okay. Good. I like it.
8-1 though is like that's as Jason Garrett as it gets.
Yeah, that's true. Now, we played that clip. We discussed it. Unfortunately for Mike McCarthy, John Harbaugh is now the favorite to be the Giants head coach, but he is out as the Ravens head coach.
Were you shocked yesterday when the news came down?
Not at all.
I was shocked at the timing just shocked me, I guess.
Yeah. Have you seen the graphic where it says right down the middle of the uprights, Tomlin gets fired, and then to the right and to the left of the uprights, Harbaugh gets fired?
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know.
You would ask. I think the only thing I missed was the San Francisco game.
Okay.
I said San Francisco would win. I was right about the Panthers. I was right about pretty much everything else that you asked me over the weekend.
Fancy.
And then you asked about Harbaugh and Tomlin. And you said, which one? I said, I think Harbaugh over Tomlin. You agreed. And now at a point where I'm like, hold on, Tomlin still could. Timing-wise.
Do you think if they would have to just get blown out?
They won't get blown out. I wonder if it's like, okay, you've had your time, kind of like this. I don't like being mediocre to sub to above mediocre. We want to be great again. And I just don't know that that's necessarily the case. But with Harbaugh, it was time. We discussed that. And I was just kind of surprised at the timing. It just felt, after all these other coaches, now we will with him. But it seemed like they were having conversations about his coaching staff, and that really lent itself to, all right, we're moving on from you.
Now, the Lions went ahead and fired their offensive coordinator yesterday as well. Let's move over to the Bengals, where Camp Taylor-Britt will spend 5 days in jail for a driving incident. And man, if you go back and look at some of the transcript from this sentencing phase, the judge told Taylor-Britt it's a gift. 5 days instead of 30 days. Because the thought was, pay a fine, get some probation, all of that. But he could have been sentenced up to 30 days. So the judge said, you got to do them now. It'll be over soon enough, because they were looking to delay the jail time and everything. So, man, it sounds like if that person ends up in that judge's court again in Ohio, that is going to be problematic. But for now, Cam Taylor-Britt, 5 days in jail.
How many days do you think you can make it?
Oh, not long.
Do you think you'd be a snack in jail, or you think that you'd figure out a way to run one of the groups?
No.
877-881-1053. How would Kevin handle jail? This isn't prison.
Yeah.
This is just jail.
Oh, okay. Because in prison, I feel like I get stabbed pretty quick.
Okay. Because you have a smart mouth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. In jail, I'll think about it. All right. Should you pay your quarterback? Now, this is probably not fair just to focus in on this, but I think it's interesting. Nonetheless, the top 10 paid quarterbacks in the NFL, 5 made the playoffs and 5 did not. Josh Allen makes it, so does Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, and Justin Herbert, but did not make it Dak, Joe Burrow, Tua, Jared Goff, and Lamar Jackson. Although, interestingly enough, average quarterback salary for the quarterbacks who did make the playoffs, $32.5 million. Average for those that did not, $30.5 million.
Oh, so the ones that aren't paid as well.
It's not as shockingly different as you might think.
I'm kind of fascinated by because the Cowboys are still always in that weird position. You've been very adamant. You have to break it down completely in order to benefit from the quarterback situation.
Sure.
I've always wanted to see a team say, we're going to draft quarterbacks, give them the quarterback the contract of their rookie contract, and then if they haven't won by then, we'll move on. I've wanted to see it. I really have. I think it would be interesting to see how that plays out, how it works. I understand that it takes time to learn the position at the NFL level sometimes too. But how that affects your then team building around that is an interesting question too, because are you keeping all those other guys that you know are good linebackers and good wide receivers and linemen, and you're just replacing a quarterback and saying, now go in that room and be a leader?
Yeah.
And does that work? I would love to see a team do that, but I think you still pay your quarterbacks, Kevin, because it is a business still. You're still relying on the love that people have for players just as much as you are the wins that go along with it.
Not to get too bogged down in this, but let's say the 5 that missed the playoffs, Dak, Burrow, Tua, Goff, and Lamar Jackson. Do you think only the Dolphins regret paying?
Yeah, probably so.
Okay. All right. NFL ratings are up 10% year over year. Now, was that a natural increase in the popularity of the NFL, or was that a byproduct of, we talked about the discussions they had with the Nielsen Corporation at the beginning of the season to get what they felt was a quote-unquote more accurate view of their ratings?
And didn't we kind of get a suggestion from the guy that's in charge
the
of...
VP of that?
Yeah, he was like, I mean, that absolutely was something that we were looking at. That was. I also think that kind of delivering on some of these other streaming options has been a unique perspective too.
Absolutely,
because it just some people don't have certain things,
Yeah.
and they only have Netflix or whatever. And I think that those have been pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's up 10% year over year. I'll be interested to see what happens next year with a new system still in place. But 18.7 million viewers per average NFL game. Now that goes across all slots, including streaming services and everything like that. That is the highest number of average fans since 1989. So congratulations to the NFL for that. And then one more thing for you. If you're thinking the NFC West is going to get it done this year in the playoffs, think again. This year's NFC West is the 5th division since the merger to have 3 different teams that won at least 11 games. None of the previous 4 divisions produced the Super Bowl winner.
Oh, really?
So history says just because your division was top-heavy and badass does not necessarily mean, in fact, it doesn't mean you're going to win the Super Bowl.
Means you were playing against a bunch of chumps on your schedule.
I mean, I'm not going to say that for sure. Maybe they made it to the Super Bowl and lost, but just keep that in mind.
Think about the chump option, though, Kevin.
Okay, I will always think.
There are a bunch of chumps out there. Trust
about
me.
the chump options. Yes, I get that. Oh man, from this 806, Kevin's got the same chance of making it in jail as the Cowboys have of getting Flores.
Well,
0.
I don't think the Cowboys have a real chance of getting Flores.
They said 0.
But
I've got a better chance of making it in jail.
4-3-2, his clever jokes and he's clever and hilarious jokes. He'll make it just fine. I don't know about the jokes part. He's automatically the smartest resident in jail with his size and brains. He would be king of the jail.
Whoa,
I like
man.
that. That's a good one right there.
Doesn't it feel like that should be a show? King of the jail. We're the KNC Masterpiece right
Damn it,
here.
Kevin.
That's King of the Hill. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Alec is displeased. We will talk with about that last part. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Man, we're doing well. We're doing well. There's a couple things that I wanted to ask you going back to a Sunday's game, and I know it was just a half, but what did you think of seeing Joe Milton out there? Like, in terms of what did you think of the way he played?
We have work to do.
Yeah, he's got a lot of ground to cover. I thought that, if you like a running quarterback, I think that was the best part of some of the things he did. But as for throwing the football, I thought the inaccuracy was alarming. The fact that I'm not sure where he was throwing the ball on the interception. He had a wide open receiver deep, and he missed him by 10 yards. So he looked like a quarterback that hasn't played a lot of football, and that he still needs a whole lot of seasoning going forward.
When it comes to that, Mickey, and we kind of talked about that when we were in Oxnard. He got a lot of preseason games. He got all of them. And when it comes to like how he can get those reps, he's not going to get reps in practice, as we've discussed. What can he do this offseason? I mean, find himself a quarterback's coach and go just say, I'm committing to these things. Like, what else can he do this offseason?
Yeah, I think that maybe he, when they're not allowed in the building here, maybe he needs to find a quarterback guru to work with. I think his recognition was slow. But then when you're not practicing all season long, and then it's like, okay, big boy, get in there. You had 2 days of practice here this week, and not all of it because Dak was still preparing to play, and possibly the whole game if that's what they decided. I think from a preparation standpoint, he just needs snaps. He needs to play football. But before that, I think there's a lot of things that he needs to work on. Footwork, where are you looking, arm angles, and, things like that. And I think it's very hard for a young quarterback to be the immediate backup without getting a lot of work.
Then I guess same general question for the running backs. I know both Blue and Maffa had touchdowns. I know that does not necessarily is the end-all, be-all for anything. But what did you think about watching them out there?
Well, I thought Blue showed me what I thought he could show in the first half. The ability to hit a hole with speed, elusiveness, and able to explode through the hole and show teams that, you better be on your toes when this guy gets the ball at the line of scrimmage because he's going to be by you sooner than you think. And I think the first half certainly showed that. I mean, he had 11 carries for 76 yards.
Right.
The second half, it was, 5 carries for minus 12? I think that had a lot to do with the offense. You take Dak out, and I'm sure the defense was sitting there going, well, they're just going to hand the ball off. We're not going to allow that to happen. And didn't. And I'm trying to remember one of the possessions started like inside the 5-yard line or something like that. I like what I saw from him. And I think it was still a shame. And I know, what their problem was, so to speak, of why he wasn't being active. The fact that he couldn't play special teams, or he wouldn't, hey, throw him out there once or twice, give him a kickoff return. I'm not saying you're going to replace Turpin, but if that's a way to get him some snaps, then do so. I just thought that, okay, I don't know about we don't get to see all of the practice and what his practice, deal is. He didn't play special teams. I get it. But this guy's got some special talents that I think they need to tap into this coming season.
What do you think is happening today? Are we making our defensive coordinator announcement at 11:30 here, Mick?
Yeah. What do you think?
I think there's going to be a lot of nothing, but some kind of general ideas on the state of the Cowboys.
Well, and think about this with this, hiring a new defensive coordinator. These guys with so many coaching for head coaching openings, there's no rush to take a job, is there?
Not yet.
And a lot of these guys, when everybody comes up with these names, I'd like somebody that's an up and coming guy that has a job instead of trying to hire somebody that either got fired or was on a staff that's no longer intact and doesn't have a job. Why don't they have a job?
Good point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to disparage like Jonathan Gannon. Well, if he's such a good defensive guru, his team finished 3-13, and they were 29th in points given up. I know that was better than the Cowboys at 32, but not that much better.
Right.
He didn't fix his own team, and he's the defensive guy, right?
Yeah.
And so, I'm not going to go over every guy's name that came up, but is there somebody that maybe hasn't had a chance to be a defensive coordinator but is close to it and maybe up-and-coming guy in the NFL? Can I hire a guy like that?
I like where you're going.
But here's the other thing. No. If any of these guys have, like, multiple opportunities, what do you think they're going to look at?
Yeah.
They're going to look at what they're inheriting on that defense.
And it
right?
doesn't look good here. Yeah.
And so, it's not like, oh, yeah, I'm going to come in and just wave my magic wand and turn everything around. I looked at, and I'm going to write about this today, but I'm going to tell you guys. I was looking at games missed by players who either started, were close to starting, guys that you were counting on, miss games, okay? Miss games. You missed 15 games total between Bland and Diggs. Those were supposed to be your Pro Bowl caliber starters, right?
Yeah.
Together, they missed 15 games. If I went through those two, Elam started at some point.
Yeah.
And just defense, Nealon, Clowney, Mozzie, Revel, Carson, and DeMarvion Overshone. The games they all totaled and missed. And if I throw in Parsons, because you were counting on him, 5 days before the opener or whatever it was?
Right.
It comes to 106 games missed.
Oh.
So I understand, okay, we're going to move on from Matt Eberflus, but I'm not sure he had a fighting chance what he was trying to survive with on a defense that ended up at the cornerback position playing most of the guys with no more than 2 years of NFL experience.
So what's your sell then? What's your sell to be like, you should come to the Cowboys to be our defensive coordinator?
I think it's a tough one. I saw an interesting name, Jim Leonard.
Yes.
In Denver.
Yes.
But what if Vance Joseph gets a head coaching job? He likely would be the next guy up to be their defensive coordinator, right?
That makes sense.
And so he's probably going to slow play it to see what happens with all those. What is there, seven jobs open now?
That is correct.
Harbaugh getting fired.
Yep.
So yeah, I just don't know. I'm just worried about retread coordinators.
I gotcha. Yeah.
And so that's kind of my feeling on it, that there's, I don't know that there's a rush to go ahead and do something, because some of these guys that are supposedly really good, wouldn't they be candidates for head coaching jobs?
Yeah. Except for Cliff Kingsbury. He's a candidate to be a head coaching job, regardless of whether he's good at his job or
he
not.
does.
Sorry, that's my own personal. Yeah. All right. Well, I know the presser is coming up. Thank you very much, and we'll talk with you again tomorrow and Friday.
Yeah, that's great. I'll talk to you guys. See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, just a quick separate note, and I did see this from Patrick Walker, the futures deals that the Cowboys signed. Trayshawn Holden, Paris Campbell, Isaiah Land, Zion Childress, Julius Wood, to name a few. I think there was 2 or 3 other. Nick Everett was on the list. And so they did sign some younger players to those futures contracts.
Heck yeah, man. Building that team.
Look,
one future at a time.
I agree. I would love it if I was like, all right, so Childress is going to be ready, Land is going to be ready to play a big role. And but
they're going to get to compete in camp.
Yeah.
And show something and get people excited. And if they're released in some way, shape, or form, people are going to be like, how could you let them go? Look, they're starting for another team now. And you'll be like, all right, it'll happen. We need good veteran starters right now and premium top flight picks on this team.
Yeah. Would you, maybe this is a question for another day.
Litter this roster with veterans that are good and picks that are high.
And I can draw up exact scenarios. What do you consider a high pick? Like top 50?
Yeah, top 2 rounds.
Okay. So would you guys be interested in a scenario in which, let's say I create, I don't know, like 4 or 5 top 50 picks out of your 2 first round.
And I'd also like making sure that those second round picks aren't guys that were hurt that could have been first round picks.
Right.
Because as good as that sounds, man, come on, we're not trying to get premium picks from the Goodwill bin again.
Right. I gotcha. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'll let you decide if this is a logical segue. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or do they have a whole bunch of appearances set where you can't get autographs? Let us know. We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And Underdog is the place to get in on all of the action because you can make your picks and win money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog, it's easy. Just pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Last night, we told you if you could jump on board with Cooper Flagg, more than 18.5 points. Boom, you would have hit that play right there. And we're going to try to make it even easier for you right now. We're going to give you a little extra startup. Download the app today. Use the promo code MASTERPIECE to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code MASTERPIECE. Underdog. Make picks and win money. Must be 18 or over and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/playing it terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We got the Cowboys presser coming up in about 6 minutes or less time than that break. And we've got My Buddy's an Idiot. But first, we go to Corey Majors for I Don't Know.
This is Babe Laufenberg, our good friend Babe, posted this. And this is, Kevin, I hate that if we talk about Eberflus or we talk about the players or we talk about front office, if we only do one, that means we are ignoring the other one.
Oh, man.
And this is... He said, I know 4 coordinators in 4 years. As the Cowboys are about to embark on is not good for continuity, but 80% of the defense next year will not have played for Dan Quinn's system. 50% won't have even been here for Mike Zimmer's. The onus is on the front office to provide players that the new DC needs. Don't find square pegs for round holes.
Yes.
This is why you've been so ecstatic that they made the move. Whatever move they made, they made it now so they can plan in order. The next thing in order, you find the defensive coordinator fast. Say, what the hell do you need? And he says, I need this, 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 and this. I love what you have with this, but we need to find 3 more of these. And then you go get them.
Yeah, and like if you're dead set on these are the personnel, this is what we got, and we're not changing, then don't go hire somebody that you're like, oh, I like this fella, if that's not what he excels at coaching.
Absolutely.
And it feels like we do that far too much. All right. Well, I guess the Cowboys can kick off My Buddy's an Idiot then. Let's fire it up.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy.
Now, the Cowboys are in there because of, well, you know, the reasons. And then you saw the season. I guess we have to throw the Stars in there as well for just getting absolutely blasted last night by the Hurricanes. That is now 6 straight losses for the Stars, or the equivalent of the number of times they lost between November 4th and December 21st. But not the worst hockey effort yesterday. The New Jersey Devils lost 9-0
in a hockey game
to the Islanders. Made it look like they were the early 80s Islanders out there. And the Devils have lost 2 straight for their last 6. And probably more importantly, they lost 9-0.
How does that happen? I guess it's today's era of hockey. It's not as tough as it used to be. I mean, they wear visors, you know?
I don't know if... I mean, I guess...
It is weird to say after Jamie Benn just took that one and, like, he's one of 4 players that doesn't wear visors because he was grandfathered in. I get that. But, like, the era of hockey is more offensively explosive. That's a bad game, though, man.
Well, I think you'll appreciate this. Their goalie said, we want to apologize to the Devils fans. I've got to be better. Now, this part is...
Was he the emergency goalie?
Oh, no.
He was the regular one.
He was the regular one.
Oh, no.
And if you... Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you think that's bad, the Devils, who lost, had 44 shots, and the Islanders had 24. The Islanders scored 9 times on 24 shots. So they had 9 shots on net that went in, 15 that didn't.
That's pretty impressive.
They kept their goalie out there the whole time.
Dude, that you and Flula, you must love that. The efficiency.
I do love the efficiency.
Germans love efficiency, and Kevin went to Germany this year to see how efficiency works.
Yeah.
Or last year.
I was alarmed at the inefficiencies of the camp that they were
in. What about the rest of the things?
Oh, yeah.
You were like, oh, I see how this is.
We went to the teddy bear factory. Oh, yeah. Did you know that? First teddy bear was made by a German person in a wheelchair.
Wow.
You don't care.
The factory was very efficient.
Yes, exactly.
No waste.
Okay, well, I wouldn't say that.
Okay.
I'm not here to be a whistleblower or anything.
Oh, man.
All right. Do you want to go with the Raiders or the Rangers? That's baseball Rangers, not hockey Rangers.
Rangers.
Are the Texas Rangers an idiot? I'm sorry. January 19th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 25th. They're going to be at a variety of Krogers. Rangers players are going to be there, captain, the 6 shooters, they're all going to be there and everything. That's great. But they made sure to say no autographs.
Kroger's a great store.
Yeah, you get shopping done and get a photo.
Heck yeah, man. And you can get good flowers.
Oh, yes. True.
I found out
Very true.
I couldn't find recycling bags there yesterday, but maybe I was looking in the wrong spot. You know, the trash bag area.
Is there a separate recycling trash bag that I need to be buying?
No. So
I was like, oh no.
So usually whenever you take things that don't fit in the recycling thing, you put them in the blue bag. And I can't find any of those for some reason.
Oh.
Anyway, different story for a different time.
But are the Texas Rangers
Did you
idiots?
get autographs?
Because they're
Can you get pictures?
Yeah, you can get a picture, but a lot of people, if you looked on social media last night when the Rangers posted this, a lot of people were responding in anger because you can't get autographs.
I'm kind of confused on... We've talked about what Emmett did...
For sure.
A long time ago. I was there to see it happen.
And that makes sense.
And it does make sense. So they're saying you can't earn money off this event, this free thing at Kroger.
It is unfortunate that so many people assume that you get the autographs to sell them.
I agree.
That sucks. We had the Hardys the other day. I asked them to autograph my WrestleMania 2000 book, and I was like, I promise I'm never going to sell this. This is just for me personally. But I hear what you're saying.
This is very interesting because it is hey, come get a very personal thing. It's you in a picture. And that's free, right?
Yes, correct. All 5 of the stops are free.
While you're there, get some groceries.
Yeah, make it efficient.
Mm-hmm.
By the way,
buy some bacon and eggs.
I saw this. Did you see because of the coaches that they have fired and the coordinators and whatnot? Next year, Mark Davis and the Raiders will be spending about $50 million on coaches that are already fired.
Really?
Yeah, because it goes all the way back to Pierce. And then you've got McDaniels, Gruden apparently still has some money, Pete Carroll, Chip Kelly, so... Good job, Raiders.
Yeah, I mean...
See, we're not as bad as them.
Do what Jerry does and stick it out with them until their contract's done.
Yeah, or hire a coach that already coached somewhere else and is getting some money from them.
Or
so
hire a coach that actually can do the job.
What?
How about that?
All right.
And then give them the things they need to actually get the job done.
That is a controversial opinion. Speaking of controversial opinions, did you see that the commissioner of NASCAR finally announced his resignation after 20 years? And it makes sense that it would happen because, look, he had some text that got leaked, including where he called Hall of Fame team owner Richard Childress a stupid redneck who needs to be taken out and flogged. He also called him an idiot and an ass clown. I would be willing to wager.
Who says flogged anymore?
That is a good question.
Whoever says that, that's not in my vocabulary.
I would be willing to wager that nobody would really want all of their text message released out into the world because
out of context,
yes,
very unique. Yeah.
Yes, but that looks pretty bad when it's somebody that people really seem to like, or at least is a Hall of Famer.
Can I just think about me texting you something that we had joked about on air?
Yes.
And now there's this text that has this thing that says something we joked about on air.
Yes.
And nobody has any context to go through with it. That being said, I still think using the word flogged is ridiculous.
Yeah, and it's probably tough.
Update your vocab.
And it's probably tough to explain the context of he's a stupid redneck who needs to go out back and get flogged. I don't know what the context is to set that up that would get you out of it, but... You know.
That being said, Friday.
Don't, son of a gun.
I think we have a good quote from Kevin.
All right. Do you want.
Dude, oh my gosh. Just think about all the times that, Kevin doesn't like somebody and we could play that drop.
Oh, please don't do that. All right. Do you want to go to Charles Woodson or Lenny Dykstra?
Let's go to...
One is funny and one is not.
Let's go to Woodson first.
Okay. Charles Woodson is the funny one. Okay. So he has gotten burned by ChatGPT like so many people have in the past. He said that AI had told him that Green Bay was 0-6 in the NFC North last year, and they were actually 1-5. Now, a lot of people got super bent out of shape about that. I could see how you'd be like, it's fine, just move on with your life. But that's not really the society that we live in. But you always got to double check because ChatGPT can lead you astray. I almost got got in an argument with ChatGPT because I'm a loser, but also because they were trying to tell me this King of the Hill episode that was a Christmas episode existed that does not exist. And I just responded, that's not a real episode. And they go, oh, looks like you're right. But they had said it was like season, 12, episode 9. And they had all these details. And when I go, that's not real, they go, you know what, you're right.
Chat still sometimes pulls things from conspiracy theory sites. Is what you're saying?
Like the new Stranger Things episode that's coming out. That's the real finale.
Don't get me started.
You've heard about that, right, Alec?
Are you ready?
It's not.
You haven't watched any of it, have you?
I haven't, so it doesn't affect me.
We had Cara Buono in the studio. She took a picture with me that offended my wife. And
it did? Oh, no.
She was like, she's standing way too close to you. Oh. And every time she says your new mom to my kids, they get upset about it.
I could see that.
But she took the same picture with our boss and Vecna, so I feel like I'm okay.
Yeah, but she's not looking at other people's social media. She's looking at yours.
True.
And then if you pull up her social... Okay, PJ Washington.
He's right about
we
that.
We need to have him back on the show again.
Yeah, we do.
But then if you go look at all these other pictures on her social media, then your wife's going to be like, really?
She's just a trollop.
How much time do you spend on her social media? And so, you can't win.
Yeah, good point. Good point. You're looking at lots of pictures, huh?
Yeah.
You should be like, why did you use the word trollop? That's old.
Now... Yeah, you can't say you're mad at somebody for using old-timey verbiage and then do it yourself. All right, the Charles Woodson one was more fun. This one is not fun. Lenny Dykstra is back in the news. Of course, you recall, he's already spent plenty of time in jail. During a New Year's Day traffic stop, the cops suspect that he had either crack or meth on him because, and this is true, when he opened the glove box, because, if you get pulled over, license and registration.
Pounds of crack and meth fell out of the... Is that...
It said they observed in plain sight a container holding suspected crack cocaine or methamphetamine and a glass smoking device containing suspected drug residue. All right. I don't know where the proper place is to keep your drug paraphernalia in your car. Probably
not in your car.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Yeah.
And also not in the spot where if you get pulled over, you have to open your car.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true.
But you're right. The first place is not
your car.
Yeah.
Or make sure it's in the trunk somewhere hidden in the lining,
Man. Okay.
Or in a tire that you can easily access.
All right. So he's been accused of, many different counts of being under the influence, as well as all of the drug charges. Where do you keep your drugs? In the medicine cabinet.
That's where they're supposed to be. Nobody. Do you think anybody's going? If I had illegal drugs in my medicine cabinet, nobody's going in there. They're just like, oh, these are just their medicines. He needs some Allegra today.
Okay. So your idea of hiding the drugs is almost in plain sight.
Yeah, put it right
where
there.
People wouldn't normally look.
Exactly.
Oh, interesting. By the way, side note to all of that, why do people say it's the last place you look?
It is.
When you find something, why would you keep looking if you found it? Of course it's going to be the last place you look. No, like Alec's going to be like, I lost my keys. Let me go check a few other places after I found them. That's stupid.
Kevin, it's a dad joke. I bet it's in the last place you look.
Oh.
And then you're like, you walk off and you're like, whatever. Yeah, it's the last place I'm thinking of. And then you find out, when you find it, you're like, oh, it really was the last.
Yeah.
Damn it, Dad.
By the way, there's a lot of people who've been through this. Obviously, you put it under your spare tire, dog. Corey's definitely been through this before. Man, a lot of people have thoughts about that straight away.
From the 903, hey, Kevin, how else do you get your drugs home? Good point. You got to drive them home or have somebody deliver them.
Okay, so your contention is, well, don't blame Lenny Dykstra. Blame the drug delivering system by which you have to get your drugs home.
Yeah, well, we need a DoorDash for drugs.
That is a take. Go ahead and send in your names for it. I know y'all are thinking about it. All right, real quick. On the college football front, Ty Simpson has entered the 2026 NFL Draft. Alabama quarterback. I know for a time earlier in the season, some people thought he could maybe move in position to be the number 1 pick in the draft. Not to be, but he has the potential to perhaps be a first-round pick, especially because we know how much the market accelerates quarterbacks into the first round to get that 5th-year option. So we'll see how the evaluation process goes, but that's a possibility. And then the Mavericks are going to face the Rockets in 2026 in the NBA China Games in Macau. So they're going to play 2 preseason games, making official something that Dumont had really hinted at a few months ago.
Okay, that sounds really awesome.
If it's a preseason game, do you...
Not at all.
Okay, because I know it's
a preseason game.
I know it's more for the people of China, but I was just curious if that took your
no, it's an
interest at all.
exhibition. It's fun. I like the idea. I like the concept of taking the brand places.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of controversy when it comes to that, though.
Yeah.
That specific place.
Look, and we're going to have a long-form discussion tomorrow or the next day about how college football is not going to go back. I think this is another thing. You don't have to like it, but I don't think it's going to go back. Now, got one more thing I want you guys to ponder.
Hashdash from the 817. FintX from,
Hashdash is pretty good.
Drug Hub from the 432. This is the drug talk I needed today, guys. Thank you. And I appreciate the Tolos for listening.
You know what I don't like about the Drug Hub is they put grub in parentheses. They're like, hey, this is clever. Too clever for the likes of you. You surely can't figure this out. All right. Want to see if any of these intrigue you. The odds of the double championship. Now, I'm going to give you City's odds to win the NBA and Super Bowl title, or the World Series and Super Bowl title, or, you probably guessed it, the Stanley Cup and the Super Bowl. All right, which would you like me to start with?
Stanley Cup and Super Bowl.
All right, Stanley Cup and Super Bowl. There are only 3 teams currently eligible for this. You can get 2 combinations unless you want the really awesome one. If you think the Carolina Hurricanes and Carolina Panthers will win the Super Bowl and Stanley Cup, 1,670 to 1 on your money.
Wow.
And those are the kind of bets.
All I got to do is drop $1.
Well, yeah, those are the kind of things. But if you won, how pissed would you be if you didn't, that you were like, what, I'm
should have just got $100.
Yeah. For the Colorado Avalanche and Denver Broncos, 29 to 1.
Oh, those aren't as great of odds, but still.
I know, but don't you think?
Yeah, throw
those are
$100
two
on that. It's
pretty
good.
viable teams right there.
Yes.
And then if you really want to press your luck, you can get the Colorado Avalanche, Denver Nuggets, and Denver Broncos to all win their titles for 266 to 1.
Oh, I want to do this.
Okay.
What's the other city?
Those are all Denver.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. You want World Series Super Bowl or NBA Super Bowl?
Kevin, somebody said from the 940, defnotdrugs.org. And I like that one. Because you're like, it's definitely not.
So
right,
would you
back
just
to
be driving around in a truck that said definitely not drugs?
And the cops are like, can't pull them over. We have no cause.
I do not think that's going to work out the way you think it's going to work out.
All right, back to you and your
All right.
betting.
World Series Super Bowl or NBA Super Bowl?
World Series Super Bowl.
All right, World Series and Super Bowl. Do any of these plays intrigue you? You can get the Seattle Mariners and the Seattle Seahawks for 63 to 1.
Okay, that's actually pretty good.
If you want to double up on Philly, 115 to 1. But here's the real long shot.
I don't want to double up on Philly.
If you want the Milwaukee Brewers and the Green Bay Packers, 545.
I don't like any of these options.
Okay, well, they're long shot odds.
Yeah, I get it. But like the Seahawks one, like they might win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I can't believe that the Mariners will.
Okay.
Nothing will allow me to believe that.
All right, so you want more reasonable expectations.
But I do like those Packers and Brewers odds.
Yeah, okay. All right, you want more reasonable expectations. I'm going to take you NBA and NFL. The Denver Nuggets, because Jokic is coming back, and the Denver Broncos, 71 to 1 on your money.
Here's what I don't understand. Why weren't the Rockies included in the Colorado Rockies and the Denver Broncos?
Ooh.
With the World Series. Do they think that the Rockies can't win the World Series? I think the odds are longer on that.
That is correct. They think the Rockies cannot win the World Series.
They're like, don't even put it
keep it
exactly. Off the board altogether.
Yeah, nobody's going to bet that. We're not going to take the financial liability of making it like 10,000 to 1 or whatever the case would be. All right, Denver and Denver, Nuggets and Broncos, 71 to 1.
That's viable.
Okay.
That's viable.
You're not going to like this one.
Celebrate it on LinkedIn. I'll tell you why it won.
Okay. You're not going to like this one as much for odds, but Do you think the Bears could win the Super Bowl and the Bulls could win the NBA championship? Because if so, I can get you 2,100 to 1 on your money.
I think that the Bears can get to the championship game, but not the Super Bowl. I don't know enough about the Bulls. You tell me. You're a Bulls guy. You've always been a big Chicago fan.
They started off hot and have fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, and they're getting ready. They want Anthony Davis, too, so that's how desperate they are.
I mean, great.
So, no, I'm not taking that bet at all, Kevin. I don't believe in it.
Even at 2,100 to 1? Alec, you'd put $1 on that, right?
I'd put 5.
Oh.
Would you put 15?
I'd do 20.
What about 140?
Stop this.
All right, stop pushing.
Why 140?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I guess that's the number that came out of my mouth.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so just in case you wanted to jump in on those crazy betting odds, I wanted to throw them out there for you. Right now, Alec, I know you're not prepared for this, but that's totally fine. Let's do some mini baseball nuggets and see if the Cowboys ever decide to hold their presser. I think this is very indicative of the way they run their organization.
When you're important, people wait for you, is what John Travolta once taught me in, like, Get Shorty or something.
Yeah. He didn't teach you that in the 80s, though. He had to wait until it came back around in the 90s. Then, after Pulp Fiction, he was like, all right, people will wait on me again. All right, let's start with a bidding war for Cody Bellinger. It is heated up. A lot of people think he's going to be in New York, either with the Yankees or the Mets. The Dodgers and the Giants are in the mix as well. And look out for those Chicago Cubs, because the word is they're in on this as well as Bo Bichette. So the Cubs might be looking to make a move. So remember when I told you about that Cubs-Bulls play, just keep that in mind. They might be on the move. So look out for the Cubs to be making some potential big-time moves.
Cody Bellinger is a fascinating player.
We're ready to go, finally, with the presser right here on The Fan.
How you doing, man? Morning.
How you doing? Calvin Watkins of the Dallas Morning News. Jerry, just your thoughts on the disappointment of where you are right now with your season.
Well, this is the first time in my life I've ever been disappointed. Most of the time, I've had more disappointments than I've had highs. And so this certainly is an example of what can happen to you in this game, football. You guys have heard me say that a lot of times. It has fleeting moments of euphoria, and then and those are made special by having hard times. Specifically, I am disappointed that we aren't in the playoffs and aren't in good shape to be in the playoffs. So that is a disappointment.
What's your message to the fan base in terms of you can get this fixed?
I think I point to the pluses that we have. I will start off by saying that Brian is one of the reasons for our fans to be excited about our future and his first year. And if there would be a definition of how you would like to come in and your first time is being a head coach in the National Football League and have a nice learning experience, I think that you could say that he's experienced things that will, in my mind, make him better qualified to be the head coach in the coming years than he was when we hired him this time last year. So I point to that. I point to Dak. And I think we saw what we can have. I think I saw Dak at the best I've ever seen him this year. And that's saying a lot because he's played some great football around here. But first of all, we had him all year. And so I've seen him. I know I've been criticized that we wasted having him all year. One of the reasons in my mind that we had him all year is I liked the way that Brian put a plan in for our offense that was a combination of addressing success and good offense, along with things that took him out of harm's way in some cases. And so in a lot of cases, specifically, that was thought about, discussed, and planned going forward. Let's do everything we can do to keep him out there and keep him available. And so that worked very good, and you see the results that he had there. I think that some of the coaching that we had in our team was outstanding. From the assistant coaches, and he's going to speak to that, I'm sure, but I will tell you from my perspective, I saw things to get real excited. I want our fans to know. I saw some things to get real excited about the abilities that we have of our coaching. I would like to remind everybody that a fact of life in this NFL is availability, and that can go over into the coaching. Because if you have a lot of success, you're replacing coaches. You're replacing them all the time. Detroit lost their 2 coordinators last year. So you have, it's nothing new. The sun's coming up to be sitting each year looking at replacing a coach. The system in the NFL is designed for coaches to have the best chance to move on. And that happens, and if whether you're doing it really good or whether you're doing it really bad, that can happen to you. We've got to do a better job of when we have a change that needs to be made, for if it's our own volition or somebody else, we got to do a better job of picking who's going in there. But Brian, again, will be very involved in that process, as we were last year when we made those changes. And we will do a very intense, complete, focused job of replacing where Flus and any holes that are left here because of Flus's job. I think those things are more positive than negative, and so I see improvement. I like what we've got to build on, the positives of the year where the offense did play well. We've got some young people involved in that offense. We've got some new people involved in the offense. The other thing I will say, and I don't want to get it going that I talk about Parsons a lot. I don't want to get that going. But I've been talking about Herschel Walker for 35 years. And so it wasn't Herschel Walker that we're talking about when we talk about Herschel Walker. This ain't Micah no more that we're talking about when we say Micah. We're talking about the action, the trade. So please, let's get our identification of our boundaries set up. Having said that, the very best of what we were trying to get involving the Micah Parsons trade is all out there ahead of us. It's all ahead of us. We've got some of it on the field already. We're going to get more of it on the field in the draft. The very best of that trade is out there, not the least of which Stephen will address and can address it better than me. No way in the world could we have ever entertained having a player like Pickens for the future if we had signed and had still had the Parsons trade and hadn't made the trade. We would not have had any flexibility. It was zero chance of having that money available for that. And for that matter, when we look at what we've done with Quinton, it's very not likely, it's been impossible to have Quinton. So without getting wordy, which is impossible for me, as you know, without getting wordy, the very best part of that trade will come now. It has come, but we can build on it. We will be better, the parts that we got, the Quinton, the parts that we got there. So I look forward to that. That is material. But it's only material if you buy into where we would have been had we not made the trade. And that one you're going to have to take a lot of our word for, of where we would have been had we not made the trade. But everybody in here can add and subtract and just use your imagination, and you can see we wouldn't be thinking about some of these things.
Clarence, Dale Ellis, Cowboys. My first question, Jerry, you've intimated, outright said that you were the one who hired Matt Eberflus. moving forward to the next coordinator, will Schottenheimer get to hire his own coordinator?
Trump just said it. I'm running. Venezuela. Seriously. Shotty had everything to do with hiring Matt Eberflus last time, and that's not done as a negative. It had no way in the world he's here if Shotty didn't want him here. Okay, let me be real clear about that. And he can tell you in his own words there. No way in the world if Stephen didn't want him here. But I particularly had a party when we got him to have him come in. And I was excited about having the uniqueness of his staff. The idea being you get, there is an advantage to having your proverbial, what kicked and still living to tell about it, having been shot at, hit in the foxhole and come on back and have a go. Okay. That philosophy has not worked several times around here, and y'all have had me advocate it for the last 30 years. I like to have guys that have had hard times, and then they come back and get a chance to redeem it. One of the best things about all of football is you get to redeem yourself, both on and off the field. If you're still active in a player, it's a redemption thing. And you've got that, and it will cause a lot of what you've done not satisfactory to be forgotten. Football does that for people, coaches and players. And so I say to our fans, the way we've done it, I'll assure you that the way we've done it in the past, that alone will cause me not to do it that way now. That alone. That's simple logic. If whatever we've been doing to do it in the past there, we need to change that, that'll happen. That's what you have to do when you're doing it, making the ultimate calls. We'll make it the same way that we've made all of the calls around here on staff. I wouldn't make a call if Stephen didn't agree with the call. I wouldn't make a call if we're involved with a player and somehow Will wasn't involved in the decision of making the call. I wouldn't do that. And by the way, those guys and me, we take a lot of opinion. If you want to criticize me for anything, it is that maybe I should make a lot of uninformed calls or contribution to the decision calls. But I've done it with consistency since the day I walked through the door here. We'll do it the same way as we hired Flus. We'll do it together and come up with as good as we can.
Brian, do you anticipate any more staff changes at coordinator level or any staff changes now that Flus is gone?
Yeah, I mean, we're going through the exit interview process. I just got done with the players. I'll start the staff later this afternoon. And what I would say to that is, we're evaluating everything. This is I shared with you guys last week, right? It's an exciting time because we're getting answers to the test. We're figuring out where we came up short, where I came up short, where I need to be better. And, I want to go through the process. I want to sit down and continue to have great conversations with Stephen and Jerry, but that'll probably take through the next couple of days, and we'll evaluate things after that.
Jerry, actually for all you guys, Todd Archer with ESPN. Is head coaching experience a must for the new coordinator? And if it isn't, is a first-time coordinator a possibility for y'all to look at as well?
No, yes. You ask a good question, and no, yes. No, it's not a requirement, having been a head coach, and yes, it's possible to have a first-time coordinator.
Shortest answer you've ever given.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
And Brian, why was there such a disconnect on defense as you look at it now?
Yeah, I mean, Todd, when we go back through the year and you look at it, I mean, it was the inconsistency. It was different things every week. And, some of the struggles in the pass game when we were playing zone, and then some of the struggles in the pass game when we were playing man-to-man. And, me, the number one thing that you want to do is stop the run. I thought we actually did that in the latter part of the season. I think where we ultimately came up short was we weren't able to take the ball away. You look back at our shortcomings, and the team's playing this weekend, and I agree with Jerry. I'm sick that we're not playing this weekend. We're good enough to play this weekend. Unfortunately, starting with me, we didn't play good enough in terms of the ball. -9 in the giveaway takeaway ratio. That's terrible. It's terrible. And so we have to protect the football on offense. We did not do that at a high enough level. And quite frankly, we did not get enough turnovers. Why? Turnovers create momentum. There's game-changing plays. And as we go back through the season and we look at it, those are going to be certain things that we'll identify. And that's the process that's kind of already started.
John Machado with The Athletic. Brian, what are you looking for specifically for your next defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I think, John, a teacher. I love what Jerry said. We want to cast a wide, net of candidates and find someone that's a great teacher, a great communicator. You guys know me. You're around me a lot. I'm full of energy and love what I do. I think someone that's passionate about football, but the ability to take what is complicated information. What we ask our players to do in all three phases is complicated. We want guys that can say complicated information in a simple manner. And if I say something to you that you don't understand, I need the ability to say it a different way. The same message, but say it a different way, because how you learn might be different than how Nick learns or how Ed learns. And I think that's the starting point for me.
And then for Jerry, what is your offseason plan when it comes to free agency? Is there any plan to be even more aggressive than maybe years past?
Well, I think Clarence, everything that I've had happen, misquotes around here have emanated from Clarence. But we can have some fun. I don't want to sound by saying we're going to be active in free agency, then disappoint and say that we weren't. But if we have an opportunity in free agency, and if we have more than one opportunity, we're going to take advantage of the fact that we're in better shape today to play free agency than we thought we might be. And so we're going to use it. We're not saving it in our back pockets to use where our advantages are. So, yeah, I think so. We definitely are going to take advantage of these two number ones. Don't think that we couldn't do some trading here with those two number ones. And so all of the value that you get out of having these extra picks and having some flexibility under the cap, we're going to take advantage of it. And we obviously don't have a mentality that we're dealing with a bad hand at all. I think we had some real success in free agency this year. And so that's a good one that's a good place to start. Pickens was a good stroke. And certainly we think Williams was a good stroke. We think Clark was a good stroke. And that's not different than free agency, but acquiring top people. These guys, to the person that I just mentioned, they love football and competing the way Michael Irvin did. Each one of the ones I just mentioned are about that. And I'm including Pickens in that very much. As much as we think that he's exceptional as a player, his love of the game and his passion about the game is unquestionable. That's strong stuff.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram. Along those same lines, Jerry, with George Pickens, obviously an extension conversation is going to be had. Is there a priority for you guys to want to get it done sooner rather than later, or are you guys okay with taking the whole offseason?
Yeah, let's, and again, those are the kinds of things, what's sooner, what's later. How bad do you want me? Does that mean that you should have been at the doorstep the other night? I don't want to get in those kinds of assessments of how much we're trying. He's an outstanding player. We don't have some of the issues that we might have had. And we are very proud. When we signed Dak, and boy, certainly after this year, you see in my mind how much that meant to the Dallas Cowboys and our fans to have Dak Prescott out here. But when we signed him, we took on a real direction of doing things that are really friendly to his future with the Cowboys. Right here is a big result of that. Brian was very friendly to the future of Dak Prescott in terms of just the proximity to to Prescott's career. It's important for us to protect him. Now, it's also very important that we alleviate some of the pressure of never having good field position or the type of thing that a balanced offense-defense does for you as far as what it can do for your quarterback. But again, if it's not obvious, I think it's very plain as the nose on your face. Everything we've done is because we made a choice to build and complement what Dak brings to the table. Does it mean that we shouldn't have a backup for Dak in case he's not available? We should, of course. But that's where our emphasis is, and that has dictated, since we made that decision, that's dictated a lot of our decisions around here.
And then when you guys are looking for this next defensive coordinator and having the conversations, what kind of style, what kind of scheme are you guys going to be looking for that you think can maximize that side of the ball?
Well, I'm going to let Brian and Stephen, you guys answer that. I'd like to take a double handful of this guy's qualities right here and say, now that's what we're looking for over on the defensive coordinator. Real passion, real enthusiasm, great, I'm talking double great ability to communicate with players. I'll start right there. But Brian.
Yeah, and what I would say, Nick, is, again, at the end of the day, we've had this conversation a lot. The best coaches, in my opinion, are flexible. So we're not going to pigeonhole ourselves and say, hey, we have to be 3-4, 4 down, whatever it is. I mean, I've been in the West Coast system, the digit system. Hell, I played for Steve Spurrier in the fun and gun, right? Good coaches take their players that they have. They've got an identity. They take their players and they fit their players into the model that fits what they do well. And that's why I go back to what I said earlier. You're looking for a teacher. You're looking for a guy that has the ability to instruct and get guys to believe and get guys to buy in. We're salesmen. When you're up there in front of the players, you're selling them on why what you're doing offensively, defensively, special teams, why it's going to work. And part of that's your personality, part of it's your ability to communicate. But when we cast this wide net to go find the right guy for this job, which we will find, no question about it, it's going to be the things that Jerry was talking about, but also the flexibility of, hey, we can do different things, because those are the things that, when I talk with Jerry and Steven, those are the things that cause us problems, the flexibility and some of the unknowns and things like that.
We brought on and Quentin, we brought on with Clark, and I can't stop right there because they're there. They're tremendous players to build around from the ethos of the team about football and about you want dogs, they're dogs. You want people that know what a meeting means. You want people that know how to lead, those kinds of things. And I'm encouraged about that. We've got some great leadership about football and the little things that are required to go do that. That's very important, rather than wearing a hoodie at practice. That's important. It's big stuff.
Yeah, the only other thing I would add is just that, when we're looking for this guy, we obviously have, we think, some really key pieces in place. And so you want this guy to have a vision for how he's going to use Q, how he's going to use Kenny, because we've made big commitments there, how he's going to use Osa, obviously easy at the end. You got Overshone at linebacker, you got Bland. You want to see that vision, and then the vision for how fast we can get 2 number 1 picks. I'm not saying we're for sure going to pick defense. C.D. Lamb sitting there again, you have to look at it, but we've got to see that vision for where you bring in 2 number 1 picks and get them contributing right away. I think that's going to be really key when we start to talk to these different coaches. What is their vision and how they're going to use those pieces?
But I want to make sure that I'm not misunderstood about one thing. We have got some building blocks over on defense that are serious to having a great defense, and these guys are they have a talent. To be leader, you got to be talented. If you are talented and are a leader, somebody that influences your players inordinately, you got something. Dak Prescott's maybe the best I've ever been around at being the combination of that. If you could sprinkle that through the rest of your roster, you have gained on it, folks. And we've gained on it. That's what I'm trying to say. We've really, from where we were sitting here this time last year, we have made quantum leaps in my mind in the football character of our team.
And one thing I'm going to add to that, just having exit meetings with those guys, you give Q, you give Kenny an off season. Imagine the influence they're already having an influence. When I ask the guys, hey, who are the leaders in the locker room? Who are the guys of influence? 4, 95, 97, 92, 0. You give those guys an off season, being around the other players, powerful.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. Jerry, you mentioned building blocks and pieces you have on defense. As you've kind of evaluated the roster the last couple of days, where do you feel like you need to add in free agency or the draft, wherever it may be? What positions do you feel like you need more building blocks in?
Steven, you can attempt.
Yeah, I think obviously linebacker. I mean, as we've mentioned, we love Overshown. I think he's a core piece of the defense, but certainly, we could use some help there at linebacker. And then I think secondary. It's always important to be able to cover the guys. And, between injuries, between Rebel being a little slower getting into the mix, coming off his injury from college. He was obviously a little raw when you first get out there and you hadn't had a OTA practice or a training camp practice, and so it took him a while. So, I still think, though, we need, help in the back end. And certainly, obviously Clowney had a great finish to the last half of the season. And, I think he's an important guy for us to add. He's free to add to the mix.
Brian, Tyler Smith told us the other day that he was going to meet with you about left tackle, left guard. What was that conversation like? Did you come to a decision about where he'll play in the future?
Yeah, it was great. Actually, Tyler and I just had it, Tommy. And I was explaining to him, I said, hey, I think, we feel that you're an incredible all-decade type guard. But at the end of the day, you're such a good player that at the end of the day, we have to play the 5 best guys. And in no way, shape, or form do I think that we can't, with a full year of Guyton and Nate Thomas and those guys and getting those guys going. But Sis wants some direction. And I said, right now you're a guard. But at the end of the day, we're going to do what's best for the Dallas Cowboys winning a Super Bowl. And that, just like we did the last 3 games, if we got to move you to tackle, we will. And excuse me. What I love about that is Tyler and I were able to have that conversation. He's like, makes perfect sense. I understand.
By the way, that's why he's a core piece going forward and why we wanted to sign him. I mean, versatility is huge when you can have a player that can be the best guard in the league and also swing out there and play to a Pro Bowl caliber level at tackle. We had that in Larry Allen. I think he actually did it, and I think he was all-pro at guard and swung out one year to tackle, and he made Pro Bowl all-pro there. So, that's what we think of Tyler, and as Shotty said, he's the ultimate team guy to boot.
Ed Werder, WFAA. Looking long-term at the defense, in 3 of the last 6 years since 2020, you've had historically bad seasons in terms of points allowed under 3 different coordinators. When you look at what the issues are in that regard and what the fixes could be, what do you see?
And who are you asking that?
I'll ask you. I'll exonerate Brian.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ed. I'm going to take another drink of water.
No, I think that one of the principles that I have is I like, as I said earlier, I like people who have had some hard times. In general, I'm a sucker for hard times. And then I see them with skill and with the experience, and if given a chance, to really excel, then they haul the leg off the chair to come do it. And that's really, if you look at it, you'll see that pattern in these hires. And I don't know that we deliberately had that written down, but certainly the ability to come back and get it on. And we've got to widen that dimension, dismiss it, whatever you want to, and we can't let that criteria do it. I can tell you right now that there's a lot of reasons why that coming up off the mat is harder to do because you've had the wind knocked out of you, and you might not have the confidence, might not have some of those things, and I'm talking now generally here. But coming up off the mat, they should be heroes on coming off the mat. Boone Pickens was my greatest hero. And he got knocked down, knocked out when he was about 80. And he came back dead broke, had to fight over the China in a divorce, and fought over the China, and then turned around, and 5 years later, he picked a fine time to leave me, Lucille, and was a billionaire again. And he was so depressed during that time that he had to lift his leg out of the bed to get out of bed. He didn't feel like going. And he overcame that and went. And I said the same thing before the National Coaches Association when he was being honored, that here's a guy that knows how to get knocked down and come up. And if you can do it when you're 80 and get there by the time you're 85, you sure as hell ought to be able to do it when you're 20, coming back up when you're 25. So those are the kinds of things that were in my thinking relative to the past. And so that's why that you see the pattern, or somebody wrote in here the profile of where we are. So without dwelling on it, we're not going to follow necessarily that as a criteria profile. We're going to develop another good reason to be involved. But I don't mind telling you, it has skewed my decision making.
When you look at what happened with McCarthy's first year, you replaced Mike Nolan, you hired Dan Quinn, you dedicated a draft that year to improving on defense. I think your first 6 picks, maybe 8, were all for the draft of defensive players. Do you envision that being a plan you could follow and create the same kind of dramatic turnaround in a single offseason?
Well, I'll be very candid with you. I'm not so sure. You know what we think of Dan Quinn, and we really admire everything that we had with Dan. But we didn't get where we want to get, not because of Dan, but we couldn't stop the run when it got down to the nut cutting. And so there's some aspects of that. Those turnovers we had with Dan, my goodness, put me in line. I'll stand up out there for that every time. And they cover up, a lot of things about cooking. If you make it so hot that it burns the roof of their mouth, and you make it so cold that it's like hot ice, it'll cover up a lot of the frailties of your talent on cooking. And so you can put some pretty good stuff out there. Well, those principles haven't necessarily worked for us. That doesn't mean that we won't have an ex-head coach in here at all. But it won't be the emphasis, at least on my part, to today and what we're dealing with defenses today. But I have had a lot of luck, whatever you have. I've had a lot of good decisions made based on taking people that, for whatever the reason, are out of the step right then, and giving them another opportunity when they have had accomplishment in their background, both in football and out of football.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Jerry, you talked a lot about continuity being an edge, obviously, 4th defensive coordinator in 4 years. How vital is not only getting a defensive coordinator that's successful this year, but that can stick around for a while?
I wouldn't believe we had a discussion just right before we came down here. And what is continuity? A coach that has been here 4 years and got all rookies, those haven't been here but months. So where's the continuity? Is the coach got the continuity because he's talking to a lot of different players. In other words, those players don't necessarily match up with the continuity of a tenure of a coach at all. And how do you match that up? I would say this: be a little careful about building a defense around a certain experience aspect to it. Be careful about having key cornerstones out there, when availability will probably wipe that out for you one or two different times, where you may have as many as 2 or 3 missing at any time in a 17-game schedule. As old Barry Switzer used to say, we're going to start over here in the East, going to California. These covered wagons, I'm the wagon master. We're going to burn some of them for firewood. Some's going to die along the way. And we're going to break them down, float the Mississippi River with them. And we're going to have a lot born on the way. This will not be the same group, but the train's going to get there. I just hope you're on it, because I'm going to be on it when it goes. So the whole point is, there's a little bit of that in football. What you get started with is not what you end up with. What we're talking about is you got to have somebody that can roll with the punch and put a theory out there that you can bring in rookies, and you can bring in somebody that you've picked up during the season. How about guys you pick up the week before? We've had teams in the NFL playing with those guys. Diggs did it up at Green Bay. You got to be ready to go with that kind of stuff, and that may be a bigger adaptability issue, or maybe a bigger plus to what you're dealing with as a coordinator than maybe the fact that you've been through hard times and won a Super Bowl, but want to show it again.
Steven, today you guys could do interview requests for non-playoff team staff members. Have you guys made any requests, and do you have a working timeline with what you want to do for this hire at defensive coordinator?
We haven't made any requests yet. Obviously, when we get ready to do that, we'll make those and, go through the proper channels, to communicate with these people. And but we're still making the decisions on who we want to bring in here for interviews.
Do you have a working timeline, though?
Yeah, I think this week, as this week goes along, we'll probably get to a point where we're sending those request forms in.
Newy Scruggs, NBC5. Stephen, question for you. What's your strategy on Javonte Williams, who you got a kind of excellent year for you here, the way that whole running back market goes, especially considering what it was once we had Ezekiel Elliott, and then just being able to hit on him this time?
Sure. I mean, Javonte's at the top of our list to go out and sign, and we want to bring him back. We want to sign him to a multiple-year deal, and we'll be, Adam and I have been talking about it, about how we want to get started with his agent. It's my understanding he really wants to be back as well, which is helpful, but certainly that's one of our priorities, is to get him re-signed.
Shotty, question for you here. Name somebody mentioned me earlier. You used to coach with the New York Jets, Dennis Thurman. Your thoughts on him, former Cowboy, possibly being here on the staff in some way at all?
Yeah, again, DT was with us with the Jets. I thought, he's a really good coach, but, I think there's a ton of great coaches out there. And, what I love is our ability to talk through and have discussions about, different guys. And, again, I go back to the fact that we want to, cast a very wide net, and we're going to talk to a lot of people. And why? It's an important decision. And it's a decision we're going to get right because we understand that there's going to be guys that want this job. Why? Well, we've got some incredible pieces in place. Jerry just talked about them. Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Osa, Overshown, Ezeraku. Talented young players like Vaughn, Shamar James. And so, again, I think it's an exciting time for us because we feel like going through the process, it could be tedious. It could be a lot of long hours, but that's what we love. And that's what you have to do to get the decision right.
The teaching aspect you talked about? The teaching aspect.
DT's a very, very good communicator. Always has been. I was actually with DT in New York and at USC.
We really all are aware, everybody in here aware, that we want to, and if we could have played some better defense this year, we might still be playing. We all are aware of that. But I want you to know this is not even close to being on par if we were sitting here looking at having made a head coach change. This isn't even in the same stratosphere as far as the challenge. We're going to find a good coach. And I'm not trying to diminish it at all. I just want to get it in perspective here. It should be numbers of people that can be good coordinators for us. Now, if we were sitting here talking about like we were last year and about making a change there and what have you, that rascal right there and that decision and where you go there, that's a horse of a different color. But you can't be in this business in the NFL and not be planning on either with failure or success changing defense and offense coordinators. You can't be. It's part of it.
Patrick.
Hey, fellas, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Two questions, both of the questions for the panel in general. When you talk about the look for the defensive coordinator, Jerry, you said you guys are not adverse to someone who's not been a coordinator prior. On the back end of the season, after that 3-game surge following the Quentin Williams trade, when the defense kind of started to unravel, was there ever consideration to move on from Matt Eberflus at that time and maybe elevate someone like an Aaron White-Cotton so you could, give him a real-time interview to see if he had what you guys would be looking for in that role going forward?
Yeah, I think, we at that time felt very strong that Flus is a damn good football coach and that we were going to work together, all of us. It's not just Matt Eberflus, okay? My name is on this record as well, and I take the accountability of that, right? I'm the head football coach, but Flus, the defensive staff, we felt like we were looking for examples, and we've talked about this. We came out of a tough stretch. We won 3 games in a row. We put ourselves really in a very good spot to be in contention for the playoffs, and we didn't finish. And so the answer to the question is no. We were playing every week to win, and I think that's what we're learning and trying to do because of the high goals that we have here to want to be a championship football team.
There you go. I suppose the Dallas Cowboys press conference where, could you imagine if this was for a new head coach?
Well,
it's not what we're doing, but
I'm very
what
confused
if it was?
by that. How much time do we got time
We
here?
have 0 time.
All right.
Coming up next.
Less time?
We can react to that. Or power rank the NFL playoff power rankings. Both viable options next on The Fan. KRL-fm, where lots of people have lots of thoughts about what Jerry just said. One of the things is they haven't made any interview requests yet for their defensive coordinator because they're figuring out what they need, but they're definitely going to get the right person. What did they do on Monday? What did they do on Tuesday? What did they do before this press conference today? Don't know.
You also had like 6 weeks in the season where you're like, I know that like we got to start looking to the future.
Yeah, you were eliminated from playoff competition, and then you're like, this is the most important game of all time for a half. And then Jerry gave an answer that, how long do you say, Alec, it was like 6.5 minutes?
Yeah, 6 minutes and 31 seconds.
About his message to the fans.
The 214. I spent the first 5 minutes of that conference counting the uhs and ums, and I stopped at 150.
The answers were what he would say to the fans were, we've got Shotty and Dak. And I'm like, you had those people already.
Yeah, this didn't seem like any new, fresh approach. I think I took one thing away from this, really. And that was, it sounds like Javonte Williams is somebody they really want to have back.
Yes.
So I did take that away from it.
They're going to make it a multi-year offer.
Yeah. And that sounds awesome. It's a great way to go ahead and put that out there in the world, too.
Yeah.
So when he goes shopping around and see how that goes. But there were multiple times he just kept insinuating, this just happens. You lose defensive coordinators. It's going to happen all the time. 4 times in 4 years, 4 new coordinators in 4 years, no big deal.
Yeah.
But the continuity is the players more than anything else. You got to have a group of guys on your team that are together for a little bit that know how to play together. You're constantly bringing in new faces and patchwork stuff and little Band-Aids here and there. That's going to cause problems for you, man. That Band-Aid player is a veteran that is aged out of the system because he was cheap for you. And if you go and look at the success that they've had in free agency, Jadeveon Clowney, Javonte Williams, I feel like that's where the list kind of ends. Everything else, the Cowboys got what they paid for. But it did seem like he was trying to push it happens, you lose coordinators, you're going to continue to lose coordinators, but we have our head coach in place, we have our quarterback in place, and now we just got to figure out how we can add to this. And no, I will not commit to we are going to go out into free agency and add to this team defensively.
Man, I hated that part. I at least appreciate if he was being honest, but I hated hearing, I'm not going to tell you that we're going to go out and spend all the money in free agency because I don't want fans to be disappointed.
Because of the all-in statement.
Yes.
That's what, I mean, he's, because of things he's said in the past, guys, the goal is the Super Bowl. We can do it. Where this is the team that he stopped saying that altogether because he knows that he screwed that up. And now, because he said all in, he will not make a commitment to, we're going to go out there and kick ass in free agency for you. Because, you know what, we just don't know if we can deliver on that promise.
Here's another thing I think, and I was crunching the numbers for this when he said this. I think this organization has vastly overestimated the amount of draft capital they have. Or at least they're aware, and they vastly overstated it to the fan base. They have 2 number 1 picks. I know that. We all know that. And we all understand that. But do you realize you also don't have a 2nd and 3rd round pick? All right, so let's break this down. If you had,
you can get premium-ish talent. You can get premium talent in the 1st round.
Okay, you can. But here's the difference.
But you need 6 or 7 players on this team.
And that is
starters, not just players.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, starters on this team.
And that's what's kind of concerning to me. And I know people will be like, oh, you got comp picks in the 5th round. Well, so does everybody else. But if you have 2 first, if you look at the draft value point chart, 2 firsts compared to a 1st, a 2nd, and a 3rd is essentially an extra 73 points, i.e. an extra 3rd round pick.
Okay.
So having 2 first-round picks is more or less the equivalent of having a 1st, a 2nd, and 2 thirds.
Okay.
And so that's good.
Which is valuable.
Yeah, it is. But the way they talk about it as if, well, don't you worry, Corey. We got 2 firsts, we got a high 2nd, and we got 2 thirds. We got 5 premium picks right there. And I hate the way that they describe that, because I don't know if they're just trying to fool the fans or themselves, because you know what I'm looking at? Do you know how many picks you have in the top 100? 2.
Yeah.
And if you want to trade those and gobble up a whole bunch of other picks, you could do that.
Yeah, from the 469, don't you think Jerry ought to wait until he gets his defensive coordinator in place and then get his input on what kind of players he needs? Yes, I agree with that. But it doesn't hurt to say we're going to be very aggressive when we get our defensive coordinator. We're going to be very aggressive in getting the players that he needs to make this thing successful. Very easy to say that.
Yeah,
I don't want him just to be like, yeah, let's cast a wide net and be like, yeah, we're going out. No, you want to make sure you got players that can do it and a system that can work. But at the same time, didn't Schottenheimer just tell us the best coaches are the ones that say the system be damned?
Yeah,
I want good players, and I'll figure out ways to make those guys work.
And man, did they get a big old chuckle about Schottenheimer not having input on this defensive coordinator, which I think is the wrong way to play it, because now I'm like, all right, Schotty, Joneses, you get to pick another defensive coordinator. You really did screw up that last one. Whereas I felt like you could have actually protected Schotty a little bit there and be like, yeah, because of the nature of the timing of it all, this is going to be all Schottenheimer all the way. That sells something to your fan base. But instead of everyone being like, ha, 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 of course he had a say in it. All right, so you've made a terrible choice.
Yeah, yeah.
But this time, you're going to get the choice right. And you already mentioned it. They said they've had great success in free agency. No, you didn't. You got Javonte Williams and Jadeveon Clowney, which I think we're all pretty happy with. But then the thing that they say that drives me insane, well, you have to remember, we got Quinnen Williams and George Pickens. That's like free agency. No, it's not. You can do both things. You can still make trades like the year before when they made their two trades that we thought was really good value.
And we said, take another step.
Yeah, and they were like, that's what free agency is. You can do both. We've been through this a million times. We've easily created $70 million in cap space for the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm glad that they traded for Quinnen Williams. I'm glad that they traded for George Pickens. But you can still bring at least Pickens back and still be active in the free agency market. You can still be active if you want to trade off some more of those fifth round and comp picks. You can do both of those things.
By the way, the comp picks are usually early March. So for people that are,
and I would be,
and was like, hey, when do they usually announce that? Comp picks are usually early in March, and it usually happens like right around the legal tampering window.
Yeah.
But still, I love the word legal tampering.
Sure.
So but right around that time.
I would be willing to guess you get a couple of fifths out of that. 2 fifths, I believe.
And you can
will
definitely use those to trade up for seconds, right?
No.
Right?
You can trade them now. The other thing that they did mention real quick, they talked about Kenny Clark as part of their future plans. So I realize he has no guaranteed money and you got to rework some stuff there. But you brought it up. Javonte sounds like he's going to be part of their future plans. Kenny Clark sounds like he's going to be part of their future plans.
He's a leader.
Yes.
He's one of the big voices in that room.
And then that's where you start to drift into kind of Rangers territory where it's like, we're going to improve from within. And I hear him about Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark in the offseason becoming more of a leader, and I appreciate that. But at some point, talent factors in too.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, and this team has lacked it in many places.
Yeah, well, so Caleb Downs just declared for the draft. Hope and pray that he falls down to pick number 12, and you can add him to your safety core. I do not believe that is going to happen whatsoever, but that's what I would hope for. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, would you sue your ex-wife over this? Next on The Fan.
You'd love new windows, but...
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got the C Block coming up in about 15 minutes. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah. Yep.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, would you sue your ex-wife over this? A former NFL player is. We'll get to that here.
Oh, yes, I know this story now.
Just a little bit. It's gonna be fun.
I wouldn't. I'd be like, tell the world.
Yes, I would be like, please spread the word. But we're going to look at the National Day calendar, gentlemen, as we always do. Today is I Am a Mentor Day.
Oh, I do that.
Yeah, so shout out to Kevin, I guess.
And Ling.
That's right. It's also I'm Not Going to Take It Anymore Day.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if you're fed up with
Twisted
somebody,
Sister?
something, yeah, that's right. Just look them in the face and say, I'm not going to take it anymore.
All right, Adrian, when I get home.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm telling one of the kids.
Which kid?
Ooh.
Lucy.
Surprised you didn't say the grown man in your house.
I'm fed up with it.
Oh, man.
That makes me sad.
You need to eat these vegetables.
Oh, that's valid, though.
Yeah.
That's valid.
They're good for you.
Yeah. You know what else is good
Also,
for
that
you?
kid needs a job. You're right. He definitely does need a job.
He's not a kid anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, not a kid anymore.
Grown-ass man living in his parents' house.
Oh, man. Your son would hate me then. Your son would hate me.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
Can you imagine how Alec's dad feels? Get him on the horn.
You hear Carter, he's going to see Alec, and he's just be like, oh, my gosh, this guy.
And I do have a job.
The news broke, though.
Yeah. Oh,
That's true.
That is true.
And you do have a job. That's a positive thing.
Yeah.
Broke it.
Yeah, we'll see if I can afford the news that I broke. But it is National Bobblehead Day as well.
Oh,
So,
nice.
a big day for baseball fans specifically, if you ask me.
How much would you like it if someone, like as a gift, Alec made a bobblehead of you?
Oh, that would be so cool. I'm jealous that our boss, Tim Collins, has one of himself on his desk.
I think, doesn't Spittle have one, too?
So everybody has one?
Yeah.
But me.
I don't have one.
Oh.
Well, they're management, though.
Yeah.
So you got to have management money to get
we're
a
just
bobblehead.
dudes.
I'm far from that.
We're just dudes.
Yeah, we're just guys. We just hang out and exist. It's National Pass Gas Day, speaking of dudes.
I heard that you pass gas on average 15 to 25 times a day.
That's concerning.
Whether you know it or
Wow.
not.
That's very concerning. I don't like that.
What do you think the answer should be?
Like 5. I
Okay.
don't know. Like, it feels like a lot of it is predicated on your life decisions, aka your diet and what you're taking
What
in
your
and
gut's doing.
Exactly. So it's like I feel like if you are eating healthy, some of the healthier things out there, like a lot of protein-based foods and snacks, will definitely do it to you. You know, like the protein bars. Yeah, not friendly to the
Like
gut.
these ones that brought us got that he said tastes like sand.
He spent
with a little
5
chocolate
minutes.
drizzle
That's
on
what
them.
he's. Oh my gosh.
He spent 5 minutes opening the show yesterday talking about how, hey, if you get some sandpaper, that's what it tastes like.
Dude, you know what else he admitted, Kevin? He was the one that stole all of Mike's bars.
He did.
Oh,
He admitted it yesterday.
Did?
Yeah, he was
I didn't hear that.
You know, Mike
Oh,
would
man.
complain, and I'd
He
bring
would get
boxes in.
So mad. That is hilarious. Sorry,
Gentlemen,
Mike.
we are going to focus in on this day. It is Harlem Globetrotters Day. And I had the pleasure of meeting a bunch of them and seeing them when I was a kid. But I'll admit, now, watching as an adult, I'm kind of like, yeah, cool. So, just because, like, so many people have done that stuff now. Like, Dude Perfect exists and YouTube just in general. So I'm like, okay, I've seen cool, like, basketball tricks and sports tricks. So 877-881-1053. What is something that amazed you as a kid that just doesn't hit the same as an adult? Because I would say really any kind of like prop routine act like that. Like the Globetrotters, you know, they called me up on the stage and spun the ball on my finger, and I thought that was amazing. As a kid, I was like, mind blown. How do you do this? And now as an adult, I'm like, I see people do it on TikTok all the time and stuff. So I'm like, like I appreciate what they do and I respect it, but it just doesn't hit the same anymore. It just doesn't hit the same. And also, ventriloquists. They just don't hit the same anymore. Even the funnier ones that are like adult geared, like Jeff Dunham, Terry Fader, who's been on the program, like stuff like that. I'm like, it's funny, but I just see it as comedy. I don't see it as much as like an amazing talent act as I used to.
Yeah.
I mean, I told you I wanted to be one growing up. I thought I was going to be a ventriloquist for a long time, many, many years. Like probably.
See, so you would have been single down that path too.
Gee, thanks.
I'm just kidding.
All right, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece.
No.
C Block.
So for me, this is going to sound weird. It's the greeting card now. Now hear me out. Because when I was a kid, it was endless possibilities. Could it have money in there? Could it be probably then a gift certificate? And now I'm like, this is for my aunt, hoping I'm doing well. There's nothing in there. So I become really disillusioned by the card. And I'm like, great. I'll hit you back, Aunt Barbara. Where's my Target gift card?
Double Dare and Legends of the Hidden Temple. I don't know if you,
yeah.
Like when I was a kid, I was like, oh my gosh, I bet stepping on that set, it's like the most amazing thing in the world. And then whenever I got older, I'm like, oh my gosh, cleaning yourself after all that and digging through that dude's nose or the big pizza or whatever. Oh, it would just be annoying.
Oh, can I add another one then? The size of baseball players. Man, the first time we walked into a clubhouse, I was like, what is this? We're maybe the tallest people in this place.
Yeah, but Joey Gallo,
except for Joey Gallo.
Like, whoa.
Nomar Mazzaro's pretty big. But
Vlad made me feel short.
Yeah, for the most part, you walk through there and you're like, man, I could be the third tallest person in this.
There are a lot of short baseball players.
Yeah, I like how you stare right at me as you say that. You were probably thinking, well, you were probably thinking, Majors, huh? You know, Alec probably feels like the shortest person in the clubhouse every time, huh? Yeah, except for when the Astros come in town.
Oh, man.
Because of Altuve.
Yeah. I do have a 1-inch height difference above Jose Altuve. I want that to be known. I think it might actually be,
I'll
too.
always like you more.
Oh, thanks.
And he could have lied about his height.
Yeah, he also could have. He lied about a few different things. 877-881-1053. Things that were amazing as a kid that just don't hit the same as an adult. From the 469 ESPN. That's interesting because I'm right there with you.
Oh, man, because SportsCenter used to be just an absolute stop down.
Yeah.
And now you're like, I knew that like 4 hours
Somebody
ago.
said the zoo.
Yes.
Do you still? I can't wait to see the giraffe.
See, I still like the zoo, but part of the reason is because
the lions don't
Noah
fight enough.
is so amped up, and he's like, "It's a giraffe," and he just thinks it's amazing.
So you see it through your child's
and you get
eyes.
some secondhand enthusiasm.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there.
I could use some of that in my life. I like that. From the
Second
214,
hands?
the public pool doesn't hit the same. Agreed.
Yeah, because you think there's always going to be a hot lifeguard. And now you're like, but I'm too old for that either way, so I need to leave.
And I'm also on the Athena line of thinking. I just don't like people sometimes. And when there's a massive crowd and there's like toddlers running around screaming and everything, and I'm just trying to like walk from point A to point B at said public pool, I'm like, this is annoying. But from the 817, this is uber specific, and I like it. SpaghettiOs.
I do not know the last time I've had spaghetti.
Me neither.
I had some recently. They were cold because Lucy had left them, and I was like, what do they taste like? And I ate them, and I was like, it's exactly what they tasted like when I was a child.
Okay.
And I liked them as a child.
Yeah. They didn't really
Didn't change my world
a whole lot. Okay.
I wish it would have, though.
All right.
From the 817, my stepmom. What do you mean by that?
Her?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
What's the matter with you?
What is she doing? I don't know what's up with her. That's why I was asking. What if she's a widow?
You know what you did.
And then from the 703, having a sports car. I disagree. I still want a sports car. I think they're cool. You know who probably has a sports car? Former NFL player Matt Khalil. He is suing his ex-wife, according to TMZ, over comments she recently made on a popular live stream. In November, his ex-wife Haley sat down with streamer Marlon Garcia for a discussion where she reflected on her marriage to Khalil, and nothing she said garnered more attention than when she compared, I would just say him, to 2 Coke cans.
New York Post says suing model ex-wife over invasive manhood size.
Yes. I like that verbiage right there.
Comments.
And that their romantic incompatibility was the, quote, biggest factor in their divorce. So he is suing her for saying that out in public. But I ask you, would you sue your ex-wife for telling the world that you are equivalent to 2 Coke cans?
You're the modern-day Milton Berle.
Yeah, how is he not paying her to get that information out?
Okay, so I don't know. What if,
I guess she said they got a divorce because of it. That's too big.
What if that's the thing?
Yeah.
What if that's the thing, though? Like, women really are like, that's too much. And now they're avoiding it because of it.
If I was a woman and I saw that thing, I'd be like, whew, not tonight, buddy.
There's some size queens out there that are hunting, But, like, what about the ones that are like, no, can't do that.
Open your eyes, women.
Thank you, Mike, for that.
And that's my time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Guys, what do you want the attitude of your defense to look like next on The Fan?
There when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fellas, feeling tired, sluggish, or not yourself? Gavin Dawson from Men's T Clinic, they have the fix. From testosterone therapy to hair replacement, joint recovery, bedroom wellness, they do it all. Same-day appointments, fast results. Get your edge back right now. Visit Men's T Clinic today.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that that introduction and the fantastic work of Alec Medford in AM on the FM. I do have to go back to the very beginning of the show when we played the chocolate milk drop, and I got a text from Peyton that said that was my clip. I demand credit for it.
Oh.
Do you guys are y'all still feuding? Is this just a constant thing between the two of you?
I don't know at this point, honestly. It's like some days he's nice, and then some days he's like, ha, you got to work. I'm going home. You suck.
I get that.
So yeah, sometimes it's cordial, and then sometimes he sends me very mean-spirited texts.
Okay, all right, and it's kind of the same with me and Peyton as well. Sometimes very friendly stuff. Sometimes he'll send me a picture of Ed Werder or Ed Werder's number, and he's
you know what that makes.
So yeah, so that's going on there. Also, we
really
will be talking.
Hard-hitting question. I had to make sure to get in that presser there.
We will be talking with. Do we need to revisit that at some point?
Yep.
All right. So during COVID, when we were working all over the place, the season had ended for the Cowboys pretty miserably. It was a bad season with Mike McCarthy's first year. And we were debating whether or not Jerry was going to come on our station and talk with us. He did essentially announce, hey, I'm going to go on, talk with the KNC Masterpiece. At which point, Ed Werder made a tweet that was like, of course Jerry would go on the flagship station of the Cowboys so that he can control, basically like so he can control everything and nobody's going to ask any hard questions. And I was like, what are you talking about? Are you like, you're questioning my integrity here and my job, and you're saying I can't do it as good as you, who get to talk to him all the time too. I also have this question. If I go in and just destroy Jerry, what does it do? What does it change? What does he change?
Yeah, nothing. I feel like we've done that a couple times and nothing has changed.
And that gets frustrating.
Yeah.
Like, I can try to do it to accommodate the 7 or 8 people that are like, you never ask hard questions. And I'm like, I've asked good questions a lot of times. But it's not going to change him. It's not going to change his mind, his approach, or anything. It hasn't yet.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that kind of gets frustrating. But Ed Werder said that, and I went on a rant. I went on a bit of a rant from my home studio. At which point I called him a name, or I said that makes you
a D.
And Mike, I remember seeing Mike's face and Kevin's face and Reggie's face, and they were all just like, oh my gosh. And Reggie kind of had this moment of, I'm going to dump that. And then he was like, screw that. Let that ride. And
I'm glad that he did.
And the boss was like, hey, let's not do that too often, please. But, so because I didn't like the fact that you would question Sean's integrity, Kevin's integrity,
right.
Any of the guys that work at the station. I just didn't like that. And so I felt like I was frustrated in the moment. So now it lives in infamy, and Peyton will never let it go. And I kind of appreciate that about it.
You know what that makes you? That makes you a D.
And you know what? We kind of hope that they'll, make some good transitions for this season.
Yeah.
As this wasn't the season that Brian Schottenheimer definitely wanted to start off as his first one. He's now a losing coach. And you don't want to start your career as a losing coach. You'd love to start hot and stay hot for the rest of your life.
Right.
But they got work to do to turn it around. One of the first things they have to do is get the identity mindset of what this defense is going to actually be. And I think the identity of the defense starts directly in the middle of this defense. Those two guys in the middle and up front, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, that group in the middle is where it starts. But you need a linebacker that is the attitude of your defense. Kevin, somebody suggested this moments ago and said, I'd hire Ray Lewis. Kevin would disagree, but I would hire Ray Lewis. I know Ray Lewis does a lot of song and dance.
The football mentality of Ray Lewis is great.
He does a lot of dance, right? And he does a lot of like, oh, yeah, and crime and all that stuff. But you're right. When it comes to football, run hard, hit hard, Leave nothing else. Leave nothing else. No stone unturned. You make sure that they remember the night they played the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And that's the mentality that I need, that I want to see. And it's going to take a player. It can't just be a coach that's asking you to do it. It's going to take players that are showing his teammates, this is how we do it. The other part of it is, do you want to be a team that's a ball hawking team? And that's what they do, but they give up run, they give up pass rush because they're seeking ball. Cowboys, whenever Dan Quinn's team was at its best, their attitude was, we are going to pass rush to create mistakes for the secondary. Al Harris, your job is to make sure these guys are running routes with the receivers so that they can create, that when that ball's up in the air, just kind of floating, because they really didn't have a good direction because one of our pass rushers was all over him. Then that's whenever you guys take advantage of tip drills and stuff like that. If that's what you want, I'm sure that there is a way to acquire that kind of talent. Steven said it earlier. He thinks back-end secondary is where they need most of their investment this year. I think that when it comes to attitude, you got to find a dude who trusts himself, leads from the middle of this defense, and then you build and add some secondary as well. Now, I know a lot of people are like, pass rush, what about edge? Yeah, I think I'm hoping that they look in that with those first round picks, they looking to try and get an edge rusher with that too.
And I'm still kind of nervous just because when they talk about all of the positive reasons that people should come here, especially defensively, they mentioned DeMarvion Overshown again. I hope that is the case. I am nervous still about that.
Somebody said, did he ever respond to you? Ed and I did talk about it at a training camp one year. And he said, he was like, huh, all right. Well, I won't go into the rest of the things.
That's probably smart.
But yeah, what do you want as far as attitude of this defense? Ray Lewis is the perfect attitude for me.
So, and like I've heard this talk a lot. Maybe I'm on my own on this. I don't really care what their identity is outside of they have talent and are playing hard. Like, I don't need this to be the defense where you're like, you can't possibly run on them, or it's going to be a struggle all day. Like, I don't even need it to be the defense that puts on the big hits. I want it to be the defense that is fundamentally sound. So you know what? I changed my mind in the middle of my own answer. I want our identity to be fundamentally sound because I think that can make up for so many gaps on talent. Not all the gaps by any means, but you can make up a lot of ground on, oh man, I didn't see a whole lot of big hits, but man, I saw a lot of form tackles, especially in open space.
And you know what? The next level of that is speed.
Yeah.
Dude, you saw Jack Sanborn couldn't keep up. Like I was told, you're gonna love this guy, and I did love him. And then I saw him try and chase people, and I was like, oh, no, that's
the
not good.
thing. He can be fundamentally sound all he wants if he can't ever get to that player.
Yes, exactly.
So I understand.
Speed gets you to the fundamental, like you're in position to make that play because of speed. Now what do you do from that? Now the speed and physicality part, those are two things that I'm going into that scouting room, and I'm telling Broadus and all of them, find me fast, find me physical. Those two things, I can work everything. I can figure everything else out from there. But fast and physical, you can't be a dumb guy. You can, I guess.
Right.
If all I got to do is tell you to go after this, that's fine. But if you're a linebacker, I need you to be fast, physical, and I need you to know why you're doing what you're doing.
And look, I just saw somebody send in this name, and I hear you. I would love it too. Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs might have the highest floor of any player that is going to be in this NFL draft. I just don't think you're going to be in a position to be able to get him unless you're willing to package up those number ones to move up the board. And considering all the holes you have on this team, I don't see that happening.
Jacob Rodriguez is a name that pops up a lot too because Tech, it's local. The dude's a badass.
Sure.
He was a playmaker too. I'm very interested to continue watching this crop that's going to be coming out here shortly, diving in on that and seeing where they all stand. But these names, I like these names that y'all are throwing out there. Keep throwing those out. What exactly do you want from your defense? But also, guys, it wouldn't be the C block if there weren't some crazy stories. Let's go to Mexico.
Oh, I've been there.
Good for you, buddy. I'm proud of you, man. Over 450 bags containing human remains have been discovered near Akron Stadium in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. This stadium is confirmed as one of the venues for the 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Oh, no!
With less than 200 days before the start of the World Cup in North America. That's less than 200, Kevin.
Are we digging up a burial ground for this?
According to recent reports, search groups in the state of Jalisco have found hundreds of bags containing human remains. One of the country's most prominent soccer teams, home of Chivas de Guadalajara. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
A member of them said a volunteer search collective said most recent discovery took place in September 22. At least 456 bags with human remains had been discovered in that area, and that is that site that is set to be. And there evidently, Kevin, more are popping up. Even more. And now you ask the question, the government cares more about money, not citizens. They even remove our missing persons posters so visitors do not notice the magnitude of the problem.
So how many bags did you say? Like 250 bags of people or something like that?
200 days, 456 bags.
Oh, okay, so even more. And you can't tell me they found 456 bags of people and they're like, but don't worry, that'll be it. No! I'm not here to hear that. You can't tell me they're probably not going to find more bags of people. I think maybe we should consider not playing at that stadium.
Quote, they announced that the work is almost finished, but it is not true.
Stop. That's what you think. I just told you. All right. We're going to go.
They want to speed everything up so that when the World Cup arrives, everybody looks normal.
No. You tell me you're going to go over to Alex's house. And you're like, oh, yeah, Alec, we're going to come over on Friday night. And he's like, oh, great. 3 of the last 4 Friday nights, somebody on my block has gotten murdered. Like, I'm not going to go, okay, but probably not this Friday night.
Yeah, there's
I'm
not
going to be
enough
like,
people left.
Hey, Alec, I'm not coming over anymore. Feels like the same thing. Well, we're almost done digging up bags of people.
Now, the other thing is, I don't know if that 456 bags is like one person per bag.
It's alarming either way. If you told me they only found a guy's arm in a bag, I'm still alarmed. Unlike that guy who is not armed.
I don't know if he did that on purpose or if he stumbled into that.
Because he got his arm.
But I'm pretty proud of you.
Probably the second one.
Also, Kevin, I haven't done this. Jerry told us that Pickens and Quinnen Williams could not be here if Mike was here. I'll leave that for you for later, but that is not true.
Lies!
That was the first thing Kevin said whenever he said it. He was like, that is not true.
That is one of the arguments Jerry and I got into last year was when he goes, well, if you want to sign those people, it's going to cost money. And my retort was, but when you sign them to long-term deals, isn't it easier to lower that initial cap number, thus making it cheaper than it would have been on the franchise tag? He disagreed with that, and he's wrong. Look, I'll say this flat out. He can call in. We can have a discussion about it. That is not true. We created $70 million in salary cap space. If you want to sign George Pickens to a long-term deal, you can get that done with a starting number of $18 million. If you wanted to sign Micah to that exact same contract that he got with the Green Bay Packers, I'll look up the specific number, but I'm willing to bet that you can make that happen. But let's do some simple math. 70 minus 18. Okay, well now we're only down to 52.
52.
Yo, you couldn't possibly have Quinnen Williams here. All right, well, Quinnen Williams' contract next year is $21 million. Oh, no. So now we're only down to $31 million. Guess what Micah Parsons' cap hit is next year? $19 million. I just got you all 3 of those players, no problem, at the current rate or going rate, and I still got $12 million to spare for our draft picks and whatnot. Plus, you can do other things and manipulate it. The reason why
he had to trade Micah to get Quinnen.
Okay, well, that's fair. That I will concede. But when he says...
I wonder if that's the technicality he's riding on
but
there.
When he says they couldn't re-sign George Pickens, that's not true. That is not true, or the Cowboys don't understand how the salary cap works, both of which are concerning outcomes. What they're saying is, do you know what our cap hit would be in 2029? Who gives a crap? The Eagles do that all the time. If you win, you'll be fine.
And lastly, Kevin, I'm going to take a little bit of time here. This is a post. Some games you'll remember for the rest of your life. On paper, this one didn't make sense. Shorthanded by 7 players, no starters available, with lineup made almost entirely of guys who began their careers in the G League. We were on a road against the top team in the Eastern Conference with multiple NBA stars. Everything about it was unlikely, including my defensive matchup against a near 300-pound center. But nights like this remind you what teams are really built on: effort, carries, belief compounds. And when everyone commits to the same goal, logic stops mattering. That is Spencer Keith Jones, who posted that on LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Spencer Jones is committed to having the most engagements on LinkedIn the world has ever seen. Because now, Kevin, Twitter, be damned. Players Tribune, nobody needs that. Facebook, what? LinkedIn is the place where you go update your resume after a game where you beat a team that nobody thought you should have.
How much idle chit chat do you guys have any idea happens on LinkedIn? Like, because I don't
know my login. I know
Okay.
I know I have a LinkedIn, and I've been seen. I get emails all the time. They're like, 10 people looked at your profile, and I'm like, I haven't changed it in 10 years.
Did you notice that they're looking?
Because the email shows up.
Okay.
I mean, it's in my junk, but the junk email, the junk folder. They're not looking at my
Coke cans.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Just wanted you to sit with that for a while. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little NFL overreaction or reality? We might try to squeeze some baseball in as well. Next on The Fan.
been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
At the Dallas 21, play action. Dart rolling right. Clowney chasing. Clowney diving. Clowney got him. That's going to be sack number 3 for Jadeveon Clowney, and he's got a fumble recovery.
Wow. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to some football NFL overreaction in just a minute, but I got a couple of more baseball notes for you. We talked about some of the moves the Cubs are trying to make. Keep an eye out on the Toronto Blue Jays, who have reportedly intensified their pursuit of Kyle Tucker. So there's something that you need to keep an eye out on. But I mentioned earlier in the show, the Cubs were interested in Bo Bichette, Alex Bregman. They have, or are at least nearing, a trade for Edward Cabrera, the flamethrower from Miami. I don't think it's officially done just quite yet, but looks like it's almost done. We'll send him to the north side, and he is under team control for the next 3 seasons. So the Cubs are looking to make some moves both on the trade front and on the free agent market. See, Cowboys, it's okay if you go ahead and try to do both.
Bro had 150 strikeouts in 137 innings this year.
Pretty impressive.
Except.
Indeed. Except he'll be on the Cubs, not our team.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if I'm a Cubs fan.
And then one more note for you. Did you see, and the description of why this happened is amazing. Did you see that the A's have been denied the trademark for the Las Vegas Athletics and the Vegas Athletics? And so I was reading. Go ahead.
I need to know. I have to know why.
Okay.
Like, I saw this and I was like, it feels like justice has been served to the organization for just stripping Oakland of their team and putting them in the middle of Sacramento in a minor league park. Like, all this justice, but I need to know more why.
So the reason is essentially their mascot is too vague, because the patent office, the patent and trademark office, said that the Athletics was, quote, too generic and could be confused with other activities of an athletic nature, even if associated with Las Vegas. So their issue is not anything else except for, well, there's lots of athletic things in Las Vegas. This could be confusing to other places. Now, there was a patent attorney who was like, technically, they are correct, and I see their point. However, this is something that gets passed through all of the time, and major sports associations like Major League Baseball, they very rarely have an issue with this. But in case you were wondering why, at least initially, the Patent and Trademark Office rejected that, is because they're like, well, athletics can be a lot of things.
I wonder. Like, You're thinking that it's going to get passed through eventually.
I do think that.
What if they hold strong on this of, look, guys, we are not letting up, and the A's have to change their name?
That would be objectively hilarious.
Like, I don't know exactly what you go with if you're in Las Vegas and you're playing baseball.
Yeah.
And they're not in Las Vegas yet anyway, so they still got a ways to go here. But what if they force them? Would you hate to see the A's, like, now, you know what, guys, since we've changed the name, changing the uniforms too?
See, but don't you think a lot of A's fans, maybe they'll keep supporting him, but there's probably some that are like, yeah, it's not the same team. You took my team. Screw you.
Yeah, I want to keep the A's name here in Oakland whenever we get a new team.
Yes.
And the MLB's like, y'all never get a new team.
that is
We're not going to do that. Sorry. Y'all barely showed up for the old crappy team y'all had because your crappy owner and crappy GM couldn't put a good product out on the field or put a good field and stadium together there.
Well, you know what, Corey? You make a lot of good points right there. All right, let's fire up some NFL overreaction or reality. And I'm going to do this first question based off of something that somebody texted in off the presser. So a couple of these are starting off the presser. And Steven said they want Javonte back. They're looking to give him a multi-year deal. And somebody texted in and said, mistake, he slowed down as the season went along and toward the end of the season. Now, we had done a breakdown for this a few games ago, but I wanted to point out just the end of the season. So first 11 games versus the last 5.
Okay.
First 11 games, Javonte Williams averaged 4.95 carries per yards per carry.
Okay.
Last 5 games, 4.3 yards per carry. Now, the touchdown drop-off wasn't as bad at all because he had 8 touchdowns in 11 games versus 3 touchdowns in 5 games. And I have an issue with that. That's proportionate enough for me. But what do you think about a drop from 4.95 yards per carry to 4.3 yards per carry? Does that concern you when it comes to the idea of giving him a multi-year deal?
Well, y'all probably went a lot deeper into this conversation, but there was 2 games early in that stretch where he averaged 8.4 and 7.6. That elevated his numbers, right?
Sure.
Because then against Carolina, it was 2.2.
See, but
I get does kind of bring the balance back,
and that's why you need to look up at the whole picture.
He seemed more consistent in what you're talking about, 4.3. He seemed more consistently around 4.3 late in the season,
exactly.
which I'm okay with, honestly. Because early in the season, you have fresh legs. Late in the season, you're going to be a little more. I want to see more running backs, what their numbers are late in the season. Did y'all do that? Did y'all?
Yeah.
Most of them were better. Most of them were in the 5s.
Not necessarily better, but they didn't take that much of a dive. And I think that's the concern is now you're talking about a drop of, I don't know, like 13%, give or take.
Yeah, I mean, I told you early on in the season that I was concerned about it. I think we were it was right around the Jets game. I was like, great game, but I'm a little bit concerned about that. I think you need to have a better backup. This league, you have to have a good backup to go along with it. That's just my thought. Somebody that can spell the player in those times, and I feel like actually with Malik Davis you had, but you didn't have opportunities you really would have liked to use him because you did start throwing the ball a lot.
And that's the tricky part of it. Do you think, man, especially considering he blocks well, we can build off of this? This has been his longest run in a while. Or do you say, man, maybe he is going to slow down in these seasons? Thank you very much for your service. I hope we got you paid somewhere
I think
else.
over the next 3 years, I think you can get a 1,200-yard and 11 touchdown rusher every year.
Out of him?
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
well, then I would sign him. And sure.
Yeah, that's what I feel like you can get that out of him for the next 3 years if healthy.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people seem to be concerned about the health because of the knee injury he had.
Yeah.
So that's where I'll let them do that work. But they saw what they liked. I also think that the work that he did do as a pass blocker was good.
Yeah,
that was quality stuff too.
I think everyone would agree with that.
I'm in on signing him back. I think he has the right attitude for this thing too.
Sure.
So there's a lot of qualities that I like.
He wants to be here.
Yeah, and I think he'll put in the work to make sure that he's ready for it, ready for a full season again.
NFL overreaction to reality. The New England Patriots record is fraudulent. Do you know that the New York Giants this year had more wins over teams with a record above 500, 2, than the Patriots did, 1?
What? Are you serious? The Patriots had just an easy bum schedule?
Their schedule's very soft.
And the Giants had the toughest one.
Well, yeah, they were going to lose either way. But
wow.
If you look at the teams that finished the record over 500, they got the win over the Bills, right?
Look at this.
And so
that's it.
Overreaction to reality. The New England Patriots record is fraudulent. And I know the playoffs will bear this out, but you know.
I'm going to say overreaction.
Okay.
But man, that's a really damning statistic you got right there.
Alec, what say you?
It's an overreaction. I still love Mike Vrabel coach teams. I still think Drake May is freaking incredible. I understand. And like Corey said, very concerning stat. Very concerning. But
both things can be true. They can still be good.
Yes, they pass the eye test to me. They do. I know the stats and the strength of schedule is gross, but I think they just win. Google them.
All right.
Kevin, hold on. Who has the most? Do we know that number yet?
I do not know that. All right.
the most wins above 500 teams is what I got to go find now.
I do not know that, but I will be
their
intrigued.
schedules suck.
I told you. All right. Overreaction reality. We're going to go back to the eye test here that Alec just mentioned. The Seattle Seahawks defense is good enough to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Reality. Their quarterback, I have questions about.
That's fair.
Alec? That's a reality.
I'm going to ask you that question. Is the Seattle defense good enough to win the Super Bowl? Bonus question. The Seahawks are the favorite to win the Super Bowl.
That is a reality than an overreaction.
Okay, because Vegas right now has the Seahawks as a slight overall favorite ahead of the Rams, which feels wrong.
It does feel wrong, and I would still take the Rams just because I do think they have the quarterback advantage. I think their defenses are not far off, if we're being totally honest. I think it's just because the Rams' defense, they bend, but they don't break. There's been a lot of teams in the league this year, some of these playoff teams specifically too, that give up yards, but they don't give up points. You know, like I think about the San Francisco defense outside of a couple games. You know, there's a lot of teams that have made that work, so it's like everything in between the end zones, sure, go for it. But yeah, that's how I think of Seattle. That's how I think of the Rams. I think of them both. Like, they'll get you a timely turnover, and they won't allow many points, but I would say the Rams are probably the favorite because they got the better quarterback.
Dude, just think about the Ravens real quick.
They didn't make it.
Mike McDonald's the head coach of Seattle right now.
Yep. What do you mean right now? He just did a really good job.
Right, but think about this. Like the year he left, they were considering moving on from Harbaugh at that time to go with McDonald. And that defense, since he has left, has just fallen apart. You think they got to be looking at over there in Seattle and just kicking themselves in the D every time. What did we do letting that guy go?
You're doing better. You're doing better.
No, the Ravens.
Oh,
the Ravens are not doing better.
No.
They are doing far worse.
No,
they got to go find a coach.
Overreaction.
But at least the Cowboys don't have to find a coach, Kevin. They have that in place. They have that in a quarterback.
That might have been the most breathtaking moment of that press conference when Jerry explained, do you know how different this would be if we needed a head coach? And I'm like, yeah.
Out of nowhere.
I know. I was like, yeah, I do know.
Out of nowhere. He was like, hey, by the way, let me throw this in there real quick.
All right, well, this question took a hit off the presser. Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys are really going to go for it and spend money in free agency. I feel like my answer has changed as the day has gone on. I feel like that was a reality. Now it's
I was in reality mode, and I understand why he's saying, "Hey, you got to know who the real free agents are going to be too.
Sure.
Like you can't say we're going to do it, guys,
yeah.
and then all the teams sign their guys back, and you're like, crap, we don't have anything to actually do.
That's fair.
That's a fair thing. However, I think it's pretty okay to be like, guys, we're going to go out and make sure that we get everything we need to make this a successful defense. I think it's okay to do that. I think it's an overreaction at this point, though, Kevin.
Yeah, Alec.
I wanted to believe it.
What say you? I think that's where I am too.
Yeah, I'm with Corey. I want to believe a lot of things with this team, but I just can't at this point. Got to go with it.
Do you want to do one more?
One more.
I dare you.
More.
Overreaction or reality? Let's get really spicy. Overreaction or reality? Myles Garrett is the best player in football.
Ooh.
I want you to consider this real quick while you're pondering.
Sam Darnold's at the top of the...
Shut up. I know what you think. Myles Garrett got to 23 sacks and 437 snaps. You know how long it took Strahan and TJ Watt? 567 and 616 snaps. So he had 130 fewer snaps than Strahan and still broke the record. He's going to be the Defensive Player of the Year, one would assume, for the second consecutive year. Overreaction reality, Myles Garrett is the best player in football.
Would you put Josh Allen too?
Yeah.
I think I would too. I'll take that. I think that's a reality. And just think of how miserable it has to be. You're basically the Angels. You have the best player in your sport, and you can't even sniff the
This is very Trout Ohtani-esque.
Oh, yeah, dude. You're just basically every year, you're like, we don't even know if we can make the playoffs, guys. Sorry.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Myles Garrett is the best player in football.
I got to go reality. I just think he's head and shoulders above everybody at his own position. But at the same time, you talk about the athlete that he is, how consistent he is as well. Like, even on the plays that his name isn't getting called, he's still disrupting the entire offensive game plan. And that's what they were talking about coming out of the game against the Steelers a couple weeks ago, where he didn't break the record and didn't get any kind of like recorded stats, where they were like, they were trying so hard to stop him from making history that everybody else ruined the game for him because he didn't need to.
Kevin, from the 3-2-1. So you think Myles Garrett's better than Cam Little? I think that's a very good point. Cam Little has
fun
both
part of comparing.
He has both the outdoor and indoor longest field goal records.
That's a good point.
In the history of the game.
Once Myles Garrett gets the outdoor sack record, we'll reconsider this. We're the KNC Masterpiece. I'm in on that. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Star...
Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Kings trying to snap a 5-game losing skid. Into DeRozan, 3 seconds. DeRozan running 3 off the heel. And the Mavericks come back and steal one here in Sacktown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we will determine if we actually want to talk at all about basketball or getting to cheerleading. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing. Hagee, how are you?
Man, I'm doing fantastic. Would you guys rather talk whatsoever about the Dallas Mavericks game yesterday, or would you like to jump into cheerleading?
I just want to hear all about the tales of Corey's cheerleading past. How dominant he was.
Before you
What a
start
run.
talking, Corey screwed this whole thing up because instead of going to air with the mystery still intact that y'all set up with Broadus yesterday, he goes, yeah, Broadus, I never did any cheerleading or anything. We'll talk about it on air. So he knew we were going to talk about it on air and yet undercut.
Yeah, my apologies, guys.
I'm not going to lie, I completely forgot the question was asked yesterday.
Yesterday, as I got in the truck and I'm driving, I'm still in the parking garage, and I hear Dawson say that the microphone's too high, and I was like, well, that's because I moved it. In my brain, I'm like still in studio. I can tell him, and I raise this microphone up just a little bit, and then I think it was Dawson goes, yeah, Corey, big guy, and Eric goes, limber. And Broadus was like, limber, yeah, very flexible, could do the splits, and that's how he met his wife. He met his wife cheerleading. They were a power couple. He was throwing her up and handing her one hand. I did do that stuff. Back in the day,
you did.
But I never was a cheerleader. I know those videos are not supposed to be public.
They live on.
I was never a cheerleader. My mom was the cheerleading sponsor for my high school at one point, and for Bishop Lynch. And so I was around. They were doing stuff in our backyard all the time, and I was always around it. But I never actually did. And Adrian was a drill team, so we didn't. She was not a cheerleader.
Tomato. But you guys did the talent shows together where you were flipping and throwing and all kinds of crazy stuff was going on.
We did not start actually actually becoming a couple until the last month of my senior year. So no.
After the talent show.
I was a football player, she was my belle. And so that was how we kind of had met and stuff like that. So I'm sorry to really burst the bubble there, Broadus. I know you went home last night and you were like, this is amazing. I didn't know all these things about Corey.
I kind of
you can see it, right? Like taping up the wrists and getting out there and launching chicks into the sky.
There's no
Where as
question,
hell.
yeah.
Like you can see that. There's
See him
no
with a
question.
megaphone, like yelling.
Getting the people hyped, with the hand clap.
Teaching them how to pinch a penny. Yeah, you put a penny between the butt cheeks and squeeze, and that's how you pinch a penny. That's what you're supposed to do when you go up in the air.
It's male cheerleading 101, man.
Yeah. You never heard that? Pinch a penny? Y'all never heard that before?
Not with the other things.
So there was this
when
thing,
you taught your class.
There was this thing that they would pass down a little penny to the next cheerleader, their little sister or whatever, and that they would say pinch a penny, and that was the idea was
in the cheeks.
Put it between the cheeks.
Butt penny.
When you get thrown up in the air, you clench, you squeeze it all together.
Toy.
Yeah, and that way whenever you come down, you're not flailing all over the place.
Did it ever get stuck?
The penny?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was never a cheerleader, Eric, so I don't know how
But
that
they told me you were yesterday.
Yeah.
You are.
And this is
Let's get some AI cheerleading Corey Major videos.
Bobby's probably all over that.
I hope he is.
Bobby's probably making that happen right now.
Oh,
yes. That was. I'll be honest. As I was getting onto 75 heading north, my brain started going, "Oh crap! There's going to be Texas Williams going to have my head on some cheerleader out there." So I started thinking about that.
I mean,
stuff.
you told me the one time you used the quarter instead of the penny, and that one definitely got caught.
That was a friend who had a quarter roll up his nose.
Okay.
That was a different story.
Separate hole.
Yeah.
A quarter went up his nose?
Yeah. He was rolling this. He was rolling quarters. He had large nostrils, and it got
evidently.
He kept rolling. He was like, Corey,
Was he a hippo?
He was like, Corey, watch, and it was like third grade or something. And I was like, oh my gosh.
He had his nose that big in third grade?
And he would roll it down his desk, and it would hit his lip and roll, and it went up and got stuck. And I look over, and he's just got one side. He's just and he's trying to blow this quarter out of his nose, and he had to go get it like removed by the nurse or whatever.
Oh my god!
They had to lube it up or something like that.
Those pliers, probably.
Yeah.
It happens, dude.
Yeah.
I got a bead stuck up my nose when I was younger.
Hospital trip?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you set up your nose, right?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
up the nose.
Gotcha.
It was just
You never know with the beads.
Well, it broadened the mind for other things.
it was sort of the.
That was your gateway?
The gateway.
They say the bead to the nose is a gateway to other things.
It actually was Choppies, though.
Oh, Lord. How do we get away with this?
Worst things that happened to me, there was a dead cow behind our house. I was about.
Why do I believe this?
Was it like a murder or like a homicide?
Hard
Like
to tell.
Elsie
I
the
mean,
cow?
it was fully skeletoned. You know,
wow.
it had probably been there for years.
Aliens.
Picked apart by coyotes or whatever. And so we wanted to take the teeth out. I'm not sure why exactly looking back on it. Maybe we were going to make a necklace or maybe we just wanted to see how much we could take apart. But I'm prying a cow's tooth out with like a long flathead screwdriver. It pops out and hits me right in the eye. Like direct shot.
Eye open?
Yes, and the eye was open. So I run in screaming. I had a patch over my eye for like 3 weeks, I think.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did some major damage that
story's
day.
got to trip people out to here, and they're like, just say you fell down. You're like, no, I swear.
Myself in the eyeball that's like when Adrian and the guy thumbed her in the eye, and she was just like,
Oh, the sleep thumb, right?
She should have had her eyes closed. It was dark. Back to you guys.
It was a good field, man.
What's up, man?
They found a mountain lion out there when I was about 9.
Did you ever find any airheads?
Airheads.
Arrowheads.
Arrowheads.
It's like the candy?
Not that I can remember.
Oh, man.
Should have looked harder.
Those are fun.
Was the mountain lion alive?
Yeah, they trapped it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they were worried because it was getting too close to the neighborhood, so they trapped it. And we went out there as it was getting loaded up onto like the back of a truck, like an old Chevy Love or something like that, where they had the cage. You know, used some meat there. Mountain lion walked in, door slammed shut. They got it. It was cool.
They always fall for the steak trick, dude. Every time.
Wouldn't you, man?
Yeah.
Did you guys see Bo Bichette? He's getting a lifetime offer of steak in Toronto at the steakhouse. Isn't that a no-brainer?
How can you turn that down?
How can you turn that down?
There's a great Simpsons bit where Homer's running away from angry dogs and he sees a whole bunch of hot dogs and he goes, I know what to do. These hot dogs will give me the energy I need to run away from the dogs. What did you guys think about Jerry spending, I don't know, 50,000 hours talking about how they'll be responsible in free agency and then in the walk-off going, oh, we're going to bust the budget?
He totally won me over, man. I think we're going all in this year.
Because, hold on, that line right there,
His
in the
walk-off
walk-off,
comment.
okay,
I'm
all
like,
right.
you know, and just listen to the whole thing. I think Jerry's being held back. I think we need to let the old gambler loose. I think Steven is really being the one that's like big picture here, like, Dad, I don't know.
But in 2027,
Adam and I, we're cooking the books. I mean, I'm looking ahead. I don't want to more. Jerry's like, you know what? Screw it. I'm trying to catch Bob Kraft now for the most Super Bowls ever by an owner.
Yes.
And I got to win 4 more. And I don't have a long time to do it. Ooh. I think Jerry would be down to do it. But I don't know because, you know, it's a consensus. Everything's a consensus.
That's a lot of consensus.
Jerry says go. Everyone else around him says pause. And I think pause wins out.
Jerry says Tolo go.
As soon as he got away from Steven, he was like, okay, now I can tell my fibs. You know, got to be honest with her in front of my son. He's going to keep me accountable.
Steven said, I just don't want you to put anything out there that can be played over and over on radio, so I'll do it the walk-off when nobody's going to actually play the recording. They can just tweet it.
Budget busters, man.
And I did hear that reaction when he goes, he wants to catch Kraft for the most ownership Super Bowls. And Broaddus goes, ooh.
I mean, he's like, how many's Bob have? 6?
Yeah.
All right, well, I got a long way to go. Yeah, you do. But I'd love it if you were able to make it happen. I think we all would.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always, will continue our reactions to the presser coming up here at the top of the hour. John Owning, Pro Football Focus, is going to join us at 3.
Okay, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece Maker. Way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Our goal is to have you winning every
Like the old Bill Parcells, you can't dial 1-800-KEY free agent. So you're waiting to get lucky for your free agent additions here with these Cowboys. So unfortunately, it was a net pessimism day for me, boys. That's what it looked like. But it was cool to get updates on it. I think Shotty said a bunch of cool stuff, and there's other angles on it. But overall, I think as free agency approaches, the all-in potential has dwindled to near zero.
Yeah, I think the linebacker and secondary as the two need areas that Steven pointed out. And I also thought it was interesting that they are already talking about re-signing Javonte Williams. And they're already in talks with his representation. So we were wondering, okay, would they end up, moving on? Do they look at Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa? Is there maybe another free agent running back that they think they could go the cheap route with? But Steven acknowledged Javonte, he thinks wants to be here, and that's a deal that they want to get done. And he also brought up the tag again for Pickens. I think that's probably the direction that's going to go in. But, man, cautious optimism. I think if Jerry had his way, they would be more aggressive in free agency this year. But again, as Brian has told us for years now, this is something where it's going to be a consensus, and there's going to be plenty of voices in the room. And if others disagree, whether it's Steven or Adam or whoever it might be, they'll probably hold off on that. And it is going to have to take the right number and the right player to get something done.
It's frustrating when Jerry talks about, I want to retire with the most Super Bowls of any owner, and you need 3 more. And in this world of football today, if you are willing to push more money into the middle, you can accumulate the kind of players that would allow him to do that. He did, he was talking about risky players that might have character issues or some other red flags, and he said, I'm actually less inclined to take those players in the draft than I used to be because of how much money you got to give these guys. Like, you're investing in their career more than you're just trying to harvest what talent they have coming out of college. And he said that's a real way to get in trouble with the cap. So I think they're still too cap-minded to give themselves any sort of shot of being able to rebuild this team in one off season, Brian, and that's disappointing.
Yeah, that is. I was very hopeful. And we'll see what happens. It didn't sound good today. I guess in the walk-off, it sounded a little bit better that maybe Jerry might do something different, but maybe he also was kind of detecting the tone of the overall, the press conference itself. I really felt like that, man, to have a good chance to rebuild this thing, it was going to take some free agency, but to give yourself the flexibility to be able to use those 2 picks in the draft and kind of do some good things with that. My hope is that maybe this coordinator that they bring in might be a guy that just says, listen, you don't have enough here. And if I'm just telling you, I don't think you have enough here. And if you want to fire me or not hire me because I don't think you have enough, that's your prerogative. But if you get somebody in here that can say, I'm really evaluating your team and you're evaluating your defense, and he says you don't have enough and they don't listen, well, shame on them. Because I do think coaches have influence. Coaches especially that come in. Dan Quinn, I think, had tremendous influence with Will McClay.
Yeah.
And, and I want to believe that maybe somebody, maybe a Jim Swartz, or it could be a first-time defensive coordinator. I mean, there's a lot of names we can throw around out there, the guys that, that are these top-level guys and guys you've never even heard of before. I know Eric and I did Love of the Star this morning, and if you go back after our show today, give it a listen. We went through a lot of names, a lot of different names you probably have not heard. So, those are the things but my hope was that someone would come in here and tell them, you don't have enough players.
Highly influential DC might help you, or you can always have a combination of great draft luck and nail free agency. Like the Seahawks are the best team in the NFC. That is a team just riddled with holes.
Yes. All right. So Seattle, and we brought up the name Carl Scott yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? And you guys probably broke more down about Carl Scott.
Yeah, we did.
Broadus really sold me on this guy.
The stuff with Carl Scott and the numbers that I saw yesterday when I mentioned him after I saw Nick Harris report his name, like the drastic improvement that he had just going to Seattle. They were bottom of the league, and he takes them to top 10 in terms of improvements in their defensive passing game. But that's the team right now that has the most free agents that I think are quality players, whether it's Kobe Bryant, the safety, Reek Wool in the corner. You've got Josh Jobe, another corner. They've got some edge rushers as well.
Boye.
Boye Mafe. That's the dude. Maybe if you brought in Carl Scott, and so far we don't know.
Transfer portal kind of situation?
Yeah, maybe he's the guy that comes in. Yeah, maybe he comes in and says, hey, I was with XYZ player, and they're all free agents, and I want them. They fit my system. They fit my scheme. They're the right kind of guys. That might be the dude, because Seattle's got the most options.
That's what Dan Quinn did. Dan Quinn, he kind of rolled up his sleeves and saddled up to Will, and they became best buddies. And, now, and Will was standing in rooms, in draft rooms, drafting guys to try and help Dan Quinn.
Yeah.
So that would be my hope, that they hire somebody that comes in here and is able to explain to him is that, listen, you got tackles, you really don't have any edges, you don't have any linebackers, you don't have any safeties, you don't have any real corners that how I want to play. I know this is a job that I wanted to do and I wanted to have, and I think we could do some things. But if we don't have the players to come in here and do this, then we're not going to be successful. And that's my hope, that because they do listen to new coaches, new ideas. They fall in love with that coach that, they fall in love with the new coach that, well, man, this guy's got some different. It's not the same thing that Jerry and Steven are hearing every day.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different a way of. I remember when Jeff Ireland got the job, as the Will McClay job, and he came in there and he wowed everybody with speech. He wowed everybody. It's like listening to Shotty talk. Shotty's got, that's a good question there. This, he wows you, and the Joneses get influenced. Yeah, the Joneses get influenced by a guy who they think, man, this guy's a good coach, but wow, he's just totally blowing us away with the dialogue, the conversation, pointing out comparisons, all that. And I'm sure Dan Quinn, very polished guy. We've seen Dan Quinn walk in there. We've seen Mike McCarthy kind of kind of charm his way into some things there. I just
he looked good in those pajamas, though.
I just want them to get a guy that coaches and makes everybody accountable. And if it's a guy like Carl Scott, who, I talked to Mike Zimmer about him a long time, and Carl Scott is a guy, and I'm glad Zach brought him up. Carl Scott's a guy that Zimmer says, listen, we took him from the University of Alabama. He was a 3-year assistant at Alabama. He's a Texas guy. He's from Houston, Texas. And I was asking Zim, why'd you get this guy? And he goes, I'll tell you what, he's really, really, really smart. And the players love being around him. He coaches his ass off. And I said, but did you kind of beat him up as a coach? And he's like, oh, you know me coaching. That's my guy's secondary. That's my area. This guy, if you could work for Zimmer and you could work for Saban and survive that, you've got my attention.
100%.
You've got my attention because there's been every day that Nick Saban's area of expertise is secondary.
Right.
Mike Zimmer's area of expertise is secondary.
And they entrusted him to coach that group.
And they trusted him.
Where'd his name come from? I'm hearing a lot about it over the last 24 hours.
I saw Nick Harris had him listed on the Fort Worth Star-Telegram article. So that's why when we were talking about options, I quickly was just Googling, reading about Carl Scott's background. And I saw the Minnesota connection with Zim. He was a Houston, Texas guy. But, the numbers in Seattle, the dude's done a hell of a job there. And just in terms of if they were to be aggressive in free agency, just spitballing ever having this conversation, just knowing the quality names that the Seahawks have, they probably can't afford all of them. If they're going to listen to a defensive coordinator and go and get players that guy wants, that might be the ideal hire for fans that want them to be more aggressive in free agency.
Yeah. The one thing Zim said is, he goes, I think the guy can handle the job. He just doesn't have the experience to do it. He just doesn't have the experience. But as far as being able to coach and all that, he says this guy is really good at it.
Yeah, and being with Mike McDonald as well is one of the better young defensive minds in the league right now.
Great point.
In Seattle. And when you look at some of the disguising coverages and stuff like that, Seattle's one of the tops in the league. Simulated pressures, that's a Mike McDonald staple. And those are all elements that you would want the next defensive coordinator to have.
Yeah.
So I think there is a ton of reason to, and there's no excuse not to give this guy a call.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we'll talk about a little bit later on when we have more time to get into it. But Shotty said we want basically the things from our defense that gives us trouble. It's those post-snap rotations. It's the disguise. It's the being multiple and not being locked into a certain playing style is amongst the things that he revealed he was looking for today.
Yeah.
It was interesting to hear Jerry talk about Dan Quinn. He said, I don't know if you guys know how much we value Dan. And, as he's getting ready to answer it, I think he's setting up to sing Dan's praises. But he said, when Dan was here, we couldn't stop the run. Said, we did a great job going and getting the takeaways, but we need to stop the run and get the takeaways at the same time. So I'm not even sure how they look back at that era. But I thought the other thing that was notable was at the end of the presser, a gentleman, and I don't know his name, I didn't recognize the voice, maybe one of you guys do, but he asked them why they have failed so much at drafting Pro Bowl level talent on the defensive side of the ball over the last 15 years. And I think that's an incredibly relevant question now because you're putting so much.
Kevin Sherrington.
Okay. You're putting so much pressure on the ability to find two impact defensive players after this track record of basically whiffing time and time again on first round picks on defense. Everything from Mo Claiborne and Taco Charlton and Kelvin Joseph and Mozzie Smith. It has been a repeated
Tristan Hill, that was a second-round high pick.
You can almost
Jalen
count the hits on one hand, and you got to get into the second round to even get that far.
No, you're right. And what Jerry was saying about Deron Bland did not sound like he was very optimistic in regards to his foot surgery. He said, quote, I'm not a doctor, but I don't like that at all. I don't like the sound of that. You have to watch feet relative to the long-term future. He's 100% right. That could end up hurting Deron Bland. I hope that he comes back healthy and it's the version that we fell in love with, but it's definitely a concern moving forward.
That's huge right there. That you got to get Deron Bland back right next year, at least close to what he was when he was in an all-pro season. Mavs over the Kings 198. Anthony Davis with 19 and 16. Cooper Flagg, very well-rounded game there, around 20 points. Sam Amick with the report yesterday, Mavs don't feel like that now they need to trade Davis before the deadline. Probably because the offers that are coming in are so pathetic. The problem is, how do you tank sufficiently with him on the team? Stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Yeah. I guess your fingers are crossed that he doesn't hang 40 straight games in 2010s for you, and you end up in a play-in situation with crappy odds to get Darren Peterson.
But they're banking on the fact that he's going to miss every fifth day.
Okay.
That's kind of, I think, what they're doing. They're probably
Good start.
They're thinking that, like, okay, he's going to play 5 games and then he'll be out 5 games. That's what they're probably banking on.
Got to watch this Darren Peterson cat last night, though. I'm shutting AD down if I'm the Mavs.
Full-on tank for Peterson.
This is
Peter out for Peterson?
Yes, absolutely. This is like a tall John Morant with a jumper. This is how I would describe Darren Peterson. Tall John Morant with a jumper.
And maybe like a slightly more mature personality?
Yes.
Do we know that yet?
I haven't looked into him there, but you can assume so.
Wow. I mean,
I would say 99% of the league.
Say that with a gun. You say that with a gun to your head right now?
That's a hell of a
Come
player.
on, Brian. What are you doing?
Just a gun on camera. Okay, that's all it was.
TCU fans will tell you about him though. 32 points last night, including 3 late free throws. His shooting percentage 52. His 3-point shooting percentage 43.
Come on
the year.
now.
He's only played 6 games. He's missed 9 of them. So maybe
Heard his mom and dad are a pain in the ass.
Okay.
Did you really?
Well, seriously, they've been holding him out because of some injury stuff, right?
Is that right? Is that why he hasn't been playing?
Yeah, he hasn't. They're not letting him play. I'm sure Fred will walk in here. Fred could text in or call me, but
we'll have to ask Fred about that.
From what I understand, his mom and dad are saying, "Don't play." Don't play because of the injury stuff.
We'll go to our KU correspondent, Fred Davis, there in Crosstalk coming up tonight at 6:45 as we get you ready for the Fan After Dark. Stars scored first. We celebrated it last night. The Hurricanes goalie
threw it in the goal.
Had a bit of a blooper.
He did, didn't he? That was
Stars
really
lost.
the highlight of the game.
Could not capitalize on that. 6-3 the final. 6 losses in a row for the Stars. Probably going to do a little bit more of this in the mixed bag coming up later on, Wolchuk.
Yeah, we'll touch more on this situation. They got another game tonight against Washington, and it'll be Casey DeSmith, who finished the game strong last night. He'll be in the cage for the Stars, but yeah, they need to get some more energy, get some more life out there right now. They kind of just look like a team that's going through the motions, and I got some Thomas Harley concerns, but we'll get more of that later.
We talking trades yet?
I've been hearing a lot of buzz. The problem is the names that I hear, then the teams start playing better. Or Marchment gets traded from Seattle to, I think it's Columbus. Now he's been kicking ass. So every name that I hear, it's like something happens to where I don't think he's going to be on the market anymore. But I think Jim Nill's going to do something.
All righty. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10 at 220, buddy. Where are you taking it?
All right, let's choose our destiny here. 877-881-1053. In honor of Broadus's crap dessert take, what are the top 10 worst desserts? Or we can get the funniest names in sports.
Carrot cake.
You want funny names, you want worst desserts.
Wow,
that's
we're gonna
next
fight.
to the nation. But let's talk East Dallas Diesel, because I'll tell you what, they're the best at everything when it comes to your car or truck buying experience. If you're in the market for a truck, you know East Dallas.
Savory Picanha Wings and Burgers. Hit our 9 DFW locations now or visit wildforkfoods.com for next day delivery options. Blast frozen freshness wins every time.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Champ coming up here in a second, then Woolchuck's Top 10. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Big Godzilla. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far. This is day one, going for two. We'll be playing at some nominees at 5:30. Stick around for that, Playboy. Stick around. We go to the NBA on NBC. Snoop Dogg was on the call for the Clippers-Warriors game. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr got fired up, got himself kicked off. They fired up Snoop.
Go to the rack, Draymond, all the way. Good pass. Ooh! Ooh, he snapped the break. He Windex shine that. Get off the Windex shine.
That hit the backboard. Oh, look at Steve Kerr. He's all the way out here.
Uh-oh, Steve don't get thrown out. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Back him up. Back him up, GP. Back him up. Steve ready to fire on him.
He's already gone.
Steve banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood. Get him, Steve. You in Inglewood, Steve. The Arizona Wildcat that came out and look at it.
I've got to see that replay. It looked like that it had touched the glass there by Peyton. Hard to tell. I can't tell. Here we go. This will tell me everything I need to know. Oh yes. That hit the backboard. That hit the backboard.
Somebody hold me. Hold me back. Get my purse. Hold me back.
Purse. Get my purse.
As much bonnets and stuff as he wears, I get it.
Yeah.
He's always having silk bonnets on his head and whatnot, and rollers in his hair, like somebody's auntie.
It's pure entertainment, man. So talented. I mean, if he had the time for it, I'd love to have him get a full gig. That could save ESPN's NBA coverage.
Yeah.
Hey, we tried to do it with boring insiders and announcers. We've just decided to go with Snoop Dogg, and our ratings have doubled.
I'd love that.
Shoot, how much would you have to pay that man to show up to those games all the time?
Right. Probably Brady money.
He's missing money
mil.
on the table when he misses, Saturdays and Sundays and Fridays. He's missing money.
Where's home for him? Is Los Angeles home?
Yeah.
Maybe you just have him do the Clippers and Lakers games.
There's a game in LA.
Every game's a home game. You know what I'm saying? You go pick him up. You go pick him up. Yeah, you just get him to the arena. I saw though where Terry Stotts went out there like for the post game, like they do for the coaches' availability. Like instead of Kerr, they sent Terry Stotts out there Terry goes, "I'm just here because I'm trying to save the coach some money." Because he was he said, I'm just here because I'm trying to save the coach money.
Yeah.
He's going to go off, and I'm just saving him money.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
Exactly. That's what he did. Yeah.
All righty, right now we're going to do some top 10 here at 220. Here is Zach with H.
All right, let's do it. For those that will complain about food lists not doing enough sports, it's because of this reason. I put it out there. I said, do you want top 10 worst desserts? Or do you want funny sports names? And what wins? The entire text, it's all food. All food. So we'll do the top 10 worst desserts in honor of Brian Broaddus's worst take of his career, that cheesecake is a lazy and bad dessert.
Yep.
Which I have heard some people do agree with you on that. They're just also schmucks.
I'm just saying this from the point of view of when we go out and have a $185 steak and you get some sides, and you just order a piece of cheesecake. That is not a great way to end the night.
Yeah.
That's not. That's a very much like you quit at
You're
the end
already
of the day.
going high end. Let's
That's
do a
an
high
opinion,
end.
by the way. I just want to say that's an opinion.
It's an opinion.
Not supported by this station.
Not supported by this station whatsoever.
It should be endorsed
Views
by
expressed by Broadus or from Broadus only.
It should be endorsed by you, Lucius Alexander.
I love a cheesecake, man.
It should be
Remember,
endorsed.
half of my family's from New York. We know about Juniors.
I'm just telling you, though, Juniors probably doesn't make their own cake.
Oh no! Oh,
I'm telling you right now, Lucius, you should, if anybody, the high-end bougie guy you are, you should.
Or do you want to catch me outside?
You should. I will not catch you outside, sir. You should know that the cheesecake is a lazy order for how well you're going to sit there and say you're going to have a cheesecake, then you're going to go have a cigar. You've just gone from a great meal,
nice tomahawk. Finish it up with a cheesesteak? Yes, man.
No,
Ain't nothing
man.
wrong with that.
It's all about the flavor. For you, it's about the process and how much effort goes into it because you're into that. That's your deal.
I mean,
for the rest of us,
that's
it's just
your
like
kink.
what tastes the best.
If I'm gonna sit here and have a wagyu or something like that, and then have sides, I love like
Bang bang broccoli,
cream spinach with it, or the potatoes how I want them, specially done potatoes. I'm not going to sit there and just like quit on dessert. I'm going to ask for the menu, and if I see cheesecake on it, by the way, our Toronto steak place,
Animal Steakhouse,
no cheesecake, and they're Canadians. Congratulations.
Well, and that's why Boba Shat said, you know what, I'm not interested. I'm going to go sign with the Angels. Yeah.
You go sign with the Angels.
I
can't believe that.
I think cheesecake just tastes weird. I don't get it personally.
Well, it's the cream
so I'm not
cheese.
going to order it, but I think, I like some simple desserts. I mean, just give me some ice cream. Cookies and cream ice cream is probably the best thing you could possibly eat.
Have no issue with the brownie with the ice cream.
That is great.
I think it's lazy.
Whipped cream. Sugar-free whipped cream.
I just think, because you look at a piece of cheesecake, it is one of the most unappetizing looking thing there is.
You seen bread pudding before?
I love bread pudding.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible. That's an awful idea.
Bread pudding is not an awful idea.
Yeah, that's an awful idea. Anything with pistachios in it as a dessert, that is a terrible
my
idea,
gosh,
too.
Lucius.
Okay,
Pack
dude.
that up.
An ambrosia salad.
Oh, that's bad.
Soundboy, cut that man's mic. Soundboy! Soundboy, cut that man's mic.
Yeah, because, man, number 9 on the list is the ambrosia salad. Of the
It
top
looks
10
awful.
desserts.
Is that canned fruits?
I don't know what the hell it
Shredded
is.
coconut looking.
Oh, that's what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
yeah,
fire.
yeah.
Oh, dude, it's green. Yeah, it looks green. I think there might be pistachio in there.
Okay, I got to make sure I'm thinking about the right thing. Does it have like
It-
some type of cream in it?
I think there's like a whipped cream in there.
Yes, that is fancy.
You like it?
Bro, y'all are tripping, bro.
I'll say this: I have not actually had it. It
And
might
now-
taste good,
And now we know the real
but
story.
the look of it is so.
No,
off-putting.
ambrosia. It's all that fruit. It's like
I'm not interested in it.
it's like a salad dressing with all kinds of fruit mixed up in it.
Yeah, it's not for me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
That's a
no,
dessert?
thank you.
Yeah. Well, it's actually an old folks dessert.
I think a lot of
If you
these
go to, like,
are gonna be old
Luby's-
folks desserts.
Like
Yeah.
you go to Luby's, you could get it at the end of the as you're
From the
going-
Great Depression when they couldn't afford to make candy.
Scoop a big old spoonful, too, bro.
Oh, look, we
have
got
as much as you want.
As much as
Oh
you
no, I'm full. Thank you. Yeah. Ambrosia.
Number 10 is the candied apple.
The
Is
candy
that Ambrosia, the musical group?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like the caramel
You're
apples,
so good at this.
that type of stuff. Where like you're probably gonna
Yeah.
break a tooth biting into it.
Which caramel apple?
Messy. There's an apple in the middle of it.
It's kind of strange.
A raw apple.
The honorable mention was the spumoni.
Spumoni?
Yeah, like, and spumoni. It's got to be Italian.
Is it the ice cream with the it's red, green, and white?
Yes,
It's the color of the Italian flag, right?
It's a modern Italian frozen dessert made from layers of different flavored ice creams or gelatos.
Not terrible.
That's got pistachio, Lucius.
That's
What
a
are you
terrible
guys
idea,
talking
bro.
about?
I actually
like
like
the
pistachio.
pistachio.
I love
The ice cream,
pistachios.
I like pistachio.
As a
Don't let
dessert, it's
Lucius
terrible.
influence you like this.
Well, hey,
He's on it.
Lucius mentioned he does not like the pistachio, so I am just.
I like
letting him know.
pistachios, not as a dessert.
Not as a dessert, and that's
It's a terrible idea.
And also,
we were really struggling to come up with something that day.
Pilgrims?
All I got.
Well, we got pumpkin seeds or pistachios?
Let's make a pumpkin seed ice cream here. Oh my gosh, it's really going to go off here for the fall. Candied fruits, nuts, and sometimes whipped cream in there as well. It doesn't look that bad, but I don't know that it wouldn't be up the top seed for me. It's kind of like a Neapolitan ice cream, except we're throwing out, we're subbing what, strawberry?
They're putting stuff on top of it? I've only had it plain.
Yeah, it looks like on top of it is like fruits and nuts.
I've never had an add-on.
Yeah, there's add-ons. We got add-ons here, man.
Okay, no add-on.
Number 8 is instant pudding.
Like snack pack?
I like snack pack. I don't think that qualifies as instant pudding.
I can't tell how many damn times I've cut my hand opening that can.
Right now, I'm like adding water to it. I'm mixing it up, and it becomes an instant pudding. They actually had one as a soda product.
Jell-O?
It wasn't good.
Oh, no, the one at soda was terrible.
Not good. It's
I'm
like,
sorry, we don't even do soda anymore, do we?
Sand.
No, you can dunk on them.
Okay.
No,
that was awful.
Well, I mean, like,
Absolutely now. You can let that go if you did.
Well, I'm just
They'll play that back for you in the meeting.
Yeah. I'm just telling you right now, though. That
Trust
you
me.
You mix
They're looking at me and saying, hey, we don't want that guy back.
You mix it up and look at it, you don't want to eat.
No, it's just
You're like, oh, I don't want to eat that.
Pudding. No, thank you. I'm good here. And I love pudding too, 214, but not that kind of pudding.
Snack pack.
Bread pudding's amazing. Bread pudding, worst dessert ever. Gosh, that's a controversial one.
Here's Lucius.
I think I watched Reggie one time eat like 3 in one sitting.
Yeah, Reggie loves bread pudding.
Just hanging out at
I brought him a whole tin.
He was at Chelsea's.
Yeah,
Chelsea's Corner or something. We were watching some football.
How do you make it, Brian? How do you make bread pudding? Take donuts and.
Well, you could use donuts. You could use like old Krispy Kreme donuts. It's got like bourbon in it. It's got nuts in it and stuff like that. But yeah, you kind of bake it all together, and it's actually it's
incredible.
It is. It's so sweet and flavorful.
Yeah.
But you could use bread, or the way I've seen it done is donuts.
Yeah,
and
donuts
it's
would be
really
good.
torn up donuts. Lucius in there like laughing.
What about some beignets?
I don't know how you can not like it. I don't understand.
Anyone have that opinion?
You hear what he's describing?
What a schmuck.
Alien life form. Yeah. What's wrong with your taste
But
buds?
F you and cheesecake. Popsicles is at 7.
Oh,
Who's hating on a popsicle?
I like popsicles.
I'll tell you, the bomb pop's a little overrated.
Okay. There it
That
is.
red, white, blue thing in the summertime, that
some of
thing
them are.
melts down so fast.
It's not the best. The white,
Sticky, not good.
the white part I'm not a fan of.
What?
Yeah, the middle of it.
You don't like the flavor profile of
It does. It gets weird.
the white frozen popsicle stick?
Yeah, it's like certain colors of frosting, too, like the red frosting. Gross.
I do love popsicles
Yeah.
and just like ice cream on a stick. You know, like you get a fudgesicle cooked up or whatever. You know, they got some like craft like ice cream.
I think that pink thing is
now.
overrated, too. That
Fun
ice
stuff
cream
with
pink thing.
popsicles.
The screwball?
Pause.
Talking about the screwball?
No, not the screwball. The pink thing. The little thing you push up with the stick and the paper.
push pop?
Yeah, the push pop. Like
Yeah.
That's
Flintstone
crazy
style? Those
talk
are
right there.
incredible.
Yeah, that is
well,
the Flintstones push
ones
pops,
are
bro.
so
Bro,
good.
you-
Orange?
We got in so much
Yeah.
trouble in my house over those for eating them too fast. Are you kidding me?
Yes. Those things are.
Those are delightful.
I tell you what, you guys are way out of bounds on that.
You
There are a
smell.
lot of items, though, in that ice cream truck that I think are just packed with too many preservatives and artificial flavorings, probably to keep them fresh, sitting in
Yeah.
that freezer for 3 years before somebody buys them.
Spider-Man popsicle.
Yes.
Yeah.
The SpongeBob one.
Yeah.
There's that texture on them. Like a regular grape popsicle is amazing, or the fudgesicle is amazing. The push pop, really good. But I've been over the last 10 years or so, I got a 14-year-old and a 4-year-old. I've been living at those things. They drive me crazy because a lot of them are garbage. Yeah.
That is
Step
frustrating.
your game up, ice cream.
I mean, we
man.
have this nostalgia about them because it
No,
was
that
amazing to
Baskin
chase that truck and the wrapper and the red, white, and blue,
The
whatever.
songs.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yep.
But the quality of those is not up to par usually.
How about those popsicles you used to get from the grocery store and you had to split them with your brother or sister or whatever? And you never could split them properly?
Yes.
And it's always a problem?
They always gave them away at summer
They caused
camps.
so many
There
fights.
was always a fight.
Yeah,
there was always a fight.
Super cheap, too.
Bang
Those
for
are
your buck.
good. Those are good.
Used a knife on those, by the way.
Oh, to split them?
Yep.
Number 6 is candied yams as the top 10 worst dessert.
Dessert?
What?
Yeah, they got it down as a dessert here. I think that's more of a side.
Yeah.
5
for
is
us.
mincemeat pie.
Wow. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's pork chops and applesauce.
Wow.
That's not in America.
Where'd that come from? Is that German or something?
That sounds
19th century.
Dessert, man.
Crazy, bro.
Take it down a little bit of vodka.
Mincemeat pie.
They're at the gates.
That's like
Make me a mincemeat pie.
Yeah, that's like Game of Thrones.
We're about to be taken over.
Quick down mincemeat pies.
Oh, jeez. I can see Patton's tanks. We make a mincemeat pie.
Unload the pies. Carrot cake at 4.
Dawson's
Carrot cake
Jones.
kicks ass.
I love carrot
Oh,
cake.
and carrot cake's so good.
Bad marketing, like to put carrots in there is not smart.
Yeah.
You know, like in the name.
As a kid, I thought the sound of it was
it's like,
terrible.
why would I want to eat that?
But it's delicious.
It is so
It is
good.
Black licorice.
I like the actual cake part. For me, it's the icing with too much cream cheese.
Yeah, it's got
Cheese.
cheese.
I knew
Yeah.
Dawson would say that.
I like the nuts in there.
What?
Black licorice at 3.
Yeah,
That should be
That's
one.
a dessert?
That's
candy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the candy.
I'll take the mincemeat pork chop bit.
I disagree with this one too, but rice pudding is at number 2.
I've never had it.
Put some cinnamon in there.
Yeah, it could be soothing.
I'm a fan.
I'm just telling you, you know what's happening
Indian
now?
cuisine, it's really good and sweet.
My man's eating his kids' food. Like rice stuff on him.
You're actually not wrong.
Oh,
yeah.
You didn't want all this? Here.
He's been crushing the dino nuggets
Are you
lately.
done?
Drop a couple of shrimp in there. Like, oh,
I love when the hands go up, done, and now it's Daddy's cue.
Perfect. Those SpaghettiOs are mine.
We actually just got her from HEB their pancakes that are stuffed with peanut butter and jelly. Oh, she doesn't finish those.
that sounds like a Crustable.
It's a good morning. Yeah, it is. It is an Uncrustable, but with pancakes instead of the bread. Wow, delicious.
Winning.
Number 1 though, worst dessert, fruitcake.
Oh yeah.
Come on, man.
That thing's horrible.
Right. I can't get down with the
most
fruitcake.
most regifted item in the history of the holidays.
Yeah, it's just I don't know what's going on there. That's just gross.
If it's got the nuts in it and a little liquor, it's gonna bang.
I do like nuts and liquor.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
It's gonna bang. Whatever, man.
Name a better
Can't fight you
duo.
on
It's an
that.
acquired taste. I'm for sure of it.
John Oning's coming up at 3 o'clock from Pro Football Focus. We'll talk Cowboys DC candidates. What's next, Chief?
We've got your college football hump day, Darty, featuring big-time portal chaos and an early nominee for Sports Quote of the Year. That is next in the nation. Batolos, I want to tell you about my number 1 most favorite local family-owned roofing company here in the Metroplex. Of course, that is Greystone Roofing.
card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. John Oning's coming up at 3 o'clock. At 3:20, we're going to take a look at the biggest takeaways from the Cowboys press conference earlier today. Here's the chief of some football.
Yes, sir. Crack them if you got them. It's time for the Darty.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the rain man. Call.
Okay, Ty Simpson, Alabama quarterback. Looks like he has gone ahead and declared for the NFL draft. Was up in the air the last couple of days, trying to get a feel for how the league thinks about him. His dad says that of all the GMs they talked to, not one GM that they contacted gave him a second-round grade. So they're looking at a first-round grade for this guy. We'll see how that stands. I mean, this is obviously a light quarterback class, so I can understand why he would want to do that. And you never know how things go moving forward, but like for next year, it seems like the QB crop will be much more dense than this year. So I can understand him wanting to get up in there. But he's also a guy that's only started, like 15 career college starts? And
has not fared well.
I saw from Dan
Very Mitch
Brugler.
Trubisky-like.
Yeah, Trubisky, Dwayne Haskins, Anthony Richardson. Like, those are the guys that you're talking about that were drafted in the first round over the last decade and had 15 or fewer college starts. So it hasn't really
Mark Sanchez
worked out all that well. Yeah, Sanchez is another one of those guys. So, I mean,
it's good news for the Cowboys, though. I'm probably going to push at least another player down with the Packers pick if he goes top 20 or so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And if Dante Moore does not declare, then that's your second quarterback that might go before 12.
Right. And it's interesting, too,
because Dawson talking about the draft.
Locked in, man.
I'm having fun with it, and I like Ty Simpson. You know, I think if a team doesn't have to use a top 10 pick on him, you're getting a guy who's athletic and accurate. You know, and if you look at how Bama's season went, they couldn't run the ball the last month of the season, and the pressure was too much on him. I get that, but I like the tools.
Let me ask you this, Dawson, and I hope I'm not putting you in a bad spot. Remind you of anybody you've seen?
Smaller Aaron Rodgers.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Smaller Aaron Rodgers.
He's probably 205 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the way kind of the arm angles, the slots,
his athleticism in the pocket, his quick release, his accuracy.
Man. All right. I'm not doing as a like, whoa, what's he saying? I'm really interested now. I mean, I'm like I say, when the All-Star games get done, that's when you get all that film. I'm interested to see what did Indiana just, I can't remember, did they just beat him up?
Yeah,
they knocked him out of the game.
I'm trying to remember all these,
I think he's been battling
so
injury
many games. He has been battling injuries
the last 6 weeks.
Yeah,
he hasn't looked quite the same guy the last month of the season.
Yeah, and you've seen, like you saw it with Cam Ward and with Carson Beck, where they've declared for the draft, and then within a couple of weeks, they reverse course, and Miami has sucked them back in. So maybe that's on the table, but I do think with there really only being Mendoza, then we'll see about Dante Moore. I think this will probably be pretty firm for him. But, yeah, Alabama now is going to be much younger at the quarterback position, and there is a new quarterback officially in the draft world for you. Now, you also have the crazy situation last night, huh? With the quarterback that may be flirting with LSU.
And the Washington kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Washington.
This is a bizarre story.
DeMond Williams, after already agreeing to a deal to return to Washington, signed a one-year rev share agreement worth about $4 million. The agreement is a Big Ten template document used by all league members and built for situations like this. They're saying it's supposed to be a binding contract. Like the agreement is supposed to prohibit a player from entering the portal once signed. And that's why you have Washington refusing to enter his name into the portal, even though he came out last night with a social media post saying like, "Hey, I'm going into the portal. Don't contact me," which is usually because he's already got something lined up with the team. Like, teams don't bombard me with your stuff, because it seems like everybody was thinking that this was going to be an LSU situation. They were going to up the money for him and everything like that.
We're going to mess this up.
This particular thing?
I think what's going to happen is I think they're going to deem this as a binding agreement, and I have a feeling we're probably looking at a player that, it's probably going to go to the court system, and the court's going to have to kind of figure it out, and he's going to be the case. Once you sign, this is the Kurt Flood free agency back in the 70s. This is whatever, Andy Messerschmidt, whoever. This is going to be the one that the case that they said, when people try to go against this, it's going, what's my guy's name? Williams?
Yeah, DeMond Williams.
Yeah, Williams versus NCAA or Williams versus University of Washington. Yeah. This is going to be the one. LSU's going to not get this guy because
if this isn't binding, then what is? Right?
They got it, and it's
transfer
my school.
anytime I want.
It's my school, and I'd love to have the guy play for us, but when are you going to stop? What mechanism or what defense do these teams have? At least in NFL, they got the franchise tag.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing you can do to stop a player, from moving around the way they are.
No, just happened in Nebraska. They had a quarterback in the portal, so like, yeah, I'm going to come to Nebraska, and then a day later it's like, nope, just kidding, I'm pivoting, I'm going to go somewhere else. But Pete Thamel's reported that Washington's going to prepare to pursue all legal avenues.
They should
to enforce this.
They should absolutely do it.
And it sounded like they had a deal with him in the mid $4 million range.
Yeah.
So they were paying him some big money.
Yeah.
And I'd be pissed if I was them too. They absolutely should pursue legal action.
And I guarantee LSU, because we've been getting killed on players here, we're like transfer portal losers is what we are. And so we probably made a desperation move at a guy, trying not to do it the right way. And yeah, listen, if the guy wins, I'm not surprised. But these teams need a way to protect themselves. They have to.
Yeah, and it's tough too, because now you have clearly like your quarterback doesn't want to be there. Now you just have that weird element as well, where it's
Very
like
awkward.
I get them wanting to chase this down just to like set a precedent, like you can't do this.
Yeah.
But also for this exact situation, it's like everyone in that locker room is like, bleep you. You're not our quarterback.
Yeah, it's a weird
You don't even
deal.
want to be here. So it's like a weird dynamic from that standpoint too. But if you are Washington, you do want to blow this thing up and make it a huge deal so that this will be the last time something like that happens.
Sure. How could you
now? It's like everybody in that locker room is like, forget you.
Well,
and he announced it when there was like, I think there was a death to one of the other athletes at Washington. I think it was a soccer player maybe. And so they were having like the funeral, and all the team is there. And that was when he dropped the social media post.
This guy sounds like a bleep hole anyway. I wouldn't want him as my quarterback.
Right. So like that's the other dynamic to this whole thing as well. But total chaos. You also have chaos with Ole Miss right now, of course, because you have some of their coaches that are going to LSU. Pete Golding, who's the head coach now with Ole Miss, confirmed that Joe Cox and George McDonald are the two offensive coaches who will not be with Ole Miss for the Fiesta Bowl versus Miami tomorrow night.
As long as they've got Charlie Weiss Jr., I think they'll be fine.
Sure, I think they
Pete Golden
this whole thing anyways.
Pete Golden calling defense and Charlie Weiss running the offense. They'll be fine.
But you have Ole Miss coach Joe Judge, I think, giving us the sports quote of the year, even though we're just a few days into it. He was asked about just how hectic everything is and how chaotic everything is with the coaches, LSU, Ole Miss, trying to prepare for a playoff game. And he says, quote, now remember, he used to coach for the Patriots. He says, quote, my next door neighbor was Aaron Hernandez, and I know this is more chaotic.
Wow. That's saying something. Wow.
That's a real quote.
That is a
real quote. My next door neighbor was Aaron Hernandez. This is more chaotic than that.
I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
There it is.
Thank you, Chief. 1 hour down and 4 to go. We got John Owning, Pro Football Focus, coming up next here, talking about this DC search with you here on your home of the Cowboys.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen. D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now, John Owning from Pro Football Focus here on your home of the Cowboys. And a good afternoon, John. How the heck are you?
Doing swell. How about y'all? How y'all doing?
Well, we're doing good. I thought the press conference earlier, that took a little bit of the wind out of the sails.
Yeah. Yeah. So is Jerry to use 300 words for something that only needs 10. So it was an interesting experience for sure.
But I thought it was interesting hearing Schotty talk about, what kind of defensive coordinator they're going to be looking for, the exhaustive search that they plan, and some of the traits that they want that guy to have. What qualities do you think work best for the Cowboys and they should be looking for here in this hire?
Well, like they said, I want someone they have the ability to adapt their scheme to the personnel they have, and that's something that, Eberflus wasn't able to do consistently last year. He was too stubborn with his schemes, and I think that's something that they've obviously pinholed as something that has to be with their next defensive coordinator, because in today's NFL, with the way offenses are able to attack defenses, you have to be able to adjust. You have to be able to do what your defensive personnel does best, and if you're too stubborn, there's going to be offensive coordinators that are going to be able to find your weaknesses and attack it with consistency.
And do you have one guy in mind or a handful of guys that match that description from your perspective?
Yeah, my favorite guy is I'm driving the Jim Leonard bandwagon. If anybody wants to jump on and join, we have plenty of seats available. But I'm a big fan of him. I love the work he did at Wisconsin, I think. And if anybody wants to learn more about Jim Leonard, just type in Jim Leonard on YouTube and Clinic, and he has a couple of Clinic talks on there, and you can kind of get a general understanding of who he is as a person, as a coach, and what kind of his defensive philosophy is. And the things that I really like about him is not only does he adjust his scheme to fit his personnel, which I think is one thing that coaches that come from college don't get enough credit for, is they have to adapt their scheme consistently to the personnel, because it's so different from, every couple years or bringing in, almost a whole new starting lineup. So you have to be able to adjust on the fly and make these adjustments that guys, and be able to, one thing that Schotty mentioned that I think Jim Leonard does really well is be able to communicate complicated subjects very simply. And in those Clinic talks, you can see he does that very well. And when a lot of times when they're talking to 18 to 21-year-olds, you got to be able to simplify very complicated concepts. And I think Jim Leonard does that really well. I really like the way that he structures his entire defense. I like the way that he attacks opposing offenses. He doesn't let the offense dictate how the defense is going to play. He tries to use his defense to dictate the way the offense is going to play. And I think that's a consistent part of the kind of defensive coordinators that I really like. The Brian Flores's, the Jim Schwartz's. They are very good at dictating and being aggressive to the offense and dictating what's going to happen.
When it comes to the personnel on the defensive side of the football, I know Steven looked at a linebacker and he looked at the secondary here, John. But when you go ahead and you're looking at the Cowboys depth chart, what's the first area that you're saying we got to address this and this needs to be improved?
I think the first area is probably linebacker, just because that was where you had the most inept play without injuries really hampering the area. I think secondary was obviously bad, but there were so many injuries that hit that part of the defense that they have a little bit of an excuse for their terrible play, but linebacker doesn't. And then outside of linebacker, I definitely think edge defender, just because I think the only guys under contract are Ezaraku and James Houston, so you definitely need to add more talent there. I would say probably linebacker and edge would be the first two for me that I would look to for the Cowboys to upgrade, because you have to be able to win in the front seven. As you can see in the playoffs, most of the teams there are winning with their front seven. They have really strong defensive lines and really competent linebackers behind them. And competent linebackers that not only play against the run, but they don't have to be hidden against the pass as well.
John, okay, you mentioned the edges and the linebackers, and I know you've already got started on your process of doing the draft. Give me those two. Give me the players that you would take then at 12 and the one you would take at 20 in this case.
Oh, Ryan, you're coming with the hard questions right away. But just to let people know about my process, I'm not someone who places grades on players really early in the process. I try to get a feel for players first and then try to dive in. But, from my early looks and the people that I like, I think obviously my names are going to be similar to a lot of the other people's. I think names at 12 from linebacker and defensive end. Obviously, I'm a huge Sonny Styles fan.
Yeah.
I think he would be a perfect fit in this linebacker crew to go with DeMarvion Overshown. He's someone who I think he really has really good instincts. He's very competent in coverage. And the thing that I like about him is he's improved, incredibly in his ability to take on and get off blocks.
Yeah,
even on the
sure
play where
has.
he missed his first tackle of the year, he got off a block to do so. So even on a play that was bad, so to say, for the game, but from an evaluation perspective, it's great to see him be able to get off blocks, especially as a Cowboys fan, where the linebackers seem to stick to blocks consistently.
Yeah.
And then on the edge, I'm not a really big fan early on of the Keldrick Fox and TJ Parkers of the world, but I really like David Bailey. I really like Ruben Bain. Those would probably be the two guys that I would consider at those two spots. Cassius Howell.
I was going to ask you about Howell. Yeah.
Yeah, those are two guys would probably height less so, but Cassius Howell would be someone I would probably consider more with the second first round pick.
Yeah.
I think that his speed, bend around the corner would be really good with the Cowboys, be able to play that open side edge for whoever their defensive coordinator is, whether it's a 4-down guy or a 5-down guy or a 5-man front guy. I think he would be a good fit. And one name I also want to talk about, just because I have to bring him up and no one else brings him up, I know Wojciech probably already knows who I'm going to bring up, is my guy Akeem Mesidor from Miami. He's not going to be a first-round name, but I tell you, his pass rush ability is as good as these first-round guys. He's so intentional with his footwork, so intentional with his hands. He cuts angles. He corners extremely well, and he sequences his hands better than I think anybody in the class. There are plays where he's initiating with a double swipe to one side, and then he'll transition to a snatch arm over on the other side. I think that was against Notre Dame, his first pressure. Really, really, really impressive play, and I think he's just been dominating during the college football playoffs, and I'm really, really excited to see what him and Ruben Bain can do against Ole Miss tomorrow.
Yeah, let's make sure we check them feet, though, bro,
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? You got a lot of connections, bro. You got a lot of connections. Check them feet, okay?
Yeah, I mean, 100% I've heard. The thing that kind of flummoxes me, though, is that we usually don't see people get knocked for injury stuff like that until we get around the combine.
Oh, they start killing him.
He seems to be getting knocked prematurely right now because he's getting ranked consistently in like the 70s, 80s, 90s in these rankings. And you have another guy, Romello Height, who's another guy who's going to be 24, 25 on draft day, but he's being projected in the 20s and 30s. So I'm just like confused, and I personally think Mesidor is a better all-around player than Height is.
Yeah, I tell you, the scouts, they got him in the first round. There's scouts that have this guy in the first round. As you and I have talked, we need to look at them feet, make sure our medical's okay to keep him in the first round.
He has a really interesting story. He started out as like a defensive tackle when he came out, and then he's grown into such a. Not only is he a good defensive end, he's a pretty athletic dude. He's pretty quick. He corners at a good place. He's able to maintain his speed around the corner, things that you look for to see if a guy's a good enough athlete to play on the edge. He kind of does all of that. So he's just a really fascinating story the more and more I dig into him as a player and a person.
It's John Owning, Pro Football Focus, here with you on The Fan. How does the free agent class line up for the Cowboys' needs this go-around?
I mean, I've only taken a preliminary look at the free agencies and who's available and stuff, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. And I know that, obviously as of right now, it's going to be as good as it's going to look because a lot of these guys are going to get re-signed, franchise tagged, and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm not in love with the free agent classes. I wish it would have been almost a different year that the Cowboys are going to be able to spend money, but they should be able to find guys that can provide substantial upgrades over what they're doing. But it's just which of those guys is going to actually make it to free agency.
Continuing with some of the defensive coordinator traits that you want to see, John, is it more about, hey, you're playing man coverage? Is it about the simulated pressures? Is it about disguising coverages? Like, how much is that important to you when it comes to these coaches?
Yeah, I just want somebody who's more aggressive. I want somebody who's going to attack the opposing offense. I like being a more aggressive, maybe a little bit higher of a blitz rate, blitzing a little bit more, using sim pressures, providing different looks, and obviously disguise coverage rotation, showing too high pre-snap and rotating to a single high coverage, or showing single high, rotating to a too high. showing, a Tampa 2 and bringing a cover 0 blitz, all those type of things, that Brian Flores does so good at Minnesota and that Jim Leonard did so good at Wisconsin. Those are the type of traits that I think personally that I would think fit this team and would kind of send the defense in the correct direction moving forward. You see all these kind of defensive teams that are on the cutting edge of schematically, like Mike McDonald, someone who I look at a lot, and what they're doing in Seattle. I think that they're really on the cutting edge of what you're supposed to do from a defensive scheme perspective. And I think it would be nice for Dallas to kind of push their defense in that direction moving forward.
John Owning, PFF, with us here on The Fan.
All right, John. So let's talk about these safeties. Caleb Downs did declare today, I'm trying to will him into existence at pick 12. I don't know if he's going to make it there, right? But when you look around the league, I thought it was interesting that you brought up some covering fire there for Malik Hooker, because I think the Cowboys safety room is absolutely atrocious, and quite frankly, that includes Malik Hooker. He's a box safety now. He'll come up and tackle. I don't know, and I told you this, when's the last time he made a play in coverage? But maybe just being so narrow-minded when watching the Cowboys, you will watch other teams around the league. Why is maybe Malik Hooker not that bad compared to other safeties around the league?
Because I think Malik Hooker falls into that category. He's not like a difference maker, but he's also not someone who's killing you either. It's kind of just like a little bit of an average safety, and I would say. And when you have a defense like the Cowboys that needs upgrades at so many places, that we're playing below average at so many positions, you kind of have to pick and choose which spots you're going to, quote unquote, really target to upgrade. And I think Malik Hooker is one of the holdovers that you can kind of maintain and still play competent defense with. I don't think Donovan Wilson is like that anymore. I think he's kind of fallen off and been below average, and you have to find a better upgrade over him. I think Malik Hooker, he's just a really smart guy. He doesn't make many plays, but I think he does prevent more plays than he gets credit for. He is in the right spot. We don't highlight the plays where he's playing, single high safety and he prevents a post from getting open deep, or he's, being the curl hook defender and he robs a crosser and the quarterback has to go to his second look and then he finds someone. I think he does those type of things really well. He's just not the type of person who's going to make a ton of plays on the ball himself. He's not going to be making game-changing type of plays. And, if this defense was already, hovering around like the 12 to 15 range, then definitely I think Hooker would be an area that you look, the free safety position would be an area that you look to upgrade. But the Cowboys are so bad and need so many help at so many different places that I think Hooker is one of the guys that you can kind of still win with.
Them having so many needs is one of the reasons that at least for like a thought experiment, I'm up for considering, what it would look like if you did not bring back George Pickens. I don't know if I detected any sort of waffling on that today from the guys, but I would point out in 2021 they averaged 31 points a game. In 2023 they averaged 29.9 points per game, and this year was 27.7. Is this the best use of their resources?
I mean, I think so. I think anytime you can get a type of talent that can kind of stretch defenses, that can force defenses to have to pick and choose who they're doubling, who they're bracketing. Someone's always going to get singled up, so you're always going to have answers for no matter what the defense is doing from a coverage perspective. I think you have to be able to have that, because despite the fact that we have seen the Cowboys have more, quote-unquote, score more points per game in previous years that they didn't have George Pickens, we have seen them in very important situations where teams really bite down on CeeDee Lamb, and then the Cowboys just don't have the other guys that have the ability to create separation and to really consistently create good throwing windows for Dak Prescott, and that's where the offense kind of stagnates. This year, I would say the offense more stagnated because of, suspect play calling in the red zone and then offensive line woes and injuries up front. So I think that you want to keep this passing game as humming as it is right now, try to keep it operating at as high as a level moving forward, and try to stretch the resources at other places that try to make it work.
So you mentioned the suspect play calling in the red zone. Overall, what were your thoughts on Brian Schottenheimer in year one as a head coach, but also the play caller?
I think overall he did pretty well with the hand that he was given. I would give him probably a solid B-. From a play calling perspective, I think there's two issues I think that he had I think one is that he was too cognizant that he had Brandon Aubrey and his ability to make really long kicks in his back pocket, so he wasn't aggressive enough with his play calling when he got to like a midfield, cross midfield. I think he should have been more aggressive there. And in short yardage situations, especially in the low red zone, I don't think he relied enough on the run game. I don't think he trusted Javonte Williams and company enough to really punch the ball in on, give him multiple opportunities to punch the ball in on those short yardage opportunities.
You're the man, John. Enjoy Wild Card Weekend, and we'll be looking forward to catch up with you soon.
Hey, appreciate you guys having me on. Have a great day.
Salute. There he goes, John owning Pro Football Focus and the Cross Chop podcast there with this guy, Nick Harris, Star Telegram. It's a quality pod. You can find that on YouTube. But we got the C-Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening. What Schotty had to say about what he's looking for in the DC and the way that the defense is going to play moving forward. We'll get you that coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, just call D&M.
retention of your team. From AI-powered intelligent HCM to HR advisory and employee solutions, we give you more of you. New customers book a meeting with Paychex and get a $50 gift card. Visit paychex.com/you.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Looking for security you can actually count on? DFW Security is local, top rated, and always there when you need them. Get security with smart cameras and control it all with one easy app. Call DFW Security today.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, time for the C-Note and the best recap you're going to hear of everything that was notable from today's Cowboys season-ending press conference with Jerry, Steven, and Brian. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Krusty's Corner's coming up in about 15 minutes or so. You'll hear from Broadus. Okay, Jerry, like at the top of the deal, celebrated keeping Dak healthy, talked about Schotty's role in that. Did you guys notice anything from the scheme that was more protective of Dak? I think the only thing that you could point to was that Javonte Williams' pass protection ability was just elite, and maybe Schotty was instrumental in identifying we're going to have a great pass protecting running back as we move into the future with Dak Prescott if we want to get the best out of him. Maybe that was one of the hidden reasons he was better this year than he's ever been.
I kind of feel like it really was the quarterback's doing. How many times early in the year did we, and I understand what you're saying about the blitz pickup stuff, because there was a lot of times that Williams was cleaning up messes.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think there was a lot of times early in this season where Dak was having to avoid, move, find a spot, throw the ball. You know, he took some hits. Maybe it's Dak's own conditioning going into the season, you know, the way that he always kind of comes back in shape. But whatever he did,
he was shredded.
Yeah, whatever he did last year, as far as getting ready, the diet, the stretching, whoever he was working with, you know, go back to that situation because he was moving around really well in the pocket, and then when he did take some hits, you know, he was able to kind of pop up. You know, he didn't put himself in any real bad position. So I think it was really on the quarterback's conditioning going into that was more than some kind of scheme changer. Even though that Williams did better, though, it might have helped, too, having Booker inside. You know, with Booker and Smith and Beebe on his second year, just a little bit better inside there, too.
Guyton had a good run where he wasn't giving up as many pressures, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I
when
think
he played.
Yeah.
I worry about Guyton. I'm not going to lie.
Just for health reasons.
I want to believe in Guyton, and I think he's got an NBA body. I think he's one of these NBA guys. You know, when we watch him and he plays the wear and tear, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wait,
it's not built solid.
Yeah,
it's not built for contact.
Yeah, it's not built for contact, and all of a sudden he's like he gets taken wide, and then he sprains an ankle, he rolls over on it, and.
Yeah.
You know, it's these guys in the NBA, they're great-looking, physical specimen guys, and then they can't stay healthy. And I'm afraid this might be one of those guys that can't stay healthy for you.
Well, need him to be the best he's ever been next year and stay healthy. I think they were committal to Tyler Smith today at left guard. Schotty said that's what he told Tyler Smith is for the time being your left guard. But if we get into a situation where somebody gets hurt, then we might need you to slide to left tackle. But at least for offseason purposes, your permanent position is left guard. But he mentioned by name Guyton and Thomas and feeling pretty good about them with a full offseason of work. But it is notable that in back-to-back seasons, Guyton went out with injury, and then it was like he was healthy and maybe possibly could come back. But last year they went with, forget his name, the other, Udoka. Yeah.
Udoka, yeah.
And this year they stuck with a different combination instead of sliding Guyton back in there. Maybe confidence isn't that high. On Javonte, Steve said he is at the top of their list, and they want to sign him on a multi-year deal. And Williams wants to be back, and they are talking to the agent already. So if you're a big fan of Javonte, it seems like that deal might get done there in the first couple, 2-3 days of free agency.
And I would think that if it's going to get done, it's probably not going to be anything that's a crazy high market type of deal. Because I don't think they're going to go. I mean, that was the whole thing with Rico last year. They didn't want to go over and pay $6 million for him. So I think Javonte probably gets himself a deal that he's comfortable with, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that $10 million range.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that in the valuation of the guy, him and Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Right? $10.3 million.
I just don't. I think the Cowboys have pivoted in that philosophy ever since Zeke. I don't think they're paying top of the market for backs anymore.
Man, I would love to see them go bring Javonte Williams back and get Breece Hall. That would be something to legitimately get very excited about. Because I mean, for as much as I like Javonte and he checks most of the boxes, he just doesn't have that game breaking ability. Jerry was pretty defensive throughout the afternoon, and he was asked if Schotty can hire his own DC, and he basically said Flus wouldn't have been here without Schotty's approval, and said Brian basically has a chance to redeem himself with what he does next. So I thought that was interesting, but I would say Jerry more rattled and defensive than usual, and it became very clear that he's got rabbit ears. He's hearing all the criticisms about him. And I hope that puts him in a position where, he's not defiantly insisting that he is all those things, but he actually, has some actions that can change the narrative about him. I think that's what you got to hope, that it's become personal for Jer Bear. Because throughout a lot of the press conference, he actually had a rare moment of honesty where he said, I don't want to come up here and say we're going to be more aggressive than we have been and then not do it. And you guys would be like, hey, what happened there? But then by the time they got to the walk-off, he's back to what was the verbiage? We're going all in, or we're going to be super aggressive.
Budget bust.
We're going to bust the budget.
That budget.
Yeah, and he was not willing to go there publicly, sitting next to Stephen Jones and Brian Schottenheimer throughout the afternoon. It was much more reserved. But I think maybe something you said earlier, Chief, maybe that he sensed that the air had been taken out of the room by the presser, and he wanted to do something exciting to inject it back in there. So you keep the beat writers strung along. They write stuff. They create content with the idea of building excitement for free agency. But I really don't expect it now.
Yeah, I mean, he says we'll do some dramatic things. It was a dramatic thing we did trading Micah, and he says we're going to keep this thing as good as we can possibly be. Finances are no object. We're going to make it as entertaining as we can and keep it as lively as we can for everybody. That was in the walk-off.
All right. Well, I'll drink to that. I guess there's a chance, but I think if you really want to hope that this team's going to be better, it's nailing the draft and then nailing the budget free agent additions. Like the year that they got J-Ron Curse. Remember that year where, I mean, they only spent $20 million, but they got 6 guys that were contributing regularly. Like a couple of times a decade, they'll nail this shopping on a budget deal.
And it's probably the marrying of, you get the right defensive coordinator in Dan Quinn, who is able to adjust and has a plan for those type of guys. And he did for J-Ron Kurtz for a year to 2 years. It was like, holy hell. He's got himself this like rover position where it's like hybrid linebacker safety, and it works out great. If they can find that, then yeah, I mean, you're going to be cooking, but it is clear like the difference in dynamic, and I could be totally wrong with what's going on behind the scenes, but just from observing the presser, for Steven, everything comes back to the draft, and then Jerry just seems much more open-minded to like, yeah, I mean, ask Steven, he knows more about the salary cap, but hey, I'm down to be a little bit more aggressive in free agency if there's a situation out there that we want to attack. I think him also pointing out trades, if they make a big move, it's to go trade for Max Crosby. It's not signing a free agent. It's them mortgaging those picks or a pick and going to get Crosby out of the Raiders. I really think that's one of their things in the back pocket.
He did mention the idea that it didn't necessarily have to be using the picks, that trades were possible. Shoddy talking about the defense, okay, this is what I teased. Sorry to get to it late. I said the number one thing we have to do is stop the run. I think they took pretty good steps towards that this year, but they need better linebackers. And as Brian told you all last summer, the entire team needs to be more physical, better tacklers. Says the other thing that they're going to need to do is take the ball away. And you know, when he talks about that kind of stuff, I think maybe that could have been his biggest criticism with Eberflus. Like, we just didn't put this secondary in enough positions to go get footballs because we were letting the opposition play with clean pockets too much. You know, and we got to do something if you're not winning the one-on-one matchups there. What Shoddy's looking for in a DC, though, I thought was maybe my favorite moment. Great teacher, great communicator. He said the teaching thing is big because what they're asking the team to do is very complicated. This isn't a simple defense on both sides of the ball. And what that goes to is the adjustments, the rotations before and immediately after the snap based on what the offense is doing. And we all have to be on the same page. I think that's a tall task to get better at that for 2026. Like, you need a veteran, smart football team. And if one thing we've learned from the years of Mike Zimmer and Matt Eberflus, this isn't a group of defensive players right now that learn things quickly. And maybe that's because they haven't been taught well enough, or maybe that's just because, who they kind of are. They do what they do, and they don't have much of an appetite. They're not leaning into learning more. They're not capable of learning more. I don't know what that is, but getting a communicator in there that can inspire and educate very quickly is one of the top priorities for Schotty. And he said the kind of scheme they want, more flexibility and unpredictability, because that's the kind of stuff that gives them problems.
Right.
Some smooth talking going on there.
Well, we'll see. I think he did a pretty good job on the offensive side of the ball in that department.
I'm not aiming that at you. I'm just aiming that at a guy. When you ask somebody a question like that, and you obviously, did he think the same thing about? You think the same thing about Matt Eberflus when he had the opportunity to? They stepped up there and said, hey, yeah, sure, bring this guy on board. Yeah, absolutely. Schotty knows.
You're trying to get the job at that point, right?
I think we're getting buffaloed.
You're trying to get a head coaching job, and they're like, "Hey, we like Eberflus. Do you? Hell yeah, I like him. I'm the most agreeable son of a bitch in this building today."
We all like Eberflus. We all do. I think he's a very smooth talker. I think he says exactly for media. He's a great media soundbite guy. When he's, that's a good question there, Todd. We want a tough-minded.
You're right about
guy.
that. Yeah.
I'm just saying, how about somebody, go out and go out and prove to us that's who you're really going to go get. If you have a say in this, go out and get one of these guys. Go out and get Jim Leonard. Go out and get the guy at Minnesota. Go out. Don't let me have to deal with some guy I've never heard of before because he was in the Dan Quinn tree or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And maybe it's going to take.
Well, Clayton Adams we hadn't heard a lot about, and that was a great hire, wasn't it?
You know what? Absolutely. And to me, I'm looking at this though as if they do not play in free agency, you're going to need a guy. You're going to need whoever does tricks. Magician.
Ooh, Chris Angel. Give me Chris Angel.
You're going to need that guy because if they don't get players, that dude is going to have to he's going to need Harry Houdini get out of with the chains in the box underwater.
Magic wand.
It ain't going to matter. It ain't
going to David Copperfield up there.
It needs to be wins, man. You're right. Because I'm
tired of everybody standing up there and telling me what I want to hear.
Yeah,
I really am. How about going out there and for one effing time, go out there and be a real NFL team. Go out there and make it a priority to get this S right. Chuck, you made a great point yesterday. Same amount of wins with Cooper Rush at quarterback last year as this year. Same deal. Same amount. Fired the coach, got rid of guy, same deal. It's the same crap. You had to find a way to win 10 games this year to get in the tournament. You couldn't do that. I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of you sitting there and telling me that, you're peeing on my leg and you're telling me it's raining.
Yeah.
No. Stop. It's disappointing. It really is because he's a smooth talker. He's going to make everybody feel comfortable. Hey, that's a good question there. Everybody's like, oh, yeah, I asked a good question today. Yeah, okay. Oh, he called me out.
That's why I don't ask him any questions.
He does make you feel good. He's a hell of an interview on Fridays for the morning show.
He will completely disarm you from being tough on him. And I don't want to hear it anymore. Oh, we want a coach that every coach says the same damn thing. Yeah, we want a team that can run the ball. We want to be tough on the defensive lines. We want to blah, blah, blah. Go make it actually happen instead of sit there and peeing on my leg.
Yeah, and the fact that they still haven't requested for Jim Leonard today. You know, and Stephen was asked about that. We have guys, and probably by the end of the week we'll have requests out. You had an opportunity to go and get this Jim Leonard thing done as early as today. This is the week to do it. He's on a bye. His team's the number 1 seed. Same thing, really, with Carl Scott, if that's a guy that they're interested in Seattle. Their team's on a bye. They haven't requested any of these guys to our knowledge now, and that is, I got excited. And this is what happens, right?
Yeah.
You start to think like maybe it's changing a little bit. Like, ooh, Schotty's got them moving a little bit faster. Still haven't really seen that as evidence yet, based on them not really taking any movement in terms of who they're talking to for this job yet.
Schotty didn't want to see Eberflus in the salad line today. Yeah, he didn't want to see him hanging out, grabbing a meal. He got tired of him. After that whole thing, he got tired of him. He said, Minnesota, he sent him to the coach's box. Hey, go, just get off the field. I don't have time for you anymore. He didn't want to see him showing up and like, hey, what's going on? Anything happening?
And I think he's tough, and I think he's willing to have the SOB conversations. He just doesn't want to do it publicly. I think he's plenty tough. I don't think he's trying to overly charm or kiss anybody's ass internally.
I think you're absolutely right about that.
Okay, we got to run. Great stuff, though, Brian.
Yeah,
I appreciate that
You
passion.
think he's trying to kiss the media's ass?
He's definitely trying to kiss the media's ass.
I think behind closed doors, at least it does
Prove
sound
it
as
to
though
me
he
then.
has the
Prove it.
difficult
Prove it.
conversations.
Prove
The
it to me
Cliff
then.
Notes is stop buffaloing us
Yeah.
and quit peeing on us.
Yeah, he
I think those are two fair, just human decency
Strong takes.
requests.
You know what? Listen, I'm tired of all the BS going on over at that place. Lot of it. Poor owner, 82-year-old man, has to sit there and try and drum things up and make everybody excited because nobody wants to do anything. The old man's the one that wants to do stuff. Everybody else is afraid of what could happen. Hadn't worked in 30 years, boys. Need to do something different here.
No, I think you should re-queue up that Stephen Jones rant as well, because I think it's dead balls on. We need to see something different, and I hope Shotty can be a part of that. I'm still a Shotty believer. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I'm going to make you even worse of a Shotty believer. We'll do that next.
Well, let me get you some positive news to the good people in Fort Worth. That's my neck of the woods, and the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here.
Stinkin' Truth podcast.
I would imagine that if John wants to coach, he'll have about 5 job offers here in the next hour or two.
Tell those know where the best breaking sports news coverage is. Right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. A daily football fix is coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time right here for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here at the King.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you playing that every day. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. Eric and I recorded a Love of the Star this morning. It's up. Encourage you to give it a listen after you're done with our show today. We'd appreciate that. Went through a lot of names, didn't we, Eric?
We did. Yeah, some hidden gems.
Felt like we covered some ground there of some guys, some possibilities. I talked to some guys around the league about some of these coaches and stuff like that. So check that thing out if you would. That would be Love of the Star. Where you get your Odyssey podcast for sure. Okay. Yeah, I went on a little rant. I'm tired of this football team.
I don't blame you. I appreciate it. Felt good.
I'm going to keep trying to find some players for it, though. That I will do. I will not quit on that. This morning was my last morning ever working for DallasCowboys.com.
Ever?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, run since sort of like I worked for the team, from what was it? How long was I at that team? 1999 to 2005 in scouting, and then Derek Eagleton brought me back 2011. There's 8 years after that, and then came over here and started working. I think I did the math right on that. But, yeah, it was I really do appreciate all those folks over there. Derek Eagleton, Nick Eatman, all those guys. Mickey Spagnola. I'll say nice things about Mickey. Mickey and I went after it a lot. But I appreciate everybody over there. The reason I'm in the position I am now because of working for DallasCowboys.com, and then the platform to be on that was incredible. It really, really was. And Sean Payton was right. They know your name in China when you work for the Dallas Cowboys. So thank you again for everybody over for that.
I remember when you left ESPN, I said we need a guy like Broadus. I remember talking to Bruce Gilbert about it. I was like, man, this is great.
Oh, really?
Great content
Well,
when you're available.
I appreciate that.
And when the .com thing was, transitioning there in 2020, I was like, we need Brian.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Been awesome to have you.
I really have really enjoyed this, and what we're doing, with Crown Global Media too, has been a lot of fun as well. Today, though, on the last show, Derek Eagleton put some questions. Derek's probably listening right now because he always does. But Derek asked some questions of us, and I want to ask you guys these questions too because I think it's some interesting topics, and it's we're kind of in that. I went on that little rant about talking about needing to do things different and stuff. But when you go back and you blame, Derek was asking could you put a percentage on the blame of the front office, the Matt Eberflus, and the players? Yeah. If you could divide that up of how and why. And I know my thought about it. I'm just curious about, Eric, what your thought is. If you could put a percentage on, the blame of why this didn't work. And like I say, there's the front offices involved, the Eberflus is involved, and the players are involved.
Yeah,
those are the categories that you can work with.
Yeah, and it's tough because the front office and the players are all sort of intertwined there. And so, ultimately, the front office, all the decision makers when it comes to hiring Eberflus and picking the roster here, that has to be the biggest chunk.
I agree with you. I totally, and I put a percentage on it at 50%.
I think that's very fair.
I was going to even say 60.
You could put 60, and you know what? I think the fact, and please, I'll allow you to finish, but I totally agree with you because they hired Matt Eberflus. The front office hired Matt Eberflus. They're the ones that said, well, we know him. We've known him for decades. We think he could coach, And then, but also they'll blame them for the players not being any good. Zach likes to tell you, and he's absolutely right, look at the drafting on the defensive side of the ball. Look at that. That's why this defensive roster is not as good as it needs to be. And maybe Matt Eberflus can't coach that. I think there's some blame there. I think the front office has 50% of this blame for sure.
Yeah.
And then I went Matt Eberflus on 30 and the players on 20 is what I went.
Okay. Yeah,
that's how I looked at
60, 30, 10. 60 to the front office, 30 to Eberflus, because he had a hand in some of these players too. He wanted Elam, he wanted Kenneth Murray, he wanted Sanborn, and then 10% on the players because they got to take some ownership of this, but they were selected by the front office and the coaching staff.
Yeah.
So that's how I would divide it up.
And I think all of them except for Trayvon Diggs were doing their best. I'll put the blame on you if you're not doing what you're capable of doing because your attitude isn't right. But I generally feel like the Cowboys players gave good effort. They were just ill prepared to do what the coaching staff wanted. I would probably go 70% front office because not only are they responsible for the players, but they go through this Eberflus interview and select him and just have it be a horrible fit. I think they need to own quite a bit of that blame as well.
I think you're onto something. The 70%, 60%. I'm probably too low on mine. How about you, Wooly?
I'm with you. I think 70% on the front office because it's just a consistent issue.
Yeah.
And and Ed Werder brought it up during the presser today. And yesterday we went through the numbers. Since 2020, 3 of the last 6 years have been some of the worst defensive seasons in the history of the organization. And those are 3 different defensive coordinators.
Yeah.
So these are, and Zim's a guy that you at least saw improvement throughout the season.
Oh, no, Zim admitted he effed this thing up too.
But you didn't at all with Flus and with Mike Nolan. So I think 70% on the front office because they're the ones that are still hiring the coaches. They're the ones that are still putting this together in terms of the players, and they have been refusing to change the way in which they operate. And then I'd probably go 20-10, 20% on Flus because he was stubborn as hell and didn't want to change.
That's what I'm saying. I threw the 30% on Flus because his inflexibility.
Absolutely.
You go into a job and you're like, okay, man, I'm not going to have Micah Parsons. I'm going to have to do some things differently here. All season long, just the stubbornness not to even try and do something a little different. And at the end, I'll blame at the end the front office. I think it's inexcusable for Jerry or Steven or anybody of that in that front office to tell me that when asked why Logan Wilson didn't play, it's like, well, that was the plan. Well, how about you go in there and tell the head coach or the defensive coordinator, you don't play Logan Wilson, you're fired. Well, I'll make a change right now. But to inexcusably have to maybe explain, well, that was kind of the plan going in. Somebody should have right then and there. If that was the general manager should know exactly. He should be able to tell the coaches, play these guys. And if you don't play them, I'm going to fire you. But the fact that that Jerry has to stand up there and Steve and everybody so it was a thought that you allowed Matt Eberflus to go ahead and do that at the end of the year. When you told him, and I think that maybe the message wasn't told to him strong enough. How was it? Was it just implied? Oh, we'd like to see Logan Wilson this week. I blame the general manager for that one. I do.
Totally fair.
You, as a general manager, you have got to walk in there and tell that guy, I'm tired of seeing Kenneth Murray play. Let's play Logan Wilson.
Especially when you're the owner and general manager.
Yeah.
Like you have all the autonomy.
That's what I'm saying.
You can ever have.
Any general manager could walk in there and tell the head coach what to do. He can. He could walk in there and say, "Hey, I'd like for you to play this guy this week, and let's see what we got." And I can't believe that the message didn't get through to somebody, But the general manager needs to be responsible for that too. Like he could stand there and say, "Well, that was kind of our plan." Oh no, sir. If it was your plan, it should have been executed. and it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, if it's going to be your plan, it better be flawless, and we don't know to what extent Eberflus was messing up. Like, to hear Dante Fowler the other day in his exit interview, like his line, I don't care how good you think your scheme is, you got to evolve around your players, take your players' opinions on some things. I can't wait until more information, because I think there's going to be even more stuff about how stubborn that he was. If we're going to lose and you're going to give me bad players, then I'm going to do it my way.
Yeah.
I think is what you found out. And maybe the pride and ego of a guy that had been a head coach could not be subverted enough to take suggestion.
Well, see, that's the thing about it is if he would have fired him with 2 games left and everybody's, well, why did you fire him now? I asked him to do something specifically and he didn't do it. We're not going to have that around here.
Yeah, because we had to find out more about Logan Wilson. We got a 1-game sample size.
That's all.
We needed a month.
That's all.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he could play or not. I really don't.
I've seen a big cap.
I don't know. So to me, again, I like what you guys all said. I think the front office needs to take a lot of blame for the Matt Eberflus hire and for him to do what he did during the year, and maybe Schotty. I mean, how much did Schotty needed to go in there and be a little bit more firmer with what the expectations were needing to be going forward. Obviously, that didn't happen either.
Yeah, difficult conversations is something that Schotty prides himself on being able to have and make them productive. And I would say he failed in that regard when it came to his DC.
Yep.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Woolchuck, I need a fix, man.
All right, I got you. This NFC East team is all in black eyes and silent movies. That's next.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. The 254 says, I know you guys can't say it on air because Jerry Jones is your boss, but his ego is the problem. I've said much stronger things about Jerry Jones. He's not our boss.
He's not our boss.
He empowers us to give strong opinions. He understands media and says, the criticism just comes with the territory. So he is actually the easiest professional sports partner I've ever worked for in my 27 years in radio.
When I worked for the man over there at DallasCowboys.com, I sat there for 3 years in his building, him giving me a check every 2 weeks, trying to fire his head coach.
Yeah.
Not one time did Jerry Jones walk up to me and say, stop it. Not Charlotte Jones, Jerry Jr., Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones. Nobody in 3 years were trying to fire Jason Garrett ever came up to me on his platform.
Yeah.
On his DallasCowboys.com. If you think that he really is that way and we can't say things because he's our boss and all that, you are so full of you know what.
Yeah. Yeah, he embraces it, man.
It's the biggest lie ever told.
He absolutely, like I told you, one time he walked up to me and says, you are kicking my ass. And this is working at .com. He goes, you are kicking my ass, but you're fair about it.
Right on.
And that's Jerry Jones in a nutshell right there.
And with that, it's time now for a daily football fix. And here's Wolchuk. Get y'all fixed up.
Let's do it. Let's get our fix.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
Shit, I got to get my fix, man.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's go. All righty. It appears Jim Schwartz is going to interview with the Cleveland Browns for their head coaching job tomorrow.
Well, looky.
He'll probably get it.
Let's see. Now, all of the dog pound is trying to get Harbaugh. Now, I don't think anyone else, everyone really does want Harbaugh, but they're trying to link it to
that would be a great hire.
At one point, he said he grew up a Browns fan.
Yeah.
His parents are from Ohio.
Yeah.
They're trying to put all the connections possible to try and get Harbaugh to Cleveland. Maybe it happens, but the Giants are all in. According to SNY's Connor Hughes, they are all in on Harbaugh for their search. Now, they wined and dined. They had dinner with Stefanski last night. Speaking of the Browns, their former coach. They're also going to visit with him a little bit more today, but then they are expected to interview Harbaugh.
Trying to talk him into being the OC for Harbaugh.
By all in, do they mean we'll do whatever it takes?
That's what they're doing.
Do they have a Cowboys definition of all in? Like, if it's the right price, we're all in.
And I think that they probably are more, we're going to do whatever it takes.
Dawson, just assume it's something different.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably different.
Something different.
They're in a league of their own. Now, the Falcons also are a team that's going to be increasingly interested and aggressive as well, was the quote on one Harbaugh. I think every single team right now, even some like Miami, we're hearing, with head coach Mike McDonald, or whatever the heck his name is. McDaniels. Mike McDonald's is in the McDonald. He had a farm and he's in Seattle.
Well,
but Miami's kicking the tires here.
Of course. And Miami hasn't come out with the official team statement of McDaniels coming back, right? So that's one little nugget right there.
Do you think he would even know if he was coming back?
No.
Well, he thinks he's part of the GM search, as we talked about yesterday, but apparently he's not, according to our South Beach insider, Eric Chiafalo.
Well, no, he's not directly involved in the interviews of the GMs and stuff like that. But when a guy like Harbaugh comes available, you're insane not to give him a call.
100%.
So now you'd have to overpay by miles, I would imagine. Like, why would you want to go to the Dolphins?
And
That's a disaster class.
Stephen Ross, like a billionaire guy.
He can afford it. And he's got the Harbaugh ties with Jim and the Michigan stuff. So
Jim.
I'm sure, but and I think the Harbaugh contract will be fat anyways. Like, I can't wait to see what that deal looks like, because he's clearly the one seemingly home run hire right now, right? Among all these head coaches.
Absolutely.
So 63 years old, we said?
He's the Vrabel of this year's hiring process.
Yeah, so his contract's going to be insane, but for him to want to go to the Dolphins where they're still having to pay Tua, they're just a total dumpster dumpster organization.
It's the challenge.
It's the challenge. I don't know.
It's rebuild the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Earl Morrall dropping back.
Look, he might end up with the Giants. Now, I was
Bob
listening.
Greasy's hurt this week. We got Earl Morrall. We're winning games.
I mean, if he does end up with the Giants, I think the silver lining is there will be a new king of meaningless regular season victories in the division.
Okay. And I hope
about
you're
that.
right.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Sucking on the John Harbaugh teat, firing at Shoddy, worshiping Harbaugh.
We're gonna win every preseason game. That guy does that.
Does this make you a little bit more nervous? As I was toloing this morning, listening to Sean Sharif, and he was going through who could this other seventh team be that called Harbaugh. Now we know it's
What
probably
team
the
you
Dolphins.
talking about?
But Sean had a theory that I think actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Rubbing those small hands
What
together.
happens with the Eagles? Do they decide Nick Sirianni if they go out in flames against San Francisco, which I predict they will? Do they say,
I like
you know
what Sean's doing right now.
You know what, Harbaugh? You were here. You were our special teams coach.
We brought him.
We brought good relationship, worked together for many years.
Yeah.
You kick Sirianni out, you bring Harbaugh into filthy.
It would be an upgrade.
So the Giants and the Eagles, maybe we got to watch out for him within the division.
Yeah, I can see that 100% for sure.
It made a lot of sense. I was like, dude, Sean, I could see this happening. You were on to
Sean
something.
just came up on his own?
Yeah, he's smart.
He is smart. He is smart.
He does a lot.
Yeah, and you've seen Howie Roseman.
I like what he's doing there.
I think that
I like
was
what he's trying.
really good thinking. I was like, damn, dude, I could see that happening. Because they're all, I mean, it's Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. They're trying to just kick those two to the curb. Now, you saw Tanner McKee play against Washington.
Yeah.
I think Eagle fans got a dose of like, ooh, maybe Jalen Hurts ain't
We
that
saw
bad.
that at Stanford when we watched him play.
It's terrible unless he's playing the Cowboys in the season finale.
That's anybody.
Or really anybody. Yeah.
But, I mean, Howie Roseman, aggressive, move, like pays Carson Wentz, moves off him real quick. You could see this happening for sure.
No doubt. Now, another name to consider, Albert Breer, who we do enjoy, and he is an Ohio State guy, so he is privy to some
He is Ohio
information.
State, yeah.
Sports Illustrated Insider, got to talk with him at the Super Bowl, super nice dude. In his mailbag segment, he was asked about names that he's heard that are in the mix for the Cowboys DC job. He replied, I think they kicked the tires on Brian Flores and Matt Patricia. Brian Schottenheimer's dealt with the Patriot family of defenses plenty over the years. The availability of Raheem Morris and Jeff Ulbrich is intriguing as well, considering their ties to Dan Quinn. But he is now in two separate areas, just throwing out Matt Patricia's name. I don't know.
That's surprising because I think that he really liked Matt Patricia being the defensive coordinator, and the fact that he's throwing his name out there tells me that he's actually hearing something.
And I'm with you. Like, Albert probably is hearing something. I have been kind of out on the Patricia idea for the only reason of I don't know how to judge how good he really has been at Ohio State because the talent's so damn awesome there.
Yeah.
Like, has that uplifted him? Much like Chip Kelly. He had
I don't know,
tons of
man. We
talent
enjoy
to work
watching
with.
that film, don't we?
Yeah. Then and I think, I mean, the Miami game, though, did that make you feel a little bit differently? I thought they were going to dominate, and they kind of got bullied a little bit. Outside of Caleb Downs, he played well. But, yes, I mean, I'd be interested.
They get bullied.
I'd be interested in Patricia, but I think there's some other names that I would definitely have on my personal wish list before we got to him. And we can't even call him Fat Patricia anymore. So we lost a lot. Well, did he put it back on? During the season?
He's good.
During the season, it can happen. You can get away from it.
He looks fine.
Stress eating.
Yeah.
I'm telling you about
nights.
Probably wasn't stressing too hard with
That's
that
why these
Buckeye
coaches
defense.
wear hoodies when it's like 105 in
As
the
they
early
should.
season game.
As they should.
Yeah.
Teams just do weird things, though, with their interviews. Like Matt Nagy's getting 3 different head coaching interviews with the Titans, the Raiders, and the Cardinals. Why?
Bill Walsh said this very poignantly. He said there's only 6 teams you have to worry about.
I think you want to...
Oh, because everyone else is stupid?
Yeah.
Well, you want to bring in coaches from great organizations to see what tea they'll spill to you. You know, see if you can get yourself educated.
I can get in on that
under
idea.
the guise of an interview.
That makes a lot of sense because he was bad in Chicago and he really has not done well in
Dawson,
helping
you're
Andy
on to
Reid.
something. I used to do it all the time. I brought this broadest guy in. He told me everything. He told me about Randall, all these guys. It was a credible interview.
You also have the what not to do interviews, right? Where you just want to, like, everything that you say, I just want to make sure I'm doing the exact opposite of.
Genius.
So that'll happen from time to time.
Absolutely. That very well could be the What Not to Do interview, having Nagy get in there. All right, let's
What Not to Do interview.
Let's go to Bobby Wagner.
That's a real man.
It's like, who would you hire, coach, as your assistant? It's like, make a note, none of these guys.
I want none of these guys.
None of these guys.
These guys. None of them. Get out of here. All right, hold on. I'll save Bobby Wagner for the mixed bag because this is going to be an audio clip and we're up against it. Let's get to Jordan Reed's mock draft. I saved this from yesterday because it's a hump day and I love a good hump day mock. Vegas, Fernando Mendoza, not a shocker. Quarterbacks go 1-2 in this. Dante Moore goes 2 to the Jets, the Oregon quarterback. We go down to the Cowboys pick here at number 12.
Number 12.
He's got Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State. You did not have Caleb Downs on the board. You did not have Spencer Fano from Utah, the offensive tackle. Ruben Bain was gone from Miami. David Bailey was gone from Texas Tech.
We got wiped out.
Arvell Reese was gone. So, yes, in this scenario, totally cool with Sonny Styles, the pick there.
Can you give me 3 or after the pick was made?
Keldrick Falk was available from Auburn.
That was a no.
Lemon went, the wide receiver from USC.
He's a first-round receiver.
And Peter Woods, the defensive tackle from Clemson.
Man, I'll tell you what, I'm not happy with anybody other than Lemon there.
The guy I would have considered would have been Mansour DeLay in the corner from your LSU Tigers.
Let's go.
And I love him. I probably would have taken him at 12 over Styles.
You would take him over McCoy from Tennessee, wouldn't you?
No, they're so close to me.
I get to talk about this tomorrow.
I've got McCoy graded a little higher.
Okay.
As the number 1 guy, but I love Delane. I think Delane's really, really good.
Dawson, you like Delane a lot, right? That's your guy?
Yeah, I like all 3 of these guys.
Yeah, Delane, I'd be in on. Now, the Cowboys.
It's cool that none of them are getting taken in the top 10 in a lot of these mocks. Like, I think you'll have your pick a corner at 12, at least so far.
Well, how about this? He's got the Packers winning in the first round, so we end up getting the 25th pick in the first round from Green Bay. The Cowboys, do I say we because I'm drafting with them. Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, last because teams are worried about the ACL tear, and he goes to the Cowboys at 25.
I mean, if your doctors look at it and they're like, yeah, we got serious questions, but an ACL is fairly routine repair.
Well, it's been a year now.
Yeah, just
I think he could have played. Like, I think he could have played this year if Tennessee was better, if they had been competing for the playoffs. So I'm not as worried about it either.
I mean, there are ACL complications that happen, but I would just say the odds of it happening back-to-back to you on corners and the guy having a training camp re-aggravation of it, pretty low. And McCoy is awesome, dude. It's rare that you get a guy that's got ball skills, coverage skills, and he's also a certified dog.
Really?
Like, he's going to be one of your most physical players.
Damn, Dawson scouting him up.
Just an absolute stud. Finally, as we close down the fix, thoughts and prayers with former Texas Longhorn and NFL wide receiver Jordan Shipley. He was hospitalized with severe burns from an accident at the ranch. Gavin, I think during a break you actually brought this to our attention.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on with Shipley here? 20% of burns all over his body. Hopefully his face is okay. I'm sorry. Is that inappropriate? But that's what I'm thinking.
Because he was a good-looking guy.
Well, 20%. If you got burns on your body, you can recover
you can
from
hide
that.
some of those things.
But you get burns to your face.
Look like
you gotta go full Deadpool now.
Yeah,
you do.
I mean, you can make something of this.
Just wear the suit.
There's a track record.
So he was on some piece of equipment, like a big tractor, and couldn't get off until he caught him on fire.
Yep. And then he was driven to a local hospital there with Austin. He was on a medical transport flight. They actually had to fly him there to that hospital.
Yeah, ranch hand takes him to the hospital. They're like, we got to get out of here.
Yeah.
What did you say, Chief?
I just got lost in the sauce for a second. I thought we were having fun, and I forgot this was a very serious story.
Well, we can't have fun with it, but I mean, the guy is supposed to be in stable condition, so it's not life-threatening.
No, for sure. For sure, but
so bring the
easy
fun
to
on.
say if it's not your face,
Yeah. The Deadpool smashed.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
I hate you.
Is that what started with Deadpool?
Yeah, it just brought us gave me the look, and then I realized, oh yeah, like this is actually a serious story.
Yeah, we got to be sensitive.
Let me chill a little bit.
Yeah, dude, come on.
Jeez. All right, we got more sports here on the way.
Do we?
Yeah, we do. The most interesting thing Stephen Jones had to say and how it impacts their draft plans. That's coming up next year. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
All right, I'm always looking and cooking up a Prize Picks lineup. I want you to do the same. You can't.
today's Cowboys press conference. We'll look at what Steve said about the coaches and the players coming in and how that might impact draft plans. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, when talking about the coaches in the draft, they said they need coaches and players, this was Steven, ready to make an improvement immediately. So I think that's interesting. Number one, you don't want a defensive coordinator that's going to significantly change your scheme from where your talent is aligned right now. But also, Steven spoke specifically about players and needing players to come in and make an impact immediately. Does that eliminate like traitsy guys that have a higher ceiling? Isn't this higher floor players that are ready to come in and help you immediately? And at 12 that's a no-brainer, but I think at 20 or 25 with the Packers pick that could become a factor. Like, you don't want to take another tackle who you feel like, yeah, he might be ready to go by the time we're in year 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would be now, those second-round guys they've ended up taking chances on, like Kelvin Joseph, maybe the Randy Gregory's that have come with some baggage over the years. Maybe they take a second look at that and say, like, you know what, that's burned us before. So now that's why, and this might be some influence that Brian Schottenheimer's had. And the other buzzword that we had last offseason from Will was guys that love football.
Yeah.
And they definitely drafted a lot of high-character guys. The one common thread with basically everybody in that draft class last year, team captains. Yeah. They were all team captains, leadership guys. So with Shoddy and the culture movement, I mean, everything's been about culture of buzzwords that I'm talking here. Maybe that's some element to it. And I do think you need a couple of guys on your roster that have a little bit of a screw loose at times. We're not trying to have an all-choir boy type of team here.
Yeah.
But I also do understand if you're an organization that's kind of looked the other way in the past and you've been burned by those guys recently when taking said chances, maybe you've had enough of that.
Yeah, I want rugged and tough. I don't think you need unpredictable and lacking impulse control. Like, I think that gets you in trouble too often in pre-snap penalties, in unnecessary roughness type situations. So I want the toughness. I don't think you have to sacrifice in order to get that. Do you guys feel like Sonny Styles, who is the most mocked player to the Cowboys this week at 12, is ready to go out of the box year 1?
It's funny, Dawson. I was going to ask you a question. Have you seen Howell from A&M?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll check. I'm going to ask you guys this question then. If you had a choice between Howell and Bailey, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, who's the most ready to rush the passer?
I think it's Bailey.
I think Bailey.
Yeah, I think he's more ready to stay on the field. I think Howell right now is going to come out and in situations he's going to go get to the quarterback on 3rd and long. But if it's not 3rd and long, I don't know if I think he needs to add like play strength, lower half.
I kind of felt like that if you asked me I think Howell is more NFL ready
just because he's so quick
than Bailey.
He's got something to win with today.
I think if you're in a situation where you were like thinking, okay, to Stephen Jones' point, we need guys that need to play now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The clear upside is Bailey from Tech. The clear, the old floor, ceiling, whatever that, we all talk. The ceiling for that guy seems really, really, really high, But I kind of feel like, though, if you're in a situation, now think about this. If you're in a situation where, again, you can't fix everything on defense, at least for this draft here, do you need the more ready guy?
I think so. Yeah.
And that might be what Steven's saying.
Yeah.
And I wonder, okay, is there another guy? Because to me, I think Bailey's really good.
Yeah, you're talking about two guys that have both been highly productive.
Yeah.
You're not talking about a 1 year, like Romello had 1 year production. Right. These two guys over the course of their career, very productive, whether it was Hal from Bowling Green. I mean, that dude was an all-MAC player and had a bunch of production there. I think Hal actually is the better all-around player.
Yeah.
In terms of pressure and being able to play run defense, I think David Bailey's the better just pure rusher.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder if Steven is telling us that we need Howells, and even though Bailey's a great player, I'm not trying to say folks there in Lubbock. I think Bailey, he's a first-round grade for me. No problem with him. But I wonder if Howell overall, as you said, is more ready to play right now. Plug in, go play.
Is that run defense stuff you're talking about?
Yeah, it's the run defense. I think Howell's a better run defender right now than what Bailey is. But I think Bailey, in terms of just who gets after the quarterback, I'd take Bailey.
I don't think Howell has enough weight to set the edge properly. I think he's going to get bullied by tackles.
Yeah, you watch Notre Dame handled him pretty good. LSU didn't. I'm watching him play against LSU. I'm like,
smoked those guys.
He stepped up and had a huge play at the goal line against Notre Dame late in that football game where he just knifes through between the guard and tackle.
Right. I mean, how'd he do versus Miami in that playoff game? Those are real NFL tackles.
I haven't seen the Miami game on tape. I need to get that one up.
It wasn't great.
Yeah.
Wasn't great.
But Howell has a way of reading the blocker and attacking the outside arm while throwing a juke at the same time that makes him win not only with the quickness but with his hands and with he's got like jukes almost like he's a basketball player or a soccer player trying to set guys up to sneak around it when he gets them wrong-footed, essentially, to use a soccer term. Steve also mentioned team needs. He mentioned linebacker first and then went to secondary, and when he came back around to edge, dude, he was talking about bringing back Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah,
I know.
Could you imagine them not making a significant investment at edge?
No, I wouldn't be able to stomach it. I can't even fathom that being the case.
I have a feeling that the best player on the board at 12 is going to be an edge.
Could be, especially
unless they think that Delane. I bet you they have Delane over McCoy. The LSU over Tennessee.
And Howell's one of these guys that if he gets knocked for the short arms, I don't know that they're going to even like Howell. Yeah. They're big on the measurables. They really are.
How about just watch the damn tape?
I agree with you 100%. That's why I fight for the tiny DBs.
Yeah.
He is a menace out there. Yeah. He's going to bring it. I think he's going to be a tone setter. Either one of those players, I'd be happy with. I do wonder though, because of the size. You mentioned the arms, if Howell might be available with the Packers pick.
See, that's what I'm saying though. I kind of wonder because to me, I'm looking at these defensive ends hard. It's to me, if you do nothing in free agency, if you just play big zero like they have the last several years. I'm looking at a corner and I'm looking at an edge. And maybe with that second pick, I'm thinking about one of those linebackers if that's the case. Because now I've kind of painted myself into a corner. I'm going to need defensive players.
Yeah.
I can't look at Mauanoa. I can't look at any of these. I can't look at Fano. I can't look at any of these tackles. And it's a shame that I can't do that because if I don't play in free agency, I've got to use those two picks on defensive players. I got nothing else.
So if he says linebacker first and your first pick is at 12 and Sonny Styles is on the board there, do you think he will be there? Or is Styles more likely to get taken in the top 10 or slip outside the top 20?
I kind of feel like that initially I felt like that Styles was undervalued by media scouts.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling what's going to happen. He's going to be in that range where I think it's going to be close.
I love Styles. I think he's going to end up being a tremendous pro. I think that he's kind of
Ohio State linebacker.
Ohio State. He's only in the second year playing the position, converted safety, freak athlete. I'm a big fan of his game. I think his best football is ahead of him. And you saw, John talked about it as well, but you can see from week 1 against Texas to all the way to the playoff game, like the growth throughout the year, fighting off blocks, understanding he's got a knack for blitzing, getting to the quarterback. Great coverage guy, which I think is really important as well. A guy that can be a 3-down player, doesn't have to come off the field. I do like Styles a lot.
I think he's going to be. I think it's going to be close, Dawson. I think he might be inside that window. Like I think NFL scouts, media scouts are going to catch up on Styles. I think media scouts had him undervalued, and they're going to start. They're going to go to the combine. They're going to go to the Senior Bowl. They're going to go to these, and they're going and the guys the McShays and those guys are all going to start hearing Styles' name, and it's going to be in that top 12.
Shotty did spell out who he sees as the leaders on the defensive side, 92, 95, 97, so your 3 defensive tackles and number 0. Yeah. And I think that's a decent foundation from which to build on.
And that's why you're probably not going to look at any defensive tackles.
Yeah.
You're going to have to. It's going to be edges, corners, linebackers, and maybe you might get lucky on a safety.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Wolchuk Mixed bag time?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get a little puck action for you. We'll talk about our Dallas Stars. And have you ever watched a movie with no sound? That's next in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece at 10:20, we've got Mavericks late.
Bart Show, Run the Bases, Enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Alrighty, thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Football's finest is coming up at 5 o'clock here on your home of the Cowboys. It's time now for Wolchuk's Mixed Bag. Here he is to mix it up with you.
All right, so we've got a little bit of an insider off going on between Shefty and Rappaport on what really is going down in Baltimore when it comes to one John Harbaugh. So yesterday, immediately after the firing, you had rap sheets saying that the players had quit on John Harbaugh. He had lost the locker room, and that a lot of players in the building no longer wanted to play for him. Well, you have Shefty on Pat McAfee saying that I don't think that information about John Harbaugh is true. I think that information right there couldn't be any less true. The players were coming into his office crying, hugging him, sending him goodbyes, calling him one by one. If they felt that way, why are Mark Andrews and Zay Flowers and Isaiah Likely and all these players coming in crying, hugging him, giving him these long, warm goodbyes? I'm not buying that. So who's right? Who's wrong? Is it Rap Sheet or is it the Shefty?
I think in this situation, usually both parties are right, and there's just so many people in an organization, a lot of different perspectives.
Yeah, I think that probably Lamar Jackson is like, I'm out. I'm good here. I don't want to be playing for this guy anymore. He's trying to force this offensive coordinator on me and Todd Monken that I'm really not interested in. Yeah. I'm good. But maybe other players, like the ones that Shefty listed here, are, yeah, we love you. You've been here for our entire career. We
you
don't
helped
know
get me drafted.
Else.
You've helped me be successful.
You're our guy. You're our guy. So.
I mean, he's very likable.
Absolutely.
I think a lot of, but philosophically, I think for the quarterback, there's a more importance on what the scheme is. Mm-hmm. For him, and so yes, I could definitely see like both parties being right.
All right, so a little puck talk here. Stars will be in action against Washington later tonight. Winless in their last 6. They need to turn this thing around. It'll be Casey DeSmith in goal tonight. You will not have Petrovic. He will not be playing. But one thing that's very alarming is the play of one Thomas Harley. And he got paid just a couple of months ago, but he is 10th worst in the NHL in terms of giveaways. Shots are 39% down. Goals against when he's on the ice as a defenseman, 20th worst in the league. His zone entry defense has really fallen off. His exits with the puck are down to 20th worst in the NHL. Thomas Harley has just not been the guy that was really an ascending player and was so darn good in that playoff run, and I am getting a little bit nervous. Now, we were talking to the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle, and Spitzy was saying, hey, maybe you pair him with somebody a little bit better, and that can help him. And I think Jim Nill needs to end up really being aggressive here as we get closer to the deadline. He made some great moves last year. I think he needs to make another move, and hopefully it could be for another defenseman to help out Thomas Harley, because you've got, Miro, he's playing well right now, but Harley is really struggling, and if that's going to be something that moves forward into the second half of the season in the playoffs, the Stars aren't getting to a 4th straight conference final.
Yeah, it's definitely heading that direction, man. And I have faith that they're going to return to playing quality hockey. This is just like the slump they went on last April, late March. This happens as part of a long season with a veteran group.
It's crazy. They're still sitting here like second best team in the NHL, and definitely the second best team in the West from a record standpoint. It's just Colorado's so darn good, and they're still winning games despite battling through some injuries, are the Avs right now. But hopefully they can get off the schneid tonight. And Ovechkin and the Caps can take the L. Stars 25-10-8 still, because they were so awesome for the majority of the season. But this is certainly a slump they need to find a way to work themselves out.
This is the second night of a 6-game trip, right?
Yep, 6-game road trip.
Yeah, okay.
And of course, course, a back-to-back after really got dominated last
Are we
night.
heading northeast here, or are we heading south? Are we doing this Florida thing?
You tell me. They went Carolina to Washington. So
north.
You know, I'm
so next thing you know, we're going to be with the Islanders and the Rangers and the Bruins
coming up
Flyers
for the rest of the road trip.
Yeah, I wonder if they're heading north.
I think they are. I think they're moving and they're pushing here because they're going to be. Well, no, they're actually going to go back west because it'll be San Jose, L.A., Anaheim, and they'll finish it off with the Utah Woolly Mammoths.
So wait a minute. Now they're playing in Washington tonight,
and then they'll get several days off. Which is
okay,
good
God, I thought they were throwing them like, 2 nights later we're going to play in L.A.
They got their back-to-back here, then they'll be off until Saturday. They'll take on the Sharks in San Jose. Then Monday night they'll be in L.A. against the Kings. They'll play another back-to-back. The following night they'll be in Anaheim against the Ducks, and then they'll wrap it up a week from this Thursday in Utah. And then they'll come back home for 2 games.
Jeez.
So yeah, it's a bit of a gauntlet here with this road trip coming up. And then, of course, you've got the Olympics right around the corner. The Stars will have a big representation going on there.
No Jason Robinson, though.
No, which is still crazy. I mean, he's got the most goals among any American players right now. I think he's got the most points among any American players right now. For him to not be in the on the U.S. team, it is pretty shocking. It really is.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Bobby Wagner. This is courtesy of Hard Knocks. And there was a clip here from Bobby about a movie that he watched with no sound. In 877-881-1053, I wonder if you have been part of this experience before. Here was Bobby's situation.
You seen The Martian, where he gets stuck in space? You know, that's the only movie I've watched with no sound. And I watched the whole movie. You just had a subtitle? I have nothing, bro. What? I made up my own, like, just what I thought was going on. Was there a reason why you did that? No. I was on an airplane, and you know how I missed the part where they said... That makes sense why you watched it. Pass you out the headphones. So I don't have the headphones that stick into the thing. So the lady next to me had just started the movie, so I was watching it, and I just saw crazy going on. And I low-key watched the whole movie. And it was interesting.
So in the 2 hours that you watched that movie, did no flight attendant come ask you want some headphones?
Well, I don't know if she knew. I don't even think I was supposed to be watching the movie. It wasn't on my screen. It was somebody else's screen. So I didn't want her to know that I was looking at her screen. So I was just kind of like looking like this. But it was a good movie. And I've always said to myself, man, I need to watch that movie with sound. But then I was like, I don't want to ruin it because the movie good to me without sound.
So he loves The Martian with Matt Damon, which is a great movie. And I think we've probably all had this moment where like you're seeing something
Martian's
on somebody
doable.
else's screen.
Yeah.
And you don't want them to know. Now you're watching and you're kind of like there's no subtitles, there's nothing. But I'd go back and probably rewatch it with sound. I think it's hilarious that he's like, I don't want to ruin it. I like it right now. The movie's good to me right now. I think it'd be good.
The audio production and score team is just like, wow.
Damn you.
I did this on road trips with Derek Eagleton sitting next to me. He was watching Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, so good. All-time great show.
Every week I watched, like he would watch a couple episodes when we were traveling. Never one time listened to the sound. I didn't have headphones or anything, so I was just watching it. And then
pretty good action in
You were
that
just
show.
there for the eye candy anyways.
Well, the very final episode, the very final scene, and Derek looked at me like, you know what's going on? I'm like, I have an idea. I have a real good idea what's going on here.
Jack's just roughing somebody up.
Yeah,
and here comes Tig.
but I like one football season, Derek was watching that, and I just was kind of just peeking at it as we were traveling.
It's a great show.
Never asked to go, hey, can I plug in, that kind of thing. I never got it on my own pad either, which probably is
it's lazier than a cheesecake order.
I think it was very lazy of me to do that.
I watched a great silent film. Now, this was intentionally silent in film class my senior year of high school, The Seven Samurai. It's about this village of people that need to get trained up to be samurais to protect themselves from bandits.
Oh, starring Tom Cruise?
No, this was a different deal. This was like from the 1950s.
This is the first samurai, not the last.
Got it.
Long-ass movie, but it was quality content. I dug it. I think it's possible to make good movies without the sound.
No, The Artist, which was a silent film that won Best Picture several years ago, really the only movie that I've watched that was a silent film, but I enjoyed it. It actually was really, really good.
Dude, A Quiet Place.
Ooh, A Quiet Place
which is
fantastic.
Somewhat, silent or whatever.
Yeah, no, it is.
That was all time for me. That was like one of my favorite theater experiences of all time.
So good. The sequel, it was okay.
Yeah, I didn't go for it.
But the first one was really, really good. And then they made another one with Joe Quinn. I didn't think it was great. It's kind of like a prequel, like with the first day that it happened.
Yeah.
I think Lupita Nyong'o is in it as well with him.
I've watched a little...
Is that the goalie in Vancouver?
No.
Like the
oh, that's long ago. I'm sorry.
Kornheiser and Wilbon, PTI. You're sitting in the sports bar. You're sitting in an airport or something.
You got kind of an idea what's going on there, don't you?
I used to love watching.
I'm watching Pat McAfee right now with no sound.
No sound,
They just had Shefty on. Yeah.
Lucius and I used to love Keeping Up with the Kardashians with the sound off.
That's the only way to watch it.
It's one of our favorites.
It's the only way to watch it.
You're right.
Unless
How does that work?
Talk like that the whole time.
Okay. All right.
Baby, my water, Kanye.
Oh my God.
It was fantastic. It was my favorite way to watch it. It's the only way to do it.
Castaway. Castaway is almost like a silent movie in a sense. That was the last movie my father-in-law seen in the theaters. He's vowed to never go back to the movies, and I'll be damned. He has not been back to the movies.
Did he hate it or something, or he loved it so much he wanted that to be his last?
Don't want to ruin the experience. That's
I can't beat that, man. That's the top of the mountain.
That was it. I can't ever see another movie again. That's the last one I ever watched. To wrap up the mixed bag here, shout out to Joe Buck. He shared on social media. He called
Snarky Joe Buck.
Hey, we like Joe Buck.
We do now.
Snarky Joe Buck.
I used to hate Joe. I used to call him a different name instead of Buck. But
suck
something along those lines.
Troy Aikman gonna come get you, bro.
Yeah.
Duck.
But now I'm a fan. Now I'm a big fan of Joe.
I think Joe could handle himself. By the way, I saw him the other day at AT&T when I was doing the pregame part thing with you, and when I came down out of that elevator, he was cruising through back by the trucks. Dude's kind of jacked.
Yeah, he's been working out. He's been hitting the gym, and he's pretty tall.
It was Joe Cuck, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
I swear, I thought
him up and down.
I swear, I was like, is that Moose? Because my eyes are bad. I was like, who is that?
He's got some pretty legs.
Are you using the jerkins on those legs?
He's Joe Buck,
he's strong.
Super Bowl fullback.
He's probably hitting it with Aikman, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, give a little help.
Yeah. Shout out to Aikman and shout out to 8Beard. But his 7-year-old twins, I guess they were fighting. He had to get in, break up a fight. One of them kneed him in the eye. Yeah. So he had a black eye, called the whole Seahawks 49ers game on Saturday night with it, took a picture of it, posted it on social. Looks pretty gnarly. But hey, you got a couple of twin boys that are 7 years old. I can only imagine
they're going to get after
the type of crap that they're getting into.
I want to know what the aftermath of that was. There's no way that he took that black eye too kindly.
You think
like in the moment, you are pissed.
You're like, what do you do? Because you can't hit him back. Well, you could. You could.
It's just Joe swinging on his kid.
But you're just like, you just cover your eye and eat some peas, and you're just like frustrated.
All right, that's it.
Just guilt trip yourself.
And look what you did. Look
I think
what
me now, kids.
I think
now Dad's hurt.
The kid probably stopped, right? When Dad's injured, like walked away with hand over eye. I mean, he's got to be. Like, they got to stop, right?
They feel guilty.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Depends on the kind of rage you have, man. When you're in that moment, it's like
you guys all had brothers. What was it like?
I never hit my dad. You know, like even accidentally. That would have struck more fear into me than anything.
But you try to take him down as a collective, right? Like you get together with your little, and you're playing King of the Mountain or whatever.
Good natured, but never with real hostility.
King of the Mountain.
I think that's part of the cost of doing business as a dad, though. You got to take those accidental errant shots to train your sons to be aggressive, to have them be killers.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Like, hey, like you don't stop until somebody rips you off of that other individual.
Dawson got his kids pulling bricks in the backyard.
We know what Chiafalo's kids are doing. Chiafalo's kids are using the 410 rifles in the back.
It's like that trend. You go up to the kids and you're like, hey, we're going to go fight. We're going to go fight the neighbors across the street. They got her 4-year-old. I need you to beat their ass.
Yep. Yeah, that happened.
Your kid's ready to go.
Hey, we're super up against it, but I got a Navy story that might go with this a little bit. Okay. We had two guys in our division that lived together. A lot of us, roommated together because we didn't want to live on the ship or whatever. And one of the dudes that, lived with him came to work with a black eye. I was like, man, what's going on? He said it was a bar fight. A couple of months later, he came in there with another black eye. Come to find out, It was domestic violence.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Little Adam and Steve situation.
Adam and Steve. They was having couple fights, bro. Coming to work together.
It makes you wonder about Joe Buck.
That's what I said.
We got 3 hours down, 2 to go in addition to the finest.
Yes, another candidate to replace Eberflus that no one is talking about. That is next in the nation. But Tolos, how about a simple New Year's resolution? One where you're guaranteed to succeed. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment. You will feel more confident.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Q Chats, Hour 4 of the Nation. We are 30 minutes away, 26 minutes away now from the G-Bag of the Day, and then LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Time now for an edition of football's finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Put this name on your list of gentlemen to replace Matt Eberflus right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Let's go to Kansas City and call up Dave Merritt. Steve Spagnuolo's right-hand man, defensive backs coach for the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, this is a name that was popping up when we were prepping for that Thanksgiving game versus the Chiefs. I kept seeing from big-time Chiefs podcaster, insider, those kind of people showing a lot of love to Dave Merritt, the DB's coach.
Yeah.
And so I went and just tried to do a little bit of research here, and this seems like a guy that you should be calling. Now, if this was just the Joneses spearheading this particular search, this would just be a name that you could just throw in the garbage can.
There's no chance.
There's no chance. Similar to Carl Scott of the Seahawks, who I might actually like even more.
And quite frankly, Jim Leonard probably too.
Yeah, and I actually have some shoddy quotes about Jim Leonard that we can get to here in a second. But this dude, Dave Merritt, he played linebacker in the NFL for a few years in the early 90s. He was on staff with the Jets and Herm Edwards early in his career, did some linebacker stuff, did some D-line stuff, and then he hopped on with Spags and the Giants in 06. So he wins Super Bowls with Spags and the Giants. Then he ends up back with Spagnuolo in Kansas City, and he's been coaching the DBs. And he was coaching the DBs with the Giants as well. So he's won a bunch of Super Bowls, Chiefs and Giants, and he's been in and around the league for a long time. And Broadus made a good point. This is a guy that played linebacker, coached linebackers, did some D-line coaching as well, and then ever since has been with the secondary.
Yeah, this guy is very reminiscent of how an Andy Reid worked in Green Bay. Andy was tight ends, tackles coach, then went to quarterbacks, kind of was able to marry blocking schemes with routes. So he had the interior game with the perimeter game.
Yeah, had the full picture when you build an offense.
Yeah, this guy, as you mentioned, he is in college. He was at Virginia Military, and he's coaching linebackers. And then he started when he got in the league. With the Jets in 2001. You mentioned with Herm Edwards. He became a defensive assistant and a linebackers coach. And then with the Giants, he was a defensive assistant and then got involved with the secondary there. So here's a guy that's worked with defensive line in his career. He's worked with linebackers in his career, and he's done the secondary stuff. So that's a guy that's kind of seen it on all levels. And, just not a guy that you think, oh, well, this guy's a defensive coordinator and we can bring him on board. And he's just coached one position. He's coached all the positions. So that's the kind of guy you want that's got that kind of experience when it comes to coaching.
Yeah, a laundry list of really good DBs that he's coached. In 2022, the Chiefs had 5 rookie DBs.
Yeah, Jalen Watson, I remember. They were getting production from guys that were really not big names at all.
Right.
And he ends up making them into pretty darn good players. So yeah, he's definitely a guy that I would be considering. No question, that's a good find.
Worked with Patrick Peterson in Arizona. You have guys like Antrell Roll at the safety position with the Giants back in the day. Yeah. Tyrann Mathieu, Justin Reed at the safety spot, and he's been at the hip pocket of Steve Spagnuolo. So you're talking about the Chiefs ranking 8th in disguise coverage rate, 11th in man coverage rate. Those are things that you want. You know about the blitz packages that Spags has in his arsenal, and you got to think this guy who's been coaching in the league for 29 years, and many of those are alongside Steve Spagnuolo. So that would be a guy that I would definitely have on the list. And with Shoddy, you saw the way he built the offensive staff. He's willing to think outside the box a little bit. Mm-hmm. Clayton Adams, Connor Riley, was it Overstreet or who's doing
David Overstreet.
David Overstreet.
Yeah, from Oregon, right? Coaching the wide receivers.
Oh, that's Junior Adams.
Junior
Adams
Adams
was the secondary coach that Flus brought over from the Bears.
That's right. So you see Shoddy having a a little bit more of a stomach for not just dipping into the same old recycled names when he built out his offensive staff. So I think you can expect maybe a little bit more creativity, at least in terms of guys they're willing to interview to bring in here. So that's another dude on the list. And the Chiefs have a couple, like I think to your point with the Seahawks, and it's even more with the Seahawks in terms of the amount of free agents those guys have defensively that maybe you could bring in if you take their passing game coordinator, Carl Scott, who is fantastic. And
his resume is really impressive.
Resume is amazing. And if he was going to come to town and maybe want to bring in some of his familiar players from Seattle, you'd have a great opportunity to do that. With the Chiefs, you have Watson at corner, and you have Chenal, the linebacker. Right. Two guys that are free agents that aren't going to be super expensive, and you could maybe bring those guys in as well to kind of get this thing off the ground a little bit with some familiarity.
Could you pry the Honey Badger out of retirement?
Yeah, yes, that's a good point. I haven't checked. Isn't Tyrann Mathieu doing a podcast? I think he's kind of popping on YouTube quite a bit.
He was floating around before the Chiefs were eliminated. He was like, hey, if they called me, I'd be interested in coming back. They just never called. I mean, he could be done. Who knows? But maybe he is still itching to play a little bit.
But for a guy that does a lot of work in the secondary and has coached at every level of the defense from line to linebacker, and he was interviewed by the Niners in 2024 when they ended up going with Sorensen to be their defensive coordinator. So I don't know. I think he sounds like from like the Chiefs' perspective, it seems like he's sort of going to be the heir apparent to Spagnuolo if and when he ever leaves. So I don't know what his appetite is for jumping at a defensive coordinator job right now, if he feels like he's going to replace Spagnuolo. But there's no question this is a guy that needs to be on the list of candidates that you give a call to.
And I think they are going to review him for sure. Like Schotty's energy today when he was asked specifically about Leonard and then one other guy, maybe from the Jets, the initials DT, I forget what the name was, but he was very non-committal and just kind of talking very plainly about the names that were brought up and just talked about how they're going to do an exhaustive search here to try to find the perfect candidate for this.
Yeah, and Nick Harris had a quote from Schotty about Jim Leonard, a guy who's definitely on the list of people that we would like, the passing game coordinator and assistant head coach with the Broncos. He says, I saw Jim before we played Denver earlier this year. Jim's a heck of a football coach. You talk about a great football player. We had some great years together in New York. I wouldn't say that we've stayed in touch. This business is hard. You get going a million miles an hour. You got to speak to what Sean Payton and what that entire staff has done there. Vance Joseph, their DC, is a guy I have a ton of respect for. Jim's an excellent coach.
So I guess the rules are different when talking about coaches on teams as compared to players on teams, because I was expecting like we can't answer that. It'd be tampering at this point, but you can speak a little bit more freely.
But you got a window right now, right?
Because like today, they have the opportunity to interview those guys if they want to. The problem is that window is now closing, so I don't think they're going to be able to do so until the Broncos and the Seahawks are eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, I would say that's one of the biggest disappointments of today's presser was the 0 interview requests for the DC. Like, you haven't even sent those out yet. Like, thank you for getting the Eberflus thing handled, but we haven't already pivoted quickly here to try and at least...
That's what makes me think it's not going to be a name. Number one, Jerry doesn't want to pay a name, and number two, I don't think Schotty's going for the thing that's on the surface. I think he really wants to drill down and maybe find somebody hungry.
Yeah, and then you also had Nick Harris with Jerry Jones talking about Kenny Clark and Terrence Steele in the walk-off. And if they anticipate having conversations with Clark and Steele in terms of trying to create cap space, because Terrence Steele's on the short list of guys that we think may be on his way out of here. You can save like $14 million in cap room if you post June 1 cut Terrence Steele at right tackle. But he says, no, I want to say this just right. I want them to be a part of our culture. If we're tippy-toeing around, we obviously want to get Kenny's business straight. Terrence has a contract, and that implies something else. I don't want to get there, and that's not what we should be talking about and looking at his contract, so to speak.
Who was that? Was that Jerry?
That was Jerry talking about Kenny Clark and Terrence Steele.
Because Schotty today talking about the tackles was saying Tyler Smith's going to be left guard at least going into the offseason, and they liked Guyton and Thomas with a year of work more than, and he didn't even mention Steele at the time that he was talking about the tackles.
Yeah, hard to, I think I would take, I'd read more into that than whatever Jerry's talking about with Terrence Steele right now. He's not going to just make some like overarching decision in regards to Terrence Steele, like moving on from a player like that. you're not just going to be willy-nilly talking about it. So I would still expect Terrence Steele to sort of be on the chopping block at some point this offseason. Now, elsewhere around the NFL right now, how about the 31-year-old, man? I think I played against this dude in high school, the Broncos quarterback coach, passing game coordinator.
Oh, Davis Webb?
Davis Webb.
Texas Tech Red Raider.
Yeah.
Yeah, interviewing for the head job with the Raiders.
He's been a riser, man. There's a lot of teams that think very highly of him. That's interesting, though, the Raiders gig.
Yeah, and who knows? Like, you wonder about some of this stuff. Like, are they trying to figure out, hey, you would be our OC if we bring in Flores to be head coach? It's
that
not
makes sense.
Like, because that would still be a step up for him, a guy that's never even been a play caller in the NFL, but 31 years old.
Yeah. Well, they hired Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin was in his 20s when Al Davis hired him.
Wow, was he really?
Yeah, Lane Kiffin was. I think when Lane Kiffin was hired by the Raiders, I don't look it up, but I believe he was in his 20s when he got the job.
Unbelievable. Now, who do you guys think is the odds-on favorite for the Super Bowl right now?
The Seattle Seahawks.
You nailed that. And the Seahawks, man, my gosh, do you see what they did to the Niners on Saturday night?
It's unbelievable.
That was the worst rushing performance for the 49ers since Kyle Shanahan became their head coach in regards to success rate.
That was with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, the Seahawks completely neutralized him. A span of 9 years, 161 games, and no other defense had shut them down quite like the Seahawks did.
He was 31 years old.
31 was Lane Kiffin?
Yeah, 31 when he was hired in 07.
Bro, the Niners had a 10% rushing success rate versus the Seahawks in that game.
That's
it just completely bottled them up.
They've drafted incredibly well. You got to give your old guy that was sleeping on your couch there, Schneider, a lot of credit. I mean, they've hit, especially in the second round, first round. I mean, they've done an excellent job. But free agency, man, getting our guy DeMarcus Lawrence to go over there, that was a home run signing for them. And the coaching staff. I mean, Mike Macdonald is probably the guy you're wanting to poach from right now, outside of what they got going in Denver or Houston, maybe those staffs.
Yeah, some incredible wins throughout the year for Seattle. Scoring 27 on the Texans, probably the last team to do that. That was back in October. But to close out the season with wins over the Rams, Panthers, and 49ers. I mean, I was looking at Seattle like a month ago. Is this team going to make the playoffs? Could they stumble? Hell no, they didn't. They're strutting in here.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Got to give credit to Brian's former intern, Snyder.
Mm-hmm. John Snyder. He knows ball.
Sweaty armpits guy. You see him high-fiving in the booth.
Oh, John.
Out.
Yeah, John was a smaller guy. Now he's put on some he's got some body armor on him.
And it's kind of becoming sneaky like one of the top franchises out there. Like, this is three different quarterbacks that have been Super Bowl teams, from Russell Wilson, Hasselbeck, and now Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
They're doing a hell of a job up there.
They really are. How about the 817? My roommate in college flooded Davis Webb's house with a water hose in Lubbock.
Wow. Sounds mean.
469, went to high school with Davis Webb. And his dad coached at Keller. I'm pretty sure I played against him before he went on to, Prosper or something like that for his senior year.
Yeah.
But 31 years old, getting interviews right now with the Raiders.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Football's finest is in the books. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We'll hit the expressway, take a look at everything that's been breaking here throughout your broadcast afternoon, get you over to the G-Bag of the day, and then LA Live, and we'll hit the expressway coming up next here on the Fan. I want to chat Frankels with you before we get there, though, because, life's unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. The next thing you know, your entire life is turned upside down, literally and figuratively. You want to make sure you make a full recovery, and the Frankels will be the guys that can ensure that for you. Now, there's a lot of great drivers out there behind the wheels of these 18-wheelers and big old commercial vehicles, but, sometimes the circumstances of the road get the best of them. They come into your lane. Next thing you know, complete chaos. I was rolling through Town East up 635 this afternoon on my way to work, and through those curves right now, it's pretty tight curves, and a lot of the people with the longer trailers, they can't stay in the lane. That's happening a lot on 635. They can't stay in their lane with the long trailers. You know what I'm talking about, Wolchuk. And this guy, he actually went all the way into the barrier. His tires hit the barrier on the right, kicks him center lane. Luckily, the guy in the center lane saw that and moved left. I had a bird's eye view of it. I was probably 100 yards back or something like that, and I just could not believe how lucky I was that chaos and a big wreck did not find me on my way to work today. You never know when it can happen to you. If it happens to you, just call the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online, frankelfirm.com.
I'm worth more.
Am I worth more? Yeah.
I'm worth a whole lot more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin, because good cars are worth more, and so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Feel stronger than you've ever been with Men's T Clinic. Melt visceral fat, get your energy levels back, and become the version of yourself you've always wanted to be with a complete program catered to your body. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You heard it immediately on the fan.
John Harbaugh, Gavin just told you, he has agreed with the Ravens to mutually
Sports news coverage is right here on the fan.
1-877
Say 2 says bird's eye view from behind. Gotcha, Gavin. Yeah, I don't know what I meant with that bird's eye view thing, but I had a clear view of this 18-wheeler. You coming up through town east there? They can't possibly keep their trailer and their cab in the same lane at the same time. I don't know how this is legal to make roads like this, DFW. By the way, North Texas, I know it's not the Toll Road Authority, but somebody's in charge of this, and I know they're skirting the rules because it's temporary. Well, people's lives are on the line, and if it happens, to you and you get hit, I just recommend you call the Frankels. Okay, Trey Young says his preference is to be traded to Washington. I love that. By the way, the Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. I love that he wants to go to Washington because it just makes it that much less likely that he could end up with the Dallas Mavericks. Inefficient scorer, bad defensively, just fool's gold in basketball. I mean, so to the Atlanta GM that constructed the roster around him that they could actually get to the Eastern Finals that one year. They've won playoff series multiple times that they've been in, but like Anthony Davis for Trey Young, I think it would be moving backwards. As a matter of fact, is we really start to get even more in worse context and consequences of the Luka trade, which is you traded for a guy that's pretty much untradeable. So I don't even know if at the time we understood how badly they lost the trade, and every day that goes by, the trade actually just keeps getting worse and worse.
Yeah, by the second. I mean, Luka's hitting banger threes and calling out fans courtside on the road last night.
LeBron's telling everybody we got to change our game for Luka.
Right.
There's no Luka changing his game for us. He's the wizard. We just got to be in position around him.
Yeah.
Just nauseating.
He's the franchise, man.
I was really banking on the Luka LeBron dynamic for weighing them down a little bit, but LeBron's being the consummate pro here as he's on the other side of 40. Cubs have acquired pitcher Edward Cabrera in a trade with the Marlins. It sent their top outfield prospect Owen Casey and 2 other hitting prospects to Miami. That report from the world of baseball. I don't know if the Rangers are going to do anything. We got about 5 weeks till pitchers and catchers report those, so we'll be excited see if these guys can progress back to the mean of who they should be in their career and put up some runs. Saw the over/under 78.5 for your Texas Rangers.
Okay, I saw. I think 83.5 as well.
83.5. Okay.
Yeah, which was still third in the division.
Both of those are pretty high.
I know. That's what I was thinking.
I thought they'd be a lot lower.
Getting 30 starts for DeGrom and Eovaldi in that situation. Yeah, I think we're back into hope mode here for these Rangers, but I do believe in CY, so there's some belief there. 3 suspects have been arrested in connection with the burglary that took place at the home of Shedeur Sanders in November. They took about $200,000 worth of cash and merchandise. So they got the guys, and they're going to get them prosecuted and everything, and hopefully get his stuff back. Okay, could this be why Quinnen Williams was on social yesterday, so optimistic? He said, great things are coming, so happy to be a Cowboy. Maybe that was just as a result of Matt Eberflus being fired and the defenders breathing a collective sigh of relief. But we go to Albert Breer here. So the Cowboys DC Search, where Schotty could lean on ties to Dan Quinn's coaching tree, and he notes that Schotty and Quinn were like 2 peas in a pod. They were great friends here with the Cowboys.
He actually worked for him.
Okay.
Because he was remember the Ben McAdoo job where Ben was over kind of biding his time a little bit? That's what Schotty did. He replaced Ben McAdoo, so he was working with the defensive coaches over there breaking down film.
Says, looking at Schotty's background, it'd be easy to look at guys who have worked with Dan Quinn as fits. Schotty and Quinn have a strong relationship and yada, yada, yada. He says Jeff Ulbrich and Raheem Morris could be potential candidates who have ties to Quinn. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Ulbrich, 10 seasons at linebacker with the 49ers. Special teams coordinator with Pete Carroll in Seattle. Their Schotty connection, number 1. Then 6 years in Atlanta, linebackers coach, work with Dan Quinn there. After that, guy goes to the Jets with Robert Saleh. He was Robert Saleh's DC, and that defense was very good. Actually fell apart when he and Saleh were let go last season. So similar to Dan Quinn, cover 3 and cover 1 as a base, and on passing downs, he likes to go to quarters and cover 6 with split field coverage there. So if they do want to go in that Dan Quinn, single high safety model, maybe Jeff Ulbrich would be a name. And
there's another guy, Mike Rutenberg, too, is another guy from Atlanta you need to keep an eye on.
Okay. The Giants are going to interview Mike McCarthy.
Yes,
as well.
they are.
Yeah.
I actually
Super Bowl champion Mike McCarthy.
Is this concerning? I mean, he might just be a regular season coach, but he's a good program builder, isn't he? Like, he's another guy that could raise the floor of that organization.
Chief, did you like how I told Bob Papa he's lazy?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty.
In the pregame show,
pretty awesome.
Bob Papa's like, yeah, Mike McCarthy would make a lot of sense. I'm like, you know what? He's won a Super Bowl, but I've heard he's just extremely lazy as a coach.
You called him fat, too.
I didn't call him fat. I said he was extremely lazy.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Lead the league in DoorDash deliveries, you think?
I just told him he was a lazy
Good
coach.
massage here and there.
Todd Bowles is going to return as Bucs coach. I think we've known that for a couple of days, but now it's official.
All right.
And maybe the biggest whopper, Jerry Jones at the presser today. That is making headlines on national outlets. It's not the part about free agency or any of the other interesting things he said, bringing up Micah Parsons continuously and then saying, I don't really want to talk about Mike anymore, but here's some more Micah content. He said the goal is to retire with the most Super Bowl wins ever as a team owner. Stephen quipping that he's got a lot of work to do to catch Robert Kraft, who is the owner leader with 6 Super Bowls. So there you have that. All right, it is the G-Bag Nation. You're on the Fan. Time to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander.
Yeah. Hey, man, shout out to Steve Gutenberg. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Brother said some name made me think of old Steve Gutenberg.
He's always kind of hanging out in like New York City. Like people walk up to him and he just
royalty.
says stuff.
And royalty, man. Steve Gutenberg, bro.
Gutenberg.
From Police Academy. And speaking of Police Academy, R.I.P. to the actress. What's her name? Oh, my gosh. Oh, she died from Laverne Hooks.
Oh.
She used to talk like this, but she was real strong. On Police Academy, if anybody remembers that.
Oh, I do.
She passed today.
Oh, thoughts and prayers.
She is now an ancestor. All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. What's up, brothers? You good?
Yeah, breathing dirt.
Man, come on. Me and you both, brother.
Yeah.
I carry so much tension in my neck. I'm like, I'm about to have a stroke. Oh, my gosh.
I do. I look at more videos on things. I think something's always wrong with me. I'm like, I got to check this.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Is your old lady, she good at, like, helping you out if something happens?
Yeah.
Is she, like... Okay.
Yeah, she
first aid and everything. She's good at that.
I think she can. Right. I think she can at least call 911.
Okay,
Mine's
good.
worked at a doctor's office for like 2 years now. She thinks she's got a doctor's license.
Okay, good.
Yeah, there you go.
As long as she don't panic on the trigger when things happen.
I'm starting to trust her.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, I'll go with it. I'm going to be fine.
That's what Sinbad said. You want somebody that knows how to help you out if you're in a stroke.
Yep.
Ooh, she's like, are you okay? All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan, 5:30. My name is L.A. Matter of fact, hold on. Let's do it better.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the day. The craziest audio sent in from you and all of the Tolos. That's every day at 5:30 and replayed the next day at 2:30. Driven by East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars.
Thank you, guys.
Do you prefer Luscious or Lucius?
Lucius is the first time. That was the first time I've heard Lucius.
Lucius.
I've been luscious my whole life in Lucios, but not that one right there.
Only one in Cuba.
Yeah. All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day, day one, going for 2 right here. It's the NBA on NBC. Snoop Dogg was on the call for the Clippers-Warriors game. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr got fired up. Got himself kicked out the game. Snoop was loving it.
Go to the rack, Draymond, all the way. Good pass. Ooh! Collins. Ooh, he snapped the break. He Windex shine that. Get off the Windex shine.
That hit the backboard. Oh, look at Steve Kerr. He's all the way out here.
Uh-oh, Steve don't get thrown out. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Back him up. Back him up, GP. Back him up. Steve ready to fire on him.
He's already gone.
Steve banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood. Get him, Steve. You in Inglewood, Steve?
Yeah.
The Arizona Wildcat that came out and look at him.
I've got to see that replay. It looked like that it had touched the glass there by Peyton. Hard to tell. I can't tell. Here we go. This will tell me everything I need to know. Oh yes. That hit the backboard. That hit the backboard.
Somebody hold me. Hold me back the back. Get my purse. Hold me back.
So that was a reasonable crash out for Steve Kerr right there.
That was a crash out.
Reasonable crash out.
I just love that Steve can't move anybody with all of his pushing. Like, he's leaning with everything he's got against Stotts, and Stotts is just long-arming him like a left tackle out there.
Calm down, Steve. Calm down, baby. Calm down. Let him make it. All right, let's see what we got this for you boys. Hey, I was in the gym listening to this earlier. Oh, let's go to some road rage. Grandpa's got a little bad road rage. I'm pretty sure everybody's stuck in traffic right now. Got some road rage. By the way, when we get off early, I never realized how much traffic is really out there around 5, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, bro. So bad.
Hey,
Too
man,
much.
I'm with y'all. So is Grandpa right here.
I can't go through there. She have to get... Ma'am, you have to pull out so I can pull out.
Got shake voice.
Ooh. She about to hit the pole. Oh, she crushed the pole.
Gone, John, gone. Oh, my God. Jesus, I told her that. Then she gonna get mad at me.
I'm ready to go.
I am too. Lady, I can't get around you. What is wrong with you? She don't. Damn, done tore up the back of her car. Being a dumbass. I told her that.
We rolling now.
Don't laugh, Mari, don't laugh. Put that dumb of her. She gonna back in and just rip her whole bump off.
Get that man a shot of whiskey.
That is awesome.
That's a tough day, Grams.
He was having a hard time. I told her that.
That out of the back, Grandpa. Take a nap.
Yeah. Hey, hold on one more time.
More action needed in a week.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the day.
Has that ever aired on the station? No way.
Yes, dude. Yeah. There used to be one for LA Live. LA Live with Luscious.
Yeah.
I tried to find it in the system. It's gone, man. I want that drop so bad. So bad. All right, Mr. Dawson, you were talking about watching the games live and getting some reactions.
Yeah.
With your broadcasting partner.
Found out, by the way, last night. I confronted him on this. Okay. He's scared. He's like, here's what it comes down to, buddy. I have 4 kids and 1 wife, and they're all like maniacs. So at any point we could be live and they just be running into the room like naked.
Oh, that's great. That's what you need.
Okay.
That's what you need.
That's how you go viral. Anything could happen.
Yeah, that's what you need. That's what you need, man. That's what that in real life is about. Anything can happen.
I think so.
Rossi Takes. She was watching the Commanders Eagles live and crashed out on the Eagles.
She's annoying.
You heard her? You've heard of her before?
Oh, yeah. She'll pop up on my TikTok feed every once in a while.
Yeah, she's got a potty mouth.
She does.
Because you're f***ing ass. This is who you wanted instead of Jalen Hurts, Eagles fans? Are you guys happy? Are you guys happy? All year you guys bitch. All year that, Tanner McKee should be QB1. No, he f***ing shouldn't. He can't even f***ing complete a f***ing pass. Holy crash out. You guys are ass.
You guys are...
Holy sh**. What are you doing? What is that bullshit? What the f*** are you doing? F***ing fire Sirianni. This is the stupidest decision. I really hope resting was worth it. And also, Washington, you just f***ed over your draft pick. I hope you guys are happy. Holy f***. You guys are ass.
There's 2 drops in there for later. I'm definitely going to use them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's all. I love that.
I'm going to use this
Looks exactly like she sounds.
Yeah. She looks like Philadelphia.
Does she? Looks like she's Philadelphia. That's crazy, bro.
She did the ice bath challenge. You can see that.
Oh, really?
A lot of cheesesteaks and light beer going on.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else we got right here. Oh, Mr. Broadus.
What?
Wooly Bully's top 10 countdown today. He did the worst desserts. Broadus is not a fan of the minced meat. It made the list.
Meat pies, yeah. 5
for
is
us.
mincemeat pie.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's pork chops and applesauce.
Wow.
That's not an American.
Where'd that come from? Is that German or something?
It sounds
19th century.
Dessert, man.
Crazy, bro.
Take it down a little bit of vodka.
Mincemeat pie.
They're at the gates.
That's like
Make me a mincemeat pie.
That's like Game of Thrones.
We're about to be taken over.
Mincemeat pies.
Oh, jeez. I can see Patton's tanks. Make a mincemeat pie.
I love the pies.
About to be taken over. They're at the game.
Here's the pork and the applesauce. Get the pies.
Only one thing can help us now.
Save me now.
We can't be saved.
Mincemeat pie, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's hilarious.
Each weekday at 5:30, Gavin, Lucius, and the guys bring you the G-Bag of the day.
Oh, man. That's funny to me.
Gavin, Lucius, and the guys.
Yeah. This isn't one. Winner. Pacers fan. He was heckling rookie Stephon Castle of the Spurs while he was at the free throw line.
Oh, no.
He's using hot dogs, cold hot dogs, in fact, to troll him. It's pretty good.
Hey, Castle! You like your hot dogs cold?
I know this going to throw you off, bro. Okay, how focused you are.
Hey, Castle! You like your hot dogs cold?
It's going to get you every time. I promise.
That works.
That'll make you chuckle. I love it when the players break their serious face and say, okay, that was good. Yeah. All right, time to vote?
Yeah.
Is it Snoop Dogg, our champion, doing the play-by-play of Steve Kerr's ejection from that basketball game against the Clippers? You got a road raging grandpa.
Oh, man.
That's gold. You got Rossi Takes watching the Eagles.
Yeah.
That's music to my ears.
Yep.
Brought us on the minced meat pie. That pork chops and applesauce line reminds me, remember the Brady Bunch?
Yeah.
Peter Brady doing the Humphrey Bogart?
Yep.
For whatever reason, that like that one and the girl with the doll and the She Sells by the Seashore Brady Bunch episodes, my all-time favorites, by the way. I know this is probably. Did you guys ever watch a Brady Bunch episode?
Oh,
not a single one.
I don't think I watched
I
one.
did.
Allison, she was in love with the meat guy.
Sure, Jan.
Leave It to Beaver.
Leave It to Beaver, the movie.
Saw the movie
with Shooter McGavin.
with their guy from Brink.
Wow. I didn't even know they had a movie.
Yeah, bro. Shooter McGavin's the dad. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Ward Cleaver?
And the swim fan girl was in it.
Or is it Stephon Castle being trolled? Man, I'm going to go with Rossi Takes, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with Broadus.
Okay, we are tied at 1, Lucius.
You might have to come back to me. I'm still between Grandpa and Broadus.
Okay, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with Grandpa.
Meeny, miny.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
Broadus.
Of course.
Calvin Broadus or Brian Broadus?
Brian Broadus.
Yeah.
2 Ds, 1 D. I'm going to go with, good call. Good call. I'm going to go with myself.
All righty. And Lucius?
Yeah, I like that one, too. That's hilarious.
Score a 3-1-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Brian Broadus, former Cowboy Scout.
Yes.
Time to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius has some LA Live.
All right, man, it's a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a tub. What is this? It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Oh, Barkley got hammered on that penetration by Fletcher Cox. Finishes with the tip.
Yeah, and somebody's going to get that gobbler at the end of this game, too.
Diggs gets a much-needed blow.
No, I was too fat to get rib injuries. I had too much cushion there, Shannon, but thanks for asking.
More cushion for the pushing, they say. They always say that about you, Mark.
Hard-hitting tension and snow. Sounds like my kind of Monday night. We didn't let the team go because we were stretching our balls.
Okay.
Deepest penetration of the night.
Needed 2 thrusts to get it in. Diggs coming right behind him inside.
As I said before, Zimmer has a nice package.
Giants are coming off a worse week than Harvey Weinstein.
Damn, what?
Get rid of that football coming right in his face.
Does the tooth fairy come for 26-year-olds?
Huh?
He tried to get that stiffy. That's hard to do, man. That's hard to do.
See if he can jerk one of the Jets. I think their D's been fine.
I think their D has really probably performed above expectations coming in.
And that's a tough one to swallow. That's tough to swallow. And the Bears are swallowing them all night.
It's Butt Naked Wednesday.
No. This is LA Live for Wednesday, January 7th, 2026. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu for naming today Butt Naked Wednesday. I, too, was born underwater with $6. Well, $3, excuse me, $6 there, Miss Badu. Sorry about that. But peace to the gods and earths out there. It is your time. It is your time. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I hope they did that math today, brothers.
Yes, do that
I hope they did that math today. That's all you had to do. I have a question for the Tolos, but before I get to that, I got an update from a butt-naked story I did last November. Do you remember the story about former Carolina Panther Matt Khalil?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's gone to court, right?
He's got a big package, big package.
Yeah, very big. His ex-wife, Haley, who's a content creator, said the size of Matt's little Matt ruined their marriage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She described it as, well, I'm not going to say how she described it. Pause.
Too buku.
Where too buku? Where too buku?
It's like kind of funny. It's like my life is a comedy and it writes itself.
But like, okay, I don't want to
No. Yeah.
Was this like, was that the biggest factor?
Yeah, the biggest factor, yes.
Oh my God.
This dude is excited.
Like, love him, but he's my homie, you know? He's like 0.01% of the population.
Oh, it's like that?
Yeah. No, he was just...
Yeah.
Two Coke cans stacked on top of each other. Maybe even a third type
Wow. 2 cans, maybe a third.
Blessed.
Well, Matt is suing her for that right there.
He is.
Suing her for $75,000, claiming he has been getting subject of unwanted attention. Duh, bro.
From the hub.
Yeah. Getting too much positive attention out here. All the ladies like me all of a sudden. Invasive commentary from the public. That's us. Embarrassment from his family members.
Oh.
Pretty sure his mom already knows.
Matthew.
Dad knows too. Yeah.
He's got the name Meatloaf.
Yeah, Dad pulled him to the side like Teen Wolf's dad. Oh, me too, son. Don't worry about it.
It's an affliction.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yep, invasion of privacy. He said all of these things. He's suing her for $75,000. Says she gained a whole lot of money off of this attention right here.
Sure.
Probably one of these very contentious divorce attorney things. Like you're just making up reasons to sue each other and to try to reclaim part of. These are. I think it's got to be overzealous lawyering, right? Do you think he really cares?
You can't. That's a great thing to put out there.
Yeah, that's not bad.
She didn't call you a 1-minute man or something like that. Or I was never satisfied. I faked it and all. She didn't say anything like that. She said, I love this guy, but it was just way too much for me.
I mean, I think that's kind of the opposite of why Hogan sued Bubba the Love Sponge. Was he exposed the opposite being true about him?
Oh.
Yeah.
And roids got to him? They got to Hogan's Hogan?
Or just wasn't blessed, you know?
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Okay.
I mean, that might be a suable offense. Hogan actually argued in court, I'm supposed to be the ideal, like, male superstar figure, and he exposed the fact that I'm a little lacking in the packing department. You know what I'm saying?
I wonder if he was stuffing down there during those matches then.
Oh, for sure.
Got to be stuffing down
he
there.
He had the dodgeball pump.
Yeah. Watch out, brother. Let me get that right there.
The inflatable speedo.
Right there, brother. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Butt Naked Wednesdays. I got a question for the Tolos listening. Shout out to you. I appreciate you listening. I really do. 100%. What needs to make a comeback in 2026? The year just started. What needs to make a comeback in 2026? A lot of people said themselves. Micah Parsons?
Micah Parsons.
I'm pretty sure he's saying that as well.
Yeah.
Not right now. He's with Diggs, showing him around the way.
Come back to the Cowboys.
Yeah. What needs to make a comeback in 2026? I asked this to the Tolos to follow me on Facebook. Hold on. Best ad-libs in all of music. Once again, above the world, oh my God, here I am. All right, anyway, what needs to make a comeback in 2026? Tolo says the Wheel of Misfortune.
Ooh. Oh, it's right there.
There it is, right there.
Got a lot of laundry on it right now.
Yeah. Yep. It looks like some workout equipment.
It is. It looks like a Stairmaster.
It's like a wheel of cheese right now.
Yeah.
Mods.
What needs to make a comeback? BlackBerry phones. This Tolo says bring the Blackberries back.
Dude, BlackBerry was where it was at, dude.
Yeah.
Playing Brick Breaker on that thing.
It was a sad day when it totally became trash.
Yeah.
I remember specifically. They came out with their own touchscreen version.
Yeah, I do remember
and
that.
It was so horrible.
You had to use that pen at first or something like that. Then you try to use your finger. It never really worked right. Yeah, I remember. But I had one when I was doing radio, and you would know somebody's calling you because everything starts acting up in the studio.
Yeah.
I had a phone call. Yeah. What needs to make a comeback in 2026? 99 gallons for a gas.
Yeah,
please.
We're taking over these Venezuela tankers. They'll be down before we know it.
Yeah, I hear that oil's real thick, so it might be a minute.
Yeah.
NASA needs to start putting men back on the moon, this Tolo says.
Take it or leave it. Okay.
All right. I think he's got some conspiracies going on.
Dutch.
You haven't been back. Wonder why. The Budweiser Real Men of Genius commercials need to make a comeback.
Those were the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, those were fire. Dollar movies. Dollar movies need to make a comeback. I used to go to those.
Yeah.
I used to go to those.
I mean, what they're getting for the concessions, they should let us in for free. You know what I'm saying?
The concessions
might work
are
out
so
better.
expensive.
You've been in a movie, there's like 20 people in there.
Come on, man. You need to do that, bro. Class action lawsuit or something like that. Put it together. You the spokesperson. This Tolo says bring back natural bodies.
Yes, please. And lips. You know, the Botox.
They're doing some crazy.
We've swung too far the other way.
I mean, when you're out of these airports traveling around the country for the holidays or summer vacation or whatever, you can like spot the Dallas women. I bet that woman's from Dallas. You know, either they're very ample booties.
You from Dallas?
Or their lips.
Ample booties. How much do booties cost nowadays? Send it to the fan text. How much do booties cost out there? He sure does.
He's getting popped again.
He's got to chill, fam.
Yeah, he does.
He's got to chill.
It's starting to get weird.
Isn't he like having getting ready to get married or something?
Is he?
Maybe.
Oh, because
he was.
Yeah, that's right.
That's crazy.
His girlfriend got pregnant or whatever.
Can't help himself.
Yeah. Same time Mariah Lynn was making all that noise. Boy, you got to calm down,
His
fam.
roster is diabolical.
He eats the table. It's the worst roster of all time.
And he's spending cash on that thing.
Music with live instruments and band members. Bring that back. Hand out ass whoopings instead of that gunplay. Absolutely. Especially out to the club. Y'all don't have all that tequila and reposado. And you can't shoot. You can't aim, fam. Shooting random people out here. Bring back the 1999 Dallas Stars.
Oh, there you go.
What a great team.
That was a great team.
Rent being under $1,000 needs to come back. How much was your first rent?
$275.
$275?
Yeah. Wow. Had a nice little duplex.
A duplex? Jeez. Mine was like $750 or something like that for
mine
an
was
apartment.
$750 in Denton.
And if you got them like $900 apartments, you was doing something.
It was $699.
$699. Jeez. Bring that back. Let's see here. Real news and not fake AI generated slop. Bring back the real news. Another Tolo says bring back them stimulus checks and PPP loans.
Get on board with that.
Yeah, I ain't mad at it. Let's see what else. Bring back family reunions and cookouts. When's the last time you've been to a family reunion? You got any family reunions?
Never.
It's been probably 25 years.
You never did one.
With the shirts and everything?
Yeah, the shirts.
Yeah.
You like rent out a park.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like 100 people there.
Get there to Cabana first and start setting up.
Yeah.
Now all those families are just going to like Disney World. You see them all with the shirts. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, Disney
Yeah.
trip 2026.
Yeah. We definitely have cookouts in our family a lot. What needs to make a comeback in 2026? G-bag bet payoffs, as Tolo says.
I got about 6 of them.
Yeah,
My
you do.
bad.
Yeah, you do.
Bring back checks and balances.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Declaring things.
Okay.
Executive order.
Let's see what else. The Ford Mustang Boss 429. That Ford Mustang Boss.